Chapter 1. Marineford, with a serious expression, gazed down at the vice-admirals and admirals gathered below. Admirals Akainu, Chief of Staff Crane, and the admiral candidates Trafalgar Law and Peach Rabbit were all present. Aside from a certain old scoundrel and a vice-admiral on a mission, everyone else had arrived. Beneath the frog-like glasses, Sengoku's demeanor was exceedingly grave as he surveyed the assembly and began the introductions. This island suddenly appeared near Reverse Mountain a day ago, without any prior indication. The island itself is shrouded in dense jungle. These are photographs taken by our soldiers. Even the typically laid-back Akiji turned his gaze towards the table. Our personnel attempted to approach the island, but could only operate around its periphery. We were unable to set foot on it. This is a matter that the 5 elders have already sent word about. The Navy must thoroughly investigate this incident. Sengoku felt a weight of worry. The situation with the 4 emperors in the New World was still precarious, with the Navy and the emperors constantly at odds. The emergence of a new island, coupled with the 5 elders' command for the Navy to investigate, was indeed a peculiar occurrence. Detection indicates that the host has awakened and is currently calibrating information. Detection confirms that the host is situated in the pirate world. The identity of the dungeon planner has been bound, and Grand Forest has been deployed. Fang Fan awoke, immediately stunned by the information flooding his mind. Wasn't I just playing with the toxic milk powder? I just shattered the war god, and now I find myself in the pirate world with this dungeon game. Moreover, he was in the role of a planner. Damn it, every day I curse those lazy planners, and now it seems my retribution has come, sigh. He was aware of the necessity of system for traversing worlds, and promptly accessed his system interface with practiced ease. Displayed were the words Adventure Invitation, Shop, and Dungeon. Has the enhancement and amplification been consumed by this wretched system? Am I to initiate daily sign-ins, and then commence a battle order? The first batch of adventure invitations has been issued. Only by accepting the adventurer's invitation can one activate the dungeon profession and become a warrior. Ignoring the system's reminder, Fang Fan could not help but glance at the shop. This was reputedly the cash cow of toxic milk powder. It went without saying that it would contain all manner of enticing, yet predatory, packages. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Red and blue potions, Remy's assistance, drops from the River of Forgetfulness, the Blaze Star Magic Box, the Reaper's Invitation, Terra Stones, Revival Coins, and so forth. There were also various epic gear, outfits, auras, and skills, though all were grayed out. Is that the Nalu space-time? Goodness, how long did Wang Daqiang grind on that train, nearly spitting blood? While others graduated in the abyss, Daqiang graduated from the train. This was no idle boast. Impressive system. However, the pricing section appeared rather intriguing. World points? Are world points linked to the number and quality of adventurers? World points were derived from the number of individuals in the pirate world who became warriors and their progress in cultivating dungeon professions. The more individuals and faster the progress, the greater the accumulation of world points. It seems I must swiftly begin distributing invitations. He glanced at his personal panel. Host, Fang Fan. Skills. All profession skills, activated skills, take effect when placed in the skill bar. World points, none. Dungeon, Grand Forest. It was as clean and unblemished as one could hope. Then, let us commence with the distribution of the first batch of invitations. I choose to deploy them with a single click. Please have the host distribute them personally. Laborious. In the East Blue, on the Going Merry, Nami was piloting the ship towards Cocoa Village alone. Accustomed to her life as a thief, she felt a flicker of a dream stir within her upon seeing Luffy and his crew. Yet, considering her village, she bowed her head to reality. With the sea breeze gently blowing, the thought of that massive, menacing figure made Nami acutely aware of her own helplessness. Since Arlong and his gang arrived in the village, Nami had always lived in his shadow, an inescapable nightmare, a reality too daunting to face. For the sake of her village, she had endured humiliation and taken the path of thievery. Actually, Luffy and his crew are quite reliable companions. Who? Nami jolted, having confirmed that the ship was empty before she set sail. Don't be alarmed, I'm up here. Atop the mast of the Going Merry, the lookout point that would later serve as Zoro's training ground. Fang Fan observed Nami with keen interest. "When did you board the ship?" Nami grew tense, adopting a defensive stance. "There's no need to be on edge for now. It seems we are all guests aboard this ship, so there is no necessity for hostility." Nami eyed Fang Fan warily as he leaped down to her side. From a narrative perspective, Nami should have saved enough money by now to return and bargain with Arlong for her village. However, the Navy's treacherous rats colluded with Arlong and stole her money. Had she not intervened, Luffy's crew would have arrived at the village and defeated Arlong. Fang Fan mused, "Fortune smiles upon me. I've encountered a member of the main cast so swiftly. Finding Nami first, even without locating Luffy, was still a stroke of luck. Having secured the cooperation of Nami, the one who could take on the 3 formidable Straw Hat crew members, what else was beyond his reach? Arlong will not grant you the opportunity to reclaim your village if you wish to return. I can provide you with strength to seize it for yourself. What do you say?" Nami was taken aback, astonished by how this man knew her circumstances. Before her, the young man seemingly conjured a purplish-golden letter out of thin air. "This is an invitation that will change your fate. Open it, and your destiny will transform." "Who are you? Why are you giving me this?" "Who am I?" Fang Fan's lips curled into a smile. "Once I was called an adventurer, a warrior, the king of can-openers. Later, they referred to me as the Hope of Kenina, the sacred guardian, the immortal King Borodin, and subsequently, they call me the conqueror of Antun, the undying king, the sovereign of Heberlon, the guardian of orcs, the dragon's majesty, the chosen one, the Skywalker, the sky sovereign, the conqueror of Sherlock, the ruler of chaos." Nami was momentarily speechless. "None of that is important. You may call me Fang Fan. As for why I bestow this power upon you, it is all part of fate's design. Fate has brought us together, destined for me to grant you this power now. Tell me, will you accept this strength?" Nami hesitated. It sounded utterly preposterous, if not for her inability to see through Fang Fan. She would have thought him insane. "Well, you are the first person I am inviting. Let me allow you to experience this power." As Nami gazed in astonishment, the power within the invitation was activated. A burst of glowing light surged forth, darting like ghostly flames straight into Nami's mind. Endless darkness enveloped her, yet within that darkness, countless stars began to coalesce and slowly converge upon her. When the starlight formed a luminous portal, Nami felt her body lighten as if a binding within her had been released. Astonished, she stared at her hands on the going merry. "This is my power?" She now possessed information that had previously eluded her. Magic Star Strike, Heavenly Strike. With a swift motion, she unleashed a star-shaped orb of light that struck the nearby railing. With a casual flick, it left a gaping crack the length of her arm. Such destructive power. "Mary, you see, you are indeed capable of accepting my invitation." Fang Fan smiled. "Now adapt to this power. Swiftly the map of Grand Forest is about to open. You must strive to grow stronger. Do not perish within." With that, Fang Fan's figure dispersed like the wind, vanishing from sight. Nami stood there, dazed, before regaining her senses after a while. "That guy." She stared at her hands, at a loss, then glanced towards Lowtown. "Grand Forest? What kind of place is that?" "This power." Her fists clenched. The bewilderment in her eyes began to fade, gradually replaced by determination. "I don't know if I can truly defeat him." Having secured Nami's cooperation, Fang Fan made his way towards Lowtown. Lowtown housed the Navy, and within the Navy, he held high hopes for Smoker and Tashigi. Moreover, near Lowtown was a figure whose name could summon the river crab divine beast when reversed. Such characters were not to be overlooked. At that moment, Buggy had just been defeated and was hiding on a secluded island near Lowtown. Having been bested by Luffy, Buggy was at a loss for what to do next. His capabilities were evident, yet he was utterly unwilling to relinquish his dream of uncovering treasures. "Trouble. Captain Buggy, a man is approaching us from the sky." "Nanny?" Buggy exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. "In the office of Sengoku. Not long ago, the 5 elders summoned him, the fleet admiral, and gravely informed him of a matter. In the East Sea, near the area of Reverse Mountain, a new island had emerged. It was imperative for the Navy to dispatch personnel to ascertain the situation there. Logically, one might question why the five elders would take interest in an island that had recently surfaced, compelling him, the fleet admiral, to investigate. How did the five elders even become aware of this newly appeared island? Could it be that the intelligence capabilities of the CP organization had reached a point of foresight? In the context of a new world, the emergence of a new island was not particularly noteworthy. Yet, why did it capture the attention of the five elders? Sengoku chose not to delve into the underlying reasons, judging from the disinterested and impassive expressions of the vice admirals. It was clear that none were eager to undertake this mission. For the vice admirals, engaging with pirates was within their expertise. Matters of exploring islands were typically the purview of the world government. Sengoku was well aware of what lingered in the minds of those present, but chose to remain silent. Upon accepting this command, he noted that the five elders spoke of the island with an air of secrecy. Curiosity piqued within him regarding the mysteries this island might conceal. Since we cannot approach, let us simply activate the Demon Slayer order to obliterate it. We shall secure it first and deliberate later. An aggressive commander suggested without hesitation. Instead of convening to discuss this, they ought to set sail and capture more pirates. Goodness, how frightening. The five elders are concerned about this matter. Kizaru lazily trimmed his nails, displaying no interest whatsoever. Meanwhile, Akainu lowered the brim of his hat, lost in thought. However, Akiji gazed intently at the photograph for an extended period. Our discussion hinges upon investigating this island. If our personnel cannot set foot on it, can anyone else? Tsuru's words struck a chord, making all the vice admirals realize the crux of the matter. Without the ability to land on this island, we cannot investigate it. If our navy cannot land, what of the pirates? Sengoku pondered. As it stands, no pirates have yet landed on the island. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a direct order. Continue monitoring this island, mouse deer. Complete your current task, and make a trip to the EC next. Fang Fan soared through the air, spotting Buggy, who had been defeated by Luffy from a distance. With his bright red nose, clown hat, wide grin, and rainbow-like attire, Fang Fan instantly recognized him amidst the crowd. After all, with such a distinctive red nose, it was impossible not to identify him. Could it be that an old adversary has come to confront me? Buggy instinctively felt the urge to flee, but upon seeing that he had just regained one of his subordinates, escaping would be too disgraceful. Fang Fan gradually descended. Who are you? Me? I am someone who admires and envies you. Fang Fan landed softly before Buggy, observing him with a smile. In the world of One Piece, the man favored by fortune is not merely an expression. Despite his alarmingly low strength, he ultimately achieved the status of a warlord of the sea. Buggy, a former crew member of Pirate King Roger, was well known among prominent pirates such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Mihawk. Shanks even regarded Buggy as a comrade and invited him aboard his ship. Had he accepted at that time, perhaps the landscape of the four emperors would have shifted. The combination of Shanks' strength and Buggy's luck, how intriguing. What? So this fellow is my fan? Buggy's mind began to race, but why don't I recall such a person on the seas, not to mention one who can fly? Could it be that he truly admires me? Fang Fan cut to the chase. Buggy, I know of a place where many treasures are hidden. Would you like to embark on an adventure? Treasure? Here, take this treasure map. Fang Fan handed over 2 invitations, then vanished like the wind. The moment Buggy grasped the invitation, he was enveloped by a mysterious force. His 8 daggers shimmered with silver light behind him, heralding the birth of Buggy's underground city profession. At the marine base in Road Town, a messenger entered with a document. Admiral Smoker, here is an invitation for you and Lieutenant Dashki. Please sign for it. An invitation? Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, regarded the swirling smoke with a gaze full of scrutiny and confusion. An invitation? Could it be an invitation to a soiree hosted by the local nobility? Set it aside. Understood. After a round, I still have 3 invitations left. The pace is rather slow. Every time Fang Fan sent out an invitation, he generously included an additional one for them to extend to others. Who else in the East China Sea could be invited? It would be preferable to seek out those with formidable strength, such as the Revolutionary Dragon, his subordinate Bartolomeo, or Zep. Fang Fan was diligently recalling the characters from the East China Sea narrative when, In the distance, he unexpectedly spotted a small coffin-like boat. The corners of the vessel were adorned with flickering white candles, upon which eerie green flames danced. A cold, aloof man sat cross-legged aboard the boat, garbed in medieval attire that exuded a gothic flair. His icy gaze, seemingly devoid of any emotion, remained unchanged through the ages. This was none other than Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ah, what a splendid discovery I have made. Mihawk sat languidly on his vessel, having encountered the man for whom Shanks wagered his arm, as well as a commendable swordsman. The expedition in the East China Sea appeared to be less dull than anticipated. His gaze drifted once more into the distance, and as he focused, a figure suddenly materialized in the sky. Oh, Mihawk. Are you feeling bored from the lack of opponents? Who are you? He remained unfazed, his body not shifting an inch, exuding an air of calmness. You may call me Fang Fan. Do you wish to challenge a higher realm of swordsmanship? You wield a sword? Mihawk raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Fang Fan, only to discover he bore no weapon at all. Whether I wield a sword is inconsequential, but how about the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk? Experiencing a higher level of swordsmanship? Mihawk's eyes narrowed, and a fierce aura of battle intent emanated from him. Young man, speaking recklessly incurs a price. Do you truly wish to engage with me? Engage. I fear I might slay you with a mere flick of my wrist. Very well. In consideration of your somewhat formidable stature, I shall bestow upon you 2 more invitations. As Mihawk accepted the invitations, the profession inscribed upon them activated instantaneously. A surge of purple energy enveloped his left hand, the malevolent aura swirling ominously, an alien power coursing through his veins. In an instant, his right hand rested upon the knight, the intent of his sword sharp and resolute. Yet, just as this malevolent energy threatened to erupt, an iron ring's phantom materialized in his hand. The restless energy and the boiling intent to kill dissipated in an instant. Mihawk glanced around, sensing the emergence of new knowledge within his mind. Ghost slash, upward strike. Ghost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Fang Fan nodded, assessing Mihawk as one would a prized cabbage. Indeed, the ghost swordsman profession suited him well. However, it remained to be seen how he would choose to advance in the future. Fang Fan inquired, how does this newfound power feel? I can sense significant potential within him, yet this current strength offers little assistance to me. Truly, a formidable being of the sea, possessing remarkable discernment. Within the dungeon, the power of the ghost hand stems from Kazan, also known as Kazan syndrome. However, this power often spirals out of control, necessitating the use of iron chains for suppression. As the strength of the ghost swordsman escalates, their approach to the ghost hand ultimately dictates the nature of their profession. Choosing the berserker path, relinquishing the constraints of the iron chains, signifies a complete unleashing of the ghost hand's power, transforming into a frenzied master unbound by heaven or earth. Opting for the sword soul implies a total abandonment of the ghost hand's strength, relying solely on swordsmanship to shatter myriad techniques with a single stroke. Selecting the ghost cry entails complete reliance on the divine power within the ghost hand, becoming the emissary of the ghostly deities. Choosing the Azura path means sacrificing one's eyes to gain the power of sensory waves, evolving into a magical warrior of ascendance. Opting for the sword shadow allows for an ethereal swordsmanship that dances with the spirits, striking like lightning in all directions. Fascinating. The power of the ghost hand. An uncharted swordsmanship. His heart surged with excitement and a fervent desire for battle. Drawing the great blade knight, he swiftly cleaved forward. As the blade sliced through the air, a dark purple mark materialized, emanating a chilling aura. This is the ghost slash. Simultaneously, a green slash, resembling a crescent moon. Sword forward. This is the strike of the world's foremost swordsman. As Fang Fan observed the slashing attack approaching, he remained unperturbed. You still possess 2 invitation cards that can assist others in harnessing this power. Keep it up. I believe in you. The slash whizzed past Fang Fan, who gradually ascended into the distance through a swift teleportation. Hawkeye's eyes gleamed with heightened combat intent as he gazed at Fang Fan's receding figure, momentarily dismissing any intention to pursue. Contemplating the somewhat menacing spectral hand on his left arm, Hawkeye fell into silence. 4 individuals have already been activated, and the map of the shadowy forest is now open. Fang Fan furrowed his brow. How could it be just 4? Nami, Smoker, Dazbones, Buggy. And Hawkeye, surely there should be at least 5. Where's Smoker and Dazbones? Fang Fan's expression darkened considerably. Must I personally deliver these 2 invitations? Little does he know that the invitations he sent were discarded by Smog as mere waste, only to be retrieved later from the refuse. This Eureka. Fang Fan's memory is somewhat hazy. Was there such a figure in the early days of piracy? Wait, could she be the narcissist who consumed the slippery fruit? The one who proclaims herself the most beautiful woman upon the seas, yet in reality possesses a face covered in freckles, an ample physique, and a fierce temperament? It appears to be so. It seems Buggy allied with her during his time in the East Blue. Suddenly, Fang Fan realized that Buggy had efficiently dispatched the invitations without delay. He should send him a few more next time. Regardless of that, let us open the map. The moment the dungeon was unlocked, a voice resonated throughout the entire East Blue. The Forest of Grand has been opened. Brave warriors, prepare yourselves for the challenge. A wave of confusion swept over the inhabitants of the East Blue simultaneously. The sudden sound made them momentarily believe it was merely a figment of their imagination. Grand Forest? What manner of place is this? A gust of wind swept through, revealing a figure clad in military green robes, a face adorned with red geometric tattoos, exuding an air of indifference. Could it be the Forbidden Island of Upside Down Mountain? It is imperative to ascertain the truth quickly. If this is indeed the power of the world government, preparations must be made without delay. In Roadtown, Smoker puffed on a thick cigar, the smoke curling around him. That voice we just heard, he remarked. Hey, we all heard that sound. I am not inquiring whether you heard it, but how the townsfolk reacted. Has anyone been dispatched to investigate? Dasky stood at attention and saluted. I will send someone to look into it immediately. Good. The findings must be compiled into a report. This matter is quite peculiar. Headquarters will surely send someone to inquire. Smoker commanded, turning to a nearby soldier. What is the status of that inaccessible island? No signs of anyone entering. Continue surveillance. Yes. Watching Dasky depart, he returned to his slumber, soon drenching nearby documents with drool. Meanwhile, on a ship in the East Sea, Buggy was brimming with excitement. He tossed a knife into the air, his floating form drawing closer to the enchanting Eureka. Eureka, there must be treasure on that island. Are you not tempted? Captain Buggy, this invitation is shrouded in mystery and grants us powers akin to devil fruits. Naturally, I am intrigued. However, none of us have heard of Grand Forest. Acting rashly could be unwise. I see your point. So what do you propose? Let us embark together. All right. Shall I invite Buggy to form a team? Yes or no? Yes. Space twisted like a whirlpool as the figures of Buggy and his companion vanished. In the shadowy depths of the forest, scattered goblins patrolled. The area was thick with underbrush, occasionally revealing wild strawberry trees towering several feet high. Yet the berries had long been plucked. Not a single bird could be seen on the lofty grand trees. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nami unleashed a barrage of magical star bullets with reckless abandon. The star projectiles streaked like meteors, repelling the goblins. There was no time for hesitation. She charged forward with unrelenting ferocity. The incessant oh yeah made Fang Fan question whether sorcerers in this pirate world even required mana. Was it possible that Nami possessed an innate talent for magic? Fang Fan, observing from the shadows, pondered how a simple invitation could awaken one's vocation. Each individual activated a different profession, but one thing was certain. The invitation tapped into the greatest potential within each person, merging it with the characteristics of dungeon professions to form their roles. In the original narrative, Nami utilized a scientific tool, the weather stick, to create magical attacks. However, that was born of scientific principles and remained within the realm of reason. Now, it seemed the denizens of the magical realm disregarded such logic entirely. Behind Nami, waves of goblins fell. Occasionally, a few green goblins managed to draw near or hurl burning goblins her way, causing her some trouble. She had never felt such exhilaration. The thrill of wielding power was utterly enchanting. Once I master more skills, I shall defeat Arlong and reclaim our village. Nami's fighting spirit ignited, her combat prowess gradually awakening. What is the stick? She discovered a glowing object beneath a fallen goblin. It was a gray wand, nearly invisible without its faint luminescence. A practice staff? Upon picking it up, information flooded her mind, akin to the details of Grand Forest. Mage's practice staff casting speed 3 magical attack 15 hit rate 2 magical critical rate 2 heaven strike LV 1 focus on your training. Leave the rest to me. The staff creator, Shalon. A weapon for mages? Perfectly suited for her use. Upon discovering the staff, she realized that the previously inaccessible heaven strike was now within her grasp. This Grand Forest was indeed wondrous, that man had not deceived her. With a flick, she unleashed a heaven strike, sending 3 goblins soaring into the air. Another magical projectile silenced their screams mid-flight. More goblins fell, and a surge of power erupted within Nami, casting nearby monsters aside. Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 2. In stark contrast to Nami's scene, Mihawk wielded a dagger of arm's length, dispatching goblins with a single stroke. Observing the relentless creatures, he furrowed his brow. He had no interest in toying with weaklings. He longed to end this tedious battle swiftly. Each time he passed the monsters, they swarmed him. However, in dungeons, if the monsters were not eliminated, one could not enter the next room. Thus, he was compelled to methodically slay the goblins with a small blade. As he reached level 4, a chilling aura emanated from the next chamber. At last, shall I behold a true foe? He rapidly dispatched the goblins and entered the subsequent room. There stood a bull-headed giant, towering over 10 meters, its robust arms exuding an overwhelming presence, its wild, pale fur radiating savagery, instilling fear in those who approached. The bull-headed beast. Buggy and Eureka excitedly hurled their knives, some of which struck the goblins, sending them into the air. This revelation marked the first time Fang Fan, who had been observing discreetly, noticed a peculiar transformation in the depiction of powdered milk within the piratical realm. The profession of sharpshooter invariably implies the presence of a pistol. Moreover, as one progresses through various career choices, the weapon wielded evolves accordingly. Whether it be the hand cannon of the cannoner, the automatic pistol of the mechanic, the revolver of the roaming gunner, or the rifle crossbow of the ammunition expert, all fall under the category of firearms. However, in the case of Buggy, No pistol was in sight. Instead, an infinite dagger made its appearance. It is reminiscent of the transformation of the Gatling gun into a Gatling dagger. This piqued Fang Fan's curiosity. If later on, Baki were to transition into a gunsmith, could it be that the laser cannon fires long, dagger-like projectiles? Otherwise, how could one explain the levitating effect being applied to the dagger, allowing goblins to remain suspended in the air? Yalata, behold my newfound ability. Quite impressive, isn't it? Baki boasted. Meanwhile, Yalata had just vanquished a horde of goblins with her demon-slashing technique, elegantly wielding her spiked club. Baki, hasten to cleanse these monsters. We must strive to reach level 5. Haha. Behold Baki's mighty missiles. In the cooperative mode, although the difficulty escalated significantly, Baki's fortuitous influence enabled the duo to swiftly attain level 4. What is this? Yalata's gaze fell upon a fruit tree nearby, bearing round fruits resembling pineapples. Boom tree fruit. A mysterious power from the boom tree. Upon consumption, it generates an explosive effect that can knock down all nearby creatures without harm. A frisbee? A rock? None can compare to a boom tree fruit. The initial joy of 8 million warriors. An explosive effect upon being thrown? Yalata watched Baki, who was excitedly tossing the fruit in his hands. The joy of 8 million warriors. Could this fruit possess some extraordinary power? A slight smile graced her lips as she hurled it toward a nearby minotaur. With a thunderous boom, 2 minotaurs and a goblin fell to the ground, with even the floating Baki not escaping unscathed. You scoundrel! Yalata, you nearly brought about my demise. Baki's head bobbed over, brimming with arrogance as he neared Yalata, fuming with indignation. Yet here you are, still alive. What did you say, you scoundrel? A colossal shadow loomed in the distance as a gigantic minotaur appeared before Baki and his companion. Its size rivaled that of a sea king, nearly causing Baki's dagger to slip from his grasp. They had fought their way here, entirely oblivious to the fact that they had entered the lair of the boss monster. Nanny, is this the monster's leader? Baki quivered in fear, while Yalata charged forward, her spiked club in hand. Baki, stab it with your dagger. You fool. Are you suggesting we charge in and meet our doom? That creature is akin to a sea king. Yalata's figure grew distant, showing no signs of halting. How absurd. I am no coward. Scoundrel monster, taste my floating dagger. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, an urgent message from the East Sea arrived. A plethora of information converged in the hands of Sengoku, and with his astuteness, he quickly connected the dots. Grand Forest? So, that mysterious island is likely the Grand Forest? Preparation for challenges. Who is eligible to partake? The Navy or pirates? The answer from the snail phone came. It remains uncertain, but if anyone emerges from there, we will certainly detect it. Continue monitoring. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku picked up the snail phone again. Moshi Moshi, what orders does Fleet Admiral Sengoku have? Squirrel, abandon your current mission and make haste to the East Sea. Admiral, I am already en route to the East Sea. Very well, execute your task diligently. Sengoku, his forehead lined with frustration, observed the small goat quietly munching on grass beside him. The news of a mysterious island emerging from upside-down mountain resonated throughout the East Sea, enveloping it in an aura of intrigue. The pirates and citizens of the East Sea engaged in fervent discussions regarding the enigmatic voice that echoed across the waters. Curiosity, suspicion, and conspiracy theories abounded. What an odd occurrence, an island appearing out of nowhere, accompanied by a resonant voice. Could it be that a deity is about to manifest? What nonsense. Surely, there must be some ability user at play? Are you suggesting a devil fruit user? Does such a thing truly exist? I have never heard of any fruit that can conjure a vast jungle out of thin air, especially at sea. You are simply uninformed. I heard from my cousin in the Navy that the devil fruits contain the powers of demons. Once consumed, one gains a specific ability. Perhaps someone has eaten the island fruit and transformed into an island. Amidst the cacophony of speculation, a three-sword-style swordsman with green algae hair frowned. Beside him stood Sanji, clad in a black suit and smoking, Usopp in brown suspenders, and Luffy, who was scanning the crowd. Luffy. They are all discussing the sudden appearance of the island and that voice. Yes, I know. It must be a fascinating island, well worth our adventure. Luffy chuckled heartily, showing no concern for the missing Mary. Luffy, let's not rush into the matter of Adventure Island. We should first locate the Golden Mary, Usopp suggested, prompting a moment of silence from Luffy. Despite his carefree demeanor, he too had his moments of careful thought. Nami is the navigator I have chosen. She must have had her reasons for taking the ship. We must find her first. As they spoke, the sky above the East Sea echoed once more with the voice of the underground city. Congratulations to Hawkeye Mihawk for being the first to conquer the Dark Forest, earning a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Simultaneously, all of the East Sea inhabitants looked up to see the once blue sky reflecting like a mirror, suddenly revealing a striking silhouette. Clutching a dagger, he effortlessly felled a massive minotaur to the ground. The scene froze on the visage of this figure. Who is this person? Did he just vanquish a colossal sea king? Yet, many recognized Hawkeye at a glance. At the Navy branch in Rogue Town, Smoker fixated on the figure. It's Hawkeye Mihawk. He is actually on that island. Though few great pirates roamed the East Sea, the visage of the world's greatest swordsman was known to some. Suddenly, the East Sea erupted in fervor. The image of Hawkeye appearing in the sky was nothing short of astonishing. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering the meaning of first to conquer the dark forest. What did the 2,000 gold coins signify? Mihawk, could it be that only the great swordsman can enter that island? Near the Grand Forest, a few small boats quietly floated nearby. In the shadowy forest, Fang Fan's figure emerged like a specter beside Hawkeye. On the open ground outside the Grand Forest, Hawkeye's eyes shifted as he regarded Fang Fan. Truly deserving of the title of the world's greatest swordsman, your speed is impressive. Having reached level 5, you should be able to learn new techniques. What shall it be? Learn a new technique first, or shall we proceed directly to challenge the monsters ahead? Hawkeye's eyes, devoid of emotion, glimmered with intensity. New techniques? 3-strike slash, while sliding, deliver a triple slash attack to the enemy ahead. Earthquake wave sword, rapidly unleash an attribute-less wave sword towards the enemy in front, capable of knocking them back and causing them to fall. The size of the wave sword increases with the skill level. The techniques that emerged in his mind stirred the heart of Hawkeye. Such intriguing swordplay. However, these techniques hold little destructive power for a great swordsman like him, yet their marvelous nature opened his eyes wide. These are merely elementary techniques. Your current level is too low to learn the true skills. Too low a level? Hawkeye frowned, inquiring how high a level one must reach to begin learning the grand techniques. The true skills will only be discussed after your job change. For now, focus on leveling up diligently. Just as Fang Fan was about to depart, Hawkeye's right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his fighting spirit ignited. Now, let me witness the grand technique you speak of, young man. Through his observation haki, he sensed the immense power contained within Fang Fan. To challenge greater heights, only then can his swordsmanship advance. Seeing Hawkeye brimming with fighting spirit, seemingly unyielding in his pursuit, Fang Fan steadied his stance and raised an eyebrow. It seems you have never faced a severe beating. Are you certain? Hawkeye remained silent, responding only with his hands gripping the great sword. Haha. Fast forward 8 1 minute later. Hawkeye, bloodied, collapsed beneath a massive stone. Behind him lay a human-shaped pit, the supreme greatsword embedded in the ground. Fang Fan watched Hawkeye with a smile, casually brushing off a corner of his attire. Mihawk, how does this technique fare? Quite formidable. Not just formidable. It is utterly beyond description. Even the so-called strongest man in the world might not possess such power. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a sword technique. Light converging at the point of the slash, executing a total of 32 strikes, yet the full force was only unleashed on the final blow. Such a unique and terrifying swordsmanship, unheard of until now. This is merely a fraction of my power. Consider it a somewhat advanced technique. Phantom Sword Dance. Indeed, only somewhat advanced in the later stages. Who would learn Phantom Sword Dance without reason? Drawing the sword is far more enticing. Only somewhat advanced, and yet so fearsome. Hawkeye fell into silence. In the realm of swordsmanship, failure is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the loss of the belief in challenge. Perhaps, before him lies a new world of swordsmanship. I am grateful to you for allowing me to glimpse this new domain of swordplay. I concede this challenge. In terms of destructive power and grand techniques, Hawkeye undoubtedly possesses other techniques yet to be unleashed. Yet, losing is losing, and no excuses are necessary. Fang Fan waved dismissively. Aware that Hawkeye had many more techniques he had yet to reveal, those unexpressed techniques are merely trivial. Your talent is commendable. I hope you can become a true demon swordsman. He withdrew the embedded sword from the ground, his gaze fixated on his left hand. Come now. Do not claim I am bullying you. This potion will aid in your swift recovery. If you wish to pursue higher swordsmanship, continue challenging through this forest. Mihawk slowly rose. Deep in thought. One day, I shall discover my own supreme sword path. Having dealt with Hawkeye, Fang Fan took a glance at the other maps. Nami struggled to leap and roll, encountering a Minotaur elite that would take her some time to handle. Buggy and Yerlita had also completed their challenges shortly after Hawkeye. They had heard the announcement of Hawkeye's first completion. Buggy couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect the world's #1 swordsman to come in as well. Is he dealing with those goblin monsters just like us? Reflecting on the strength of the world's greatest swordsman, Buggy felt reassured. Hey, Buggy. You all are not slow in clearing the challenge either. Is that you? Buggy grew wary. He felt this young man had ulterior motives, yet he lacked evidence. Don't be so tense. I come bearing goodwill. Fang Fan spread his hands, uninterested in male-on-male encounters. What do you mean by stepping back? Are you serious? Here. This is your reward for completing the challenge. He tossed a blazing star magic box to each of them, explaining lightly. Each time you complete a challenge, you will receive a blazing star magic box as a reward. Today is my first time delivering it. Such generous benefits may not occur again. Well, just the early benefits. Yerlita looked at Fang Fan, curious about the contents. Fang Fan snapped his fingers, tossing 2 magic hammers to them. A good question. What is inside? I cannot say what you will unveil. Skills, equipment, materials, costumes. The possibilities are endless. You might even unearth resurrection items. Revive, revive, revive. Buggy seemed speechless, as if he had swallowed boiling water. You will find out soon enough. Come on, Buggy, let me see what you will unveil. Hawkeye wandered aimlessly through the forest, taking a step, then another. Before long, he sensed something amiss. The surrounding trees began to dwindle, and moss and large boulders emerged on the ground. After walking a bit further, the path started to level out.
Not far away, he spotted an uncle tending a fire. This forest indeed harbors others. Notification. You have entered the Elven defense line. Suddenly, a new piece of information flashed in his mind, prompting Hawkeye to quicken his pace. Welcome. I am the finest blacksmith here. Hello, I am a swordsman. May I inquire where I can learn more advanced sword techniques? Hawkeye asked earnestly. Linus chuckled heartily. Such an impatient young man. To learn advanced techniques, you must seek guidance from the Elder of GSD. Where can I find the GSD Elder? No need to rush. I still need a few cat demon claws. If you could bring some back, I would be immensely grateful. Hawkeye paused, understanding the importance of not easily divulging secrets. To witness the pinnacle of swordsmanship sooner, all these trials are worth it. Time to work, pirate. Where can I gather cat demon claws? You will encounter the cat demons after traversing deep through the shadowy forest. Notification. Congratulations, you have received an Abyss Demon Invitation 1000. Buggy gazed at the suddenly accumulated invitations. Puzzled? Invitations? Abyss Demon? What on earth is this? He stared in disbelief at the 1,000 invitations floating in midair and turned to Fang Fan with a question. Could it be that these are indeed sent by demons? Fang Fan sighed. Truly, the luck deity is worthy of praise. The second version of the Abyss Demon has appeared even before the official launch. And it appears with 1,000 invitations. Goodness, will Buggy become a grinding emperor afterwards? Hey, Buggy, this is a fine treasure, something that cannot be sought after even if requested. I advise you to keep it safe. Nanny? What is the purpose of this? Fang Fan laughed heartily, assuring that you would understand in due time. This was even more precious than the resurrection coins obtained by Hawkeye. However, for now, it was best to continue leveling up. Ahem, let us not speak of the machine. For civilization comprises you, me, and him. May you level up swiftly and strive to find the treasure map soon. Compared to Hawkeye's resurrection coins and Remy's assistance, Buggy's invitation was indeed far superior. A few healing potions and resurrection coins are insignificant in the face of the abyss. Resurrection coins are common, but golden glimmers are rare. Thus, under Fang Fan's persuasion, Buggy pressed onward into the depths of the dark forest. The Navy's eyes quickly relayed the information to Sengoku. Are you certain you're not joking? Sengoku exclaimed, leaping from his chair, addressing the snail phone loudly. Yes, Admiral. The entire EC can hear that voice and witness the scene of Hawkeye defeating the colossal beast. What happened, Sengoku? The nearby strategist, Crane, looked puzzled. Rarely seeing the usually composed Sengoku lose his cool. Could it be that there's unusual activity from one of the 4 emperors of the New World? Just received news that Hawkeye battled a young man on the island of Grand Forest and was instantaneously defeated by him. What? The office fell silent, the tension palpable. That is the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. According to the intel, Mihawk was bested in just 2 moves. Sengoku dropped a metaphorical bombshell in the comm office, while a sword-wielding rear admiral stood up in disbelief. Are you certain you didn't misread? Just 2 moves. Indeed. The expression beneath the frog-like glasses was grim. He stated, our agents only captured a profile of this young man, and upon comparison, we found no records of him among the Navy, pirates, or civilians. It's as if Crane, with fingers interlocked, donned a contemplative expression and continued, it's as if this island called Grand Forest is entirely new. Furthermore, prior to this, Hawkeye had vanquished a massive beast in Grand Forest, a complete report from the East Sea. Confirming that Nami still has some time before she can clear the stage, Fang Fan gazed toward Log Town. Smoker, you brat, you lack discipline. Daring to treat my invitation with such disregard. At the Navy base in Log Town, a messenger burst into the office. Report. We have received the latest news from Reverse Mountain. Yes, it has been confirmed that those appearing on the island of Grand Forest include the Shichibukai Mihawk, the pirate clown Buggy, the pirate iron stick Alrita, and an unidentified young man. Has this information been forwarded to headquarters? It has been sent. Very well, you may leave. Smoker puffed on his cigar, the office shrouded in smoke. The sudden emergence of an island, along with bizarre sounds and visuals, was indeed a matter of great significance. I hope the Rear Admiral arrives soon. Otherwise, our Navy's combat strength pales in comparison to Hawkeye's. Involving a Shichibukai, he sensed that matters were far from simple. How did Buggy and Alrita gain entry? Could it be that Hawkeye brought them in? Smoker pondered for a long while, considering the likelihood of this possibility. But why would Hawkeye bring Buggy and the others in? If he did, why were there no signs of them in the visuals? It was quite perplexing. Just as he was about to step out for a breather, he felt a sudden chill on his back. When did someone appear in the office? Who? Smoker drew his weapon, fully prepared for battle. The cigar in his mouth still smoldered, adding a touch of flair to his otherwise brash demeanor. Fang Fan, relying on the wizard's teleportation, arrived without delay, getting straight to the point. Young Smoker, there is no need to be anxious. Please answer me one question. Did you receive the invitation I sent you? Yes, the very one I hold. Fang Fan deliberately displayed the invitation for Smoker to see. Smoker was unsure of the visitor's identity, but he understood that anyone who could appear unexpectedly must possess considerable strength. This invitation looks somewhat familiar. You dare to intrude upon my Navy base for an invitation? Smoker stated firmly, not immediately attacking. On one hand, he was unable to gauge Fang Fan's strength. while on the other, he was certain that there had been no bounty notice for this person in the East Sea. Otherwise, did I make a special trip just for you, Smoker? Fang Fan observed the naive figure before him, sensing that upon entering, he had detected, amidst the file stacks adjacent to the office, the 4 invitations he had sent were carelessly mixed in. Such a valuable invitation should not be lost among mere documents. It infuriates me. Invitation? Smoker was taken aback, suddenly recalling the item delivered earlier. What does this invitation have to do with you? Haha, this invitation is one I sent to you and Dasky for Grant Forest. And you didn't even bother to look at it. Truly disappointing. He fixed his gaze on Fang Fan, suddenly recalling something, his pupils narrowing. You are the person from the island of Grant Forest. Haha. Smoker felt as if the heavens were playing a trick on him. Just a moment ago, he was investigating Grant Forest and the unidentified individual, and the next, that very person stood before him. What did you say? This invitation was sent by you? Not from those nobles in town. Fang Fan realized that this fool genuinely did not know he was the sender of the invitation. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door was pushed open by Dasky. Colonel Smoker, trouble is brewing. The unidentified young powerhouse on Grant Forest defeated Mihawk in just 2 moves. Ding. Dasky, sword in hand, fixed her gaze on Fang Fan and exclaimed, Who are you? No need to be alarmed, Dasky, if all goes as expected. I am indeed the unidentified young powerhouse you mentioned from Grant Forest. Fang Fan declared fearlessly, feeling as at home in the Navy base as if it were his own. Since you have not yet accepted the invitation, allow me to assist you. Before they could react, Fang Fan swiftly launched 2 invitations toward Dasky and Smoker. Both felt as though something new had entered their bodies, their minds momentarily blank. Ghost Slash? What is this skill? Very well. You 2 are now considered recipients of the invitation. The previous ones I sent are merely my welcoming gifts to you, the Navy. Indeed. Remember to arrive early at the Glen Forest for the challenge. Currently, your Navy seems to be devoid of personnel. With that, Fang Fan's figure slowly faded away, leaving Smoker and Tashigi momentarily bewildered. Fang Fan's words, coupled with the sudden surge of power within him, manifested as an iron chain that unexpectedly appeared in Smoker's left hand. After a brief silence, Smoker spoke, Tashigi, please secure those 4 invitation letters. Ah, yes. After finally securing the invitation letters, Smoker hesitated for a moment. Tashigi, the headquarters has informed me that Vice Admiral Mongoose will be arriving shortly. Please ensure that the reception is adequately managed during this time. Colonel Smoker, and what about you? I intend to venture into the Glen Forest first. A hint of concern flickered in his pink-framed eyes. No, Colonel Smoker. This is an order. Understood. You must personally safeguard these invitation letters and ensure that Vice Admiral Mongoose is informed of their significance in the events that transpire today. As for the Glen Forest, I shall explore it first. As Smoker entered the dark forest dungeon, Fang Fan couldn't help but smirk at the notification he received. Smoker, how could you leave Tashigi alone to face the challenge? How inconsiderate. However, Fang Fan was not overly concerned. He trusted that no one could resist the allure of DNF. Once they boarded the ship, there would be no thought of disembarking. Nami cleared the dark forest and exited the Glen Forest. She had completed the first stage but surprisingly opted to withdraw. Reflecting on the pirate narrative, he realized that at this juncture, Nami was likely rushing back to Cocoa Village to confront Arlong. Let her be, after all. She and her companions would inevitably enter Reverse Mountain, so there's no rush. He opened Smoker's combat screen and began to enjoy the spectacle. Upon entering the dark forest, Smoker swiftly cleared the minor foes using his smoke fruit abilities. During this process, he even acquired an automatic handgun. White Fist. Smoker unleashed a powerful blow, reducing a throwing goblin to mere fragments, leaving only a pool of blood in its wake. These green-skinned creatures appeared to possess strength surpassing that of an ordinary soldier. Some of the enhanced goblins he encountered took considerable time to defeat. However, he discovered that using the Demon Slash and Uppercut skills inflicted significantly more damage on these monsters than his own abilities. If he were to attentively sense the power within his left arm, he could discern a force that sent shivers through him. What could this young man's intentions be? Daring to take action against the Navy? At this moment, Smoker had already begun to see himself as a flag of the Navy captured by Fang Fan. Regardless of his motives, I shall uncover them. With such thoughts in mind, his hands did not slow their movements. Meanwhile, at East Sea Rog Town, an ironclad ship gradually approached the shore. Rear Admiral Weasel, who had traversed the Navy's exclusive route, finally arrived at Rog Town, draped in a long Navy cloak. His eternally cold and stern demeanor swept over the ranks of sailors awaiting his arrival. However, a frown soon creased his brow. Where was Smoker? Why had he not come to greet him? Among the lined-up crowd, Tashigi bit her lip anxiously. I beg your pardon, but I must report the reason for Colonel Smoker's absence in private later. Weasel glanced at Tashigi with a hint of understanding. He was certain that Smoker had once again strayed from protocol to pursue other matters. Return to base, he commanded. Yes, sir. In Rog Town, many citizens were abuzz with discussions about the arrival of a rear admiral. Some astute individuals speculated that this high-ranking officer had come due to the sudden appearance of an island and the strange sounds in the sky. Before long, At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku picked up the snail phone call from Weasel. So soon there has been progress? Weasel paused, casting a glance at Tashigi, who had just finished a report, and replied nonchalantly, one might say so. He recounted the situation regarding Smoker, causing Sengoku's brow to furrow deeply, his frog-like glasses appearing clouded with concern. The on-site photographs had also been transmitted. The displayed power was quite peculiar. I attempted to use Tashigi's newly acquired technique known as Dark Slash. What were your impressions? Very strange, Weasel replied, based on my years of swordsmanship experience. This Dark Slash technique is already quite mature. A new user can unleash its full potential with merely a thought. Generally speaking, swordsmen must immerse themselves in their techniques for years, developing and refining them through relentless practice to achieve a perfect sword strike. Sengoku began to grasp the seriousness of the situation, recalling how easily the formidable Mihawk had been defeated. Perhaps this was the technique upon which their opponent relied. Are these powers referred to as demon swordsmen? Sengoku pondered, is it possible that such deities truly exist in this world? His breath caught. Was there a way to contact Smoker? It seemed unlikely, as Smoker had not even brought a snail phone. That rascal. Meanwhile, Admiral Crane listened intently, massaging her temples. At the very least, we know that an invitation is required to enter Grant Forest. As for the power of that ghostly hand, analysis of the current intelligence suggests it bears similarities to a devil fruit, albeit this ghostly hand grants the wielder the strength of a swordsman. Tosaka interjected, indeed. This power may rival that of a devil fruit. Given Mihawk's prowess, he should not have been defeated in just 2 moves. Having clashed with him myself, I believe the more likely scenario is that those 2 moves introduced Mihawk to an entirely different level of swordsmanship, leading him to concede willingly. She felt a twinge of regret. It was unfortunate that the spies had not captured those 2 moves. Since this young man has mastered such a technique, it is clear that he must have a purpose, although we are currently unclear about his intentions. The fact that this power has been presented before the Navy leaves no room for inaction. Crane, serving as a chief strategist, laid the matter bare. Moreover, that young man seems to have a favorable view of the Navy. He even mentioned offering a gift upon meeting. Sengoku began to contemplate. Considering the vague and ambiguous stance of the Gorosei, the situation appeared more complex than anticipated. Weasel, keep one of those invitations with you and send the remaining 3 to headquarters. Just as Sengoku was about to continue, Weasel suddenly interjected, Admiral Sengoku. There have been 2 broadcasts from the sky, displaying the first successful completion of the Thunder Ruins by Mihawk, with rewards of 3,000 and 5,000 coins. The latter also granting 100,000 berries. I will transmit the footage immediately. The screen displayed, Dracula Mihawk successfully completed the Poison Thunder Ruins, earning 5,000 coins and 100,000 berries. In the footage, Mihawk wielded a katana, effortlessly defeating the Poison Cat Demon with an upward slash followed by a dark slash. The display continued with several clips of him vanquishing goblins, cat demons, and minotaurs, showcasing a breathtaking montage of his prowess. This time, the entire pirate community of the East Sea was in an uproar. Although the initial information was somewhat perplexing, the subsequent mention of thousands of gold coins and 100,000 berries was crystal clear. Could it be that merely defeating a few cat-like monsters could yield such a fortune? A windfall from the heavens? The sum of 100,000 berries is certainly not insignificant. Most individuals lack a concrete understanding of the economics within piracy. Typically, a soldier's annual salary hovers around 50,000 to 60,000 berries, with benefits and allowances bringing it to approximately 78,000. Each time pirates engage in plunder, a fortunate haul could yield 100,000 berries, while misfortune could result in dire consequences. Now, merely by venturing to this island and slaying monsters, one could obtain 100,000 berries along with gold? Oh, heavens and earth. Release those monsters for us to conquer. We too shall venture to the Grand Forest to battle creatures. With weapons in hand, follow me. Observing the fervor of the surrounding crowd and pirates, Monkey D. Dragon resolved to remain in the East Sea for the time being. The island of Grand Forest was indeed peculiar. The only comforting news was that he had not spotted any Navy presence there. In other words, this place was not orchestrated by the Navy. He informed his comrades that he would personally oversee matters in the East Sea, assuring them not to worry. As for Grand Forest, he would pay a personal visit. With the command relayed, a gust of wind swept by, and Dragon vanished from sight. In Grand Forest, Hawkeye had gradually become accustomed to the rules after several challenges. The reward for 3 initial completions, the cross/blade. Hawkeye examined the attributes of the sword. Cross/blade type, long sword level, 20 rarity, epic durability, 35 physical attack power, 253 magical attack power, 293 independent attack power, 152 strength, 39 intelligence, 47 casting speed, 5 attack speed, 8 initial completion reward. Equipped level reduced by 10. Additional attributes. When attacking, there is a 4 chance to reduce the enemy's HP by 30 in PK arenas and areas outside dungeons. This reduction is limited to 1 Effect on elite monsters is 13, on lord monsters is 16. What to do when encountering a tough opponent. Use this blade to slice through. Upon observing this uniquely crafted weapon, Hawkeye could not help but feel exhilarated. Although this blade did not compare to his own black blade Yoru, its radiant appearance and slender blade far surpassed those of ordinary swords. It was indeed a formidable tool, perfect for leveling up. Unbeknownst to him, the significance of the epic weapon's additional attributes eluded him as he focused entirely on his leveling tasks. After inspecting his progress, he noted that due to his relentless grinding, he had reached level 8, and with just 2 more levels, he could wield the blade. The duration of the ancient elf's mysterious potion still persisted. He needed to seize the moment to level up. He checked his task supplies. Minotaur hair, 20 cat demon claws, 15 toxic cat king's fangs. 11 It was time to turn in the quests. Meanwhile, Fang Fan received a system notification indicating that 3 players had reached level 5 and 60 world points were now available. He exchanged these points for 60 invitation letters, which were promptly dispatched. Fang Fan looked at the 60 world points he had painstakingly amassed, now completely expended. However, this would allow more individuals to revel in the joys of the toxic milk powder. Onward, pirates and navy alike, as more professions await your unlocking. He then reviewed the progress of his recruits: Nami, LV4 Mage Dracula Mihawk, LV8 Demon Swordsman Yurita, LV5 Demon Swordsman Buggy, LV5 Sharpshooter Smoker, LV3 Demon Swordsman. Gazing at the pile of invitation letters in his inventory, Fang Fan resolved to continue the grand distribution of invitations. Noticing that Nami had returned to the Merry, he decided to initiate the merriment of the main cast. He was eager to discover what professions the red-haired, green-clad, black-pantsed, and brown-skinned individuals would activate. In the thunderous ruins, Buggy and Yurita teamed up to clear out monsters. Suddenly, they spotted a shimmering item. In a fragmented state, Buggy's hand floated over, clutching a glowing object. Could this be treasure? But why did it emit a pink glow? Without Buggy's green dagger providing range suppression, Yurita felt an immediate surge of pressure. With a swift cross slash, she turned to Buggy. Buggy? She leapt back, rushing to his side. What is this? Upon reading the information, Buggy burst into laughter, reveling in delight. This weapon is truly comparable to treasure, Yurita. Look, it's a divine artifact. Yurita's eyes sparkled with excitement. The peculiar Grand Forest had bestowed upon them strange powers. Initially resistant, she soon found herself enchanted after several battles. The two of them tirelessly pondered how to level up. The information within the completion invitation revealed that their weapons were categorized into white, blue, rare purple, divine pink, and golden epic. They had not anticipated that a divine artifact could drop from an elite monster. Fortune seems to have favored me. Bucky, what manner of weapon is this? And what are its attributes? Bucky exclaimed with unrestrained joy. This weapon is perfectly suited for my use henceforth. Jennings J22 type, automatic pistol level, 10 rarity, artifact durability, 30 physical attack power, 106 magical attack power, 147 intelligence, 35 casting speed. For additional attributes, silver bullet LV2. Knee strike LV2. Care for a silver bullet? I shall be more than willing to accommodate you. But I will send you flying with a knee strike before you can fire that bullet. A conversation between Kelly and Jennings unfolds. Meanwhile, Nami returned to the Going Merry, gazing incredulously at the invitation in her hands. She never anticipated that this invitation possessed such a wondrous teleportation capability. She placed the invitation into the not yet filled great anchor. The sea breeze tousled her short hair, and as she approached the village, her heart raced with increasing trepidation. She wondered if she could finally conquer Arlong this time. Were it not for her urgency to return to the village, she would have preferred to linger in that enchanting forest and slay a few more monsters. However, time was of the essence. At the horizon, near Kokoyashi village, a figure hurried along. Along the way, he kept his gaze fixed on Smoker's underground citadel. Though this fellow was rather straightforward, he did not appear to be lacking in intellect. In the scene, Smoker was employing the skill of the ghost swordsman to continuously clear the wild beasts, relying on his 10 hands. Gradually, he realized that combining his newly acquired skill with his smoke fruit significantly enhanced his efficiency. Before long, he had vanquished the Minotaur and entered the Elven defense line. The blacksmith Linus observed a robust swordsman clad in a thick vest, muscles on full display, with windproof goggles hanging around his neck. Greetings, warrior. I am the finest blacksmith here. Do you require weapon repairs? Smoker, with a thick cigar clenched between his teeth, exuded an aura of intimidation amidst the swirling smoke. No need. No need. Warrior, one ought to treat their gear with the same care one would afford a beloved. How can you not need it? At a loss for words, Smoker fell silent. After a moment, he asked, where is this place? What is your purpose? Hidden in the shadows, Fang Fan nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, is this how one conducts an investigation? At that moment, Smoker was overwhelmed with questions. This place radiated an air of strangeness. Those humanoid creatures could not be exterminated. Every time he entered a room, he encountered a horde of monsters. Slaying them felt as futile as not slaying them at all. Nevertheless, he appeared to have leveled up to level 4. Along the journey, he had gathered some peculiar materials. With the keen instincts of a Navy officer, he collected goblin bones, tattered cloth, wild strawberries, and the like. These items may indeed inspire the Navy to make some discoveries. As he emerged from the shadowy thicket into the elven defense line, he was unexpectedly confronted by an eccentric blacksmith. In this vast forest, a blacksmith appears. But is he by the river? No, he is not. This is the elven defense line, brave warrior. Beyond lies the depths of the Dreadwood, the Thunder Ruins. And the venomous Thunder Ruins. A seasoned warrior would consult the map independently, rather than seek guidance from a mere blacksmith. Linus, clad in a worn white vest, with bronze arms and sinewy muscles, bore a weathered visage adorned with a faint smile. He fixed his gaze upon Smog, remarking, as for your purpose, warrior, are you not here for adventure? Smog, with a thick cigar clenched between his teeth, replied, indeed, I have come here for adventure. Well? An adventure that risks the ire of my superior. Linus discerned nothing amiss and said, in that case, I have a task for you. Assist me. And this great sword shall be yours. Will you accept the task issued by blacksmith Linus, the training of the phantom swordsman? Training? Smog felt a stir of interest and accepted the task. Training, you say? I shall see what your true intentions are. He planned to go along with it for now, intending to seize leverage once he uncovered any ulterior motives. Fang Fan observed the white hunter, who intended to infiltrate, and could not help but chuckle. Just focus on your task. At the same time, he glanced at Bucky and his companion, who had inexplicably encountered a divine artifact in the Dreadwood and had even leveled up to level 5. However, these two fools, after slaying for a considerable time, had yet to realize their experience points had not moved. Frustrated, Fang Fan activated his authority and sealed their opportunity for another challenge. On another front, just as he prepared to check on the progress of the diligent Eagle Eye, he discovered that Nami had already entered the village. With her formidable perception, she sensed that the main cast had also arrived in the village. Curse this convergence of timelines. Meanwhile, as Fang Fan silently awaited the unfolding drama, in the Navy branch of Rogue Town, the Weasel donned a cloak of justice, a sharp blade at his side, and his punkish purple hair added a touch of gallantry. Corporal Dasky, the headquarters has approved your request. You are to enter the Grand Forest as a reconnaissance agent. Understood. Dasky responded with determination. Upon entering the Grand Forest, establish immediate contact with the video snail. The Weasel earnestly instructed, ensure that the video snail on your shoulder remains operational, while safeguarding yourself. Investigate this island and locate your superior, Smog, so that you may return together. Yes. Dasky exerted every effort to activate the mysterious invitation, deciding to seek out her superior herself. Now, activate the document in your possession. As Dasky activated the invitation, a mysterious force enveloped her, spreading like a breeze. In her palm, a blue gemstone glimmered. The female phantom swordsman, utilizing a device known as the demon binding restraint to suppress her internal energy transfer, became an embodiment of magical prowess, executing dazzling attacks and elegant swordsmanship. Unlike the male phantom swordsman, who wielded his swords with a raw, oppressive might, the female phantom swordsman wielded her blade with grace, perfectly merging femininity with martial prowess. Ethereal and poised, she epitomized elegance. In the future, as various professions evolved in Arad, tales spread, the Dark Emperor commands like a maestro. The Sword Master outputs like a machine. The Sword Emperor is as beautiful as a flower. The Sword Demon, Fang Fan held great expectations for the female phantom swordsman within the pirate ranks. Weasel General, I am on my way, Dasky reported, and as she stood there, the space around her twisted, and she vanished from sight. Such teleportation technology, if possessed by our Navy, would surely herald an era of peace. The Weasel gazed at the spot where Dasky had disappeared, lost in thought, completely oblivious to the breeze that swept through the office. Before long, the Weasel received news from his subordinates that the invitation meant to escort back to headquarters was mysteriously missing a page. Unable to find any leads, they had no choice but to abandon the search. In the Grand Forest, Dasky's figure emerged in the Dreadwood. Shortly after, the Navy branch of Rogue Town and the Marshal's office in Marineford illuminated with a clear image. Before them lay a panorama of towering trees, verdant foliage, gray-white stone pillars, and an eerie metallic gate, all of which left the Navy personnel in a state of bewilderment. This island was peculiar. Our Navy's extensive records had never indicated such an ecosystem. Moreover, those green monsters, humanoid in shape and covered in a slick green sheen, were likely formidable adversaries. I wonder how long our new recruits can endure. They did not ponder for long, as Dasky swiftly shed her cautious demeanor, brandishing a naval cutlass and charging forward. Like a fierce gale, she launched into an aerial strike, lifting 3 goblins into the air. With a dark slash, she left a trail of dark energy resembling lightning's claws, dismembering the 3 goblins into several pieces. These techniques have been honed by the flying squirrel, and the 2 skills can evidently be intertwined to form a cohesive combination. The flying squirrel even speculates that, should there be additional skills, the synergy between them would likely be even more seamless. At this moment, the Admirals were perplexed as the blood and flesh on the grass vanished in less than 3 seconds, leaving no trace behind. Something was amiss. The peculiar forest exhibited an astonishing capacity for the degradation of blood and flesh. Such anomalies were meticulously documented by the naval personnel accompanying them. They followed Dashki's silhouette, witnessing the young girl as she obliterated the goblin stronghold and triumphed over the flame goblins and the Minotaur elite. After an arduous battle, Dashki collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, beside the dim figure of the Minotaur beast. Corporal, remain vigilant while you rest, and collect all items dropped by the monsters. Yes, Commander Sengoku. Without catching her breath, Dashki rose to gather the fallen loot. Furnace coal, iron shards, goblin bones, newcomer HP potions. Commander, I found a fine sword. Dashki's fatigue dissipated, replaced by sheer delight, her steps now buoyant. She picked up a glowing sword from the ground, its attributes quickly revealing themselves. Katana type, long sword level, 5 rarity, common durability, 35 physical attack, 51 magical attack, 48 strength, 3 intelligence, 3 casting speed. For physical critical, 2 hit rate, -1 uppercut level. 1 only a true samurai can wield this sword. The unknown swordmaster's eyes sparkled as he relayed the sword's information to the admirals. A chorus of astonished voices erupted. Have you noticed? Although this katana is powerful, it requires level 5 to wield. Corporal Dashki is currently only level 3, so it seems she must enhance her level. The advisor, Crane, astutely pointed out the crux of the matter. The admirals nodded in agreement. Yet they found themselves in a quandary. Should they continue their investigation here or venture elsewhere for further challenges? The admirals were not foolish. The items dropped by these green-skinned creatures and Minotaur-like monsters appeared to possess some unique functionalities, particularly the weapons dropped. A simple sword could rival the quality of the renowned blades of the pirate world. If they could acquire more, perhaps their naval equipment would ascend to a new echelon. In the pirate world, the supreme great sword and the excellent quick sword were not easily acquired by every admiral. Now, in this very place, a sword sharper than their ordinary quick swords could hold profound significance for those in the Navy skilled in swordsmanship. Though fine swords were crucial, this was merely the first exploration. Everyone should discern the priorities. Sengoku asserted decisively, and the admirals understood that his reasoning was sound. Having concluded this endeavor, they chose to seek another dungeon. Corporal Dashki, scout the vicinity for information. With Sengoku's command, Dashki soon received a notification and cautiously stepped out of the shadowy forest. Notification: you have entered the Elven defense line. Congratulations, you have completed the Ghost Swordsman training task. Your level has increased to level 10. The effect of the ancient elf's elixir has elapsed. Double experience has vanished. Having reached level 10, the keen-eyed swordsman promptly drew his cross-cutting sword and raised his gaze slightly. Finally, he could seek someone to learn new skills. To level up, he had tirelessly farmed monsters, even consuming the double elixirs he had drawn from the magic box. Upon returning to Linus, he submitted his Ghost Swordsman training task and acquired the Hutton Mall map. Take this map to the back street of Hutton Mall and find the Elder GSD. He will teach you new techniques. While Fang Fan could assist the Eagle Eye in learning skills due to the system, he would not always be available for such guidance. In the early stages, reliance on the Ghost Swordsman Mentor, GSD, was essential. Bidding farewell to Linus, the Eagle Eye traversed through a magical door, arriving on the bustling streets of Hutton Mall. The low houses were arranged in a staggered manner, with semicircular roofs complementing each other. The gray and orange interlaced paving stones were neat and pristine. Activating his observation hockey, the Eagle Eye quickly discerned that the 2 individuals beside the street were anything but ordinary. The first was a bald master, clad in yellow robes, with white bandages wrapped around his arms. His presence radiated a dynamic aura, akin to a swimming dragon. Nearby, a tall woman donned a blue dress and black sleeves, with 2 peculiar belts at her waist and an odd machine behind her. Despite the distance, the Eagle Eye felt an unsettling sense of being within the reach of her attacks. I am Wind Fistmaster, Wind Jun, as the robed bald man spoke. The Eagle Eye, respecting his prowess, replied, I am Swordsman Dracul Mihawk, known as the Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye? A commendable name. You are the first adventurer I have encountered. Winjin crossed his arms, focusing on the sword in Eagle Eye's hands. Though I am not fond of edged weapons, these 2 exceptions are remarkable. The aura of the epic sword and the supreme great sword is extraordinary. Winjin evidently sensed the difference in the weapons held by the Eagle Eye. The Ghost Swordsman, GSD, is located in the back street. You will find him beyond this magical door. My intuition tells me your strength surpasses that of ordinary swordsmen. Should you have the time, I wonder if you would be interested in testing your skills in a duel. Winjin's invitation stirred something within the Eagle Eye. He understood the implications of a duel arena. For a master like him, finding someone capable of drawing their sword was a rarity. Perhaps here, the circumstances would differ. However, he was also aware that his primary purpose was to learn new sword techniques. After bidding farewell to Winjin, he proceeded to the back street. In contrast to the emptiness of the main street, the back street appeared even more desolate. A short, white-haired elder, with impeccably groomed white beard and hair, wore a somewhat worn blue robe. Nearby, several dull-looking long swords leaned against a wooden crate. The narrow back street was filled only with the crackling sounds of flames from the elder's hearth, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. The first ghost swordsman seems to possess considerable strength. Beneath his gray-white brows, the elder's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light. Old friend, you have work to do. As the eagle eye passed by the elder, his gaze fell upon the elderly figure seated in the corner. He meticulously scrutinized him, particularly drawn to the bandaged eyes and the weapons behind him. In your steps, there is a steady brilliance. Young ghost swordsman, you have finally arrived. The eagle eye expanded his observation haki to its maximum, attempting to discern the sharpness of the swordsman from the elder's frail figure. Yet, all his probing felt like a bamboo pole plunged into a deep well, yielding no response. Listen with your ears, slice with your heart. Bewildered ghost swordsman. Do you wish to learn the skills of the ghost swordsman? Whether to accept the task of becoming a true swordmaster, Mihawk found himself in a moment of hesitation. For the majority of his life, he had dedicated himself to the pursuit of the supreme way of the sword, and in the world of pirates. He had already reached the pinnacle of his craft. Yet now, a new realm of swordsmanship had emerged. This was a pinnacle of swordsmanship he had never before ascended. His heart, long dormant, seemed to leap with newfound vigor. Accept, as you wish, when you believe you have mastered the techniques of the phantom swordsman, return to me. Hawkeye felt an overwhelming surge of information flooding into his mind, stirring his interest in the newly unveiled techniques. Rift Slash, a powerful upward strike that assaults the foe ahead, unleashing a rift that inflicts multiple hits on surrounding enemies and sends them flying. During the upward slash, a grab is initiated. Failing to secure the grab means the rift cannot be released. Silver Edge, while in a state of leap, one delivers a forceful thrust downward upon the enemy. A successful thrust generates a shockwave. Cross Slash, a weapon is swung to deliver a cross slash to the enemy, summoning a blood cross to attack, with a certain probability of causing the enemy to bleed. Moonlight Slash, a crescent-shaped strike infused with dark attribute damage, is aimed at the foe ahead, followed by an additional single-handed upward slash. Shortly after Linus bid farewell to Hawkeye, he was greeted by two more adventurers. Despite Linus's extensive experience, he had never encountered such an oddly peculiar man, surviving with limbs and body separated, yet still able to speak. By the apostles, are this generation of adventurers truly so extraordinary? Greetings, adventurer. The two, including Buggy, immediately noticed the burly man by the hearth. Buggy, a pirate by origin, was drawn over. I am no mere adventurer. I am a pirate. A grand pirate. Warning, you are attempting to threaten NPC Linus. Please be mindful of your words and actions. What? Am I really just being a nuisance by approaching? Buggy found himself engulfed in self-doubt. After all, the other party was merely a burly man. At that moment, Yalata and Baki approached, the former gracefully wielding a wolf fawn club thicker than her waist. Linus was taken aback by the sight of this elegant and captivating lady. A female ghost swordsman. How astonishing that a female ghost swordsman has appeared so swiftly. No wonder that esteemed individual remarked that the newly emerging adventurer classes differ significantly from the originals. I have a training task for the young female ghost swordsman and sharpshooter. Before Linus could finish his sentence, a commanding shout compelled all three to turn their heads. Baki, Yalada, Dasky, resplendent and poised, brandished a gleaming standard naval saber. Linus was astonished. Another female ghost swordsman. Since when have they become so common? The Navy. Baki's eyes widened in disbelief. To think that one could encounter the Navy in this place. What should we do? The infamous Buggy was on the verge of abandoning his body as he prepared to flee. With elegance and poise, Yalada raised her formidable spiked club, ready to strike at Dasky's long blade. Assistance. The admirals at naval headquarters hurriedly sought to intervene and prevent Dasky from engaging. Sengoku urgently exclaimed, Dasky, now is not the time to clash with pirates. Buggy is hardly a significant threat. Let them pass. You must remember your purpose for being here. Prioritize gathering information. Dasky halted in her tracks, reluctantly retracting her blade. Though she felt a sense of frustration, she had no choice but to relent. Humph, I shall spare you this time. Meanwhile, Yalata planted her spiked club firmly into the ground, adjusting her hat with a challenging demeanor. You are always welcome to come at me. The fierce exchange of glances sparked an invisible tension, threatening to ignite into conflict. Yet, ultimately, the two refrained from engaging in battle. Linus then spoke. I am the esteemed blacksmith Linus. Adventurers, are you prepared to embark on your trial tasks? The three received a simultaneous notification. Would you like to accept the task, training of the marksman? Would you like to accept the task, training of the phantom swordswoman? To both Buggy and Yalada were taken aback, training tasks. It was evident that this was an opportunity to enhance their combat prowess. Is this satisfactory? This is splendid. It turns out that accepting a mission grants access to a new map. Sengoku and his companions seized upon this information, speculating that Smoker may have also accepted a mission to challenge in a new location. Lieutenant Dashki, please refrain from taking any action for the time being. Suddenly reminded Chief of Staff Crane from Sengoku's office. I surmise that Smoker has indeed accepted this task. Perhaps you will encounter him while he is completing it. Upon hearing this, Dashki's expression revealed a hint of excitement. Really? There is no time constraint for exploring this island. You might as well wait here and converse with the man on the island, seeking out valuable information. I understand. Buck and his companion. Observing the female Navy officer's secretive demeanor, decided not to squander any more time. They accepted the mission, formed a team, and ventured into the depths of the dark forest together. Linus watched their retreating figures, feeling inexplicably that the air around him seemed to have become more fragrant. With the aid of his epic weapon, Mihawk swiftly entered a realm of yellow-hued forests. Walls of stacked boulders and railings of thick timber enclosed the area. On the parched, yellow grass, peculiar wooden barrels were visible, surrounded by flames that could never be extinguished. The entire vista was suffused with a fiery hue. Prompt: you have entered Graka. Could it be that this place was once influenced by the devil fruits? As a warlord of the sea and the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk's perspective is certainly beyond that of ordinary individuals. In pursuit of challenging various masters of the sword, he has traversed numerous islands. Some of these islands possess extraordinarily bizarre climates and environments, and Graka before him is no exception. Fire. Mihawk unsheathed his cross-cutting sword, intending to fully employ the techniques of the ghost swordsman to vanquish these goblins. For he firmly believes that through these techniques, he can comprehend the power of the ghost swordsman. This is the confidence he possesses as the world's foremost swordsman. He skillfully clears his path, gradually mastering the techniques of the ghost swordsman. The execution flows seamlessly. Silver light slash, upward strike, ghost slash, earth split, wave sword, three-stage slash, cross slash, culminating in the wave split slash. Simultaneously, an epiphany arises within him. Amidst these so-called splendid techniques, he discerns the diverse applications of the ghost swordsman's power. The upward strikes rely on the strength of blade and technique. Silver light slash, three-stage slash. The mysterious power of the ghostly deity is channeled through cross slash, moonlight slash, and ghost slash. He recalls the phantom sword dance he witnessed earlier with Fang Fan, a technique whose origins remain elusive. My swordsmanship. The power of the ghost swordsman. His keen gaze remains steady as the fog of uncertainty in his heart slowly dissipates, amidst the cries of goblins and minotaurs. A profound realization gradually dawns upon his consciousness. In the village of Kokochia, Fang Fan watches intently as Luffy battles Arlong. To be precise, it is Luffy who is soundly thrashing Arlong. The immersive 3D viewing experience allows him to miss not a single detail. Nami, empowered by the magic of a sorceress, manages to hold her ground against Arlong for a brief moment, but ultimately, she finds herself powerless when Arlong threatens the lives of the villagers. Just as the situation becomes dire, Luffy intervenes, charging into the fishman paradise that Arlong has established and creating chaos. Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro have just completed their battle. Approaching the beautiful Nami, who is tending to Luffy's wounds, Sanji murmurs, I want you to bandage my wounds too. I told you, go take care of the injured Zoro. Nami retorts. Zoro, clad in a floral shirt, remains silent, his upper body wrapped in bandages, as he quietly reflects on the details of the recent battle. Usopp rests nearby. Is everyone alright? Fang Fan's figure gradually materializes in midair. In an instant, the attention of the protagonist trio is drawn to his presence. Zoro tightens his grip on the sword, Wado Ikamanji, bracing himself against his injuries, while Luffy's eyes widen in astonishment. Wow, how impressive. Someone is walking in the air. How's he doing that? Nami, who was bandaging him, nearly loses her composure when Luffy suddenly sits up, causing the bandages she meticulously wrapped to unravel. Simultaneously, Nami gazes into the air, her voice tinged with curiosity. How did you end up here? Luffy grins. Nami, do you know this guy? Of course. Don't underestimate him. My magical powers come from him. Usopp, startled, raises his slingshot. Captain Usopp, the sea warrior, commands thousands of followers, so I'm not afraid of you. Fool, he is not here to cause us trouble, Nami replies, piecing things together. Are you here to deliver that kind of invitation? Zoro and Sanji are momentarily taken aback. An invitation? Fang Fan descends gracefully, a slight smile gracing his lips. Clever. Now, let us meet the grandson of Garp, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy, startled, exclaims, Huh? What? You know my grandpa? I don't know him. Then why are you greeting me? That is not important. Eventually, everyone will come to know me. At that moment, Zoro feels himself captivated by this confidence. What level of self-assurance does one possess to utter such audacious words? As a first meeting, allow me to offer you a small boon. Fang Fan closes his eyes and removes one of the 6 skill slots, replacing it with a rapid healing ability. With a wave of his hand, gentle green light streams forth, enveloping Luffy, Zoro, and the others. Usopp stares in astonishment as the soft green light surrounds him. A wave of comfort emanating from his wounds. Zoro feels the effects most acutely. He had already been struck twice by Hawkeye. Coupled with the extensive movements from the battle, his injuries had intensified, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. However, as the healing light works its magic, the wound on his chest remarkably begins to mend. Ah, I feel revitalized. Luffy, with his lanky figure, stands up, stretches, and flexes his fists, feeling entirely at ease. He throws an arm around Fang Fan's shoulders, enthusiastically patting him on the back. You are truly a good person for healing my friends. Fang Fan, with 3 black lines forming at the corner of his eye, can't help but sigh. Luffy possesses quite a charming familiarity. Now that the wound has healed, let us proceed to the matter at hand. Zoro also rose to his feet, gradually unwrapping the bandages enveloping him. His vigilance naturally lessened somewhat as he listened with curiosity to Fang Fan's words. You must have seen the images of the Grand Forest over the East Sea, right? That island of the Grand Forest was created by me. I intend to invite you all to train on my island. If you are diligent and fortunate enough, you will emerge at least 5 times stronger than you are now. Fang Fan captivated his audience. What? So you are an island master? A peculiar image formed in Luffy's mind. A solitary island, with the stout Fang Fan standing proudly at its peak, a small flag raised. Emblazoned with the words, Island Master. If you put it that way, it is not impossible, Fang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. However, Zoro and the others were not like Luffy. They recalled the bizarre notifications that echoed across the East Sea and the previous battle scenes in the sky. Their perception of Fang Fan elevated significantly. Zoro, in particular, gripped his sword tightly. A figure of such formidable strength rendered one's caution seemingly futile. The powerful wield absolute dominion over the weak. It is imperative to become stronger. In order to ascend to my island, you must activate this invitation. The invitation will awaken a great power within you, granting you a capacity for sustainable growth. Fang Fan patiently elucidated with a smile. By the way, this power does not conflict with the abilities of devil fruits, nor does it carry their side effects. Several invitation cards in his hand shimmered with a radiant glow, capturing the attention of Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. Should you consider it? Luffy is not foolish. In truth, though he may appear reckless, he has always been audacious yet meticulous. He sensed no malice in Fang Fan's aura, from the perspective of healing his companions. Bestowing such peculiar power seemed rather beneficial. Everyone, Nami wished to urge them to seize this opportunity, but was directly halted by Fang Fan. I trust they will make the right judgment. Nami fell silent. Zoro and the others reminisced about the time they witnessed Mihawk's sharp and resplendent techniques, their eyes sharpening with resolve. They approached Fang Fan directly, stating, to become the world's greatest swordsman, I require a more potent power. As the light pulsated, an iron ring manifested as a phantom upon Zoro's arm. Once the apparition solidified, his left hand bore grotesque blood-red markings. In his mind, 3 skills suddenly emerged: Upward Slash, Demon Slash, and Red Array, Blade Soul of Kazan. Blade Soul of Kazan summons the Blade Soul of Kazan, augmenting the strength and intellect of allied members within the summoning domain, with effects lasting for a certain duration. Even Fang Fan was somewhat astonished. Zoro could directly summon the Blade Soul Kazan, a 5th-level skill. Reflecting on this, he checked Mihawk's skills. Mihawk has not learned the Blade Soul Kazan technique. Did GSD not teach it? Fang Fan recollected that Mihawk was a relentless challenger of the sword path. He firmly believed that at the pinnacle of the sword path, transcending the self, the sword path is the singular truth. The power of the demon god likely would not entice Mihawk at all. Perhaps when the time comes for the demon cry to emerge, he might even regard it as a malevolent force. Do not underestimate these individuals of great resolve. In certain aspects, their obsession leaves one utterly powerless. However, this also served as a reminder to Fang Fan. Some individuals may awaken different skill talents upon their professional awakening. Reflecting on One Piece, it seemed that many of Zoro's formidable moves were often accompanied by ghostly apparitions. It is possible that his future techniques resonate closely with the demon swordsman's demon cry skill, thus leading to the awakening of the Red Array. In this light, it seems that the first of the demons is none other than Zoro. Zoro, you truly take me by surprise. Fang Fan could not help but voice his thoughts, and upon noticing the puzzled expressions of those around him, he elaborated. Typically, when individuals awaken their professions, they possess merely 2 skills. For instance, when Hawkeye awakens his profession, he only has the moves Upward Thrust and Demon Slash, with other techniques becoming available only after reaching level 5. And by the way, after reaching level 10, you shall be able to seek instruction from your professional mentors. Or rather, activate your subsequent skills. Nami paused, taken aback. Level 5 allows for new skills? She mused. I just happened to encounter Hawkeye, and I activated his skills. Others, however, must wait until level 10. No wonder when I witnessed Hawkeye vanquishing the goblins, he executed several moves with unmatched ferocity. Nami realized, level 10 is truly formidable. Ignoring Nami's revelation, Fang Fan continued, but Zoro is different. He possesses a 3rd skill. Why not unleash it and allow your companions to experience this power? Zoro remained silent, taking a few steps before focusing his mind to activate the bloodlines etched upon his left hand. The onlookers were soon enveloped by a chilling cacophony of strange howls. And then they beheld, from where Zoro stood, the spectral form of a monstrous apparition began to coalesce. Before me stands a shadowy apparition of a crimson beast, its maw bristling with an array of sharp, serrated teeth. The head appears to emerge ominously from within a suit of armor, fierce and enigmatic, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dare approach. From the armor's shoulder guards protrude 2 monstrous arms, reminiscent of the ghostly appendages wielded by Zoro. However, these spectral hands are even more fearsome and colossal, exuding an aura of terror. How astounding, Zoro, that you can summon forth an armored head, Luffy exclaimed. His mouth agape in astonishment, nearly large enough to accommodate 3 bunts. This technique is Zoro's own, and it is likely that in the future, others skilled in the art of the ghost swordsman will also master it. Yet, Zoro remains the first to comprehend this skill upon activating his profession. Haha. You truly are remarkable, Zoro. Luffy laughed heartily, elated by Zoro's innate talent. Fang Fan offered generous praise. Yet he knew that true strength stems not only from innate talent but also from relentless effort. If even that green-haired fellow possesses a gifted skill, I shall give it a try, Sanji boldly declared as he stepped forward to Fang Fan. As the glow of the invitation enveloped him, Sanji felt warmth radiating through his arms and legs. Simultaneously, an immense surge of power coursed through him, enhancing his strength by threefold, particularly in his legs. In an instant, his mind was flooded with 3 new skills: back kick, a powerful rear kick that sends enemies soaring, with an instant activation of invulnerability; front kick, a forceful front kick capable of launching foes away; low kick, a high-damage kick aimed at downed enemies, inflicting extended immobilization upon those struck. Realizing that all eyes were upon him, Sanji approached the shattered remnants of a stone pillar. With a fierce kick, swift as the wind and mighty as thunder, he propelled the entire rooftop of Fishman Island into the air. Following this, an even more formidable front kick sent the entire roof flying away. The crowd gasped in disbelief as Sanji's powerful kick shattered a massive stone column into fragments. Even Fang Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It seems your innate skills are quite impressive, Sanji. Recognizing the legendary annihilation kick, Fang Fan's own memories were stirred. In the early, unofficial speedrun videos of DNF, the war god was said to possess kicks capable of shattering screens, with exaggerated effects and dazzlingly fierce damage. One kick could obliterate a fully health boss, displaying a screen full of 999,999. Is it handsome? Absolutely stunning. Not to mention, the profession itself is extraordinarily exhilarating. The martial arts are truly remarkable. Whether in terms of skill manifestation or the profession itself, the ultimate combat that ignites one's blood is unparalleled. The name martial arts is indeed well-deserved. It is astonishing that Sanji has evolved into a Sanzo practitioner, leaving Fang Fan in awe. From the original storyline, Sanji's demon wind foot bears a striking resemblance to the visual effects of the flame step, though the flames of the latter are more pure and pronounced. The demon wind foot generates a crimson high temperature through rapid rotation. In such a state, Sanji's speed and striking power multiply exponentially. The flame step, however, is a signature skill of martial arts. The relentless training and honing of the body in Sanzo give rise to such flames. In later stages, Luffy's second gear also manifests flames beneath his feet for the same reason. His physical strength has reached an extraordinary level. Furthermore, from another perspective, Sanji's kicking technique aligns perfectly with the Sanzo style, which primarily relies on legs and arms for attacks. Contemplating this, it seems plausible that Sanji has become a martial artist. So, which of you two will go first? Fang Fan glanced at Usopp and Luffy, who had yet to awaken their professions. He was exceedingly curious about the classes they would awaken in the dungeon. He speculated that they would likely become a fighter and a sharpshooter. Yet the precise nature of their professions eluded him. In the Thunder Ruins, Smoker activated the power of the smoke fruit, soaring through the air, leveraging his aerial advantage. It wasn't long before he dispatched Thunder Kino. Ah, a cross has appeared? Did it drop from this lord? Picking up the peculiar cross, the information instantly materialized before his eyes. Blue crystal cross type, cross level, 10 rarity, rare durability, 35 health, 14 spirit, 14 physical attack, 132 physical defense, 120 magical attack, 125 magical defense, 120 independent attack, 69 casting speed. 2 additional attributes. Cleric's slow healing 1. Cleric's purification 1 crafted from blue crystal. This cross should fetch a handsome price. Galantis Gracia. Is this a weapon? The more Smoker examined it, the more convinced he became. Who would have thought a mere cross could serve as a weapon? Is it intended for clerics? Realizing that his profession was that of a soul knight, he surmised that this cleric must belong to a different class. Perhaps similar to the devil fruits, which each person can consume only once. This mysterious power can only be mastered by one individual at a time. Smoker's gaze swept across the bubbling marsh below, and as he took a few steps, a red object tumbled down from the branches of a nearby tree. Utilizing a bit of his observation haki, Smoker swiftly grasped it. This is wild strawberry? Wild strawberry consumable. Restores a small amount of health upon use. A favorite of any strawberry enthusiast, those who partake will know the delight of this cherished fruit. Restores a small amount of health? Smoker stared at the wild strawberry, pondering in silence for a moment. Then, he popped the wild strawberry into his mouth. And as the sweet juice burst forth, a refreshing sensation spread from his tongue throughout his mouth. Soon, a warm, tingling feeling coursed through his entire spine. I have no injuries, so my stamina has been slightly restored? Smoker pricked his hand again and consumed another wild strawberry, witnessing the previously bleeding wound instantly cease. The fleet admiral would undoubtedly fall in love with the treasures of this island. The ubiquitous wild strawberries, if extensively utilized among naval soldiers, could significantly reduce the medical expenses of the Navy, Smoker confidently asserted. More importantly, He retrieved a vial of potion from his backpack. This novice HP potion, a consumable, restores a small amount of health, a fundamental restorative potion, essential for any aspiring alchemist. Kaina Ramines emerged from the Thunder Ruins, leaving Smoker in a prolonged state of unease. In stark contrast, another section of the Thunder Ruins found Buggy and Alrita in a frantic struggle. Alrita, the white goblin lord capable of wielding lightning, had to tread carefully. Buggy's dismemberment fruit had created 2 rudimentary strongholds, utilizing floating bombs and knee strikes to suppress the surrounding goblins. After finally dispatching the formidable Black Minotaur, one of Buggy's floating bombs missed its target. Die, all of you. The golden lightning marks appeared densely on the ground surrounding Alrita. In the next instant, silver lightning fell like raindrops. Boom. Alrita was struck directly by the lightning, unable to evade in time. Buggy, aim better. Previously, they had managed to defeat the boss by combining Buggy's floating bombs and knee strikes with her upward thrust and ghostly slash. With a bit of coordination, as long as they avoided the Minotaur's imposing stature and deafening roar, the battle was relatively easy, especially with Buggy's scattered body pressing against the Minotaur. The moment the knee strike cooled down, it was unleashed. The Minotaur's monstrous roar could not disorient Buggy in the distance. However, the situation had changed. Buggy's combat prowess was limited, and his bounty of 16 million exemplified this fact. The lightning user Kane had inherent rapid movement, making it uncertain whether a marksman could hit him from afar. Without Buggy's floating bombs and knee strikes, Alrita felt the pressure mounting. They had not been fighting long before both were panting, feeling fatigued. Adventurers who invade my territory shall perish beneath my lightning. The diminutive Kane laughed arrogantly, his horns exuding a menacing aura. Alrita shifted her stance, utilizing her pirate instincts to evade the lightning. Buggy, think of a solution. This Kane heals too quickly. Kane, early in DNF, had thwarted many a warrior's progress. With his lightning damage, rapid movement, and swift healing, countless warriors had offered their first tokens to him. If you too were among them, please express so on the public screen. How dare you force me to reveal my ultimate move, the specially crafted Buggy missile. The red, secretive bomb slowly took flight, moving at a pace that allowed one to sip tea before throwing it. Alrita, step back. My missile is immensely powerful. Buggy's clownish grin widened. His earlier distress and anxiety diminished by the confidence in his missile. Foolish adventurers. The golden marks densely surrounded Buggy, and in the next moment, boom. Before the Buggy missile could explode, he had already been struck by lightning, his form resembling charred coal. The formidable destructive power of the lightning shattered all wooden barrels nearby. As one barrel broke, a shimmering green light caught Buggy's eye. Before he could examine the restoration sprite's information, the Buggy missile suddenly detonated. The powerful shockwave propelled Buggy backward several steps, crashing into the green sprite. To their astonishment, Buggy and Alrita, previously fatigued, felt invigorated as if they had been injected with steroids. Both their stamina and injuries were restored to peak condition. Buggy, what an opportunity. My apologies for the mix-up. Alrita's beautiful eyes sparkled. Although she did not understand why Buggy's missile had restorative effects, the explosion had sent Kane flying. Rejuvenated, she charged forward with her hefty wolf tooth club, executing a ghostly slash. Buggy, quickly, the floating bomb. Although his combat ability was not remarkable, he was a man who had spent time aboard the Pirate King's ship and responded promptly. His legs and arms severed from his upper body, he rushed to Kane's side. The dagger, enhanced by the floating bomb, struck Kane with great force, propelling him upward. Knee strike, dual normal attacks, upward thrust, normal attack, ghostly slash. As Kane was sent flying by the ghostly slash, they pressed forward. He had little health remaining. They had to seize this opportunity, lest his health regenerate. Alrita wielded her wolf tooth club with sweeping strikes, while Buggy's dagger attacks were relentless. Together, they battered Kane, who cried out in agony. Damn adventurers. Die. Kane raised his short blade, the golden marks on the ground radiating dozens of straight lines in all directions. Raising his short blade to summon lightning, he bellowed. Let the lightning come. In that critical moment, an invitation letter on Buggy's person trembled suddenly, unleashing a mysterious power. At that pivotal juncture, Buggy mastered the innate skill, Silver Bullet. Silver Bullet transforms a certain number of bullet attributes into light attributes, inflicting additional light damage upon hitting an enemy. Silver Bullet? Boom. At the elven defense line, Dasky gazed curiously at Linus through her glasses. Linus, are you also a demon swordsman? That is an unforgettable memory. Though some unfortunate events followed, best left unspoken. Dasky had initially intended to extract more useful information from Linus, but their conversation had veered off course. Mr. The eternal nemesis of countless maidens. For Linus, he discerned that this female demon swordsman seemed to possess an extraordinary passion and obsession with swords. This evokes memories of that year, that person, and those events. As fans of DNF's narrative are well aware, Linus was once a renowned swordsman in the Dross Empire. After accidentally killing a friend under the influence of demonic powers while attempting to save him, Linus, burdened by guilt towards his friend and his wife, departed from the Imperial army and journeyed to the Elven defense line. There, He assisted novice swordsmen in repairing their weapons and took on the responsibility of guiding them on their adventures. Subsequent plot developments reveal that Linus participated in the battle against Hylic but was wounded and remained at the entrance of the Wailing Cave. He had informed Soren of the cave's location, prompting Aegon to pursue Soren. Overwhelmed, Soren was fortunate to escape the cave with the help of adventurers. In the years that followed, Linus's life was reduced to forging weapons, drinking, and curling his hair. That tuft of mohawk hair clearly indicated his long-standing experience in hairstyling. Dasky, aren't you waiting for someone? Is that person over there the one you're expecting? Dasky turned around eagerly, only to be pleasantly surprised to see Smoker emerging from the depths of the dark forest, cigar in mouth. Smoker had yet to notice Dasky, and at that moment, he fell into a contemplative silence. Dasky, seeing Smoker's serious expression, assumed he had uncovered something significant and hesitated to interrupt his thoughts. Truly, Colonel Smoker was a reliable naval officer, even pondering deeply while walking. Meanwhile, Sengoku and a few other vice admirals were engaged elsewhere, leaving Sengoku and Crane to monitor the visual feed from the snail phone. Upon witnessing Smoker's disheveled return, they understood that a significant altercation must have occurred. Adjusting his frog-like glasses, Sengoku couldn't help but voice, "Could it be that Smoker has actually discovered something?" Crane remained composed, replying, "There's no rush. We will find out soon." Unbeknownst to Smoker, his mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. Why had he not brought his amphibious motorcycle? It would have made the journey far less arduous. On the very first day after leaving Dolong, he found himself yearning for it. In Fishman Island, Luffy turned to Usopp, encouraging him, "Usopp, why don't you go first? Everyone has learned some interesting skills." Luffy chuckled with delight. With the crew's enhanced abilities, their adventures at sea promised to be even more exhilarating. Me? All right. Usopp approached Fang Fan, and the invitation automatically drew closer to him. Fang Fan regarded him with curiosity. According to the pirate narrative, Usopp's inventive talent slightly surpassed his combat prowess. The trio of protagonists primarily served supportive roles, Nami with navigation, Chopper with healing, and Usopp as a counter to various peculiar abilities. What profession would he awaken to, one wonders? Usopp's formidable observation haki and long-range attacks undoubtedly aligned with the sharpshooter archetype. However, the heavy weaponry associated with that role clashed with Usopp's slingshot style. Employing various special shells and unique plant seeds for auxiliary attacks seemed somewhat fitting for an attribute-based ammunition user, capable of unleashing a torrent of firepower from his arsenal. Yet, the relationship between magical bullets, concentrated firepower, and a slingshot was tenuous at best. The roving marksman focused on firearms and martial skills appeared to resonate with the great warriors of the sea, yet Usopp's slingshot technique was rather ordinary. As for the mechanic profession, impossible, absolutely impossible. A familiar light flickered, and Usopp's mind was flooded with information. You have acquired the skill, Niche Strike. You have acquired the skill, Floating Bullet. You have awakened the talent skill, RX-78 Pursuer. Fang Fan was taken aback. This made no sense. Usopp, a mechanic? Usopp himself was astonished by the skills that had manifested in his mind. Was he also endowed with a talent skill? He scrutinized the newly acquired abilities. Focusing intently on the talent skill, RX-78 Pursuer. Deploy an inducible self-destructing robot RX-78 Pursuer that tracks enemies and detonates, dealing fire damage to surrounding foes. Usopp, filled with curiosity, turned to Fang Fan and remarked, "I have skills called Niche Strike, Floating Bullet, and one named RX-78 Pursuer. It seems I have become a sharpshooter. I never expected you to become a mechanic. This is truly beyond my expectations. If word gets out, your profession will surely elicit envy from many." The man who never looks back at the explosion site. With a snap of my finger, the heavens will shatter. The airborne Gundam Viper cannon cannot eliminate you, or I shall delete my account. This is merely the beginning. What is of greater significance is that he is destined to become a man of great strength. Usopp, show us your technique. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as Usopp understood, delivering a knee strike that sent a massive boulder flying. The projectile launched from the slingshot produced the effect of levitation. Luffy exclaimed, "It seems that as long as I pull back my slingshot, bullets will appear on their own." Usopp then crouched down, revealing a fleeting glimmer of silver in his palm. A silver square phantom materialized beside Usopp, and in that instant, the winding mechanism behind it began to turn and move autonomously. Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the self-propelling mechanical box. As the RX-78 Pursuer wandered aimlessly, it suddenly collapsed forward against the wall, akin to a person bowing down. With a thunderous roar, the sturdy wall crumbled, revealing a hole of moderate size at the explosion's epicenter. Incredible! Both Sanji and Zoro gasped in awe. The destructive power of this small mechanical box was nearly on par with that of an artillery shell. Usopp's eyes widened as he beheld the gaping hole, struggling to believe that such devastation was within his capabilities. His anticipation for his newfound skills surged. Luffy, brimming with excitement, turned to Fang Fan and exclaimed, "It's my turn." As the power of the invitation enveloped him, 3 skill notifications appeared in his mind. You have mastered the skill, front kick. You have mastered the skill, back kick. You have acquired the innate skill, chi wave. Chi wave materializes chi and launches it toward an enemy, inflicting light attribute magical damage. Luffy was overjoyed and, without waiting for anyone to speak, dashed toward a massive boulder. With effortless grace, he shattered the boulder using both the front and back kicks. Next, he placed his left hand on his waist and closed his eyes, feeling the flow of energy in the vicinity more acutely than ever before. A surge of chi coalesced in his hand, ultimately gathering into a sphere of white light at his waist. The white light wave surged from his palm, dissipating into nothingness 2 meters ahead. How cool! Luffy exclaimed, his expressive eyes gleaming with excitement. Fang Fan smiled gently. Ah, youth. Well, your professions have been activated. You may decide when to challenge the Grand Forest. You can form a team for the adventure. However, heed my warning. There are 4-player, 8-player, 12-player, and 20-player modes, with increasing difficulty. Choose wisely before you act. With that, he vanished without a trace. Though the group felt envious, they understood a fundamental truth. Some individuals are born powerful. Luffy, what are our plans moving forward? The group, now healed, turned their gazes toward Luffy. Nami, let us team up and venture into the Grand Forest. Luffy was eager to explore the enigmatic forest island. After all, wasn't he the purpose of sailing to embark on adventures? At this moment, in the entirety of the East Blue, where could one find a place as wondrous as the Grand Forest Island? Huh? Am I included? Of course. You are already my companion. Leaving the main group, Fang Fan had not actually strayed far, as he suddenly noticed Luffy's skill notifications. This fellow has unexpectedly awakened a second talent skill, Monkey D. Luffy has activated the passive skill of Chi Perception. Chi Perception allows one to sense the precise location of enemies, enhancing one's resistance to blindness. It is precisely due to this passive ability that Chi practitioners can gather and unleash formidable Chi skills. Truly a main character. Activating a Chi passive skill even before changing classes, he suddenly recalled that Luffy, as the future Pirate King, seems to possess a talent for hearing the voices of all things. Thus, it appears reasonable that this Chi perception was activated prematurely. Fang Fan chuckled, remarking that this foolish boy probably remains unaware of the perverse nature of Chi perception. With this ability, it is akin to having the observation haki activated in advance. Remarkably, Luffy has yet to even leave Logtown. Fang Fan expressed his thoughts on the matter. Ah, is that Octopus Xiaba? At Fishman Island, the Navy has not yet arrived. And Octopus Xiaba has not been imprisoned. Fang Fan casually cast a rapid healing spell, and 2 invitation letters soared to his side. Consider it a leisurely move, though it remains uncertain whether it can drift to the underwater Dragon Palace district. Octopus Xiaoba is a naive and trusting fishman with a good nature. Fang Fan is delighted to let him activate his dungeon profession early. The sooner one begins to activate invitation letters, the quicker their strength will grow. The first batch of brave adventurers will reap the most rewards. What a fortunate fellow. Yet, whether this is true fortune or misfortune will only be revealed in time. At the Navy headquarters, with the increasing information brought by Smoker, Sengoku increasingly felt the strangeness of Grand Forest. Peculiar professions, miraculous skill techniques, and astonishing healing potions. Such a mysterious and powerful island, along with that formidable young man. Sengoku concluded that unless absolutely necessary, we cannot stand against Grand Forest. Tsuru pondered for a long while and then advised. Sengoku nodded in agreement. I understand your point. If utilized wisely, perhaps our Navy can emerge as the greatest victor. You should arrange for Momonosuke to make a trip. Those 3 invitation letters must not be lost. Tsuru rose, stating that she would go immediately, and suggested that Sengoku consider who should use the 3 invitation letters. Tsuru left the office, while Smoker and Tashigi awaited Sengoku's orders for subsequent actions. Above Grand Forest, throughout the skies of the East Blue, a massive projection slowly materialized. Accompanied by an announcement, Dracula Mihawk has first cleared Graka, earning 9,000 gold coins and 200,000 berries. The scene in the sky above the East Blue revealed a blazing yellow forest. Hawkeye wielded an unknown precious blade, its silver light forming a crescent shape with each movement. A colossal black beast lay fallen beside him. The image blurred, and in the next moment, jagged teeth, golden horns, and a head covered in vibrant red fur appeared. Its black fur shone like satin, with golden ribbons wrapped around its wrists and groin. Above the flowing skirt draped down from the groin, a dark gemstone glimmered. 2 large, muscular bull legs exuded an overwhelming presence. Such a formidable bull-headed giant was sent flying by Hawkeye's attack, a purple diagonal slash propelling it far away. In midair, the strike was powerful enough to lift the giant off the ground. The bizarre slash, a circular purple glow. Is this truly the might of the world's greatest swordsman? So magnificent and powerful. What concerned them even more was that not long after, Hawkeye appeared again in the sky's projection. Even ordinary folks knew that someone casually broadcasted across the skies of the ocean was not engaged in trivial matters. Without a doubt, pirates throughout the East Blue were buzzing with rumors of a newly emerged island near Reverse Mountain. The location of Hawkeye's battle was precisely on that island. Across the East Blue, pirates of all sizes could hardly contain their excitement, eager to approach the island and partake in the spoils. However, not a single major pirate could be found in the East Blue, and those who intended to try their luck halted upon seeing the Navy near Grand Forest. Damn the Navy, standing in the way of countless gold coins and berries. Captain, should we eliminate these Navy personnel? Some astute captains observed closely. Realizing that this contingent of the Navy didn't seem intent on preventing pirates from boarding Grand Forest, they didn't even attempt to drive them away. Something is amiss. The Navy isn't foolish. Knowing this island is a treasure trove, they cannot remain indifferent. At this moment, Sengoku, having learned of Hawkeye's latest reward, could no longer remain seated. Smoker, Dashiji, from this point forward, you two shall act together. Ensure you elevate your levels swiftly, ideally surpassing Hawkeye. The astute Sengoku, well-versed in both strategy and martial prowess, melded numerous pieces of information in his mind, giving rise to a new idea. Elevate your levels and find ways to explore new territories, defeating new overlords. Sengoku half hoped, half commanded. It is essential that your defeated overlord's figure appears in the skies of the East Blue as soon as possible. In his heart, a certain plan was beginning to take shape. Smoker and Dashiji accepted the orders, embarking on a romantic journey of leveling up together. The command system of the Navy headquarters cannot constantly monitor their leveling journey. Hence, after ensuring that Smoker, in reality, Dashiji, must report according to wartime alert protocols. Sengoku severed the connection. The changes occurring in the East Blue raised concerns about their potential impact on the entire New World. With insufficient information and intelligence, Sengoku currently finds it challenging to discern the stance of certain individuals. Otherwise, he could have acted preemptively. In truth, he had no idea that Fang Fan was eager to distribute the invitation letters as swiftly as possible. Regardless, the changes in the East Blue would undoubtedly be exposed by that greedy newsbird. Retreat is not an option. The Navy must take the lead this time. Notify the 3 admirals to convene for a meeting. Bang. The door to Sengoku's office was flung open, and a boisterous man walked in, holding his nose. Sengoku, do you still have any senbei in your drawer? Sengoku's fist slammed down on the table. You old bastard, don't you know how to knock? Haha. I'm sorry, I forgot. I promise next time. You rascal. So, it has been decided with great enthusiasm. Luffy announced that they would form a 5-person team to embark on an adventure through Grand Forest. With the transmission of the invitation letters initiated, the group soon arrived at the first map. You have entered the dungeon, dark dense forest. How vast. Luffy resembled an elementary school student who had just arrived at an amusement park, gazing upwards and on at the trees that seemed to converge in a cluster of 5 or 6 individuals. The trees of the Grand Forest are peculiar. Due to the presence of creatures such as goblins and minotaurs, the grand trees often stand barren, devoid of branches and foliage. It remains uncertain whether they were born this way or have been ravaged by these monstrous beings. In stark contrast, the low shrubs are lush and verdant, clustering together in dense formations that resemble formidable walls. This will keep many monsters at bay. Is that the kind of monster? Ah. Over a dozen goblins have spotted the newly appeared humans and let out a shriek. Be cautious of those red and blue goblins. They wield flame and frost magic. Nami warned as she hurled a magical star projectile towards the goblin horde. Upon revealing the health bar, Nami gazed at the blue gauge and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. So this is what Fang Fan meant by acting within one's means. Previously, the goblin that Nami fought alone had a short red health bar, and a single magical star could deplete most of its health. However, now, the recent magical star merely caused a slight dip in the goblin's long health bar. In terms of both health and defense, these goblins were now on an entirely different level, incomparable to before. Nami, is this the kind of monster? Luffy placed a hand on her shoulder, stretching his body. Zoro, at some point, had tied a bandana around his head and wrapped his arms with bandages. Sanji lit a cigarette and tapped his black shoes on the grass. Usopp gripped his slingshot tightly as the group formed a line. Nami, witnessing her spirited companions for the first time, momentarily lost her focus. Everyone, in the shadows. Fang Fan seemed to hear Shirohage's call to arms echoing in his ears. Nami, don't worry, I will send all the monsters flying. Friends, let us go together. Understood, Captain. 3 Sanji and Zoro surged forward almost simultaneously, racing towards the goblins. Their dual blades gleamed with fierce energy, resonating with a roar like that of dragons and tigers. Both Mihawk and Fang Fan had shown Zoro the might of greater warriors. His desire to grow stronger burned intensely, and the path to strength lay right before him. 2 sword-style, demon slash, 6 or 7 ordinary goblins were concentrated by Zoro, and the blue health bar retreated significantly. Sanji moved like the wind, leaping into the goblin throng. He executed a Thomas spinning kick, his legs seemingly blessed. Front kick, back kick, low kick. His strikes were swift and powerful, sending several goblins flying with their cries echoing in the air. Following closely behind Zoro and Sanji, a silver, cube-shaped robot, seemingly harmless, advanced. Upon nearing the goblins, it suddenly lunged forward with a crash, sending dozens of goblins' health bars into the red. Luffy, filled with determination, a flexible machine gun. The barrage of bullets rained down, obliterating 4 or 5 goblins into a pile of fragments. Enhanced by his key master abilities, Luffy's punches carried a newfound essence, unknowingly elevating his attack power significantly. The energy waves emanating from his palms, the size of a basin, decimated the health of several goblins. Seeing that both he and Luffy had ranged attacks, Usopp wasted no time. Floating shell. with a single shot. He sent a goblin that was about to attack Nami soaring into the air. You all attack freely. I will assist you from the back. His fierce power emboldened Usopp, making his words more resolute. All right, let us push forward with vigor. It's the captain, for you are not yet a warrior. Entry to Grand Forest is forbidden. Grand Forest has not yet fully opened. Please try again later. Nearby Reverse Mountain in East Blue, pirates attempting to enter Grand Forest would consistently hear this announcement upon approaching. Soon they realized it was the Marines preventing them. Rather, the Marines were aware that outsiders simply could not enter. Damn Marines. There must be a way to access Grand Forest. Greedy pirates were itching to venture in search of gold and berries. At this moment, the water sparkled. The sky was clear, and the horizon stretched wide. Above numerous pirate ships, a news bird equipped with a camera circled several times before slowly drifting into the distance. The incredible changes in East Blue had Morgan's fingers itching with excitement. Act quickly. Today's newspaper must spread across the Grand Line and New World with utmost speed. Such rare news. Even the emperors of the New World might be astonished. Rows of albatrosses, carrying freshly printed newspapers, set off, and soon, across the seas, the Grand Line. In the New World, countless eyes fell upon the newspapers borne by the newsbirds. Pirates, civilians, and Marines alike were left in awe upon reading. Ordinary pirates were excluded. Only the strong were deemed worthy of the mysterious island. What an astonishing island. Who would have thought such news would emerge from the remote East Blue? It was said that Mihawk had come to East Blue. Could it be that he specifically sought out this enigmatic Grand Forest? Unseen monsters, rewards of gold and berries. Among the pirates, a sense of excitement began to brew. This was a treasure trove. But as they continued reading, a chill ran down their spines. The sound resonating throughout East Blue, an image visible to all. What kind of miraculous power is this? Could it be some peculiar devil fruit? The monsters on the island are bizarre, and defeating them could trigger phenomena across East Blue. Who possesses such might? The Marines? The Revolutionary Army? Or is it yet another conspiracy of the world government? On a certain island in the New World, Shanks sat quietly in a cave, noticing Beckman entering alone. The dim light softened the scar on Shanks' eye. Shanks, this newspaper relates to Mihawk. He tossed the paper into Shanks' hands, then quietly resumed smoking his cigar. Shanks swiftly scanned the newspaper, and even with his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Grand Forest? A suddenly appeared island. I never expected Mihawk to venture into that place, and it seems he has defeated many monsters. Only the strong are worthy of ascending to such a mysterious island. Morgan's titles are becoming increasingly extravagant. After reading, Shanks set the newspaper aside. A silence enveloped the space for a moment. Luffy must be setting sail now. Beckman took a gentle puff of smoke. This island is quite peculiar. I know. Beckman, thank you for the reminder. As he dropped those words, Beckman slowly exited the cave. Shanks was left alone in the cavern once more. Mysterious and powerful Grand Forest. Luffy, you must strive even harder. The newspaper reached several other emperors. Yet it failed to garner significant attention. The New World was teeming with peculiar occurrences, and the small East Sea hardly warranted the gaze of the maritime sovereigns. They were preoccupied with their pursuits of wealth and territory, matters unrelated to their personal interests, which rendered them indifferent to such news. Among the pirates of the Seven Seas, reactions to the newspaper were mixed. They were astonished that Hawkeye had ventured to the East Sea, while simultaneously playing the role of mere spectators. One peculiar feathered individual speculated that a mysterious figure was orchestrating events, using the entire East Sea as their stage, with the local populace, pirates, and Navy reduced to mere audience members. Such a grand maneuver raises questions about the ulterior motives of those behind it. The astute pirates have sensed that the East Sea is undergoing some transformation. However, as long as this change does not encroach upon their interests, they remain indifferent. Conversely, the world government, as the sovereign authority in the realm of piracy, holds this news in utmost regard. The reason is simple. When this mysterious island first emerged, it was heralded by a calm unique from the usually silent emo. The island has quickly stirred tumult. Kuj Keiichi, one of the elders clad in a white robe, wearing wooden sandals, bald, bespectacled, and wielding a sword, bears a striking resemblance to Mahatma Gandhi. He continued, Lord Emu has instructed us to investigate this island. Currently, the Navy possesses scant information, only that everything is connected to a young man. Zengu Keiki, donned in a deep blue suit, with flowing white hair and a long, straight beard, noted that the Navy's interactions with this young man have been limited, resulting in slow progress. It would be more effective to dispatch the hounds. Agreed. But who shall we send? After a moment of silence among the group, they resolved to select a few from CP1 to CP8 to make initial contact. Thus, it was decided. Meanwhile, Marineford witnessed an irate Sengoku, who wished nothing more than to rend Morgan's to pieces. No gunfire, stay low, and proceed quietly, Sengoku admonished. Morgan's had unleashed a sensational expose across the globe, and now, the prospect of discreetly advancing was untenable. Sengoku understood that the island's secrets would eventually come to light. But for the Navy, the longer the revelation was delayed, the greater their chance to bolster their strength. Morgan's publication had disrupted Sengoku's carefully laid plans. It remained uncertain how long the inaccessibility of Grand Force would persist. It was imperative that the precious invitation letters be activated by capable individuals. Resolutely, Sengoku decided, Kizaru, you shall be the one to utilize the invitation letter. Kizaru, idly trimming his nails, replied, understood, Admiral. What are the other two letters? Sengoku paused before answering. One will be delivered to the elders, and the other to the world government. Kizaru remained unfazed, but Akainu's voice cut through the air sharply. Almost as an accusation, to those mindless officials? The CP organization? Why must our Navy's resources be shared with those hunting dogs? Where is the reciprocity for our Navy? Akainu's tone was laced with fury. This was originally a task assigned to the Navy by the 5 Elder Stars, and now that some results have emerged, others are directly coming to reap the rewards. Marshal, can we really refuse them? The hawkish Vice Admirals echoed in agreement, fervently requesting that the invitation letters be retained within the Navy. Sengoku found himself in a state of great distress, yet the outcome was already predetermined. The advisor Crane surmised that this must be a command from the 5 Elder Stars. Otherwise, those hounds would not dare to brazenly seize the Navy's possessions. We can only hope that the young man possesses more invitation letters. Bang! One Vice Admiral, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, this is utterly absurd. We might as well seize a few for ourselves. Garp laughed heartily, munching on sunbae, crumbs scattering across his mouth and the ground. He wiped his hands, covered in snack remnants, indiscriminately on his attire. A formidable young man, Sengoku, sent me to make contact with him. As an old friend. Garp willingly took on this challenging task. On one hand, it was indeed the case that Garp wished to witness the prowess of this young man who had bested Hawkeye with just 2 moves. He was curious to ascertain the extent of his abilities and to explore the potential of swaying him to the Navy's cause. Naturally, acquiring additional invitations would be even more fortuitous. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by searing flames that engulfed the air. Luffy, Zoro, and their companions encountered 5 or 6 red goblins and 7 or 8 throwing goblins. Streams of fire and rows of boulders hurtled toward them like bullets. While they might have managed to contend with such adversaries, the sight of 7 or 8 minotaurs, each comparable in size to a house, nearly caused Usopp's legs to tremble. 3 colossal minotaurs, with razor-sharp fangs and imposing horns, bulged with muscles that exuded both strength and intimidation. Damn. The crimson shield surrounding these minotaurs thwarted most of our attacks. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji stood defiantly before the beasts, with Nami and Usopp behind them. Neither their melee nor ranged assaults could penetrate the minotaurs' defenses. These monstrous creatures possessed immense strength, and their magical barrier was impenetrable. We must discover their weakness. Luffy, is there a way to maneuver behind the minotaurs? Zoro swung his sword wildly, the blade clanging against the barrier with a series of sharp sounds, heightening the pressure on the group. With a horde of minotaurs blocking their way, flanking them was no simple task. There was no way to break through from above, nor could they burrow beneath. Just as Luffy was about to speak, intending to use his elastic arms to send Zoro airborne, Usopp exclaimed at a critical moment of adversity, I can dash behind the minotaurs. Then, I'll immediately launch a floating bomb at the central minotaur. The rest is up to you. Seizing the moment as the pursuers had just cooled down, Usopp crouched low, the silver projectile moving forward slowly. He sprinted forward and executed a sliding maneuver, resembling a small train swiftly traversing a tunnel, slipping right through the minotaur's legs. Now's the time. Usopp launched a floating bomb, propelled like a bullet from a slingshot, striking the back of the gigantic beast. The immense creature was sent soaring, and without hesitation, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash a ferocious onslaught. Wave of chi, lower kick, 3 sword style, demon slash. Oh yeah, 2 magical star bullets swiftly followed suit. All gathered their might against the central minotaur, despite the roars of the beast echoing around them. In an instant, the minotaur was reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Zoro took this chance to summon his sword spirit, Kazan, inscribing a red formation on the ground centered around him, with the others within its bounds. The power of the sword spirit augmented their attack strength slightly. Sanji, his legs forming a T-shape, harnessed the enhanced power and unique muscle control of his martial arts, launching himself into a whirlwind of kicks amidst the minotaurs. A significant portion of their defensive barriers shattered under his assault. Alright, Luffy grounded himself, intuitively grasping the unseen currents of energy in the air. The elastic machine gun of rubber unleashed a barrage of punches, drawing in a multitude of minotaurs into his attack range. Concurrently, an inconspicuous silver robot on the ground glowed a fierce crimson, signaling a potential danger. The RX-78 toppled, followed by a resounding explosion. Aside from a few minotaurs on the periphery of the blast, the center where the giant minotaur stood was obliterated, leaving no trace of flesh behind. The might of the combatants was truly terrifying. Within the underground city, the absence of debris indicated only one possibility: overflow damage. In the game, when damage overflow occurred, defeated monsters would transform into a white shadow, sometimes dismembered as if torn apart by wild horses. With the enhancement of the red formation, the breach caused by Usopp's floating bomb, and the rigidity during their martial arts strikes, the team was able to overcome the formidable challenge. More importantly, the red-vested Chi's sensing amplified the likelihood of the monsters being incapacitated. Otherwise, the 8-person challenge in the Dark Forest would not have concluded so swiftly. As the lordly minotaurs fell, the remaining creatures collapsed, shattering into pieces and vanishing. We did it. Hooray. Nami's team successfully cleared the 8-person difficulty, Dark Forest, earning 80,000 experience points and 2,000 gold coins. Amidst the resounding announcement that echoed throughout the East Blue, an extraordinary sight caught the attention of all. The image displayed a horde of minotaurs. It appeared as if they were in a paradise of minotaur creatures, roaring and charging at a swordsman wielding 3 blades, who appeared to be deflecting their attacks with a blue shield crafted from axes. In Rowtown, the Marine branch, Squirrel had just finalized the Cocoasia incident. The rotting vermin compelled him to thoroughly investigate certain Marines within the branch. News of Luffy's triumph over Arlong had also reached Marine headquarters. However, upon witnessing the image of Monkey D. Luffy soaring through the sky, Admiral Squirrel unhesitatingly seized the transponder snail. Carp, I apologize, but I believe the bounty on your grandson is far too low. In Windmill Village, Machino was astonished to see Luffy's figure in the sky. Did everyone see that? It hasn't been long since Luffy set out, and he has already reached a mysterious island that only the strongest can access. Incredible! Are those Luffy's companions? The mountain bandits, led by Dayton, were utterly shocked, unable to calm their racing hearts. Luffy had become so powerful, capable of defeating so many minotaurs. Machino smiled sweetly, silently urging, "Go for it, Luffy." At the floating restaurant bar, Zeph and the crew, initially captivated by the spectacle, were suddenly struck dumb upon recognizing the familiar black silhouette that had departed not long ago. How did Sanji end up there? The villagers of Kokoshia, along with KB, Nami's sister Nojiko, and others, shared the same bewilderment and shock. Among them were the squint-eyed Gungshiro and the cheerful Fang Fan, who observed Gungshiro with a smile. In the early mysteries of One Piece, Gungshiro undoubtedly ranks high. In the recollections of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, Dragon's ship once docked at the East Blue Goa Kingdom. A child from the dojo mentioned seeing a person with an unusually large face during the day, referring to the crossdresser Ivankov. Ivankov also told Dragon that they went to the dojo to replenish their supplies. Although the relationship with the Revolutionary Army was unclear and his strength was never demonstrated in One Piece, Fang Fan firmly believed in one truth: squint-eyed individuals are extraordinary beings. Mr. Gungshiro, have you truly considered my suggestion? Fang Fan inquired, identifying himself merely as an unnamed swordsman teaching children the art of swordsmanship. Gungshiro's gentle demeanor and politeness evoked no feelings of aversion. Do you not aspire to be a great swordsman? Fang Fan persisted, attempting to discern any flicker of hesitation or emotional shift in Gungshiro's serene smile. Regrettably, he failed. I have never encountered a great swordsman, nor do I harbor any interest in becoming one. My happiest moments were spent practicing swordplay alone with a wooden sword during my apprenticeship. I understood that enduring just a few more days of practice would yield progress. Presently, I have no such need. Fang Fan's expression turned peculiar as he posed a straightforward question. Do you regret creating this sword dojo? Gungshiro's calm and gentle countenance momentarily faltered before returning to normal as he candidly replied, I have never regretted establishing this dojo. Observing the indifference with which Gungshiro regarded life and death, Fang Fan realized that this endeavor might be in vain. Very well. I too will never force someone into a corner, he shrugged, feigning indifference, before muttering almost to himself, nevertheless, even if you do not activate the invitation, I shall leave these 5 invitations with you. There is no rush to decline, as this could grant you a glimpse into another pinnacle of swordsmanship. Mr. Gungshiro, I look forward to seeing you in the Forest of Gran. As Fang Fan's phantom-like figure vanished, Gungshiro's eyes narrowed even further. Kapu, you bunch of scoundrels. After hanging up on the weasel, Sengoku could not help but curse. His son was at odds with his superior, and his grandson was at odds with him. Admiral, is Monkey D. Luffy's bounty confirmed at 40 million berries? Confirmed. Go ahead and announce it. Shortly after the office door closed, a series of loud knocks resounded. Come in. Entering was the candidate Admiral Peach Rabbit, adorned in a traditional Japanese hairstyle, a pink short dress, and a Navy Justice cape. Reporting to the Admiral, I have brought the invitation. The world government sent someone just now. Very well. Sengoku's expression grew solemn. As the Admiral, despite his immense power and authority, he could not help but covet the Forest of Gran. Now, the key to the Forest of Gran lay before him. Although it was only a single invitation, it represented a flicker of hope. Picking up the transponder snail, he dialed Kazara. Borsellino, come to my office. Peach Rabbit's eyes sparkled as she inquired, Admiral Sengoku, is Kazara going to the Forest of Gran? Sengoku contemplated, although Morgan's reports are exaggerated. It is evident from Hawkeye's actions that those with greater strength receive rewards more swiftly and abundantly. Upon learning about the single-player, team, and multiplayer modes, Sengoku immediately devised a plan. He further explained, Kazara possesses remarkable mobility and strength. With him, our Navy can rapidly gather materials from the Forest of Gran. More importantly, there are fruits and potions that can restore stamina and injuries. If we can indeed collect these on a large scale, the overall strength of the Navy may witness a significant enhancement. The Navy is a high-risk profession, and the number of those who have withdrawn due to illness or injury is considerable. If we can reduce casualties, correspondingly, the surviving Navy personnel will be exceptional warriors. Hey, Peach Rabbit, did you bring the invitation for the strong one? Kizaru strolled into Sengoku's office, holding a cup of tea. Admiral Kizaru. Gold coins? Gold coins. Upon hearing about the reward of gold coins, Luffy eagerly looked around and rummaged through his pockets. After a considerable search, both pockets came up empty. Luffy. The gold coins are not on you. They are in your backpack. Nami instructed him on how to retrieve the coins from his backpack, and Luffy was filled with excitement. Wow, these are truly gold coins. His eyes sparkled, while Usopp nearby cheerfully exclaimed, Everyone, come look. It seems there are weapons dropping here. This victory has granted him a deeper understanding of his own strength. Usopp, what weapon is that? Zoro and Sanji approached as well. It is a set of gauntlets. A gauntlet? The crowd leaned in, the information about the gauntlet materializing before them. Wind Strike Explosive Gauntlets Type. Gauntlets Level, 15 Rarity, Rare Durability, 39 Physical Attack, 181 Magical Attack, 122 Independent Attack, 88 Attack Speed, 10 Additional Attribute. When attacking, there is a 2 chance to stun the enemy for 2 seconds. If the enemy is above level 15, the chance and effect of entering a debuffed state will decrease. Conversely, if below, the chance and effect will increase. Explode. Defeat them. Wind Strike, such formidable gauntlets. If the attributes are indeed as fearsome as they seem. These gauntlets are utterly overpowering. With them, one need not fear a brawl. Gauntlets are weapons used by fighters. Luffy, you and Sanji can both wield them. Luffy grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He chuckled, I'll let Sanji use them to protect his hands. Without his culinary skills, I cannot eat. Look at that eloquence. Who said Luffy, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, is merely reckless and thoughtless? Sanji did not refuse, even though he usually relied on his legs for combat. However, the rationale of protecting his hands was ample justification. From now on, I shall take charge of everyone's meals. The group organized their backpacks, and upon Nami's suggestion, they ensured not to overlook any items dropped by the Minotaurs. Several in their backpacks contained Minotaur fur, hard horns, and scraps of cloth. Thanks to their collective efforts, Nami leveled up to level 7, while the other 4 ascended directly to level 5. In an 8-person team, the experience gained was quite substantial. Fang Fan had mentioned that at level 5, they could learn new skills from him or, upon reaching a certain level, seek a mentor for further training. So, what should we do now? The group looked towards Luffy, and Nami directly stated, that guy is as elusive as a phantom. It's best not to rely on him for skill acquisition. The Grand Forest must possess other intriguing locations. Let us venture to the next dungeon. All right. Let us heed the navigator's advice. The group moved on, departing the dim forest. Usopp lagged behind, when suddenly he noticed a peculiar coin on the ground, half silver, half golden. Bending down to pick it up, he read the information inscribed on it. Fake coin. Upon use, there is a 50 chance of invoking divine retribution or a 50 chance of a life-restoring effect. When your stamina is depleted, take a risk. Perhaps a miracle will descend upon your fate. Usopp, hurry up and catch up. Coming. He hastily placed the fake coin into his backpack and quickened his pace to join Luffy and the others. In a duo team setting, they faced the default difficulty of a 4-person team. Whether it was Buggy or Alrita, their speed in clearing dungeons had diminished. Alrita and Buggy had been grinding in the thunderous ruins, as Buggy was apprehensive about the new map. Thus, they focused on gathering experience in the old map to level up and acquire powerful equipment. Smoker and his group, however, took a different approach. Utilizing the abilities conferred by his devil fruit, he boldly challenged the toxic thunderous ruins. With the power of the smoke fruit, Smoker moved through the toxic thunderous ruins unscathed. Smoker proclaimed, you are poison, you are mist, but I am the only myth. Who fears who? Smoker reveled in his forays into the toxic thunderous ruins, slaying the cat demons with abandon. Des Bones, however, was not so fortunate. His inherent strength was relatively low, and in a team setting, the monsters were 4 times as powerful. A few consecutive night cat demons nearly dragged Des Bones into a weakened state. In the toxic thunderous ruins, many careless warriors had exhausted their revival coins here. In the midst of the purple toxic marshes, being poisoned was almost inevitable. Without antidotes and the ability to swiftly defeat the toxic cat king, one would be forced to forfeit their precious revival coins. Smoker noticed Des Bones' predicament and immediately activated the abilities of his devil fruit. White Gale. Transforming into smoke, he swept all the cat demons in the room into the air. Des Bones, take this. Smoker tossed over 2 HP potions to Des Bones, who, upon consuming them, regained some color in his face. However, the rising toxic mist continued to invade his lungs. The longer the battle dragged on, the more detrimental it became for him. Captain Smoker, I'm sorry for holding you back. Fool, don't lose focus during battle. Reflect on what to do in this situation. Combat is about identifying the opponent's weaknesses and delivering a fatal blow. Though he spoke in a tone of admonition, Smoker couldn't help but feel the challenge before him. With the Toxic Cat King and swarms of Night Curse Cat Demons and Glowing Cat Demons surrounding them, although the Toxic Cat King's poison posed no threat to him, he was at the mercy of the terrain that favored the Toxic Cat King. The king regenerated health too swiftly when Daz Bones was bitten once. The toxic cat king regained nearly half of its health. Each time its health seemed to inexplicably restore significantly. It was infuriating. Daz Bones lowered his head, absorbing Smoker's teachings, pushing away his guilt, and meticulously recalling the details of their encounters with the cat demons. Suddenly, a flash of a white cat demon crossed his mind. "I've got it," Daz Bones shouted, braving the toxic mist and stepping through the toxic marsh. "Captain Smoker, let us ignore the toxic cat king for now and take out those glowing cat demons behind it. They are healing the toxic cat king." Prompt: You have entered the elven defense line. Towering trees obscure the sky on either side, while a stone path stretches into the depths of the forest. Lush greenery thrives, interspersed with gray stone pillars. Luffy and his companions ambled leisurely, observing their surroundings while discussing Usopp's valiant sliding maneuver from earlier. "Usopp, was that sliding move of yours a skill too? How come I didn't see you use it before entering the Grand Forest?" Nami inquired curiously, drawing Zoro's attention as well. "I'm not sure. That sliding maneuver didn't come with any skill prompt." Usopp reflected on the moment he executed the sliding move. Hesitating, "I just wanted to run quickly, then thought of firing a slingshot while running, and my body instinctively performed the slide. Perhaps you all could try attacking while running. You might discover your own instinctive attacks." As they spoke, Linus' figure came into view. "A blacksmith?" Zoro exclaimed in surprise. "How peculiar it is to encounter a blacksmith in this wilderness. Greetings, adventurers. I am Linus, the finest blacksmith in this realm." Luffy, with his hands on his hips, grinned broadly, proclaiming, "I am Luffy, destined to become the king of the pirates." Linus, taken aback, inquired, "What king do you aspire to be?" With a defiant stance, Luffy reiterated, "The pirate king." Linus raised an eyebrow, questioning further, "What kind of king?" Luffy, exasperated, stepped closer to Linus and shouted, "The pirate king." Linus, in realization, responded, "Ah, the Squid King." Luffy, frowning in disbelief, crouched down and began to draw circles in frustration. Zoro scrutinized Linus from head to toe, his instincts warning him that this blacksmith was extraordinary. Noticing the scrutiny, Linus's gaze shifted toward the young swordsman. "You possess an unusual aura of demonic power. It seems your cursed hand has found its path of cultivation." Observing the others, Linus appeared to comprehend something and remarked, "I see. You've successfully navigated the treacherous dark forest of adventure level difficulty. Quite impressive. Adventure level difficulty? Isn't it supposed to be for an 8-person team? Did that esteemed individual not inform you?" Linus paused, then explained, "Both team and solo modes possess difficulty gradients. From lowest to highest, they are ordinary, adventure, warrior, king, and the formidable hell level. Solo mode typically starts at ordinary, and only upon achieving an A rating can one challenge the adventure level. Achieving an A rating in adventure unlocks the warrior level, and to access the king level, a rating of S must be obtained in a warrior dungeon." "Sounds quite formidable." "Nami, what was our rating just now?" Luffy queried, with Zoro and the others equally curious. They had concluded their battle, and surely there would be feedback. Could this be a characteristic of training in the Grand Forest? Based on their recent performance, what rating might they have received? "Our rating was A," Nami replied, while Luffy sulked, pouting in apparent dissatisfaction. Why only an A? In Luffy's view, their teamwork had surely reached a flawless standard. Sanji turned to Nami, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Indeed, at the very least, it should have been AC." Nami, incensed, clenched her fist and struck Sanji on the forehead, causing a noticeable bump. Linus, perplexed by the altercation, chuckled. "The ratings range from low to high. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Achieving an A rating in adventure level signifies considerable potential." Zoro, particularly attentive, noted the implication of considerable. Was it merely decent? His gaze sharpened, and a subtle glow flickered around his cursed hand, summoning Kazan's technique. Usopp sensed an unsettling shift. "Wait, Linus. Didn't you mention that adventure level requires an A rating in ordinary dungeons? This was our first challenge. We didn't attempt the ordinary dark forest. The difficulty gradient applies to solo challenges. In a team, the number of participants corresponds directly to the respective difficulty," Linus explained patiently. "Greater challenges yield more substantial rewards, so you may choose according to your capabilities." Seizing the moment, he proposed, "I have training tasks available for you, young adventurers. Would you care to accept my challenge? Tasks for the demon swordsman, fighter, mage, and marksman await." In the midst of battle, Smoker, in a smoke state, executed the ghost slash, enveloping all the luminous cat demons in a fierce embrace, unleashing devastating punches and upward strikes that eradicated them entirely. The toxic cat king was pushed to higher ground. The tower diminished, with 2 fangs shattered, and the supportive healer, all luminous cat demons eliminated, returned to the crystal, while the teammates fell one by one. Can this situation still be turned around? After enduring a fierce onslaught from the formidable Smog, the poisonous cat king gloriously accomplished his mission amidst a chilling scream. With a sudden flash of silver, a wave of vitality washed over Dasky, dispelling her earlier despondency and restoring her spirit to its zenith. "Colonel Smog, I have directly reached level 6. What about you?" Dasky exclaimed with excitement, retrieving the katana from her backpack. The sword's hilt, which she could barely grasp before, was now firmly held in her right hand. A tingling power resonated from the blade, coursing through her entire being. Is this the sensation that a premier weapon imparts? Upon wielding the sword, a profound conviction of unity between herself and the weapon surged forth. Perhaps the blades outside could not bestow such a sense of confidence. In her musings, Dasky noticed that Smog had collected all the materials on the ground. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and in a flurry, she hastily removed the katana. Colonel Smog, you exerted the most effort in this battle, and my swordsmanship is still unrefined. Please, silence. A swordsman must confront their own heart. If you truly cherish this sword, why offer it up for my sake? Smog chastised fiercely. Weakness is the original sin. Put that sword away and strive to grow stronger. Dasky was deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes. Colonel Smog truly was a good person. She donned the katana once more, meticulously documenting the recent battle. After approximately 2 minutes, Dasky completed her notes. Is it over? Let us first turn in our quest. Meanwhile, in the thunderous ruins, Buggy and his companion had finally worn down Kino with great effort. One must admit, fortune truly favored Buggy. Kino's thunderous strikes inadvertently unleashed Buggy's latent potential, simultaneously activating his signature skills. Unbelievable. Buggy, let us return to turn in the quest. The rewards are quite bountiful, Eureka remarked, eyeing the HP potion that would restore substantial vitality. Enough with the chatter, I am well aware. Let me finish gathering the materials on the ground. The two hands, detached at the wrists, scoured the room, pulling and retrieving with their thumbs, middle fingers, and ring fingers. Goblin Bones 23, Shredded Cloth 26, Goblin Bones 31, Lava Coal 16. Rusted Iron Sheet 21, Fate Coin 1. What? A fate coin? Restores half vitality or suffers a lightning strike. After departing from Gongshiro, Fang Fan checked on everyone as progress. It was evident they were diligently leveling up, with the world points having increased by several hundred. Suddenly, Fang Fan slapped his forehead. I forgot to distribute their rewards. TSK. Fortunate they remain unaware, otherwise, it would be quite awkward. I must say, this toxic formula system is quite flawed. Not even reminding me to issue rewards for the family. The rewards have been devoured by dogs. That's entirely reasonable. Fang Fan decided to distribute their rewards before seeking the next target. Upon making this decision and preparing to embark, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Was it a whimsical thought or merely an illusion? He withdrew a skill from his arsenal, replacing it with the perception of the heart and the wave of murderous intent. In an instant, the whereabouts of those approaching Fang Fan became fully revealed. Fang Fan's figure gradually faded away as he murmured. It seems the agents of the world government are quite swift in their actions. Emerging from Graka, the Eagle Eye had already gleaned a general understanding of the skills possessed by the demon swordsman. The path of the sword begins with the demon swordsman. The power of the demon hand seemed yet to be fully realized. From the existing skills, he could vaguely ascertain the future direction of the demon swordsman's training. Through continuous usage of skills, Eagle Eye had selected those that aligned with his swordsmanship. Moonlight Slash, Wave Splitter, Cross Slash, Earthquake, Wave Sword. These magical techniques did not resonate with his quest for swordsmanship. The path of martial arts, the pinnacle of swordsmanship, is defined by Eagle Eye. In the realm of battle, the essence of combat lies in the simplicity of a sword strike imbued with sword energy. A swordsman relies on their sword techniques, not on magic. A true swordsman must conquer swordsmanship with swordsmanship. After realizing this, Eagle Eye refrained from employing magic-based skills. Instead, he engaged in relentless practice around monsters, continually mastering the triple slash, silver light blade, and upward slash. It was time to meet that old man. Accept the mission, Zoro declared without hesitation, followed by Sanji and Luffy. Luffy, I intend to challenge the dungeon alone. He aimed to solo from adventure level to king level. Otherwise, he would not abandon this map. Oh, I see. What about you, Sanji? The knightly spirit would not permit Sanji to allow the beautiful Nami to face those grotesque goblins alone, considering the pace of leveling. The dungeon would serve as a better training ground if they split their efforts. Then Sanji and I will team up. Zoro will go solo, and Usopp and Luffy can form a group, Nami suggested, her body twisting like a serpent. Happiness arrived unexpectedly. Usopp voluntarily added, well, I'll go solo too, after all. It's about training and improvement, and I wish to enter the dungeon alone. Everyone, rest assured, I am no longer the same as before. I possess a profession that even Fang Fan envies. Luffy burst into laughter, loudly proclaiming, all right, it's settled then. Friends, let us strive to grow stronger. Just as Luffy headed towards the thunderous ruins, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures emerging from the depths of the forest. Buggy, upon seeing Luffy and his companions, froze in surprise. Straw Hat Kid? Red Nose? Buggy, like a cat with its fur bristled, had his head swiftly detach and float over. Hovering beside Luffy, he growled menacingly. Straw Hat Kid, who are you calling Red Nose? You think you can offend me, Buggy the Clown, and escape? I've got you now. Luffy, prideful, pouted and muttered. It was clearly me who sent you flying far away. You idiot. It was my moment of carelessness, but now I'm back for a showdown. Buggy rolled up his sleeves, ready to hurl his dagger. Hey Buggy, don't be so rash, Arlita remarked, wielding a hefty wolf fang club with poise and confidence. At that moment, facing Luffy, she appeared as an elegant and refined lady, greeting him with a smile. Monkey boy, do you remember me? Arlita looked at Luffy with a radiant smile, recalling how she had bested him at such a young age. Who are you? Luffy racked his brain, unable to recall her. If it weren't for you defeating me, I would never have attained this beauty, monkey boy. I owe you my gratitude. Buggy's head floated over to Arlita, exasperated. What on earth? You rascal Arlita, which side are you on? Arlita leaned in closer to Buggy's ear, whispering, Buggy. Can't you see how many of them there are? Buggy paused, realizing they were indeed 5 against 2 on this mysterious island. Alone. He pondered whether they stood a chance. Acknowledging this, Buggy quickly concealed his thoughts, murmuring, Thanks for the reminder, Arlita. Then he shouted towards Luffy, fearing he wouldn't tea here. Straw Hat Kid, I'm on a mission to see Linus. For the sake of the blacksmith Linus, Buggy the Clown will let you off this time. Linus? What business do I have here? The challenge is paramount, let us proceed. As Zoro was about to enter the underground city, 2 figures emerged from the depths of the forest, one of whom made his pupils constrict in shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Kuina? It was evident that Kuina had been deceased for many years. Yet what could explain the presence of this woman who bore an uncanny resemblance? An identical visage. Moreover, this female Navy officer wielded a long sword, and Zoro felt an overwhelming sense of malice from the world around him. Dasky also noticed Zoro's gaze, but was immediately captivated by the sword hanging at Zoro's waist. A 3-sword style swordsman? Wait a moment, the swordsman bore one of the great blades of the 21. The Wadakamanji. She retrieved a catalog of renowned swords she carried with her, flipping through several pages. Confirming with a knowing glance, she exclaimed with excitement. Having encountered the correct blade, Dasky, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm, rushed towards Zoro. It cannot be mistaken. The hilt and scabbard are white, simple and unassuming. Yet the Wadakamanji is profoundly concealed. Zoro felt a chill run down his spine. Faced with this familiar countenance, he was at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Luffy, deep within the Grand Forest, remained unawarded, and the news of Arlong's defeat at his hands had yet to reach Smoker. Though it was rather presumptuous, Dasky. Her face slightly reddened, bowed and inquired, May I have a glimpse of the sword you hold? As Zoro beheld the approaching, familiar face, perfectly aligned with his memories, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he unfastened the strap at his waist and extended the wad Ikamanji into her right hand. Dasky, her complexion flushed, eagerly accepted it, and drew the blade. What must it feel like to hold a sword valued at over 10 million berries? Dasky, thank you for the invitation. I am currently at the Elven defense line, and having just acquired the Wadakamanji, I am tempted to flee. Even Smoker, less commonly, directed his gaze at Zoro, murmuring to himself, a 3-sword style, how rare. Nami blinked her beautiful eyes, reflecting. I never expected so many to activate the invitation at once. Were these individuals truly recipients of fate's benevolence? Linus gazed upon the bustling Elven defense line, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Suddenly, he sensed something and glanced upwards. Lord Fang Fan? Ah, it appears everyone is gathered. Fang Fan had returned to the Glenwood Forest via teleportation, and upon seeing the crowd at the Elven defense line, he cheerfully announced, I am here to distribute your rewards. How fortuitous that you are all present. Let us open the boxes together. He surveyed the group and added, within, you may uncover an array of unimaginable treasures. It is time to test your luck. With a flourish of his hand, a multitude of blazing star boxes materialized in midair, drifting towards the gathered crowd. Notably, Smog, Buggy, and Nami each had one more box than their companions. The team leader was entitled to an extra reward. Buggy skillfully opened his box, and the items within transformed rapidly, bursting forth in radiant light after 5 seconds. You have obtained 10 special cool drinks from Celia. The excited red-nosed figure eagerly examined the prize information. Celia's special cool drink instantly restores approximately 1/3 of your health. For 60 seconds, all attributes are enhanced by 8. This seems rather promising. Buggy immediately contemplated that if he could replenish his health during battles, sustaining prolonged combat would be no issue. Meanwhile, Zoro and his companions also opened their respective boxes. Zoro, you have received 88 invitations from the Abyssal Demon. Luffy, you have obtained 358 colorless crystals. Nami blinked in surprise as she felt a warm, lively creature materialize in her hands. You have acquired a pet, Yami. Yami, pet level 1, maximum MP8. Item carrying capacity 15 kilograms. Skill, passive, looting, automatically tracks and collects coins and items dropped in dungeons. Skill, passive, greed, provides a broader field of vision. As she carefully observed the adorable yellow creature in her grasp, Yami opened its eyes, and their gazes met. The scene was momentarily serene and beautiful, if not for Sanji's exuberant shout nearby. Sanji, you have received Celia Clement's lingerie. Indeed, anything could be revealed. Sanji's nose gushed with blood. Fortunately, he did not attract the crowd's attention, as their focus was initially drawn to the creature in Nami's hands. A pet? Such a thing exists? Nami's eyes sparkled with the prospect of collecting coins automatically. We hit the jackpot. Immediately afterward, a fiery glow emanated from Buggy's hands, dazzling the onlookers. Buggy, you have obtained the Flame Breath Red Dragon. Flame Breath Red Dragon, pet skill, Flame Breath, unleashes a fiery breath towards a wide area of enemies, inflicting fire damage. Charging time, 15 seconds. Evolved skill, Inferno Breath, unleashes flames over a greater distance, inflicting fire damage. Charging time, 15 seconds. Maximum MP 8, attack speed 3, movement speed 2. Casting speed 2. A fiery dragon whipped its tail, energetically brushing against Buggy's body with affection. How impressive. Is this truly my pet? Buggy was momentarily dazed, but soon burst into hearty laughter. With this, our speed in clearing maps shall surely accelerate. I, the great Buggy, am indeed destined for greatness. It appears that 2 fortunate souls remain. The appearance of the pet took Fang Fan by surprise. Compared to Buggy's fortune, the boxes of others seemed rather dull, especially when juxtaposed with Usopp's several colorless crystals. As Fang Fan was about to bid farewell, a figure adorned in a black top hat with white fur emerged from the depths of the nearby forest. Hawkeye, his expression impassive as he surveyed the crowd. Although he recognized a few familiar faces, he showed no inclination to greet them at that moment. The young swordsman exuded an aura of formidable battle intent. Not as ostentatious as the conqueror's haki, yet palpable like a mountain's grandeur. He was none other than the illustrious swordsman Dracula Mihawk. I am Fang Fan, he introduced himself. Apprehensive that Mihawk might refer to him as a swordsman, it was then that he noticed the transformation of Mihawk's ghostly hand. The once blood-red patterns had completely faded, with the hue of his arm shifting towards a ghostly white. Without a calibrator, could he truly evolve towards the White King? This was the essence of a natural swordsman. Have you perceived your path in swordsmanship? Fang Fan encouraged, directing his gaze towards the others. You too, hold the power in your hands merely as a starting point. When the time is ripe, you shall choose a direction and traverse it with unwavering resolve. When you are worthy of titles such as Extreme, Reigning Sky, Returning Source, and Knowing Origin, even the so-called 4 emperors and marine admirals will appear as mere ants in your eyes. With that cryptic statement, Fang Fan cast out Mihawk's blazing magic box and vanished from their sight. These invitations are to be given to those around you. This island feels rather desolate. In midair, a flurry of invitations wafted towards each individual. Indeed, there were many, particularly for Smoker and Tashigi, who each had nearly 20 or 30. The atmosphere grew tense, and after a moment of contemplation, Zoro lowered his head and stepped towards the Thunder Ruins. Tashigi hurried over, respectfully returning the sword with a reluctant yet reverent gesture. Thank you for fulfilling my wish to see this, she began, but as Zoro accepted the blade without turning back, he entered the ruins, leaving Tashigi puzzled and bowing in confusion. Nami, grasping the love-struck Sanji, dragged him along with a bull-like determination, and together they ventured into the underground city. Luffy and Usopp followed closely, embarking on their own paths of training. Uncle Linus, we have a task to submit. Please, give us our next mission. As Fang Fan's words ignited the enthusiasm among the group for questing and exploring, he beamed with the smile of a seasoned farmer, proud of his companion's efforts. Onward, pirates. Meanwhile, Borsalino, codename Kizaru, stood as a formidable figure within the naval ranks, whose designations were often inspired by colors and animals, like Green Bull, Fujitora, and Akiji. As a student of Admiral Zephyr, Kizaru was deemed a monster upon his entry into the Navy. Now in his 50s, his prowess was unfathomable. Tall and slender, he donned a yellow and white striped suit, a circle of facial hair framing his distinctive visage, perpetually adorned with sunglasses. His peculiar mouth, forever uttering how terrifying, left an indelible impression. Among the 3 admirals, he was the laziest, wielding the swiftest fruit, while the coldest fruit was bestowed upon a warm-hearted individual, and the scalding fruit upon a ruthless one. One must commend Eiichiro Oda's genius Kizaru, renowned for his speed, leisurely observed the surrounding goblins. Enhanced goblins? How truly terrifying. As he spoke, a burst of yellow luminescent particles erupted from his hands, transforming from fine to coarse, as beams of laser-like light surged forth with ferocity. Whether the goblins gathered in clusters or dispersed, all that could be seen was a blinding wave of golden radiance. Then, there was silence. Countless fragments vanished into the ground, and the yellow ape trembled. Palusalino, level 1. In less than a minute, at the elven defense line, the figure of the yellow ape flickered. Ah, what is this defense line? So ahead lies the place for task reception. With a leisurely demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance, he appeared as if countless waves of light were emanating from his visage, transforming him into a streak of brilliance as he darted to the side of Linus. He could dine without the need for a mouth and traverse without the use of legs, evoking envy in those around him. Oh, my good fellow. May I inquire where the next monster is? I have heard you possess tasks to claim. Linus was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this middle-aged man, who seemed older than himself. Were it not for the iron ring on the man's arm suppressing the ghostly hand, he would not have recognized this individual as a ghost swordsman. Moreover, this person radiated like a flash of light, suggesting a prowess that was undeniably formidable. This is what Master Fang spoke of, an adventurer whose strength allows him to act at will. My friend, I perceive an extraordinary essence within you. You are a once-in-a-millennium master. I happen to possess several tasks. What do you think? How astonishing to conceal so many missions, exclaimed Kizaru, with a peculiar expression. Why not? I shall accept them all. What do you say? Of course, it is quite acceptable. Borisolino, you have accepted the task, training of the demon swordsman. You have accepted the task, collecting cat demon claws. You have accepted. 11 The collection and training tasks from the Forest of Glen, as well as side quests, were all received by Kizaru. Kizaru, at level 4, yet his experience bar overflowed beyond measure. After all, the strength and rank of a Marine Admiral confer an innate surplus of experience. Well then, I shall see you shortly, dear Linus. His body disintegrated into countless yellow waves of light, a flash darting towards the thunderous ruins. Truly a remarkable individual, Linus mused. Before long, at regular intervals, the entire East Sea was filled with announcements. Record broken. Borisolino swiftly cleared the thunderous ruins, rating SSS, reward 3,000 gold. Record broken. Borisolino swiftly cleared the venomous thunderous ruins. Rating SSS, reward 5,000 gold. Record broken. Borisolino swiftly cleared Graka, rating SSS, reward 10,000 gold, 100,000 berry. One particular announcement caused Kizaru to tremble with astonishment. In Rog Town, countless citizens and pirates gazed at the spectacle in the sky. The content of the broadcast was minimal, yet each instance was identical. The Marine Admiral appeared on that incredible island, exuding an overwhelming presence, while the sky continuously reported the heroic feats of the Navy. Navigating effortlessly through the curtain of lightning rain, he dispatched foes as if plucking fruit from a tree. Surrounded by toxic mists, he darted through like a bolt of lightning, swiftly eliminating the ferocious cat demons. The formidable Minotaur was felled by a single strike from the Marine Admiral, blood spilling profusely. Particularly, these scenes culminated in bullet time, showcasing Kizaru's valor in defeating monsters before the entire populace of the East Sea and the pirates. Countless pirates stood in stunned silence, their throats parched and their eyes vacant. Is this the might of the Navy? Is this the grandeur of an admiral? No wonder the Navy can suppress the Grand Line. It is little wonder that pirates choose to steer clear of the Navy. What once seemed human now appears more monstrous than any creature. The citizens of the East Sea cheer for the Navy, reveling in the prowess of their protective admiral. Such strength instills an overwhelming sense of security among them. The formidable presence of the Navy leaves an indelible impression on the hearts of countless children. Clad in a righteous cape, they vanquish the monsters with sheer might. What could be more impactful than witnessing such displays of justice firsthand? I aspire to become an admiral of the Navy. Charge forth. So do I. In that moment, the entire East Sea resonates with fervent shouts of support for the Navy. Long live the Navy. The Navy is phenomenal. In Windmill Village, Marcy grows anxious. Luffy, you must steer clear of the admiral. The village chief, leaning on a slender cane, reflects. Is this truly the pinnacle of the Navy's fighting power? The mountain bandit, Dayton, mumbles, that old rascal's strength must surpass this fellow's. The king of the near sea, the strength of the combat saint is indeed terrifying. At the Bartai restaurant, Zeph and the others share their concern for Sanji. However, as Sanji and his companions have yet to be bounty hunted, they find solace in that thought. In Kokasia village, the understanding of the Navy's might has never been as pronounced as it is now. It seems the strength of the admirals reaches such heights that the local Navy appears almost insignificant. It is said that the Navy boasts 3 admirals and 1 fleet admiral, with numerous vice admirals under their command. If the admirals possess monstrous combat abilities, how could the vice admirals be lacking? In this world, although piracy is rampant, at this current stage, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line, the Navy ultimately holds dominion. At Logtown, the naval branch, the Weasel observed the reactions of the gathered populace from the East Blue and then cast his gaze towards the naval soldiers outside, who were intently staring at the sky. The young sailors at these naval bases gazed excitedly at the formidable stance of the admiral in the sky, even in their casual conversations. They fervently discussed the lethal techniques and presence of the yellow monkey. This brought to mind the words of Sengoku, who had recently stated, "This is our Navy's opportunity. We must outpace the pirates." While it may be true that an ordinary soldier may never ascend to the ranks of an admiral, it does not diminish their admiration and aspiration towards such esteemed figures. In their hearts, the seeds of justice are sown, and one day, a remarkable sailor will emerge from the ranks of the common soldiers to lead the Navy into a new era. Starting from the East Blue, the trust of the populace in the Navy has evidently grown stronger than before, as has the morale of the troops. More importantly, the reputation of the admirals instills a formidable presence that deters countless nefarious individuals and dissuades others from pursuing a life of piracy. In this era, where the public is enamored with the idea of becoming pirates, one might ponder if Marshal Sengoku has discovered a means to stabilize this chaotic age. Perhaps my thoughts are not as profound as those of the Marshal and his strategists, yet I firmly believe in Sengoku's plans. As a seasoned vice admiral, my faith in the admirals and the Marshal remains steadfast, though I may only grasp the first layer of understanding following the directives of the Marshal, who stands at a higher echelon, is surely a path devoid of error. I can only wonder when the time will come for us vice admirals to receive our invitations. If Fang Fan were aware of Sengoku's so-called schemes, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Pirates, how simplistic their designs are." After a moment of reflection, the agile officer sprang into action. Orders were promptly dispatched, and the populace noticed that the newly arrived sailors in Road Town were mobilizing as if for a grand event. At the base entrance, the officer surveyed the assembled naval soldiers. The original garrison of Road Town would leave 100 soldiers to guard the base, while the remainder would accompany me to eliminate nearby pirates. Yes, let's set forth. The sound of synchronized footfalls echoed, embodying the sailors' poise and confidence. Rows of naval soldiers boarded the ironclad ships, while crates of supplies were swiftly loaded aboard. Could it be that the Navy is preparing to embark on a mission to eradicate the pirates of the East Blue? Such speculations circulated among the citizens, recalling how Smoker had aggressively pursued nearby pirates while stationed at Rogue Town. Soon, an ironclad warship departed from Rogue Town. This is not the first vessel. Another warship has already been dispatched. The strategy of the warring states has finally commenced, in stark contrast to the exhilaration felt by the Navy and the populace. Countless pirates lurking in the East China Sea, previously poised for action, now wore complex expressions upon witnessing the scene of Kazara raising his hand to subdue a monstrous foe. Fear gripped some, realizing the overwhelming strength of the Navy. It was no wonder that pirates only sought to flee upon encountering them. The disparity in power was glaring. Yet, a brash pirate, undeterred, shouted, "Fake. This is all a ruse. The Navy is only fit to lick the soles of our captain's boots. Indeed, lick my boots." A burly pirate, with a grandiose beard, boisterously proclaimed, "Trash Navy. If you have the guts, come and capture us." "Captain, trouble approaches. A Navy warship is on the horizon." "A warship? Is it led by Smoker from Low Town?" No. It's not him. It's a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, a weasel." "What?" The burly captain stood frozen in disbelief, but quickly snapped back to reality. "What are you waiting for? Turn the ship around and flee at once." "But Captain, did you not just declare that the Navy is only fit to lick your boots?" "Fool. Either they lick our boots, or we end up in their prison." "But Captain, that is an ironclad vessel. We cannot outrun it." The captain kicked the talking pirate away, exclaiming, "Imbecile, hurry and start rowing." Meanwhile, the notification sound in the sky did not disturb the calm of the swordsman known as Hawkeye. He sensed that the doubts binding the young demon swordsman were beginning to dissipate. In a corner, GSD sat, murmuring, "You are indeed a formidable swordsman. From the state of your demonic hand, it seems you have discovered your path of the sword. Please present your task." Hawkeye submitted the task, and a surge of lightning coursed through him. "Your level has risen to LV-15. Your talent is exceptional, your swordsmanship unparalleled, and your skills outstanding. GSD has initiated the job change task, Sword Soul job change task. Please collect 200 white crystal shards to craft a rectifier and conquer the dungeon, Dark Thunder Ruins." With a rating requirement of SSS, Hawkeye's eyes gleamed. Sword Soul, is this the designation for the path of sword cultivation? As a soul of the sword, he was mad for the blade, obsessed with its mastery, pursuing the pinnacle of understanding its profound essence. At this moment, Hawkeye felt an unprecedented intensity. The iron ring of the demonic hand was an eyesore. Everything that obstructed his path to sword mastery was an impediment. Only through dedicated self-cultivation, honing his sword techniques, and elevating his realm could he truly embrace the path of the sword he revered. Young sword souls abound on the continent of Arad, some possessing swordsmanship so wondrous it defies comprehension, earning them the title of Sword Saint. GSD summoned magical energy, projecting a series of images before Hawkeye. One depicted a Ronin swordsman wielding a sword as tall as an adult, looking both heavy and sharp. Despite its size, the sword struck with such swiftness that it was barely perceptible. Dozens of slashes coalesced before him, culminating in a final, unleashed blow. He recognized it. It was the technique that Fang Fan had used to defeat him. However, unlike before, this black-clad Ronin unleashed a swirling tempest with each strike. Another image showcased a knightly swordsman, brandishing a short sword akin to a curved dagger, exuding an air of nobility and military bearing that caught Hawkeye's attention. The swordsman required no swift slashes to accumulate strikes. His casual assaults unleashed a myriad of soaring cuts that swiftly overwhelmed his adversaries. Beneath his feet, a miniature whirlwind spiraled forth, preventing any foe from approaching him in the slightest. A rugged, brawny man clad in exotic attire emanated a wild aura, palpable to those around him, conveying an oppressive sense of power in both offense and defense. His weapon was neither sword nor blade, but a stout, iron-like club. Heavy and blunt, each of his casual blows cracked the ground beneath, each move enveloped in a weighty force. Remarkably, this giant could also render himself invisible. Launching his attacks from the sky, the force of his descent was akin to that of a mountain crashing down, leaving Eagle Eye uncertain of his ability to withstand the blow. The fourth swordsman wielded a dagger strikingly similar to his own. He moved with the swiftness of a fierce dragon, leaving behind layers of afterimages, his ferocious slashes manifesting 4 intersecting streams of sword energy. Furthermore, his sword energy was 2 to 3 times faster than that of the previous 3 combatants, and his 3-part slash could strike 5 times. The scene depicted them effortlessly vanquishing monsters and foes several times their size. Eagle Eye's gaze sharpened, his fighting spirit igniting. Could this be the Sword Saint? Flame-wreathed Graka, with her flowing locks and long legs swathed in red cloth, revealed scant fabric above, barely concealing her form. Another human had come to meet their demise. Borsalino remarked leisurely how terrifying, truly a one-in woman. Perish beneath the flames. Wasting no time, Yellow Monkey executed an 8-span mirror maneuver, darting to the side of Pinot's shoe. Little elf, have you ever been struck by light? The golden flash erupted from his leg, the sheer destructive force tearing Pinot's shoe apart. Goblins fell in mass. The ground strewn with scattered materials and potions. Borsalino declared, "You have completed the Flame Graka challenge." Borsalino's first completion of Flame Graka rewarded him with 15,000 gold and 200,000 berries, as Yellow Monkey's progress surpassed Eagle Eyes, elevating him to level 14. It was time to contact the Marshal. Yellow Monkey retrieved a snail phone, only to find it a black one that couldn't connect. Well, he's not in the office, he mused. I suppose I'll just rest for now. Lazily, he perused the notifications, a multitude of materials and potions flashing before his eyes. There was indeed an abundance of materials. It seemed he would need to seek assistance in managing them. Why have I not encountered any zombies along this route? Noticing a task to eliminate 5 hungry zombies and 20 in total, Yellow Monkey felt perplexed. Continuing to browse the task information, he discovered that the Dark Thunder ruins were not present at the entrance of this dungeon. Was there some hidden secret within? Upon reviewing his records, he found a map of Hedden Marl in his backpack. A new area? Curiosity piqued, Yellow Monkey wondered just how vast this island truly was. Meanwhile, in the Thunder ruins, Bucky and Yerlita prepared to enter Kino's chamber, collapsing onto the ground. Bucky, hurry and gather materials. We need to restore our status. As they continuously utilized their skills, coupled with the slight benefits from Bucky's pet, their progress improved marginally. Yet their condition was far from ideal, with Bucky freezing several times at the hands of frost goblins. Had it not been for the quick consumption of potions, he might have met his end there. Just as Bucky prepared to restore his stamina with an HP potion, he suddenly glanced at the fate coin in his backpack. Perhaps he could give this a try. With a toss of the coin, a chime echoed. The anticipated thunder did not arrive. Instead, a wave of comfort surged through him. It seemed that Bucky's luck was still with him. Huh. Yerlita, observing Bucky's sudden laughter, questioned. Bucky, how did you recover so much all at once? Could it be that this fellow has secretly concealed a plethora of drugs from me? It is rather straightforward. Observe this. Buggy tossed the fateful coin, and Yerlita discerned its attributes. After a moment's hesitation, she hurled the coin into the air. With a resounding crash, a bolt of silver lightning descended. Had Yerlita not consumed the slippery fruit, rendering everything she touched slick and smooth, this lightning could have exacerbated her already precarious condition. What a fortunate individual. Yerlita fumed, wiping the black marks left by the lightning from her face. Once her state returned to a semblance of normalcy, the two entered Kino's chamber. After a grueling struggle, they managed to slay Kino. In his final moments, a peculiar map emerged from his body. Buggy, lacking the time to recover, hastily picked it up from the ground. Buggy, you have obtained the frosty, gloomy forest dungeon map. Yerlita approached, and after perusing the information inscribed upon it, inquired with intrigue, the frosty, gloomy forest, is it an undiscovered dungeon? A realization struck Buggy. Could this be a hidden dungeon? Much like a treasure map, it might contain information about another trove of riches. Upon the personage of Kaino, there indeed lies a map to another dungeon. Yalida. It seems we are destined to become celebrities. The thought of the peculiar announcement mechanism of the Grand Forest caused Baki to erupt in laughter. I too shall ascend to the celestial screen. Jorkol Mihawk, you have accepted the class transition quest, the path of Sword Mastery. The eagle eye scanned the quest details. What? Pray tell, is this white crystal fragment? And where might the Dark Thunder ruins be located? He had cleaved his way through, never paying heed to the items that fell to the ground. Could it be that this white crystal fragment is among the potential drops within the dungeon? With this thought, the eagle eye resolved to venture into the dungeon once more, hoping to tempt fate. He would inquire along the way about the whereabouts of the Dark Thunder ruins. A delicate little wooden boat glides through the water, its limited space accommodating just 3 individuals. Each person wears an exquisite white mask, and their finely tailored suits are of considerable value. They belong to CP, a clandestine espionage agency directly under the world government, operating in the shadows of Judicial Island. Within the ranks of CP0 and CP9, each agent executes distinct covert missions, traversing the world like phantoms, tasked with eliminating any threats to the world government. Indeed, when the Navy became aware of unusual phenomena in the East Sea, they received orders from above to remain vigilant. Upon the issuance of a directive to trace the elusive figure behind Grand Forest Island, the agents felt as though they were caught in a dream. Who possessed such enigmatic power, capable of projecting images of battle across the sky? Could it be that such a formidable devil fruit truly existed? As they pondered these questions, they were informed that the whereabouts of Fang Fan must be reported without delay. Under the impression that they could engage with Fang Fan before the Navy, the agents braced themselves. Quickly, call the commander. As the transponder snail connected, a voice on the other end inquired, location? Commander, the target is approaching our position. After a brief silence, the commander realized that instead of drifting aimlessly, Fang Fan was indeed making his way toward them. Meanwhile, the masked CP agents could not suppress their nervousness. Commander, he is now beside me. Fang Fan descended slowly, inquiring, Are you agents of the world government? The agents remained silent, mere pawns in this unfolding drama. Noticing the transponder snail in their possession, Fang Fan remarked on the peculiar nature of these creatures, which could transmit signals through biological electrical waves. Seizing the microphone, he spoke softly. Which CP are you from? I need someone who can converse. Clearly taken aback by Fang Fan's awareness of their agency, the trained agents quickly regained their composure. You are Fang Fan. Indeed. Why are you watching me? Is there something you need? The agents, unprepared for such directness, hesitated before one finally managed to ask, Who are you, truly? Who am I? I have traversed mountains and realms of darkness, crossed vast human landscapes and celestial domains. I have been known as the brother of the virtual ancestor, the Imperial Warrior, the pinnacle adventurer, a member of the Celestial Cowboy F4, and a denizen of the Demon Realm. But none of that matters. To put it simply, I am an Arad. Or rather, a denizen of Arad. Is there a country or island by that name in this world? One of the CP3 leaders pondered, racking his brain for any mention of Arad among the world's nations. Was it a non-member state? Yet, even as such, that name had never surfaced. His companions exchanged skeptical glances, suspecting that this young man was merely fabricating tales. After all, how could one so young possess so many identities? What is your purpose? My purpose? It is rather simple. To invite more individuals to visit Grant Forest. Is that an affront to your world government? The CP agents were taken aback by the audacity of this youth, who dared to disregard the authority of the world government. Fang Fan, with palpable disdain, retorted, Many have disregarded your world government. I am merely one among them. On the other end of the line, the commander momentarily faltered. There was a certain truth in that statement. The agents found themselves momentarily speechless, their inquiries stifled, as their mission to uncover his origins and objectives had already been met with an unfiltered declaration. It feels as though the workday has come to a close. Does it not? Surely, it is time to depart. The tasks have been accomplished, and it would seem appropriate to end the call now. The personnel from the CP agency. Fang Fan. The personnel from the CP agency. Do you still possess the invitation letters? After a prolonged silence, a single inquiry emerges. Fang Fan. If you require the invitation letters, you ought to have mentioned it sooner. As it happens, I have a batch right here. Would you prefer Shunfeng or Baisher for delivery? The personnel from the CP agency? Are you not inclined to exhibit a modicum of courtesy? Must you be so forthright? It seems that the diligent young author has toiled to compose this work. The author requests the esteemed readers for their recommendations and monthly votes. The readers respond. If you require recommendations and monthly votes for rewards, you should have mentioned it earlier. Would you prefer to be rewarded with a title of alliance in gold or silver? Is this river here? It is not in the river. The personnel from the intelligence agency paused momentarily, suggesting that if possible, one could simply hand it to the person next to them. There was no need for them to send it over. I had even prepared to make a trip. Fang Fan stepped away from the microphone and extracted 30 invitation cards. These 30 cards are for your superior, and these 3 are for you. Here, take them. He seemed to exude the charisma of a wealthy benefactor, generously offering them. Activate the power above as soon as possible. The grand stage of Arad awaits those who dare to strive. As Fang Fan's figure mysteriously vanished, the intelligence personnel were left exchanging bewildered glances. The world of the elite is truly incomprehensible. Can you still hear me? Hurry and deliver the invitation cards. Yes. Through the relentless efforts of Smog, he had recently elevated his level to LV10. Since he had to act alongside Dasky this time, he also brought Dasky up to LV10. Having long received the prompt to enter Hertenmer, Smog, without a moment's hesitation after completing his task, directly entered Hertenmer. As the two entered the town, Dasky remarked, Is this truly an island and not merely a town? She gazed at the broad streets and low buildings, marveling in awe. The view was striking, white walls lining the streets, yellow bricks adorning the ground. The deserted streets were impeccably clean. The azure sky seemed to herald a new beginning. Simultaneously, the image transmission device activated, relaying frames of video to the office of Sengoku. Both Advisor Crane and Sengoku intently scrutinized the transmitted visuals. They were astonished to discover the hidden wonders of the island. The Glen Forest indeed held secrets untold. One must never underestimate Fang Fan. The Asen-style houses and streets of Hertenmer broadened Smog's horizons. The neatly paved stones of the streets, though devoid of pedestrians, still showcased 3 figures. That young man across the way is rather handsome, Smog thought, puffing on his long cigar, the smoke curling upwards, causing an unexpected blush to creep across his face. Is this young lady implying that I am handsome? Alas, my amphibious vehicle is not here. Otherwise, I would certainly make a grand impression. Dashki chuckled softly beside me, finding this charming side of her superior quite rare. Kelly, adorned in a cerulean mini-dress, her slender waist accentuated by a silver belt. If the ribbons of her arrows added a touch of feminine grace to the warrior, the gauntlets on her arms further emphasized Kelly's striking elegance. With her hands on her hips, she spoke with a distinctive flair. I am Kelly, hailing from the celestial realm. Young lady, would you like to enhance your weaponry? My machines guarantee 100% success. Before Dashki could respond, the warriors from the warring states heard her and were utterly astounded. Weapons can be enhanced. What kind of power is this? They immediately instructed Dashki to investigate further, regardless of the truth behind it. It was imperative to uncover more valuable intelligence. Smog understood well that when women embark on shopping sprees, it could last for quite some time. Dashki, stay put here. I shall explore elsewhere. Smog continued onward, unexpectedly arriving at a little girl's general store. Before him stood a little girl with pink hair, adorned with a large green bell. Exuding an aura of sweetness and charm, clad in a pristine white apron, she embodied the quintessential image of a delightful maid. Her delicate and melodious voice reached Smoker's ears as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Come and see. Where are you headed, brave warrior?" Taking a puff from his cigar, Smoker casually replied, "Just wandering about. Do you need my assistance?" She inquired. Thank you, but I'm merely exploring," he responded, with a bright smile. The girl named Kanina wished him well, saying, "Take care on your journey. May blessings accompany you." After bidding farewell to the adorable child, Smoker continued on, only to find the surroundings eerily desolate. He paused, sensing the profound silence that enveloped him. Nearby, several jars of various sizes were haphazardly stacked together. Just as he was about to turn away, one of the sculptures unexpectedly spoke. Come, let us make money with money." Smoker was taken aback. Is this thing sentient? Is that a person growing beneath the earthenware pot? Otherwise, why would one wear a clay vessel upon their head, perhaps too unsightly to face others? The pots here contain valuable treasures. Choose one to inspect, for none are empty, I assure you. Smoker, momentarily taken aback by the elongated call, discerned that it was a young voice. Surely, there cannot be any empty pots. Could it be a deceitful ploy? Observing that Smoker had not yet departed, the pot vendor seized the opportunity, urging him to select one, claiming a myriad of treasures could be revealed, even a legendary sword. For reasons unknown, Smoker felt a flicker of temptation. A fine sword is highly coveted among the Navy, and even if he had no use for it, presenting it to his mentor would certainly be a matter of pride. He glanced at his backpack, which contained over 20,000 gold coins. Tentatively, he inquired, "How much for each?" 10,000 each, fair and square, the vendor replied, a rose delicately perched in his mouth. He promptly handed Smoker a pot, saying, Come, test your luck. Why not give it a try? It should be harmless." You have purchased a pot from the vendor. As Smoker gazed into his backpack at the newly acquired pot, he began to open it. A dazzling array of weapons flashed before his eyes, and with his keen sight, Smoker could even discern weapons adorned with golden inscriptions. If these were golden weapons, it would be truly remarkable. The colors white, blue, purple, pink, orange, and gold correspond to common, advanced, rare, artifact, legendary, and epic qualities, respectively. Dashki's katana appears to embody the blue quality. Should this jar yield a golden epic weapon, even the warlord of the Sengoku period would be compelled to take notice. You have acquired a pair of worn-out gauntlets from the earthen jar. Smog, with a thick cigar clenched between his teeth, wore a rather displeased expression. Did you not claim that one could uncover unparalleled swords? Aha. It is only natural to occasionally strike out. Would you care to try one? Get lost. Enhancement successful. Your weapon has been upgraded by 1. Katana 1 type. Greatsword LV5 rarity. Common durability. 35 physical attack power. 51-6 magic attack power. 48-6 strength. 3 intelligence. 3 casting speed. For physical critical, 2 hit rate. -1 upper/LV1 only a true samurai may wield this blade. Unknown demon swordsman. How impressive, a guaranteed success rate of 100%. Dashki, having just departed from Kelly, examined her katana with astonishment. Although the sensation was subtle, she could indeed feel a slight increase in the weapon's power. Just as she left Kelly's side, Smog approached her. Colonel Smog, Kelly's enhancer truly works wonders. Dashki excitedly introduced, only to be met with Smog's icy demeanor, prompting her to ask instinctively, "What is the matter?" With a stern expression, Smog replied gravely, "Hurry and locate GSD to learn new skills." "What business do you have asking so many questions, young lady? How can you let it slip that you've been swindled out of 10,000 gold coins? Have you no shame?" The two strolled leisurely down the streets of Hertenmer, and after a roundabout exploration, they finally spotted the entrance to the back street. Entering the quiet alley, they encountered Cinda. Ahem. Dashki inquired with concern. "Are you all right, old man?" Cinda replied, "It's nothing. Adventurer, do you regularly maintain your weaponry? You must always check the durability before embarking on an adventure. If it drops to 0, your equipment will fail, and your life will be at stake." "Really? Is that so?" Dashki exclaimed, pulling out her katana to find its durability at a mere 25. "Indeed, wise elder. Is there any way to restore weapon durability? Leave it with me, and I shall assist in its repair, though you will need to part with a small sum of gold." Smog, however, paid no attention to Cinda and Dashki. His gaze fixed upon the elderly man seated in the corner. The elderly man bore 5 weapons upon his back, his eyes obscured by a crimson cloth. Judging by his attire, it was evident that he was not affluent. At first glance, his garments exuded a roughness, yet Smog, with his years of experience, discerned that such humble attire was a result of years of diligent practice and neglect of personal grooming. The profound aura that enveloped him commanded respect and warranted caution. Greetings. Young ghost swordsman, he said. Hello, Smog. The aged blind man paused. Are you being polite? After casually dispatching the invitation, Fang Fan converted all the points he had accumulated in the world into invitations. The dearth of warriors was a pressing concern. It was imperative to rally more individuals. In his efforts to send invitations to notable figures in the East Sea, Fang Fan encountered numerous obstacles, his whereabouts first detected by the intelligence agency of the world government. Now, the Navy had also caught wind of Fang Fan's movements. After all, there was not a single individual in the East Sea capable of soaring through the skies. If the Navy was determined to seek him out, it would not prove particularly challenging. Before you lies a colossal vessel, resplendent in a deep navy hue, adorned with an array of formidable turrets and towering masts that pierce the heavens. This warship cleaves through the sea with unwavering resolve, embodying the pinnacle of naval might. Reserved exclusively for officers of the highest rank, the magnificent behemoth before us boasts a peculiar figurehead on its bow, a delightful sculpture of a dog. Adorned with a collar and clutching a bone in its mouth, it is none other than the legendary naval hero, Admiral Monkey D. Garp. At this moment, he navigates swiftly along the naval fleet's designated route, propelling towards the East China Sea, having traversed the doldrums. An urgent report arrives. Garp's aide-de-camp, Bogart, transmits a message from the Navy headquarters. Initially engrossed in a newspaper, Garp suddenly closes his eyes, succumbing to a deep slumber, punctuated by the sound of his snoring. The habit of collapsing onto the deck and falling into a deep slumber is something the crew has grown accustomed to. Before long, Garp opened his eyes and, still in a daze, inquired, Are we nearing the East Sea? Not yet, but we are getting closer. Inform me when we arrive. Understood. A soldier approached Bogart and whispered a few words. Bogart straightened up and personally returned to report, Vice Admiral Garp, there is a man flying in the sky. According to the information from the lookout tower, this individual is likely our target. Beneath his dog-headed hat, Garp erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, after searching far and wide, I suddenly turn around to find that the person is striding upon the moon in the sky. He then commanded, fetch the cannonballs. What? Yes, sir. The soldiers aboard Garp's ship were all handpicked by him. They were well aware of Garp's temperament and combat style. He would hurl cannonballs with his bare hands, tossing them toward enemy vessels with the same ease as throwing a baseball, with speed and power surpassing that of a launched cannonball. Garp had previously employed this technique to bid farewell to Luffy at Water 7, since it could be used for farewells, according to the philosophy of the monkey family. Such a method could also serve as a greeting. 2 or 3 soldiers worked together to roll a line of cannonballs forward, while an enormous cannonball ascended from below deck. Young man, if one does not become a Navy officer, they will inevitably turn to piracy, Garp muttered. What should I do when my family always wishes to be pirates? Garp replied, a loving punch will suffice. If that doesn't work, deliver another. Meanwhile, Fang Fan continued his flight undisturbed. The scene unfolds with the county magistrate aboard a train, relishing a hot pot while joyfully singing. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupts, startling Fang Fan into activating his fully leveled mental barrier. A pale yellow aura expands in the sky, enveloping him like an inverted giant bowl. Am I to be ambushed as well? He muses as the terrifying blast reverberates, thankfully contained outside the protective barrier. At that moment, the shell was a mere 0.01 centimeters from me. Yet after a quarter of an incense stick's time, its owner shall place complete trust in me. For I have resolved to grant them a boon. Though I have bestowed countless favors in my life, I deem this the most exquisite. Immediately following, a series of thunderous booms resound. The shells do not strike the barrier but explode nearby. Fang Fan's initial reaction is to ponder if the one firing the shells is a master of human outlines. However, upon further reflection, he realizes the distance is likely too great, and the individual is intentionally drawing his attention, stirring commotion. Let me see who is so blind, he thinks. Accessing the general's skill from his arsenal, equipping the sniper ability of Neil, he crouches slightly, and as the scope opens, it resonates with the lyrics of his song. I shall send you away, 1,000 miles apart, in silence, black and white, in the era of Neil. Perhaps it is unwise to excessively torment the weak. As the crosshairs align, a 100-mile radius centered on Fang Fan comes into view. Is that Garp? He recognizes the legendary figure of the Navy, who has repeatedly cornered the pirate king Roger, earning the title of Navy Hero, known as Hero Garp or Iron Fist Garp. Garp, in the midst of hurling shells, quickly detects an unusual gaze upon him, yet remains oblivious to its source. Gazing at the distant orange barrier, he suddenly comprehends the situation. This young lad possesses considerable skill. How about a chat aboard my ship? We could use talents like yours in the Navy. Garp seems to be addressing the air, eliciting confusion among the soldiers. How fortunate. I happen to have numerous invitations yet to be activated. With a few swift movements, Fang Fan appears on the deck, leaving the trained soldiers unfazed by the sudden arrival of a stranger, a testament to Garp's commendable leadership. Garp, shedding his Navy coat, reveals a robust upper body, the suit unable to conceal his muscular physique. The Vice Admiral is indeed aging like fine wine. He genuinely admires Fang Fan's youth and formidable strength. Carp has honed his observation and armament hockey to unfathomable depths, sensing the extraordinary nature of the young man before him. In turn, Fang Fan sincerely praises Carp. As a fan of the sea, he recognizes Carp's actions as the epitome of a true Navy officer, possessing the strength to uphold justice, a stance against the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, and the audacity to confront celestial dragons directly. They steadfastly defend the weak in a pirate world where power often leads to tyranny and chaos. Such attributes command respect. And Fang Fan acknowledges his own inability to achieve the same. Thus, when Vice Admiral Carp summons him, it is evident there is a matter to discuss. Taking the initiative, Fang Fan speaks, surprising Carp. Haha, I heard from Smoker that you gifted the Navy several invitations, which grant access to the fantastical island in the East Sea. Fang Fan adopts a knowing expression, realizing Carp likely seeks a few of those precious invitations. Indeed, they are invaluable. Current analyses from Sengoku indicate that these invitations serve as tickets to the magical island. If the Navy can gain substantial access, an abundance of resources will significantly enhance our strength, potentially reshaping the order of the Grand Line and the New World. Unbeknownst to Fang Fan, Carp's intentions are purely to view Grand Forest as a unique resource point. With a smile, he proposes, in fact, I am willing to share more invitations with you. Why not consider a collaboration? Collaboration? If that's the case, just a moment. Carp retrieves a Den Mushi and speaks into the receiver. Hello? Sengoku, pick up the phone quickly. The Den Mushi adopts an exaggerated appearance akin to a frog as it connects with Sengoku. Carp, why are you calling now? Have you arrived in the East Sea? Not yet. You didn't call to check on me? Fang Fan is right here, and he wishes to discuss a partnership. Nanny? The scene shifts to the sunny streets of Hertamel, where Kizaru, emerging from the fiery realm of Graka, strides confidently in his grand coat and sharp suit, radiating authority. Spotting 3 individuals, he approaches them. Hey there, monk-clad fellow. He greets. I am Wind Fist, Windjun. Hey, Wind Fist. Do you happen to know where to find the next underground city in Graka for a challenge? Windjun replies earnestly, the wind shall guide your path. Oh, then I shall give it a try. Windjun, perplexed, watches as Kizaru activates his devil fruit ability, sending yellow particles along the wind's direction, heading south. Upon passing through a magical portal, Kizaru encounters a middle-aged man with brown facial hair and a blue scarf, stirring a cauldron of green potion. Is he concocting poison? How frightening. Norton, equally surprised by Kizaru's sudden appearance, introduces himself. I am the finest alchemist here. Alchemy? Magic? A glimmer of curiosity sparks on Kizaru's face. Behold, this is my decomposition machine. It can break down any weapon into small crystals. He gestures to a device resembling a steel crusher. Small crystals? You know, those transparent cubes? Norton explains, if you have any unwanted weapons, bring them to me for decomposition. I only charge a 10% fee for the small crystals. Small crystals? Kizaru realizes he has stumbled upon remarkable information. Weapons can indeed be decomposed. As the magical portal glimmers, another figure materializes beside Norton. Borsellino? Mihawk. The two do not engage in pleasantries. Mihawk addresses Norton. Is it true what you said about the decomposition of small crystals? The magical one of Norton ceased its agitation, and some, irate, exclaimed, how dare you question the greatest alchemist, Norton? If you do not believe, bring forth an item you no longer require. Hawkeye glanced at his inventory and picked up a dagger that appealed to him, as nothing else captivated his interest. What about this dagger? Mihawk asked, producing a small dagger, which Norton accepted and tossed into the disassembler. Watch closely, do not blink. With the roar of the machine, a wave of heat emanated from the disassembler. In less than 5 seconds, the dagger was enveloped in a surge of warmth, a brilliant light flashing momentarily. You have acquired 126 colorless crystals. You have acquired 5 red crystals. Hawkeye received the notification and inquired, colorless? Red? Norton patiently elaborated. The crystals are imbued with the unique magical essence contained within weapons. Every weapon, be it damaged or legendary, harbors this magic. Crystals of different hues store various magical properties. The red crystals in your possession conceal the essence of fire. Both Hawkeye and Kizaru were enlightened, the latter, embodying the duty of an admiral, curiously pursued further. What purpose do these crystals serve? The crystals can be synthesized into larger ones, and their attributes can be infused into weapons, enhancing their power. The colorless crystals are essential for casting advanced skills. Hence, brave warriors, do visit me often. Unlike Hawkeye, Kizaru had amassed quite a collection during his journey. I have numerous weapons here. Why not assist me in disassembling them all? Kizaru retrieved several dozen weapons, and Norton gleefully accepted, casting them all into the disassembler. I did not expect this seasoned adventurer to possess such an abundance of gear. Undoubtedly, many crystals will emerge from this endeavor, Norton assured with fervor, as the machine flickered with light. You have acquired 643 colorless crystals. You have acquired 173 red crystals. You have acquired 126 white crystals. You have acquired 98 black crystals. You have acquired 104 blue crystals. As a plethora of crystals materialized in Kizaru's hands, Hawkeye found it difficult to maintain his usual composure. Polysolino, grant me 100 white crystals, and in exchange, I promise to assist your navy once in the future. What say you? Oh, 100 white crystals? Are you seeking to augment your night with light magic? Kizaru expressed curiosity, astonished that the world's foremost swordsman would dare to negotiate with the Navy. The prospect of exchanging a single opportunity for 100 crystals underscored their significance to him. Perhaps Hawkeye possessed knowledge of something obscured. Upon the arrival of your Navy, with an influx of players and equipment, acquiring crystals will be a trivial matter. However, the chance for you to act is indeed rare. I accept your proposal. Remember your promise today. Of course. Additionally, I wish to inquire about something. Are you familiar with the Dark Thunder Ruins? Notification. You have entered the hidden dungeon, Frosty Gloom Forest. This is a concealed dungeon. Upon its first completion, it shall be opened to all warriors, with rewards for the initial conqueror doubled. After clearing the Thunder Ruins, Buggy, suppressing his eagerness to venture into her Tamil, alongside his companion, resolved to explore the depths with their ample fortune coins. Yurlita, this is a hidden map. We must be wary of the goblins in those fortifications. Having learned from their trials in the Thunder Ruins, they remained cautious. The fiery and icy assaults of the Red and Frost goblins demanded vigilance, and the seemingly mundane Tin goblins should not be underestimated. Simultaneously, they faced the risks of bleeding from Minotaur charges, incessant scratches from cat demons, and being struck unconscious by goblin projectiles. The diverse array of exhilarating adversaries kept them entranced. Especially for Luffy and his crew, unfamiliar foes had caused them considerable setbacks. Yet, thus far, none within the main cast had suffered grave injuries. Sensing a decline in vitality, the group consumed their restorative HP potions, while the ingenious Usopp discovered miraculous wild fruits like organic strawberries and wild strawberries that replenished health. In the Frosty Gloom Forest, shortly after entering, a swarm of blue goblins encircled Buggy and Yurlita, while nearby, fort builders, Gardener Rule, and Minotaur guards formed an imposing barrier around them. This is not merely a quest for treasures, it feels akin to disturbing a hive of monsters. How can there be such an abundance of creatures in the frosty Darkwood? It is utterly abnormal. Had I known, I would have ventured to hurt Unmare first. The icy onslaught from all directions relentlessly assaults them, as spikes erupt from the ground, transforming their footing into a precarious battleground. While Bucky remains relatively unharmed, suspended in the air in a fragmented state, Yalrita finds herself at a disadvantage. Though her slippery fruit grants her immunity from most direct attacks, it does not entirely negate the damage inflicted upon her. In that moment, both are rendered helpless. Bucky persistently hurls daggers imbued with silver bullets, yet against the overwhelming horde of monsters, his efforts prove futile. Cursed be this fate. Bucky bellows defiantly in the face of the advancing creatures. I have yet to uncover the grand treasure. I cannot allow it to end like this. The relentless assault from a swarm of frosty goblins encases them in ice, ultimately leading to their demise. In their final moments, Bucky and Yalrita gaze in despair as the monsters claim their lives. Challenge of the hidden dungeon. Frosty Darkwood failed. You have entered a weakened state. The instant Bucky and Yalrita faced their defeat, Fang Fan received a notification. This drew Fang Fan's attention to the situation at hand. However, after observing the battle between the two, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Was the hidden map truly this challenging? Upon inspecting the difficulty level of the frosty dark forest in the background, the truth nearly prompted him to curse in frustration. What is the situation? Why is the difficulty of the frosty gloomy forest's first completion so high? The hidden map is a system's unique design. It only becomes accessible to everyone once it has been cleared for the first time. Consequently, the difficulty will be elevated. This is not a setting from an online game. Only the first individual to unlock a hidden dungeon faces the harrowing difficulty level. Once the initial completion occurs, this dungeon will then become visible to other players. The frosty gloomy forest, as a concealed map, poses a formidable challenge at the hellish difficulty level, particularly for Baki and his companions, who are barely at level 10. The extensive health bar is sufficient to plunge these players into a state of weakness. Unless the likes of Kizaru and Mihawk enter the scene, even the main cast would likely meet their demise. The blazing Graka and the frosty gloomy forest. Alongside the Glen Forest, present significant challenges, with the primary difficulties stemming from the persistent damage inflicted by fire and ice magic. Without formidable equipment and skills, the hellish difficulty of the frosty gloomy forest leaves everyone utterly helpless. Returning to the previous inquiry, Fang Fan, aside from assisting you in activating adventurers monthly, do you truly have no other demands? Sengoku expressed skepticism through the Den Mushi, astonished by how much more agreeable this young man was than anticipated. They had assumed considerable sacrifices would be required from the Navy, perhaps in the form of a specific monetary amount, to meet Fang Fan's conditions. To their surprise, none of that was necessary. The invitations are entirely complimentary, rest assured, Admiral Sengoku. Fang Fan assured him that he could provide the first batch of invitations immediately. However, these invitations are currently only valid in the East Sea. Therefore, the soldiers you intend to activate must either be dispatched to the East Sea or allow the Navy soldiers there to activate them directly. In Sengoku's office, strategist Crane swiftly discerned some crucial information. The invitations are free of charge. If he possesses something else, could there be a fee associated with it? This point is crucial. The invitation is only valid in the East Sea, Can we infer that the Shroud of Gland Forest is confined solely to the expanse of the East Sea? This point is undeniably affirmed by the imagery broadcast from the heavens, which is confined solely to the expanse of the East China Sea. At present, Fang Fan's objective appears to be the extensive dissemination of this invitation, aimed at activating a force known as Arat. Those who are activated will embark on perilous adventures within various dungeons, acquiring a plethora of materials, weapons, and potions from these subterranean realms. While the deeper intentions of Fang Fan remain shrouded in mystery, they find themselves unable to refuse. For the offerings he provides are simply too bountiful, ranging from potent restorative potions to enigmatic vocational skills and astonishing weaponry. If their navy fails to seize these territories, they will inevitably fall into the hands of pirates, who will become increasingly formidable. Thus, the wise strategist Sengoku devised his plan, proactively approaching the hidden figures behind Grand Forest, seeking to gain an advantage amidst these enticing temptations. To this end, he was even willing to foster goodwill with the navy. However, for a joyous resident of Alat, as well as a being of the demon realm, the heavenly realm, and the ancestral realm, Delos, your considerations are overly ambitious. The world government received the first invitation letter obtained from the Navy and promptly delivered it to the Navy's research facility. After meticulous monitoring, this invitation was sent to Vegapunk's laboratory. In the realm of pirates, Vegapunk is revered as the foremost scientist of the world government, having advanced technology by 5 centuries, earning the title of a scientist who surpasses human intellect by 500 years. The bloodline factor, the giantization experiment, and robotic modifications, each of these endeavors stands as a testament to his renowned technological achievements. For instance, the bloodline factor was developed alongside Vinsmoke Judge, leading to the establishment of a kingdom of clones and super soldiers. Although the success of the giantization experiment remains unmentioned in the manga, it represents an unparalleled technological prowess. The robotic modifications led to the creation of PX-5, a robot capable of capturing over 100 million pirates. The honor bestowed upon him by the Navy reflects his exceptional research capabilities. Through extensive research, Vegapunk arrived at a startling conclusion. This substance differs fundamentally from any material known to us. My advice is to abandon the analysis of the power within this invitation. Vegapunk remarked, a rare suggestion from him. If you truly wish for me to replicate such a phenomenon, it would require a copious amount of these invitation letters. But the complexity of duplicating this miraculous invitation is no less daunting than that of synthetic devil fruits. Vegapunk responded to the world government representatives, reminding them of the lessons learned from their previous request for synthetic devil fruits. Possessing such an extraordinary power, how could it be easily replicated? Even if I could mimic it, that wouldn't guarantee its authenticity. Furthermore, with the multitude of projects I am currently managing, I cannot spare the time for this minor endeavor. The hopeful representatives of the world government listened, expressing their regret. Since we have established contact with that individual and he is willing to provide us with an invitation, we shall send agents from the CP organization to challenge Grand Forest. With dreams shattered, we must now comply with the other party's conditions. Upon notification, the first group entering Grand Forest immediately activated their invitation letters. Yo, Mihawk. Are you also searching for the Dark Thunder Ruins? Kizaru inquired with a peculiar expression. Do you, the first to enter Grand Forest, not know where the entrance to the Dark Thunder Ruins lies? Hawkeye remained silent for a moment before responding. Since you are unaware, I will inquire with others. As Kizaru noticed Hawkeye about to turn away, he slowly added, You are quite impatient, Mihawk. I too have a mission to traverse the Dark Thunder Ruins. Why not join me in seeking information? Kizaru speculated that this mysterious Dark Thunder Ruins likely required certain preconditions for access, akin to the childhood game of Heroes and Dragons, where one could never encounter the dragon without defeating a specific monster first. Hawkeye paused, contemplating before responding. Very well. Just as the two prepared to ask around in Hedden Mall, Buggy and Alrita sat in a corner of the street, looking pale as if drained of vitality. The desolate street offered little solace. They had hoped to recover by consuming potions, only to find the effects utterly diminished. Could it be that the potions were insufficient? Alrita speculated. Perhaps this is the penalty for our failed challenge. Let us not waste any more potions. Damn it, I shall remember this grievance and seek vengeance next time. Alrita muttered, regaining some strength as she gazed skyward. Buggy, do you think if we bring our crew into the frosty dark forest, our chances of success would increase? She recalled being surrounded by countless monsters, feeling utterly isolated alongside Buggy. I believe it is indeed a splendid idea to bring them along, Buggy suddenly exclaimed. Alrita, it was I who activated this invitation for you. How could I not have thought to bring more people along? Haha, how foolish of me. I only knew I could bring you in to team up, but I didn't realize I could also bring my crew along. Once I recover, we shall venture forth. After all, our combined invitations should suffice to admit them. As they conversed, they noticed Kizaru and Hawkeye approaching them. Buggy attempted to feign ignorance, but upon turning, he was met with a radiant yellow flash, revealing Kizaru's comically peculiar face. Hello there, red-nosed fellow. You seem familiar. Have we met somewhere? Buggy, akin to an agitated cat, seized Kizaru by the collar, glaring fiercely. You old rascal, how dare you call me red-nosed? Fang Fan departed from Carp, leaving behind over 100 invitation letters. Nearly all the world points had been exchanged for invitations. It is reminiscent of playing Plants vs. Zombies. In the early stages, sunlight must be utilized for its cultivation. Sengoku. I shall allocate these invitations for my soldiers to utilize. Carp, while pinching his nostrils, spoke through the transponder snail. Sengoku slammed the table, causing even the little goats to cease their grazing. You old rascal, you have quite the imagination. This support is designated for the Navy. Do you dare to hoard all these soldiers for yourselves? Ha ha ha. What is there that I would not dare? Do not forget. I previously took the initiative to lighten your burden by engaging with the islands of Gran Tesoro, and I have sacrificed quite a lot as well. Indeed. When Fang Fan departed, he took with him a box of sweet donuts. My heart bleeds at the thought. Sengoku shouted into the transponder snail. Absolutely not. I command you to return to headquarters immediately. What? Hello? Hello? The signal here is rather poor. Shall we disconnect for now? That rascal Carp. A single exclamation of bastard resonated throughout the naval headquarters, prompting everyone to feign ignorance and continue with their tasks. Nearby, Admiral Sengoku exchanged glances with his aide, Tsuru. You truly have a talent for theatrics at your age, she remarked. Sengoku chuckled softly. I hope my acting skills have not diminished. Tsuru rolled her eyes in response. Upon learning that activation in the East Blue was a prerequisite for entering Grand Forest, Sengoku immediately considered having Garp and his crew initiate the process first. He was acutely aware that if Garp returned to the naval headquarters, the world government would surely intervene. When your superior requests a loan, do you comply? Certainly not. If the world government wishes to seize from the Navy, they must first contend with us hawkish generals. To prevent officials from the world government from meddling once the invitations arrived, the most prudent course of action was to have the Navy activate them promptly. Garp, being a longtime friend of Sengoku, understood the maneuverings of his old comrade. Thus, the two orchestrated a performance of military orders do not apply here. In this manner, the world government would find themselves powerless against Sengoku and the Navy. As the Navy gained strength, Sengoku, as fleet admiral, would gain the confidence to pursue greater ambitions. However, to achieve this, he would need to placate the likes of Akainu and other hawkish generals, a burden that Sengoku would have to bear. Meanwhile, Garp beamed at the carefully selected 150 soldiers on the deck, each standing tall, their gazes unwavering and resolute. They resembled valiant warriors awaiting the inspection of their commander, moving in perfect synchrony. Soldiers, your moment has arrived. Do you know what the invitations in your hands signify? The soldiers shouted in unison, no. We do not know. Allow me to enlighten you. Once you activate the invitation, you will find yourselves on an island in Grand Forest, filled with numerous monsters. These creatures will be your adversaries and a testament to your strength. Though you have served aboard this vessel, you each come from different backgrounds with varying abilities. However, upon reaching Grand Forest, you will all start from the same line. You will venture forth alone, facing the monsters without any assistance from the Navy. Garp's eyes gleamed with intensity as he bellowed. This is an era where strength allows one to act with impunity. As defenders of justice, when many around you succumb to the wheels of time, engaging in piracy and chaos upon the Grand Line, some may doubt your resolve, deeming you foolish. They see the Navy soldiers toiling endlessly for meager pay, often sustaining injuries. They mock you for pursuing the path of the Navy in this age of great pirates, where selfish brigands sail the seas in search of illusory treasures. Yet, do you remember the devastation wrought upon your homeland by pirates? When the weak are powerless and no one stands to halt their wickedness. When the populace of this era is bereft of justice, who will rise to confront them? The soldiers, filled with fervor, clenched their fists and shouted with all their might, Navy! Navy! Garp's voice rose further. Indeed, we bear the mantle of justice and shall stand firm. Our existence is to protect the people and uphold order upon these seas. Justice will not permit pirates to ravage the innocent. Each of you must remember, the ground beneath your feet is your Navy. How you conduct yourselves reflects upon the Navy. Who you are defines the Navy. Now, carry forth the justice in your hearts. And strengthen yourselves. Grow stronger. For justice. Long live the Navy. The soldiers on the deck echoed his rallying cry, their voices reverberating across the sea. Garp suddenly smiled. If anyone fails to grow stronger after activating their invitation, they shall taste my iron fist of love. The soldiers below trembled in fear at his words, observing their quaking forms. Garp reverted to his playful demeanor. Young ones, activate your invitations, and set forth. A cascade of light flickered as the soldiers' latent potential surged forth. Paru, you have acquired the skill, Demon Slash, Upward Strike. Mira, you have acquired the skill, Knee Strike, Floating Shot. Random Soldier Ding. You have acquired the skill, Ascension Slash, Shadow Strike. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the East Blue, a contingent of CP agents stood in formation. You have been assigned a special task. Upon activating the adjacent invitation, you will acquire skills. Your mission is to ensure the government's justice is executed with utmost thoroughness. Information regarding Grand Forest has been dispatched to you. Your objective is to enhance your strength and seek out additional intelligence. Should you procure more invitations, your ranks will rise 3 levels, granting you wealth and prosperity beyond measure. Remember, once the infiltration mission begins, strive to avoid unnecessary conflicts and report daily. Work to win over the island's inhabitants to the world government. Once the covert investigation concludes, The government will reward you with promotions, even access to the Holy Land. Now, everyone, for the sake of the Holy Land, depart. As the light surged forth, the agents of the world government also entered Grand Forest. In a windless zone of the East Blue, amidst the vast expanse of sky and sea, a military ship lay quietly. As soldiers continually activated their skills, one after another vanished from the deck to prevent the returning soldiers from falling overboard. Garp had ordered the ship to halt during his speech. Bogart stood silently behind Garp, clad in a swordsman's attire, contemplating Garp's earlier remarks. If the world government officials had heard them, the Gorosei might very well seek a word with Garp. Yet, everyone aboard the ship knew Garp's character and temperament. A champion of justice, he served the nation and its people. They all understood that Garp would never forsake his convictions for the celestial dragons. He relied on the compassion and benevolence in his heart. To better uphold his vision of justice, he had steadfastly refused promotions to Admiral. At that moment, Garp gazed at the invitation left exclusively for him, along with 20 others intended for the Vice Admirals. Bogart, you are in charge here. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. When I return, you may activate your invitation. Understood. Garp, you have acquired the skill, Air/Strike. Tiger Assault. Garp, you have awakened the skill Straight Punch Impact. Unleash a powerful straight punch towards the enemy, capable of multiple strikes. The final blow inflicts significant damage and has a high critical hit rate. Air/Strike, deliver an attack with a giant weapon that lifts the enemy off the ground, with a body dominance effect upon activation. However, the Blue Fist Saint will be unable to utilize the skill while in a state of mental drive. Tiger Strike, grabs a single enemy in front and dashes forward for a brief distance before throwing them away, inflicting multiple instances of damage to any enemies encountered during the run. As Garp was examining the skill description, Bogart suddenly looked up. The windless zone was tranquil. But at that moment, a terrifying current of air swept through, as if something were swiftly piercing through the clouds and fog, soaring at an incredible speed. Just as Bogart was about to shout a warning, the rapidly moving object, traveling at supersonic speed, appeared before him in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Bogart discerned that it was a wooden cross, hurtling through the air, destined to land upon the formidable back of Vice Admiral Garp. What peculiar power had Garp unleashed? As he ventured into the shadowy depths of the forest, he scarcely had time to observe the goblins around him before sensing the immense cross affixed to his back. What could this be? The surrounding creatures, upon spotting the figure clad in navy attire, converged upon him. Garp retrieved the cross from behind, his large eyes scrutinizing it. A cross? Gripping the end of the cross with his robust hand, he swung it around with casual ease. Several unfortunate goblins were struck, their bulging eyes bloodshot and protruding, unable to emit a sound before being dispatched. Monsters? As the information regarding the goblins flooded into Garp's mind, he lowered the hand that clutched the cross. Have you ever witnessed a fist as large as a cauldron? With a powerful blow, he sent another goblin reeling, depleting its vitality in a single strike. He needed to test this so-called cleric's abilities. Approaching the next chamber, 2 Minotaur guards materialized before him. Empty slash, grasping the cross, he swung it from front to back, enveloped in a sudden red glow. Following the cries of anguish, fragments lay strewn across the ground. Was this cross the vessel for channeling the cleric's powers? Yet, it was still less convenient than his own fists. Garp yearned to cast aside the cross, but each time he did, it would inexplicably return to his back. Upon entering each new room, he would toss the cross aside. Just as he was about to step into the next chamber, the cross soared back to its place behind him. Garp muttered, "What use is this cross? It only hinders my striking speed." The recurring return of the cross to his back left Garp feeling somewhat unsettled. Meanwhile, Sengoku, aware that Garp's soldiers had entered the Grand Forest, activated their professions. The long swords in their hands shimmered with an extraordinary sharpness. Additionally, those soldiers who had become marksmen were now equipped with firearms that possessed limitless ammunition. Sitting in his office, he savored a rare cup of tea, relieved that the Navy's logistical concerns would no longer weigh heavily upon him. Since he became the Admiral, it has been rare to witness such a positive development trend. In the alley, Smoker, with a thick cigar in his mouth, confronted GSD, the mentor of the Phantom Blade. Despite the arrogant demeanor of the Phantom Blade before him, GSD remained unfazed by Smoker's rudeness. You wish to learn skills? As you desire. Smoker fixed his gaze on GSD, eager to uncover the secret behind his skill acquisition. Suddenly, a wave of information surged into his mind. You have learned the skill, Earth Splitter, Wave Sword. You have learned the skill, Triple Slash. You have learned the skill, Cross Slash. Smoker stood still, meticulously examining the newly acquired skill information. Nearby, the weapon-repairing Dasky also turned her attention towards GSD. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the 5 swords behind him, causing her to hastily pull out the record of famed swords she carried. Yet, after flipping through the pages, she found no mention of them. Senior, may I have the audacity to inquire about the swords behind you? Smoker interjected. Dasky, blushing, exclaimed, Hey, quickly learn the skills. Dasky nodded eagerly and said to GSD, Senior, please teach me more about the Phantom Blade skills. GSD remained motionless, like a statue. As you wish, young Phantom Blade. You have learned the skill, Chain Slash, delivering multiple consecutive slashes to a forward enemy while sliding. You have learned the skill, Counterspin, activated upon being attacked. This skill allows you to leap behind the enemy for a strike, generating a shockwave. You have learned the skill, Soul Piercer, summoning a demon to grasp the enemy ahead. Should the enemy be caught, a powerful thrust will be unleashed. Smoker and Dasky transmitted the information about the skills they could learn from GSD. Meanwhile, Sengoku was preparing to extract a portion of administrative clerks from the Navy to compile all information regarding Grand Forest. Suddenly, he received a report from Dasky. Learning skills from the elder GSD, could it be that he is also a formidable swordsman? Sengoku pondered, deeming this possibility highly likely. He then contacted Kazara via the snail phone. After Kazara relayed all the information he had gathered, Sengoku remarked, the people in this town should also be approached with care. Since your current tasks are at a standstill, perhaps you should engage with the elder GSD. Kizaru, leisurely conversing on the snail phone, was unaware of the disheveled state of Buggy and Erlita at his feet. But Admiral, I just happened to capture Buggy and his companion. Sengoku was taken aback. What? Where did you capture them? Are they in your custody? On Hidenmer Street. What's wrong, Admiral? Kazara sensed something amiss. Capturing a pirate shouldn't elicit such a strong reaction. He was unaware of the agreement between Fang Fan and Sengoku. Kizaru, release Buggy and his companion immediately. I will explain the reason later. For now, collaborate with Mihawk to search for clues regarding the Dark Thunder ruins. Understood, Admiral. After hanging up, Kizaru mused aloud. How fortunate. Buggy, you are free now. Buggy was bewildered by this statement. Just a moment ago, they were exchanging blows, and now he was being told to leave. So I was just beaten up for nothing? Yet, recognizing the futility of resistance, he quickly made his escape. Freed, Buggy and Arlita activated the teleportation powers of their invitation, and in an instant, their forms faded from Kizaru and Mihawk's sight. It appeared that departing from this place was quite simple. Observing their disappearance, Kizaru muttered to himself. Mihawk remained silent. Continuing his search for clues to enter the Dark Thunder ruins, the duo began inquiring about people on the streets. Back in the East Sea, Buggy and Arlita felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, acknowledging their lack of strength, they realized that further anger would be futile and wasteful. Buggy, let us stick to our previous plan. Arlita concealed her resentment and restored her elegant confidence. Losing to an admiral is nothing to be ashamed of. Acknowledge your shame and strive harder. Indeed, as long as we invite more pirates into Grand Forest and, alongside our own efforts to level up, one day I shall defeat Kizaru. Then let us not delay and set off at once. Navy, await my vengeance. As the Navy delved into the shadowy forest in search of new map information, the main characters regarded the Grand Forest map as a sacred ground for training. Thanks to Fang Fan's encouragement, Zoro relentlessly battled in the dungeon for 3 consecutive days and nights, ultimately conquering the King-level Thunder ruins. Meanwhile, Luffy, Usopp, and Nami saw Usopp reach warrior level in the Thunder ruins, while Luffy achieved King level. Sanji and Nami, teaming up, also kept pace with Luffy and Zoro, all reaching levels above LV10. With their levels enhanced, they recalled Fang Fan's words that at LV10, they could learn skills in Hidenmer. The group had no intention of grinding continuously. The path of cultivation requires a balance of intensity and relaxation, especially now that everyone was thoroughly familiar with their skills. The addition of new skills would enhance their efficiency in map clearing. The first to emerge from the dungeon and enter Hidenmer was Luffy. After all, as a man destined to become the Pirate King, his speed was not to be underestimated. Wow, there are so many people. Luffy observed the streets of Hidenmer, where passers-by were either dressed as Navy soldiers or appeared to be fierce pirates. The Navy here doesn't apprehend pirates? Zoro, appearing behind Luffy, with solid and powerful muscles adorned with a bandana still on his head and 3 swords at his waist, was a sight to behold. The earrings on his ears swayed with his movements, adding a touch of charm to his otherwise stoic demeanor. Ha ha ha, Zoro, you're out too, Luffy exclaimed, clapping Zoro on the shoulder with an exuberant laugh. Hey, don't block our way into Hidenmer. 2 pirates emerged from the Thunder ruins, swaggering past Luffy. No way. We've only been in for a few days, and there are already so many people outside. Zoro and the others didn't ponder much further and proceeded into Hidenmer. The streets were noticeably livelier than the previously desolate elven defense line. After walking for a while, Luffy scrutinized a monk-robed figure, Winjin, and asked, Zoro, do you know where you should go to learn skills? Zoro? Not receiving a response, Luffy turned around, only to discover that Zoro was no longer in sight. Well, perhaps he has already found his skill mentor. Lu, the optimistic one, pouted and murmured, then turned to Fengshen. Fengshen sensed a familiar aura emanating from the young man before him and took the initiative to greet him. I am Fengshen of the Windfist style. Lu Fei, brimming with confidence, placed his hands on his hips and declared, I am Lu Fei, destined to become the Pirate King. I can feel the fluctuations of vital energy radiating from you, adventurer. Do you not sense the currents of the wind? With a serious demeanor, Fengshen inquired. Lu Fei scratched his head, pondering the notion of wind currents. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly clapped his hands. I believe I can sense it. Every time I unleash my vital energy wave, the air around me converges towards my fist. Fengshen's expression shifted. This seemingly ordinary young man, adorned with a straw hat and a red vest, was, in fact, a natural master of Qigong. With this realization, Fang Fan asked, "Adventurer, have you come here to learn skills?" "Oh, how did you know? You monk in a robe." Fang Fan replied, I wish to change my attire." He then softly remarked, "The essence of combat lies in unity with nature. Young adventurer, the wind will guide your path forward." Luffy learned the skill knee strike. Seize the enemy ahead and deliver a powerful blow with the knee, the final strike capable of launching the enemy away. When the enemy lands, they will inflict damage on surrounding foes. He also acquired the skill Shuanbu, swiftly move a certain distance forward. Additionally, he mastered the skill Doppelganger, create a duplicate to disrupt enemy attacks or block bullets, which will vanish after a certain time or upon sustaining a specific amount of damage. Meanwhile, as Luffy discovered his skill mentor, Zoro, the Lost One, noticed that the street he was on was becoming increasingly deserted. Zoro gazed solemnly at a wall before him. It was, indeed, a dead end. At that moment, a soft and delicate voice emerged from beside him. "Would you care for something, brave warrior?" Fast forward 3 days after his meeting with Carp, Fang Fan journeyed westward to reach the Mount Levis. If one were to rank the wonders among pirates, the Upside Down Mountain would undoubtedly earn a prominent position. Mount Levis, also known as the Upside Down Mountain. This mountain is under the guardianship of Newton's formidable brother. 5 rivers meander through the landscape, 4 of which flow from the East China Sea, the West China Sea, the North-South Sea, and the South China Sea, ascending from the foot of the mountain to its summit. Upon reaching the peak, they converge and subsequently cascade into the final river that leads to the illustrious Grand Line. When Fang Fan traversed this area, he could not resist exploring all 4 rivers. Naturally, he also encountered pirates along the way, to whom he extended invitations. However, his ultimate destination was a particular whale at the entrance of the Grand Line. Laboon, a whale endowed with the ability to comprehend human language, possesses both spirit and emotion. As a gregarious island whale, he forged a friendship with the Rumbar pirates at the tender age of 1. With the demise of the Rumbar pirates, leaving only Brook behind, their fate has remained shrouded in silence for over 50 years, during which Laboon has been engulfed in sorrow, relentlessly battering the Reverse Mountain. In the original tale, Luffy engaged in a duel with him to prevent further assaults on Twin Cape, resulting in a stalemate. The pact between the man and the whale was clear. They would return to duel after traversing the Grand Line. Such a fortunate little creature it was, whether it encountered Luffy in the original story or met itself in this altered narrative. In any case, Laboon's fate seemed rather favorable. Standing at the Twin Cape's water's edge, the very inception of the Grand Line, Fang Fan gazed down at the boundless sea. How to summon an island whale amidst such vastness? As he contemplated diving into the depths, he momentarily forgot the skills he possessed from the toxic milk powder. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Shortly thereafter, a colossal whale, its head marred with scars, emerged at the entrance of Twin Cape. Truly, its size was immense. With a sigh of awe, Fang Fan approached Laboon, who was bellowing at the Twin Cape. Just as Laboon was about to collide with Upside Down Mountain, Fang Fan conjured the shadowy binding of a female specter, seizing control of Laboon. An expansive shadow enveloped the entire entrance, and Laboon, encased within a master ball, gazed in disbelief. How did I ascend to the heavens? His large head bore a small question. Laboon, do not strike Upside Down Mountain. The members of the Rumbar pirates have perished. Though harsh, Fang Fan chose to reveal the stark truth. Upon hearing this, Laboon's enormous eyes fixed upon Fang Fan, as if to question, how do you know? It is true. I witnessed their demise with my own eyes many years ago. They are all gone. Tears shimmered in Laboon's large eyes, and a deep, sorrowful wail echoed, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. The vastness of the heavens and earth resonated with his mournful cry, a solitary mountain, an expanse of sea, reverberating with a lingering lament. Laboon, you need not grieve so deeply. One member of the Rumbar pirates remains alive, having consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, allowing him to resurrect after death. The master ball containing Laboon stilled his lament, and his massive tail whipped through the air, his great body quivering with excitement. As if to inquire, is this true? Be calm, Laboon, Fang Fan gently urged, his palm nearing, a soft green light gradually infusing Laboon's being. The injuries were indeed severe. Had it not been for Laboon's robust vitality, he would have long since succumbed. Feeling the healing process was too slow, Fang Fan sought a skill from his repertoire. Holy Wind of Healing, Source of Life. A torrent of verdant light surged from within Laboon, an immense vitality blossoming within him, a miraculous healing, a true marvel of life. Suddenly, an elderly man, clad in spectacles and slippers, emerged from a small chamber below. His hair and beard were as white as snow, with a prominent chin and small eyes. Though balding, a decorative plume reminiscent of a peacock's tail adorned his head, rendering his appearance less aged. Coupled with his vibrant red shirt and blue bead shorts, he resembled not a retiree from the world of pirates, but rather someone stepping out of a fashion realm. Laboon's eyes reflected a human-like expression. He sensed a remarkable transformation occurring within him. Those areas of discomfort now radiated warmth. His large eyes were filled with curiosity as he gazed at the diminutive human before him, eager to learn more about the surviving member of the Rumbar pirates. Merely a small trick, Fang Fan humbly shrugged, continuing to channel energy. Young man, won't you join this old fellow for a chat? With great pleasure. Fang Fan retracted the Master Ball. Laboon, do not wander too far. Your injuries have not yet fully healed. With a splash, Laboon's massive form descended, sending waves crashing like a small tsunami. Forcing the waters of Twin Cape back, Fang Fan blinked into a clearing before Dr. Kuroka's. Observing the elderly man, whose age was indeterminate, Fang Fan felt a peculiar sensation. Among the healers of the pirate world, many possessed exceptional skills, such as a certain reindeer and a certain Trafalgar. Yet, in Fang Fan's estimation, none could compare to the elderly man before him, save for one notorious witch. To have prolonged the life of the terminally ill Roger for nearly 2 months was a talent not possessed by the average physician. Are you a doctor? Kuroka's inquired with curiosity. Such youthful prowess in healing. Might you hail from a certain nation? I am not a doctor. I am a planner, Fang Fan candidly replied, prompting Kuroka's to furrow his brow, his small eyes nearly disappearing. A planner? You mean someone who brings joy to others? Indeed. Bringing joy? You appear incredulous. Does such a person truly exist? As you observed, did I not just bring joy to Laboon? Kuroka's gazed at the sea, where a vast shadow swam beneath the surface. Young man, you seem to know Laboon's tale. Fang Fan smiled softly. Dr. Kuroka's, there are not many things in this world I remain unaware of. For instance, you. The guardian of Twin Cape, who once sailed with Roger, possesses a storied past worthy of reflection. Kuroka's, taken aback, fell silent for a moment before conceding. I find myself starting to believe your words. I have 2 purposes for coming here. The first has been accomplished, Fang Fan stated with a calm smile. Kuroka's began to grasp the situation and cautiously inquired, and your second purpose? Is it to inquire about my medical expertise? You may be disappointed. I intend to spend the remainder of my days here at Twin Cape, living out my twilight years. Seeing Kuroka still reluctant, Fang Fan remained unperturbed. Here is an invitation. Should you feel bored and wish to visit the island, activating the power within will suffice. Fang Fan was not disheartened. He transmitted the invitation across the air before turning away, facing the vast ocean. Beneath the surface, a colossal figure glided silently. The scanning of a gigantic whale-like creature was complete, and the projection anchor point for the Titan beast was set. It was time to embark towards the Sky Island. Lest they miss the appointed time for the arrival of the Sky City, Fang Fan called out to the sea, Labu, come here. I will take you to seek Brook of the Rum or pirates. Perhaps we might encounter his spirit. On the tranquil sea, countless bubbles and waves surged, the immense shadow expanding until it breached the surface. Labu revealed his massive whale head, listening intently to Fang Fan's words. Are you willing to accompany me? An exhilarating whale song resonated through the azure sky. At this moment, the buggy pirates were making quite the spectacle in the East Sea. Thanks to his invitation, renowned pirates of the East Sea flocked to Grand Forest. The East Sea was bustling with activity these days. As the newsbirds reported on Grand Forest, some pirates from the Grand Line even turned back to witness the legendary island said to be accessible only to the strong. However, with the increasing frequency of images appearing in the sky, ordinary navies and pirates, as named by Morgans, gradually came into the public eye. The visuals depicted a common navy slicing through the air with a long sword, leaving behind a trace of purple-black, sending monsters flying. A bull-headed giant, reminiscent of sea kings, was lifted by a Navy soldier's knee and subsequently shot into the air. More Navy personnel plunged down with swords, unleashing shockwaves that sent the monsters soaring. With swift strokes, they demonstrated speeds akin to a scythe. 2 swords clashed, conjuring cross slashes reminiscent of spear thrusts. Some even summoned eerie red formations, leaving gray cat demons quivering in fear. Additionally, there was a Navy officer wielding a pistol, who stomped a giant bull-headed beast to the ground, subsequently firing multiple shots to extinguish its life. Reports scattered like snowflakes across the seas, reaching the Grand Line and the New World. Newspapers revealed pirates exclaiming, "These are the skills of the ghost swordsman, the marksman." Terms like niche strikes, aerial bullets, and ghost slashes spread alongside the reports. The New World seemed unperturbed. Yet pirates of the Grand Line began to take heed of the happenings here. When did Navy soldiers become so formidable? In Alabastus Rainy District, Crocodile, with his slick-back hair and a prominent scar across his face, exuded an intimidating presence, adorned with an earring and a cigar in his mouth. He pondered the headline, new abilities rivaling or even surpassing devil fruits. He glanced at the accompanying images, which featured a Navy officer wielding a cross to strike a beast. Other images showcased Navy personnel effortlessly subduing monsters with their swords and guns. What on earth was the Navy up to? The cigar in his mouth exhaled a plume of smoke, obscuring a visage radiating power. In the Devil's Triangle, a hulking figure with fiery green hair and a devilish appearance loomed, with long horns protruding from his forehead and sharp teeth. He bore scars resembling stitched wounds from his neck to his head, clad in Gothic attire with a batwing collar. The Navy's operations in the East Sea were truly inscrutable. He scrutinized the techniques depicted in the newspaper, murmuring, "If only I could harness the shadows of those Navy personnel." Lord Moria, do you wish to venture to the East Sea? No, we must first gather sufficient shadows. The East Sea can wait. In a tavern of a pirate town, a man with several missing teeth appeared rugged and brawny, his body cloaked in thick hair. His brown skin and unruly black hair, tied with a headscarf, complemented his formidable presence. 3 flintlock pistols were holstered at his left side, while a bottle of potent rum was tucked at his right. Ha ha ha. What a fascinating skill. This ocean has offered yet another intriguing prospect. The East Sea, such an enticing locale, might just harbor companions of my liking. The East Sea briefly sank into a serene state, influenced by the overwhelming presence of the Sky Curtain, with admirals in the East Sea who would dare to be reckless. Moreover, the Weasel had taken personal action to conduct a widespread purge of pirates. Now, the mere mention of Vice Admiral Weasel sent shivers down the spines of pirates throughout the East Sea. Once renowned as the weakest sea, the East Sea now bore little trace of significant pirates. Currently, the only notable figures were Luffy, Buggy, and the crew of Alrita. Furthermore, only those who could ascend to the Sky Curtain could truly be called great pirates, though the peculiar notification sounds had long ceased. The populace reveled in discussions of the techniques exhibited by those above. In a town of the East Sea, a group of children wielding wooden swords chased each other. Behold my ghost slash. Taste my triple slash. You are all weaklings, watch my aerial bullet. The children darted past a short-haired man in a military green coat, who bore no eyebrows. The situation had shifted so rapidly. Monkey D. Dragon, having intended to escort Luffy to sea, now concealed himself. Observing from the shadows as Luffy trained in Grand Forest. In his hand, he clutched the invitation obtained from the Navy, secretly dispatching it back to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. At that moment, the Revolutionary Army had just toppled several tyrannical regimes, still lacking sufficient strength. They could only gather power in secrecy. Perhaps this invitation could bolster the Revolutionary Army's capabilities. Truth be told, he longed to meet the person behind Grand Forest, yet opportunities had eluded him. He keenly observed the Navy's transformations. If such a scenario were to unfold throughout the Grand Line. Within CP3, a certain official reported with a grave demeanor. His transponder snail directly connected to the Five Elders, denouncing the Navy's actions. The Navy has blatantly bypassed the world government, brazenly amassing strength in the East Sea, showing no regard for our CP organization as allies. A silence enveloped the five, none replying. After a prolonged pause, one of the Five Elders spoke coolly. Does the Navy exhibit any signs of rebellion? No, not at all. If that is the case, why waste your breath? The resources the Navy has claimed through their own merit, in a sense, alleviate our burdens. What about you all? The personnel of the CP organization were at a loss for words. They had initially intended to consult the Five Elder Stars about the Navy, but instead found themselves in an embarrassing predicament. After hanging up the phone, the Five Elder Stars gently closed their eyes, fully aware of the foolishness displayed by the CP agency. It was evident that overly clever outsiders were ill-suited for entry into the CP organization, while employing a cadre of dim-witted individuals presented its own challenges, as everything required instruction. Meanwhile, after several days of searching, Kizaru and Mihawk found themselves in a quandary. Neither the various underground cities nor the indigenous inhabitants of Hedmer had any information regarding the Dark Thunder ruins, burdened by numerous affairs at headquarters. Kizaru returned to Marineford the following day, leaving Mihawk to traverse the bustling streets of Hedmer alone. As he walked, many passers-by recognized him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, yet none dared to approach him. He continued to stroll until he spotted a tall, bald man clad in monk's robes. Before this man stood the individual for whom Shanks had wagered an arm, laughing boisterously with hands on his hips. I am Windfist Flow, Efshin. I am Luffy, he. I wish to enter the training grounds. As Efshin spoke, a closed blue door behind him slowly swung open, allowing Luffy to stride forward. At that moment, Mihawk recalled that he had indeed overlooked this place. He approached Efshin, who stood with his arms crossed. I remember you, Ghost Swordsman. Have you decided to come to the training grounds for a duel? Are there already others engaged in combat? Indeed, Efshin replied, his expression as unchanging as ever. You may enter, but as you are not a fighter, you must pay. Mihawk raised an eyebrow in confusion. Meanwhile, news reached them that the Clown Buggy and the Iron Stick wielder Alrita possessed numerous invitation letters. If they could seize some, their ranks of skilled individuals would increase. In the sky, a multitude of Navy officers activated their skills, leveraging their professional abilities and rudimentary Navy techniques to ascend forcefully into the skies above the East Blue. The combination of shaving and mysterious skill attacks rendered them virtually unstoppable against the monsters below. 2 pirates were also spotted in a fog-laden swamp. One leaped and unleashed a barrage of star-like projectiles, driving back a white cat demon, while the other nimbly maneuvered, executing quick rolls and kicking the cat demons into fragments. Once mere nameless pirates, their presence was now unmistakable across the entire East Blue. News spread among nearby pirates that Buggy the Clown had been sighted, with a bounty of 100,000 berries for his capture. Within the CP agency's highly classified base in the East Blue, the staff began to mobilize. Among them was the leader, Junio Seals from CP3, a user of the shell fruit, who intently observed the images of the sky displayed on the phone. The footage flickered, revealing a naval officer delivering a series of ferocious punches, culminating in a final blow that resembled a hammer striking a massive crucifix, aimed at a colossal bull-headed beast. This robust group of seasoned warriors instantly captivates the hearts of countless maidens from the East Sea. At times, Their adversary takes the form of a humanoid monster, while the seemingly frail Navy soldiers hurl themselves forward, effortlessly tossing the creature aside, leading to its swift demise. Witnesses recount an extraordinary scene amidst a forest engulfed in flames, where a Navy sailor stands resolutely within the inferno, raising his blade with a flourish, creating a gust of cutting wind. In a subsequent moment, a circular wave of energy ensnares the monster, spinning it to its untimely end. Sears gazes coldly, reminding the Navy, "Do not become too complacent. Your moment of sorrow shall arrive." Meanwhile, on a secluded isle of the East Sea, aboard a pirate ship, within a matter of days, Buggy has risen to be known as the illustrious Captain Buggy among the East Sea's pirate captains. He has gathered every captain with a bounty exceeding 1 million into his crew. Although they are but a handful of misfits, Buggy's vanity is thoroughly satisfied by the flattery he receives. "Captain Buggy, perform another floating dagger trick for us." The reveling pirates cheer during their banquet. "Very well. I shall fulfill your wish," exclaimed Buggy, the infamous sharpshooter. He affixes floating bullets to his daggers and lets them fly, striking a succulent chicken leg that bounces in midair. Before the pieces of chicken can descend, a line of daggers shoots skyward, reminiscent of a green machine gun, but in Buggy's unique style. One hand rests on a specially crafted silver-green machine gun dagger, while the other presses down on the trigger. The rapidly spinning magazine spills daggers across the deck, like discarded shells. Under the terrifying barrage of daggers, the chicken legs soar once more into the sky. Truly, Captain Buggy is remarkable. Huzzah for Captain Buggy's unparalleled marksmanship. The pirates erupt in cheers, and even Yarlita elegantly savors her wine amidst the revelry. Soon, once Captain Buggy secures more invitations, every one of you shall have the chance to enter the Grand Forest, where potions and weapons abound. At that moment, Buggy, lost in thought, seems to hear Roger's voice from years past, though it morphs into Fang Fan's. "My potions, weapons, and skills." Fang Fan grins, his crooked smile surpassing even the recently returned Crooked Dragon King. "Everything you desire is yours to seek. I have concealed it all within the depths of the Grand Forest's dungeon. Go and search for it." The pirates clink their glasses, exchanging toasts, joyously relishing the moment. The monotony and tedium of life at sea fade away during their feasts, where they indulge in merriment and revelry. In this regard, a certain red-haired swordsman possesses the most authority. The festivities must not cease for 3 days and 3 nights, even in the depths of the night. For 3 days and 3 nights, joy is solely dependent on the revelries. "Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Buggy has an important announcement to make." With a slight intoxication evident on his face, adorned with 2 rosy patches, Buggy's torso and limbs are rarely in unison. "I, the great Buggy, have acquired a hidden map that even those Navy scoundrels have failed to uncover, a superlative secret indeed. As long as you elevate your levels promptly. At the appropriate time, I, the esteemed Captain Buggy, shall lead you to conquer the hidden dungeons. This is a concealed map. Though it presents great challenges, the rewards are abundant." A raucous cheer erupted from the inebriated pirates. "Long live Captain Buggy." The tavern, aglow with a twilight brightness, emanated an air of elegance and tranquility as So, the solitary soul, was invited to partake in drinks at the Sashia Tavern. In these past few days, upon returning to Hutton Mall, I found myself instinctively drawn to the tavern. To my astonishment, I discovered Solon, usually so adept at navigating his surroundings, seemingly lost in pursuit of libations. The allure of Sasha's tavern was initially ignited by the promise of her exquisite sweet wine. The wine crafted by Sasha possesses the remarkable ability to restore a portion of vitality and heal injuries, while also dispelling any disorienting ailments. "Why not indulge in a glass at my tavern before you depart?" beckoned Sasha Elman. This exquisite wine not only replenishes one's vitality but also captivates Zoro with its remarkable flavor. Undoubtedly, the creator of this splendid beverage has also piqued Zoro's interest. Adorned in a flowing crimson gown that accentuates her curvaceous figure, she exudes an aura of elegance, grace, and ethereal beauty. Her golden tresses are elegantly styled, revealing her noble and refined demeanor. With delicate, elongated ears and slender arms, she embodies a gentle allure, both demure and alluring, capable of embodying both virtue and enchantment. A certain observer, upon catching sight of her, might find themselves overwhelmed, blood rushing uncontrollably. Moreover, what draws Zoro to this establishment frequently is the sight of a man clad in a dark coat, wielding a massive sword, occupying a corner of the tavern. Zoro trusts his instincts. He is certain that this man possesses extraordinary swordsmanship. Having witnessed the prowess of Mihawk and the marvel of Fang Fan, Zoro refrains from challenging every swordsman he encounters. The man with the colossal sword is often seen imbibing here, yet Zoro has never exchanged a word with him. After each expedition, he returns to this haven. Today, he has spent all his gold on wine. Seizing the opportunity, Sasha greets him. "Welcome, young Zoro. How have your endeavors fared these past few days?" She gazes at him, swirling her glass of red wine. Her crimson lips draw near the rim, and the purplish liquid flows past her lips, cascading down her alabaster neck, revealing a breathtakingly smooth complexion. In moments of stillness, she resembles a languid dove, while in motion, she embodies the grace of a delicate hare. Her simple gestures prompt Zoro, in his 20s, to avert his gaze and clutch his sword tightly. I am currently attempting to grok a warrior level of difficulty. Truly impressive, young Zoro, Sasha remarks, her eyes narrowing as a smile graces her lips. She retrieves a pouch of gold coins from beneath the counter. This is your reward for gathering the purple grapes last time, not counted among your tasks. Zoro declines the coins, saying, this time, I shall forego it. I wish to inquire about the swordsman in the corner. Sasha chuckles softly, continuing to swirl her wine. To learn about the sword Saint Aganzo, this amount of gold will not suffice, dear Zoro. Zoro is momentarily taken aback by her words. Sword Saint Aganzo. A title of such prowess. Does it surpass even Mihawk? He then adds, in that case, please convert all my gold into wine. Sasha discreetly reclaims the coins, casting a glance at Aganzo before turning her attention back to Zoro. She hesitates and asks Zoro, did I not mention that if you aspire to become a more advanced demon swordsman, you must seek out the elder GSD in the backstreets for skill training? Roronoa Zoro's face flushes with embarrassment. 3 days. Who knows how he has spent these days on Huttonmar Street before venturing into the underground. Departing from Sasha's tavern, Zoro meanders through the streets with a bottle of wine in hand, feeling a sense of ennui. Ever since a surge of navy and pirates flooded Huttonmar, the once desolate streets now echo with hurried footsteps. In fact, under the direction of the warring states, some Navy personnel have brazenly set up stalls along the thoroughfare. This stall has undoubtedly undergone a special application process. During the application, Sengoku came to understand the profound implication behind the phrase, the invitation is complimentary. The Hutton Mall Stall Business License 001 hereby grants the Navy Dasky store the right to operate, issuing this certificate. Fee payable, 100,000 gold coins or 2,000,000 berries. To obtain a permit for setting up a stall demands a staggering 2,000,000 berries. It is undoubtedly a money grab. Yet, could Sengoku dare to refuse? He could not. They were collecting various colored crystal fragments and an assortment of HP potions. A female Navy officer at the stall called out, attracting the attention of passing pirates. The Navy is purchasing crystal fragments? They wondered, given the numerous individuals engaged in the activity. The tone of her call suggested they were interested in acquiring the crystal fragments in their possession. In that moment, several pirates turned their gaze towards the stall. Zoro, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, sauntered over to the stall. His previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically. It's you. It's you. Both Dasky and Zoro were taken aback. It turned out that you are Roronoa Zoro, the pirate. In the span of 3 days, the Navy is set to confront the pirates of the sky. The information has been thoroughly verified. The Straw Hat Pirates are renowned throughout the East Sea. Dasky, filled with indignation, exclaimed, you deceived me. Confronted with the visage of a former friend, Zoro gritted his teeth and replied, I never claimed I wasn't a pirate. Who has deceived you? You have indeed deceived me. Let us duel. If you lose, you shall relinquish your famed sword to me. Who would engage in a duel with a woman like you? Why should I forfeit my esteemed blade? Roronoa Zoro, you scoundrel. What did you say, you female Navy officer? In a bid to assert dominance, their quarrel grew more intense, their foreheads nearly touching, eyes locked in a fierce stare, tension palpable. Suddenly, the entirety of Hutton Mall Street came to a standstill, the crowd's gaze fixated on the two embroiled in their verbal skirmish. The two individuals, one a naval officer and the other a pirate, cast their eyes around at the surrounding people. 1 second, 2 seconds. Dasky hurriedly retreated, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Zoro had casually glanced and noticed that his former target had entered through a small blue door. That place was. Stop. Don't leave. Zoro disregarded Dasky and walked towards the wind chime. The essence of combat lies in harmony with nature. The young swordsman wondered if he could engage in a sparring match at the training ground. Seeing Zoro depart, Dasky could not abandon her post and determined resolutely within herself that she must challenge Zoro to a duel to claim the victory of the Way of the Sword. Is that possible? Of course, but first, payment is required. Zoro tightened his grip on the snow sword and downed several mouthfuls of wine. A man of means earns respect, while a man without wealth struggles. Young man, you are welcome to return. Next time, remember to bring money. Thanks to the regulations established by the Grand Forest Navy, which prohibit direct conflict between world government personnel and pirates within the city, the trade of various materials proceeded remarkably smoothly. The naval stalls primarily offered various task materials such as goblin bones, rusty patches, and furnace rock carbon. Among these, the most sought-after items were the small crystal fragments. As the Yellow Ape and Hawkeye had reached level 18, the details of their job transfer began circulating among the Navy, eventually reaching the pirates as well. Upon learning that the transfer might require small crystal fragments, these items quickly became hot commodities. Dasky, stationed in front of the naval stall, was now fixated on the weapon in her hands. She had upgraded to a level 10 autumn leaf blade, enhanced to 7. The young girl had successfully reinforced it to level 7 in one go, seemingly validating Kelly's assertion. My enhancement furnace guarantees 100 success. Had she not run short on gold coins and furnace rock carbon, she would have continued enhancing further. As the day's market hours drew to a close, Dasky glanced towards a nearby general goods stall. Sister Kanina, I have come to see you. Dasky, the social butterfly of the Navy, In recent days, the original residents of Hutton Mall Street have become quite familiar with one another. The stoic bald Master Fang Fan, the fiery and warm-hearted Sister Kelly, and the astute and diligent young lady Kanina, who runs a small grocery store. Through their conversations, Dasky learned that Kanina's mother was ill. While her father and brothers were preoccupied with their own affairs, Kanina harbored a deep desire to earn money to purchase medicine for her mother. The young Kanina diligently managed her shop on her own, and upon discovering this, Dasky made it a point to frequently visit her grocery store. Just pick any item. Sister Dasky, Kanina said, her big eyes squinting with a delightful smile that made the passing sailors glance at her with hearts in their eyes. Ah. After tasting your handmade bread, the flavor is truly unforgettable. Hard to believe that someone so young can create such remarkable tastes. Dasky exclaimed like an excited little fan, surrounding Kanina with admiration. Hiki, this is my secret recipe. What do you think? Would you like some more? Meanwhile, Sanji and Nami finally emerged from the treacherous ruins of the King's Level Poison Thunder. At this moment, Nami appeared noticeably more competent than she had 3 days prior. Once a cunning thief, she had undergone a transformation through battle, her entire demeanor altered. Now, being familiar with magic and sorcery, she walked at a leisurely pace. But when she ran, her feet seemed to leave the ground, gliding like the wind. Sanji, do you know your skills instructor? Sanji lit a cigarette, pondering that a combat instructor must be someone skilled in martial arts. Nami nodded, acknowledging the logic. Let us split up to search. We'll regroup here after mastering our skills. All right. The two parted ways at Norton, with Nami continuing forward. Not far ahead, her attention was drawn to a young girl with short, light golden hair leaning against a cross. A battle-styled maiden clad in armor, wielding a shield, stood before us. Her golden-edged silver shield and greaves complemented the supple leather armor that adorned her torso, while a silver belt cinched her short, crimson hot pants. The petite and exquisite cape draped behind her, but what truly captivated the eye was the adorable teddy bear plush dangling from the towering cross behind her. Brother Nibase. I must find you, she murmured, half to herself, half as a self-encouragement. Another beautiful girl, Nami, sensed that her companion harbored numerous untold stories. Unable to resist, she approached without waiting for an invitation. Greetings, I am Galantis, the armored maiden introduced herself. I am Nami. If you happen to encounter someone named Nibase, please do let me know. Should I cross paths with him, I shall certainly inform you, Nami replied courteously. Suddenly, Nami's keen eyes caught sight of a wooden chest behind Galantis. Ah, within lies an array of formidable weapons. Should you possess a token of valor against demons? You may exchange it here. Galantis unabashedly opened her weapon chest, illuminating the vicinity with a radiant golden glow. These are golden epic weapons. In a neatly fitted suit, Sanji emerged from the magical portal, his attire showing signs of wear after 3 days of battle. A fleeting glance revealed a statuesque figure that made his heart race. The brown-haired beauty, adorned with goggles, exuded an air of elegance. Her tall frame and proportionate form were accentuated by the blue dress, which revealed a pair of long, graceful legs. Sanji adjusted his tie, brushing off the dust from his outfit. Before he could approach, he heard the sultry yet melodious voice of the striking lady. I wish to learn magic as well. In an instant, Sanji conjured a rose as if by magic. Ah, fair maiden, I happen to know a magician. Carrie Dreddy, adorned in dark attire, caught sight of Sanji, her mature voice resonating deep within his heart. If only I could imbue my bullets with such energy, lovely lady. My name is Sanji, he said, bowing politely as he presented the rose to Carrie. I am Carrie from the Celestial Realm. Is this for me? Indeed. Oh, what a pleasure to meet you. Such a courteous and handsome young man, Carrie praised, resting her hand on her enhancer. Would you care to enhance your weapon? My enhancer boasts a success rate of 100%. Beautiful Miss Carrie, please enhance my gauntlets to your heart's content. Such power. All these weapons exceed level 50. Nami's eyes sparkled with desire, yearning to pilfer Galantis's wooden chest. Rows of gleaming swords, staffs, and firearms adorned the chest, their attributes beyond compare. Though diminutive in appearance, the firearms emanated an aura of terrifying might, perceptible to her magical senses. Her gaze fell upon a weapon used by magicians, one in particular capturing her attention. Willie's Ring of Words type, staff level, 55 rarity, epic durability, 35 physical attack power, 543 magical attack power, 687 independent attack power, 360 intelligence, 63 casting speed, 5 magician, female, Jack Explosive 2 magician, female, Frosty Snowman 2 magician, male, Magic Ice Ball 2 magician, male, Nether Flame 2 additional attributes. When casting skills, there is a 2 chance to grant all party members invincibility for 7 seconds, ineffective in duel arenas. When casting skills, there is a 2 chance to grant all party members a toughened state for 7 seconds, ineffective in duel arenas. When casting skills, there is a 2 chance to grant all party members a disguised state for 7 seconds. Willie nags at me like my mother. Yet I cannot bring myself to resent him, for he worries about me when I offer gifts to my sister. Such potent attributes. Oh, how I wish to wield one in the future. Nami mused, noticing the 2 magical skills. I must learn skills soon. Determined, She prepared to turn around, only to collide with a naval officer. With gray and white hair and a robust physique, the naval officer's demeanor was unexpectedly jovial. Little girl. Are you also a priest? Kapu, holding a bag of donuts with remnants lingering at the corner of his mouth, scrutinized her. Naval officers? Nami instinctively retreated, eyeing Kapu warily. Do not be afraid, young lady. We are the Navy. Nami took a cautious step back, her grip tightening around her magic wand. The only ones allowed here. Besides the Navy, were pirates. My apologies. I mistook you for a mere passerby. Ha ha ha. What an odd naval officer. Nami carefully backed away. Noticing that Kapu did not pursue her, she dashed through the magical portal and onto the main street of Huttonmar. To her astonishment, she saw Sanji handing stacks of gold coins to a woman in a blue dress. It has reached 5. Perhaps I should push for 6. That previous failure was merely an anomaly. Hello, Carrie. Sanji retrieved another handful of coins, which Carrie cheerfully accepted, counting them as she spoke. Sanji, your coins are insufficient for another enhancement. We welcome your next visit. Wait for me, Carrie. I will return once I have saved enough gold. Sanji, grinning widely, donned his newly enhanced gauntlets, exuding an aura of volcanic strength. Such power. With the gauntlets enhanced by the lovely Miss Carrie, I feel invigorated. His strength surged like boiling water, steam billowing from his nostrils as a formidable energy radiated from his being. Yet, Nami observed Sanji merely exchanging coins with another woman, who seemed to do little more than maintain his gauntlets. Nami realized that this woman might very well be a fellow traveler. One steals, the other thievery. It appears they tread the same path. As she strolled closer, Nami initiated conversation. Hello there. What were you just doing? Just concluding a minor transaction, Carrie replied. Her spirits elevated. Enhancing weapons, young magician? Would you like to enhance your staff? Carrie enthusiastically suggested. Yes, I would love to enhance it. However, could you perhaps offer a discount? If the price is right, I might enhance several times. Carrie hesitated, considering the recent opening of her shop. Young magician, how much of a discount do you desire? The standard enhancement fee is 1,000 coins. 500. That is unfeasible. 800. 250. How can that be? One cannot bargain down to half the price. 700. 125. Young magician, are you out of your mind? If you bargain like this, I might as well enhance for free. 2 weapons. Carrie, hey. Sanji was oblivious to the furious Nami beside him, as his gaze was inadvertently drawn to a charming little girl in a green dress and white apron at a nearby stall. Adorable. Sanji moved like a whirlwind, his speed akin to that of a well-oiled machine, darting to Kanina's side. Take a look, choose something. I detest merely browsing or buying on credit, Kanina declared. Her green bow and sweet smile utterly disarmed Sanji. All right, I'll buy it right away. Sanji selected 2 items with his remaining funds, only to realize that he could afford just a single ordinary remedy for blindness. Ordinary blindness remedy. Dispels blindness. May light be with you, Kanina Raminis. Kanina took a piece of bread from the shop behind her, taking small bites and savoring it. Enjoy, 500 gold coins. The starry-eyed Sanji, upon seeing the food, suddenly returned to his senses. The aroma of malt. Kanina's large eyes sparkled, a true connoisseur. Galantis. We in the Navy will certainly keep an eye out for news regarding Nerbus. We will notify you the moment we have any information. Galantis was immensely thrilled. That's wonderful. Thank you, dear priest. Haha, it's nothing. I merely wish to learn about the priest job transition. Could you kindly enlighten me, Galantis? Kappa, with a serious demeanor, regarded Galantis. She was more than willing to assist. As a descendant of Shapiro Gracia, one of the 5 saints, Galantis was well versed in the various domains of priestly knowledge. Unable to extricate herself from her busy tasks, she was keen to find someone among the priests she had trained to aid her in locating her brother. The prospect of someone gathering information about Brother Nerbus filled Galantis with joy. Upon reaching level 18, a priest faces 4 choices. Galantis closed her eyes, and Kappa felt a surge of vivid imagery flooding his mind. This information was precisely what their newly established Navy Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau required for research. In the imagery, the first priest roared like a beast, radiating light, surrounded by numerous blue and green symbols of energy, as if chanting a spell. A transparent white shield enveloped him, while a formidable cross stood behind him. Glimmering golden orbs of energy shone like divine light, as blue lightning struck from the heavens, and golden energy crosses shot forth from his hands. Kappa was astonished to see him wielding a colossal energy hammer, swinging it down with earth-shattering force, splintering the very hammer itself. A golden orb, radiant as the sun, ascended slowly, while on the ground, a golden red formation revealed the shadow of an angelic spear. In an instant, the once golden orb transformed into a dark purple mass, unleashing a barrage of beams like cannon fire, wreaking havoc. The second priest, encircled by a halo of light, wielded a massive battle axe, swinging it with tremendous force and authority. Each strike echoed with power and intimidation, shaking the ground beneath him. A pitch-black dog, whose body bore hints of a mystical golden hue, followed closely behind. As the warrior swung his axe, the dog clamped onto the enemy, refusing to let go. Seizing the moment, the warrior unleashed a tempest of blows with his axe, and when he hurled it, The incredible force caused a spinning wheel of light to lock onto the foe, tormenting them mercilessly. The most terrifying display followed as the warriors stood firm, unleashing an endless torrent of blue light. Talismans flew forth, and formidable black energy orbs surged, accompanied by chaotic winds and blinding lightning that left onlookers dazed and breathless. A colossal white creature on the ground pushed a white energy sphere back and forth, igniting fierce flames upon impact. In the final scene, behind the warrior, an octagonal energy formation with a red-bordered blue symbol emerged, from which fiery energy birds surged forth. As the entire formation morphed into a gigantic energy creature, it dove down with an overwhelming presence, accompanied by a thunderous dragon, radiating an undeniable might. The third priest was shrouded in darkness. Upon his emergence, his body appeared to be engulfed in immense agony, before transforming into a demonic beast. Dragging enemies along the ground, he attacked with the ferocity of a black wild beast. Shadowy figures of demons loomed behind him, their hands aiding in the assault. A howling whirlwind of black energy erupted, leaving bloody, intertwined marks in the air. When Kapu beheld the final figure, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it was a feeling of longing. Since deciding to train alone, Usopp's abilities had soared. Thanks to his innate dexterity, which far surpassed that of most boys, Usopp displayed remarkable talent while tinkering with the pursuer robots. Naturally, he lacked the courage to dismantle the pursuer, but he had mastered the timing of their explosions perfectly. Now, he could align his attacks with the robot's detonations, inflicting tremendous damage upon monsters. Moreover, relying primarily on the pursuer for damage output, his movements became quicker and more agile. Each encounter involved luring monsters together, then coordinating with the robot's explosions to vanquish his foes. This innate mechanical aptitude seems to be a gift bestowed upon Usopp from birth. After several days of diligent training, he has reached level 11 and intends to pause for a moment to acquire new skills before continuing his practice. How lively it is. As Usopp steps into the main street, he cannot help but marvel at the scene before him. How impressive. The Navy and pirates coexist without interference. Truly, this is a remarkable island. With his goggles on, he gazes far ahead, scanning the street and quickly recognizing his skill instructor among 3 individuals. The magazine at her waist is strikingly conspicuous. To his surprise, she is a beautiful minnow. Is that Zoro? What is he staring at against the wall? Sanji appears to be assisting that young girl. With cooking? Nami? Usopp peers into the distance but still cannot spot her. Well, never mind them for now. I must learn my skills first. Once I master my new abilities, I am certain I will qualify as a Glocka warrior. Approaching Kelly, he notices that she also recognizes him as a sharpshooter. What a peculiar marksman. He even carries a slingshot at his side. Usopp's eyes light up. It is the first time someone has shown interest in his galaxy slingshot. This is a specially crafted slingshot, and in terms of range, it is no less formidable than any firearm. Kelly smirks slightly. This sharpshooter reminds her of a certain individual who, instead of using a perfectly good gun, opts for a dagger. Instructor, I am here to learn sharpshooting skills. Kelly, noticing Usopp's approach, speaks up. I am Kelly, the sharpshooter instructor. As she raises her hand, Usopp feels a surge of information entering his mind. Usopp, you have learned Silver Bullet, Flamethrower, and Stomp Shot. Flamethrower. Use the M3 flamethrower to unleash flames upon enemies. Capable of multi-hit attacks unaffected by obstacles. Stomp Shot. Step on one enemy ahead and shoot, inflicting damage on surrounding foes while immobilizing the target. As Usopp peruses his skill information, he suddenly feels a tap on his shoulder. Who could it be? With Buggy's preparations reaching their zenith, he is set to lead all activated pirate captains to challenge the hidden dungeon, Frosty Darkwood. The potions are ready. The one who purchased the Ice Unfreeze potion has returned. Captain Buggy, we are ready to depart. Buggy, with his red nose, stands before the crowd. With flaring arms, he tosses a dagger into the air. And then Jennings and the dagger whirl like juggling balls. Once everyone reports, the gun and dagger return to his side. All right. Captain Buggy's grand adventure in the Frosty Darkwood begins. Buggy initiates an 8-man team invitation. Yes, 7. The crowd follows Buggy's lead, rushing towards the depths of the Glenwood Forest. As they delve deeper, the surrounding brown, withered trees and lush greenery gradually become coated in frost. Eureka trails behind Buggy, relaying precautions to the group. Be cautious. Upon entry, we must launch a fierce attack in one direction. We cannot afford to be surrounded. Eureka repeatedly emphasizes, and soon, they pass through a magical gate. You have entered a hidden map, Frosty Darkwood. Without waiting for further discussion, Buggy shouts triumphantly, Damn monsters. Captain Buggy is back for revenge. He charges ahead, donning Jennings, significantly boosting his damage. Simultaneously, his pet fire dragon unleashes a scorching breath, intensifying Buggy's assault. In Silver Bullet mode, he fires upward, followed by the green mechanism dagger. While Buggy unleashes his skills, Eureka wields a wolf fang club as thick as her waist, shouting, Ghost swordsman and fighter, follow me. Her long skirt billows, and her hair dances as this thorny rose pierces through the encirclement of monsters. Earth Splitter, Wave Blade, Mountain Crushing Strike, Cross Slash, Ghost Slash. The captains trailing behind may not be particularly swift, yet they keep pace. Some unleash silver light upon their blades, while others perform cross slashes and upward thrusts, executing moonlight slashes. Though their coordination may not be flawless, their attacks successfully land on the bull-headed beasts and goblins. Targeting one direction, they swiftly create a breakthrough. Indeed, as expected of me, the ambush in the first room has been cleared. The rest will pose little difficulty. Buggy exclaims excitedly. Let us take them down. Charge for gold and Eureka. What defines a man's fight? If this question were posed to Garp, he would undoubtedly respond with fists. The romance of rugged warriors lies in the clash and turbulence of flesh against flesh. Each punch lands with force, every strike draws blood. In the scene, the cleric abandons his weapon, plunging it into the ground. The weapon stands firm like a stake, casting a green glow over the vicinity. The cleric's fists emanate a blue luminescence, striking with the swiftness of a dragon and lightning. Each punch delivered with precision and no hint of hesitation. More importantly, each blow connects with a palpable impact, and with a smooth glide of his feet, he engages in close combat with an almost ethereal grace. Each movement flows seamlessly. Each charge and punch is swift as the wind. Garp is unable to contain his eagerness. His fists tremble with anticipation as he observes the blue-fisted cleric delivering rapid strikes, their form moving like a specter, accompanied by an unknown force of holy light, unleashing a hurricane-like fist technique. Such a robust physique can unleash such speed, prompting Garp to become increasingly intrigued by this profession. Galantis, I wish to change to that blue fist profession. Galantis graciously explains. The blue fist cleric is a practitioner who dedicates themselves to vanquishing impostors. They are like the wind, forsaking the cultivation of holy light to uphold justice, focusing instead on strengthening their physical prowess and combat skills, employing the tactics most favored by boxers. Wherever a blue fist has battled, it is as if a storm has swept through. On the continent of Arad, there exists a legendary blue fist cleric named Tida Banar. If you encounter him in the future, please send my regards. Garp, you have accepted the quest to transition to the blue fist cleric. Upon seeing the transition information, Garp feels a surge of excitement, but then suddenly realizes a pressing concern. Does this mean I must wait for the Navy's strategic defense, attack, and logistics department to gather intel on the Dark Thunder ruins? Riding atop the formidable Labu, Fang Fan became acutely aware of Garp's reminder regarding the acceptance of clash transitions. The renowned three masters of the sewers spoken of in Arad could very well shine in this pirate-infested world. He had once dabbled in the blue fist, but, regrettably, his lack of skill led him to abandon it before awakening. He had encountered the remarkable Blue Cat, and among the people of Arad, a saying circulated, with a green glow, a scythe thrust, a gust of wind, and one lies down, victorious fourth, defeated eighth. Presently, the righteous tempest conjured by Garp might very well bring many pirates to their knees. The activation speed was somewhat sluggish. The initial phase was manageable. Yet if he had to continue sending invitations on his own, it would be an arduous journey indeed. Method scratched his nose and reopened the planning system interface. Upon perusing the information on invitations, he finally noticed a small note indicating, once the first clash transition occurs, invitations will be randomly dispatched in the sea area of the dungeon. The first clash transitioner, Fang Fan murmured, reflecting on the complete absence of news from the Dark Thunder ruins, where not a single soul had received the peculiar stone to initiate the quest. With barely 300 warriors present, he understood that during the initial phase, impatience was futile. Meanwhile, at Marinvondo, the Navy's strategic defense, attack, and logistics department, a newly established unit dedicated to handling information related to activated classes in the Grant's Forest, Sengoku received a file, its cover boldly inscribed, Grant's Forest Class Compendium. Demon Swordman, male a masterful melee swordsman skilled in magic. Known transitions include Sword Soul, Berserker, and a mysterious unknown class. Demon Swordman, female a female swordmaster with exceptional swordsmanship. Known transitions include Sword Tamer and a mysterious unknown class. Gunner, a sharpshooter utilizing martial arts and firearms. Known transitions include Gunner and a mysterious unknown class. Cleric, a practitioner of justice. Known transitions include None. Fighter, an attacker employing various bodily parts and martial arts. Known transitions include Free Fight. Adjacent lay the Grant's Forest compendium of potions, materials, and monsters. All information collected by the Navy from Grant's Forest was compiled here. A report indicated that the transition information for the cleric had been updated. Paladin, Exorcist, Avenger, Blue Fist Saint. The details were transmitted through Garp's snail phone. After reviewing the information on the four classes, Sengoku inquired further. Any leads on the dark gloomy woods? None, came the reply. Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. There must be crucial information they had overlooked or had yet to uncover. Should they fail to locate any signs from the Dark Thunder ruins, Sengoku would have to consider withdrawing a portion of the Navy from the island. As levels reached LV-18, the experience bar became notably more resilient, presenting a daunting challenge for advancement. Furthermore, the Navy had tasks to fulfill. Idling on the island without enhancing their strength was not an option. Yet, at this moment, Buddha's capitalist Sengoku decided to wait a while longer. He instructed Garp to inform him that he would return to headquarters. Movements among the emperors of the New World had been noted. Outside, a messenger knocked on the door. Report to Marshal Sengoku. Soldiers returning from Grant's Forest have arrived at training ground number 7 as per your orders. Excellent. Relay this information to Instructor Zephyr and instruct him to proceed there. Yes. With a decisive thud, the office door closed behind him. Sengoku donned his cloak and made his way to the Navy's training ground number 7. Eager to witness firsthand the unique skills of the first batch of outstanding LV-18 soldiers, Hawkeye stood impassively, a black sword slung across his back, exuding an aura of a grand swordsman that set him apart amid a throng of lesser figures. The expansive training ground, with its freshly laid wooden floor, was pristine. Surrounding it were sandbags and an array of weights, where more than 10 Navy soldiers were visibly muscular, fervently engaged in their training. At the rear of the training ground, a section was elevated above the front floor, providing additional space for rigorous practice. Upon this layer of flooring lies a square combat arena, where Luffy, clad in a crimson vest, reclines. The bout has concluded, and the young fighter lies spent. Ice, brandishing a spear over 2 meters long, stands in a crouch, his muscular frame adorned with myriad battle scars. The blocks of ice upon the arena remain frozen, showing no signs of melting. Gasping for breath, Luffy has lost the ability to fight. Train harder and return to challenge me, Ice declares as he sheathes his weapon and leaps down from the arena, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before locking onto Mihawk. Interesting eyes, Swordmaster, he remarks, to which Mihawk responds with an impassive expression. As they exchange glances, Ice continues. Your level may be low, but should a conflict arise, it is likely that adventurers of your caliber would not stand a chance against you. Elevate your level. I hope to encounter more intriguing individuals like yourself at the upcoming Virtual Ancestor Yellow Dragon Conference. With that, he secures his spear behind him and departs the training ground. Once Ice is left, Mihawk surveys the surrounding Navy personnel and the prone figure of Luffy on the arena, his interest waning. He had anticipated encountering a swordsman, but instead, he finds this? Luffy, regaining some stamina, struggles to rise from the arena. I'm so hungry. Dragging his weary body, he slowly descends from the platform. Sanji. I need food. Zoro? Usopp exclaims in surprise. Usopp, have you completed your skills training? Of course. The sharpshooter's skills are quite formidable. What about you, Zoro? Usopp inquires, but Zoro turns his head away. Usopp becomes puzzled. Zoro? Zoro retorts, I'd rather not discuss such matters, feeling blue and mushroom-like over here. As he turns his head, he spots Luffy, head drooping and spirit waning, clutching his stomach as he exits the training ground. Luffy. At the entrance to the training area, Luffy's eyes brighten upon seeing Usopp and Sanji in the distance. Zoro, Usopp. He calls out loudly, but his briefly restored vitality deflates like a deflated balloon. Luffy. What's wrong? Are you poisoned? Usopp asks curiously. Zoro, discerning the situation, realizes this guy is probably just starving. At Karina's general store, Sanji packs a bundle of his secret cakes. Karina, thank you for your materials. No need to mention it. I must thank you, Sanji-kun, for improving my recipe. I shall await your next visit. Take care on your journey. After waving goodbye to Karina, Sanji encounters Zoro and Usopp. Oblivious to the notification, Karina's fondness for you has increased by 10. Everyone must be hungry. Come, try my special handmade cakes. At Navy Base 7, the soldiers, who were previously engaged in physical training, have now entered a state of rest. In the stands, among the admirals, except for Akiji, who is on a mission, both Kizaru and Akainu have arrived at the training ground. What a pity. Kazan has missed such an excellent performance. Kizaru, lounging with his legs crossed, hides behind his orange sunglasses as the crowd conveniently overlooks his peculiar mouth shape. Admiral Kizaru, you personally activated that mysterious invitation. Do you endorse this power? The Navy adheres strictly to orders. Once a plan is established, especially among hawkish commanders, they execute it with unwavering dedication, never questioning the correctness of the command. However, the Dove faction tends to exhibit their own discernment and subtle opinions regarding certain orders. Among familiar faces in the arena, questions arise candidly. The two factions of commanders within the Navy align in broad strokes but may diverge in execution. The Grand Forest Plan, devised by the warring states, has raised doubts about the true power of the invitation. Once you see it, everything will become clear. On the training ground stood 2 ghost swordsmen, a fighter, a marksman, and a cleric bearing a cross. They were all distinguished representatives, chosen by Carp, from various professions. Notably, there was not a single marksman among the soldiers aboard Carp's ship. Most hailed from the East Sea, primarily serving under Carp. Zephyr, with his flamboyant purple hair and a physique as robust as a bull, wielded the heavy iron wall crusher with effortless grace, as if it were a mere toy, while the other commanders donned navy cloaks paired with suits. Zephyr casually wore a black coat. At that time, Edward Newgate had yet to be appointed as one of the 7 warlords, and the instructor Zephyr had not yet begun to harbor doubts about the Navy. Ein and Benz were still serving within the Navy ranks. From the stands, Sengoku gestured, prompting the soldiers responsible for the sparring to enter an offensive stance. Wearing black sunglasses, Zephyr suddenly grinned and said, Sengoku, allow me to personally assess the power of their activated invitations. Both Sengoku and Kizaru turned to Zephyr, intrigued by his enthusiasm. I too wish to comprehend this power, which rivals the devil fruits. In training ground number 7, numerous soldiers in training eagerly gazed at the imposing figure who had leapt down from the stands, the Navy's chief instructor, Zephyr. Like Carp, he was a legendary figure within the Navy. Over half of the current rear admirals were his disciples, including the Admirals Kizaru and Akainu. The activated professionals also felt a surge of excitement. Chief Instructor Zephyr. The crowd greeted him, akin to fans meeting their idol. Had it not been for the Navy's strict discipline, they might have rushed forward to overwhelm him. Soldiers, unleash your full strength and attack me. On the training ground, the ghost swordsman raised his hand, and a circular blood-red mark enveloped several of them. The activated soldiers instantly felt a jolt, their strength surging, and their minds sharpened. The marksman's attack was the first to reach Zephyr, who deliberately took a bullet. It was merely a dull sensation against his chest. However, he was unexpectedly lifted off the ground. The close combat professionals charged forward, executing swift strikes. The ghost swordsman slashed, leaving purple trails, while a kick connected with Zephyr's calf, propelling him further into the air. The follow-up was a cross slash, followed by powerful strikes. The tiger assault commenced, resembling a small water buffalo lifting a great lion. The two figures moved forward a distance before Zephyr landed steadily. Not bad. The considerable force that surged toward him had compelled him to utilize the shave to dissipate it. The others followed closely behind, unleashing a series of relentless attacks. The Earth split wave sword, shimmering silver blades, and 3 unreserved slashes. Among the Navy commanders, several sword enthusiasts fixated their gazes on the ghost swordsman. Such an extraordinary sword technique, at the level of rear admirals, did not impress them with its damage or destructive capability. However, if such techniques could be disseminated throughout the Navy, the combat effectiveness of Navy soldiers would undoubtedly rise by at least 50%. It appeared that the power emanating from the ghostly hand was inspiring them to employ these unique sword techniques. Some also noted the female ghost swordsman, whose moves were as agile as a serpent, swift and decisive. The eyes of several female naval officers present sparkled with intrigue. Zephyr was forced to retreat, although uninjured. The mere ability to shake his form was a remarkable achievement. Instructor Zephyr, be cautious. Oh, is there a particularly special technique at play? The ghostly swordsman of the Navy tightened his grip on the katana and suddenly thrust it upwards, successfully landing a grip on Zephyr. Rift wave slash. The circular rift cleaved through Zephyr's physique, and though his body was enveloped in a formidable aura, a twinge of pain finally pierced through. As the ground-shattering sword was unleashed, several individuals swiftly retreated from the vicinity. The sharpshooter indiscriminately hurled a grenade towards Zephyr and the ghostly swordsman, resulting in a thunderous explosion. To everyone's astonishment, both the Navy and Zephyr emerged unscathed. How could they possibly be unharmed? Fire Mountain exclaimed in disbelief, with Zephyr's formidable aura enveloping him. It was indeed impossible for the grenade to breach his defenses. Yet, how could the Navy soldier, devoid of such an aura, remain completely unscathed? Sengoku's eyes were fixed intently on the ghostly swordsman, recalling the skill introduction sent by Garp, which distinctly noted, this skill possesses an all-encompassing aura effect, seemingly invincible. The mere mention of those words was sufficient to command the attention of all present. What an intriguing technique. Zephyr couldn't help but commend. Astounded that a Navy officer who had recently activated his invitation could master such a magical technique. The power of this invitation was indeed remarkable. As the rift wave slash concluded, the sharpshooter, armed with silver bullets, struck Zephyr once more. In a state of levitation, he glided to Zephyr's side, thrusting his knee forward. And from an unknown place behind him, he drew forth a silver, robust, and elongated machine gun. The Grin machine gun roared to life, spewing flames as the barrel whirled and bullets rained down. The soldiers present were left in awe. One could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, exclaiming, where on earth did he pull out such a large and lengthy heavy machine gun? On the training grounds, Zephyr, intending to test them, made no effort to evade the bullets. Not a bad weapon, he mused. The reflection of the Grin machine gun shimmered in his dark glasses as Zephyr suddenly raised his hand and caught a bullet. However, before it could touch the ground, a silver metallic box moved autonomously to his front and collapsed headfirst. Boom. The deafening explosion startled the generals in the stands. The power exhibited here far exceeds one's imagination. Ain, fraught with concern, exclaimed, Teacher Zephyr. With her long, slender legs poised to dash forward, she was swiftly restrained by Benz. Ain, you must place your trust in Teacher Zephyr. Yet, she countered, did you not notice that the teacher has not summoned us? Benz, with keen curiosity, observed the enigmatic individuals before them. The potency of this mysterious invitation should not be underestimated. Zephyr, with a slight smile, remarked, well done. I revel in the chaos. Do not urge me to cease. The baptism of gunfire and flames prompted Zephyr to reminisce. It brings to mind my battles beneath the setting sun, a reflection of my bygone youth. Lost in thought, he was caught off guard as a marksman stealthily approached him, executing a precise stomp that pinned Zephyr to the ground. As the sound of gunfire rang out, Zephyr's expression darkened. His small eyes, hidden behind dark glasses, narrowed into slits. How careless of me, he realized. No longer holding back, Zephyr activated his observation haki, consciously preparing to counter their assaults. However, he was unprepared for the coordinated onslaught that followed, as the assailants employed debilitating techniques to immobilize him. The female swordsman from the Navy unleashed a soul-piercing strike while her companions launched remote attacks. The martial artist from the Navy executed a throw and knee strike, simultaneously supported by ranged assaults from others. The marksman employed a stomp and barbecue test, with his comrades also contributing ranged fire. Suddenly, the phone snail rang, and Crane answered. Carp's hearty laughter resonated from the other end. Hello, Crane. Which unfortunate soul is engaging with my new recruits? Crane paused and replied, It's Zephyr. Zephyr's countenance grew increasingly grim. Yet a wave of exhilaration surged within him. This generation of the Navy is likely to become the finest I have ever led. The surrounding atmosphere is chilling, reminiscent of monstrous waves and eerie howls that threaten to tear everyone apart. However, after clearing the creatures from several rooms, the group has found their rhythm. A feeling of inevitability, as if breaking this barrier would guarantee a 13th success, lingers in the hearts of Buggy and his companions. Are the little ones ready? Buggy inquired, adjusting his jester's hat while holding up his Jennings. They have pushed forward, finally reaching the Lord's chamber without encountering any significant risks. The low shrubs shimmer with a frost as white as snow, while the grass and massive stones, along with sporadic blue frost blades, have posed considerable challenges. Yarlita poured a vial of new HP potion into her mouth. Everyone, our success hinges on this moment. Let's follow Lord Buggy into battle. As they passed through the flame-colored magical portal, the monsters in the room immediately detected the intruders. There were no other creatures present, only a frost goblin and a human. Aside from the color of the clothing, this lord bore an uncanny resemblance to Flame Pinosh. The Frostclaw held a staff, its blue magical glow captivating. Buggy was instantly drawn to the gem atop the staff. How delightful it would be to detach it. Die. The Frostclaw twirled her staff, summoning ice spikes, leaving a multitude of golden marks on the ground. Quickly scatter. As the scenes unfolded upon the sky curtain, a bounty notice for the East Sea Pirates was disseminated from the Navy headquarters to the entire Grand Line. Based on the stunning compilation displayed in the sky, Buggy was bestowed a new title, Flying Knife King Jester Buggy, a user of the Splinter Fruit, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Yarlita, the Iron Rod, a user of the Slippery Fruit, was labeled a Demon Swordsman with a bounty of 22 million berries. The two were unaware that their bounties had soared, as their likenesses had spread across the seas. With the new bounty notices drifting throughout the seas and the Grand Line, reports regarding the sky curtain reached countless pirates. The weakest sea? No, that is a thing of the past. Observing the exaggerated headlines, curiosity swelled among many pirates, compelling them to delve deeper. It became evident that the East Sea sky curtain showcased silhouettes of pirate battles. Among them, one figure donned a circus clown's attire, his red nose particularly striking. His daggers, seemingly enchanted, caused monsters to levitate and emit sparks. Mysterious silver self-propelled boxes, grenades, flamethrowers, and the imposing long-range gun that fired into the sky amidst the roars of colossal beasts piqued their interest. Notably, a small creature resembling a serpent slithered behind Buggy, spewing flames that made monsters howl in distress. What was this? A creature that could assist in battle? Perhaps a novel type of companion? As pirates gazed at the captured silhouettes, their intrigue only grew, yet many questions arose. What is a demon swordsman? What defines a sharpshooter? And what are the long, robust green machine gun? In Windmill Village, the tavern regulars, including Makino, focused on the bounty amounts associated with Luffy and his crew. Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, a user of the rubber fruit, was hailed as a fighter with a bounty of 40 million berries. It could be said that no other pirate in the East Sea openly surpassed him in bounty. The report detailed the bounties of Luffy's companions, showcasing their prowess. How impressive. It seems they have all been rewarded. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Powerful Black-Leg Sanji, fighter, bounty of 10 million berries. Demon Blade Roronoa Zoro, demon swordsman, bounty of 22 million berries. Explosive Man Usopp, sharpshooter, bounty of 10 million berries. As they perused the report, many introductions concerning Luffy's companions were revealed. Sanji, the powerful Black Leg, ascended the sky curtain with his ferocious kicking techniques, having once dispatched a fearsome cat demon with a single kick. At the Baratai restaurant, Zeph leaned against the ship, a bounty notice for Sanji resting on the table behind him. Having watched Sanji grow up, Zeph felt a profound pride for him. In Cocoa Village, the villagers noticed that Sanji's bounty notice featured a glimpse of Nami's silhouette. Had Nami truly set sail as a pirate? No. She had ventured onto that mysterious island in the East Sea and appeared on the sky curtain. In an instant, the villagers were torn between joy and sorrow. In Syrup Village, Kaya held Usopp's bounty notice in one hand while reading a newspaper in the other. Usopp, you will undoubtedly become a brave warrior of the sea. She gazed at the bounty notice, which depicted Usopp wearing goggles, amidst the chaos of an explosion and the death of Kainoa. The girl's smile had never been so radiant. At the dojo of Gung Shirlang, he observed Zoro's ascent on the sky curtain, his bounty surpassing all but the captain, causing him to squint. Zoro, your journey is still long. Remembering the formidable swordsmanship he had sensed from Fang Fan, Gung Shilang held high hopes for Zoro. Indeed, even without the skills of a demon swordsman. Relying solely on his swordsmanship, Zoro had executed numerous spectacular moves, leaving a mark of brilliance in battle. This audacity is beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals. Ultimately, it is still his fault for failing to locate GSD. In the New World, Shanks peruses the newspaper filled with news from the East Sea, eagerly awaiting Luffy's departure to sea, not missing a single punctuation mark in the reports. Demon swordsman? Sharpshooter? Fighter? The Grand Forest of the East Sea certainly brings forth a plethora of surprises. Simultaneously, his gaze is fixed on the red-nosed figure on the back of the newspaper. Buggy, I never expected you to still be in the East Sea. Only a man can elicit a knowing smile from another man. Seeing this former colleague from his internship, Shanks cannot help but smile slightly. You all have activated the power of that invitation, acquiring certain professions. As he speaks, Shanks directs his attention towards the East Sea. On an island in the first half of the Grand Line, a young man runs joyfully, holding a bounty notice. His back is adorned with a skull pattern, featuring a purple skull topped with a white mustache. In his other hand, he holds a vibrant orange cowboy hat, whose brim displays a unique badge with both smiling and sad expressions. A skull tag is tied to his arm, and around his neck hangs a red bead necklace. Dressed in black shorts and shoes, Luffy, I finally see you setting sail. Port Asti, Ace, wearing a cheerful grin, feels a wave of happiness. At this moment, even the restaurant owner chasing him for payment and the thugs seeking to settle scores appear considerably more amicable. You have found your companions. As Ace walks, he accidentally knocks over a street vendor's stall, quickly bowing an apology. After helping to pick up the fallen items, he dashes away once more. First, I shall visit my reckless brother in the East Sea. The thought of his younger sibling fills Ace's face with a gentle brotherly affection. On Hertamel Street, the main cast has just finished a secret recipe cake. Luffy, content, pats his belly and yawns, exclaiming, all right, next I shall challenge that fire-wielding woman, leaving the others behind. He rushes toward the Grand Forest. Usopp and Zoro also set off, continuing their journey of training. Sanji, finding no sign of Nami, prepares to return to the spot where they parted to await her. Meanwhile, Nami stands at the entrance of a magical academy, having just completed her wizarding skills. The girl from the demon realm, everything about magic is here with me. Do not let your Aunt Katie down. Nami, curious, asks Aunt Katie, who is she? Shalon. Enchanting and graceful, adorned with a blue rose atop her head and a shoulder-bearing gown, her silver hair slightly tied back, exudes an alluring charm of a dark elf. Yet, within this mature figure resides a soul of indeterminate age. Noticing Nami's confusion, Shalon shakes the wine glass in her hand. Everything about magic truly resides with me. And this is no exaggeration. As the president of the Hertamel Magic Guild, Shalon possesses an undisclosed brilliance. She has ventured to the demon realm and once discreetly remarked to Katie, the world's magical power amounts to 1 stone, Heldorf claims 8 portions, I, Shalon, receive 1. While the remaining magic users share the rest. When you return to the demon realm, you will understand. For now, continue your adventure. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Zifa prepares to be challenged by the sharpshooters barbecue once more. After witnessing all the soldiers' techniques, Zifa no longer holds back, slightly utilizing his 3-color hockey. He deftly evades several attacks. Not bad. Sengoku, from the stands, declares, bringing the testing session to a close. All naval soldiers. The contents of today must remain confidential. All right, continue training. Sengoku turns and walks towards his office, followed by the admirals. At this moment, their doubts about Sengoku vanish, replaced by admiration. Worrying excessively is futile. The clown is indeed oneself, witnessing the tangible power of the invitations. If such strength could be disseminated among the lower ranks of the Navy, their prowess would undoubtedly soar. In Sengoku's office, once all the admirals are seated, Zifa enters. Adjusting his frog-eyed glasses, Sengoku surveys the group, who still doubts the power of the invitation. Sanji-kun, hold on, let me try my new skill. Relaka. With her staff in hand, eagerly chants, Goblin. A blue magical circle emerges before her, and a gentle green goblin gradually materializes atop the 6-pointed star formation. What? Recognizing it as a goblin monster, Sanji stands frozen, allowing ash to drift from his lips. Can we even summon monsters for assistance? Nami watches in excitement as her summoned Heddle, short in stature, clutches a hefty black club. Heddle shrieks, charging towards the red goblin, raising the club high, delivering a crushing blow that leaves the goblin in a daze. Sanji, flabbergasted, drops his jaw in disbelief. Nami, brimming with pride, jumps up and exclaims, finally, I possess a powerful skill. Observing Heddle's valiant combat, Nami eagerly declares, let's try this next. The shadow cat demon darts swiftly, its presence barely visible. While flames coalesce as Nami conjures a jack bomb, pushing it forth with force, causing a tremendous explosion that drastically depletes the goblin's health. The damage is astonishing. We have a tank, a warrior, and now a rear-line damage dealer. Wow, this round is something else. The main cast prepares to conquer all dungeons for training. After learning new skills and accepting a plethora of tasks from their skill instructor, they engage in relentless battles. At Marine Headquarters, Sengoku gazes at Zifa. Now that you've tested it, how does it feel? The Admiral's eyes are all locked on Zifa, eager to hear his insights. No one dares question the judgment of the chief instructor at Marine headquarters. As for ordinary techniques, I need not elaborate. Their moves are elusive, skills inscrutable. Retaliating feels like a game of fetch, yet refraining leaves one unsatisfied. Just as I devise a move, I am struck. Zifa presents an example. Take the swordsman for instance. That three-sword rapid strike technique. Sengoku interjects, the three-slice cut. The three-slice cut, if executed by a Navy member adept in shaving. Its speed and corresponding lethality would be amplified. As for other techniques akin to magic, Zifa pauses, his demeanor suddenly serious. You may not perceive it from afar. But the combination of their techniques, you should understand which techniques I refer to. Sengoku opens a drawer, revealing the comprehensive skill compendium of the Grand Forest, distributing copies to each admiral. The male swordsman's ripping wave slash, the female swordsman's soul piercer, the sharpshooter's barbecue and foot shot, the fighter's knee strike and back throw, and the holy warrior's tiger strike. In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, Sengoku pinpointed these skills, and Zifa absorbed the information. His small eyes concealed behind dark glasses scanning the surroundings. Indeed, these techniques could be extensively disseminated among our soldiers. Amidst the flurry of attacks and explosions, the professionals experienced an unexpected delay in my haki as they unleashed these skills. Initially, I dismissed it as an illusion, but subsequent attempts confirmed my suspicions. Observation haki, armament haki, even Conqueror's haki, all briefly lost their efficacy. Sengoku's gaze hardened as he echoed Karp's earlier warnings, stating that certain skills seemed to possess invulnerability effects. The crowd fell silent, pondering the existence of truly invincible skills. The naval commanders expressed skepticism. If such skills existed, who would willingly share them? Borsellino. You have activated the power of the invitation. Share your thoughts. The yellow monkey, preoccupied with grooming his nails, lifted his gaze, a hint of dread in his expression. The power of the invitation. Speak. The naval commanders restrained themselves, aware of their inherent limitations. As for the ghost swordsman's wave slash, I am well aware that even I, a user of the glint fruit, cannot perceive the slightest flicker of light from it. Perhaps. Borsellino revealed his left arm, resting the iron-ringed ghost hand restrainer on the table. This ghostly hand could indeed grant extraordinary power. The assembly suddenly recalled the enigmatic and wondrous emergence of Grand Forest. Discovering such extraordinary and vulnerable techniques seemed plausible. The discussion on invincible skills momentarily subsided, shifting to the implementation of the invitation's power, a call to action for all present. Yes, Sengoku proclaimed with undeniable authority, stating that from this moment forth, everyone should prepare to activate their invitations. Karp was en route to facilitate the activation of the tasks at hand, with the initial distribution of invitations determined by lottery. In the frost-laden, shadowy forest, terrifyingly dense ice spikes had already claimed 4 or 5 lives, their bodies transforming into ice sculptures, eventually fading into nothingness due to the ongoing effects of freezing damage. Am I dead? No, how can I speak if I am dead? The captain of the strong pirates found himself in a state of disbelief, observing the combat from a spectral perspective despite his demise. Ghost, a spirit? Buggy, terrified, forgot the threat posed by the nearby Frostclaw and retreated beside her. Johnny, Lawson, are you truly dead? Eureka shouted, as their team status allowed them to see and hear their comrades. I. We do not know either. Nearby pirates, while evading attacks, were equally frightened. Can the dead still speak? Brooke chimed in, stating that not only can the dead converse, but they might also wish to glimpse the color of your underwear today. Stay calm. Their ability to speak indicates they are not truly dead. Let us not forget that in the event of a failed challenge, we emerge in a significantly weakened state. Their current conditions suggest they are in a peculiar state due to our incomplete failure. Eureka analyzed coolly, prompting Buggy to pat the shoulder of the nearest person. I had already surmised it, merely testing your reactions. Now, let us proceed and defeat this ice woman. As Buggy finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Eureka and the remaining captain standing resolutely. What happened? Why have you halted your assault? His large head floated ominously closer to Eureka's face. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed their gazes shifting between his head and torso. Good heavens! Buggy felt a sudden chill at his feet, fearfully glancing down to see a dense circle of golden markings surrounding him. Freeze! The ice staff in Frostclaw's hand twirled, releasing a deep blue frost aura. Buggy hastily fragmented his body into countless pieces, as if a building had exploded, sending his fragments soaring into the air. The ice spikes launched. But Buggy had yet to complete the separation of his legs. This is bad. There's no time. Gritting his teeth, he launched a knee strike while the green mechanism dagger followed suit. Stab, stab, stab. The ice spikes struck Buggy's legs, yet the anticipated pain and freezing effects did not materialize. Remarkable. Indeed, Captain Buggy is extraordinary. Buggy himself was equally astonished. Who am I? Where am I? At a certain base of CP3 in the East Blue. Leveraging the gathered intel from his subordinates, they directed their focus towards the unique potions of Grand Forest. Entry-level potions, novice potions, wild strawberries, mutated strawberries, and organic strawberries. They noted that these potions and berries exhibited recovery effects far superior to existing medicinal options, labeled for stamina recovery, but if one's injuries were severe, these potions would directly impact the wounds. The results of sample number 3 emerged. Junio Sears, the head of CP3, addressed the researchers. They succinctly reported, taking wild strawberries as an example, the components are. Spare me the details, just provide me with the conclusion. Certainly, the potions from Grand Forest, along with the fruits dropped in the dungeons, possess formidable healing properties, especially suited for rapid recovery of stamina and condition during combat. Sears inquired, how many of these potions can our people currently procure? Very few. The potions are acquired through missions. If one were to purchase them, the prices at the apothecaries on Huttonmarsh Street are exorbitant. Money is never an issue. As the head of CP3 and a direct subordinate of the Celestial Dragons, would they ever lack funds? Inform our contacts in Grand Forest to prepare for the purchase of 10,000 novice potions with gold coins. Sears brimmed with confidence, believing that if these potions reached the Celestial Dragons, they would undoubtedly be well received. As a subordinate, one must constantly think of their superiors. In the future, I must gather more superior potions to earn the favor of the Celestial Dragons. Immersed in his pleasant reverie, his aide hesitated before reminding him, Commander Sears, our gold reserves are limited, I fear. Then we shall seek to exchange with the Navy, trading berries for gold coins. Commander Sears, while the Navy possesses significantly more invitations than we do, under the current circumstances, they likely. What are you afraid of? Afraid they want to sell us gold coins? Sears scoffed. Let our people discreetly trade with the Navy soldiers. It will be clandestine and untraceable. He disdainfully remarked. Even if the Navy possesses more invitations than us, what of it? A mysterious smile graced Sears's lips. Soon, we shall have an innumerable array of invitations. In fact, the entire Grand Forest may very well fall under the dominion of Lord Sears. The sky was a brilliant azure, as a peculiar flock of birds soared above. Leading the formation was a bird adorned with a distinctive white beret, its neck and front body adorned with a small brown satchel. Within the bag were fresh bounty notices and the latest newspapers. The leading news bird cast its gaze toward the sea, where a whale intermittently plunged beneath the waves and surfaced again. Its immense form splashed water in abundance, generating vast ripples that spread outward. The whale frolicked on the surface, and the newsbird suddenly noticed a human figure waving from below. Was the human actually beckoning to it? Adhering to the principle of open commerce, the newsbird descended. It seized 100 berries from Fang Fan and left behind a newspaper before taking flight. Quite a find. Indeed, all concerning news from the East Sea. Fang Fan skimmed through the reports, pondering as he did so. The term sky curtain was aptly used. The author should consider giving Morgan more prominence. Adjusting his glasses, he mused, indeed. Upon completing his reading, he began to contemplate further. The sky's audio broadcast seemed limited to the initial communication. Otherwise, it was merely a series of repetitive images, ending abruptly. Moreover, the Grand Forest had only a handful of maps, especially since the zombies had yet to awaken. The population was sparse, and the hidden maps were revealed at a sluggish pace. As he contemplated the progress, a smile involuntarily graced his face upon observing the advancements made by Bucky and the others. They were on the verge of clearing the level. On the screen, Bucky wielded a flamethrower in one hand and a dagger in the other, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. Yelrita and her companions surrounded Claw, skillfully coordinating their abilities in a remarkable exchange that astonishingly depleted his health bar to a critical state. Time was of the essence. Their adversary would retaliate upon nearing defeat. Yelrita's voice rang out as a warning, and indeed, the group continued their relentless combo, causing a blinding flash of white light to erupt from the frosty claw, sending their forms reeling, perish beneath the ice spikes. With her staff raised high, spikes of ice fell like a torrential downpour, relentless in their assault. The sound of clashing echoed clang, clang, clang. Yelrita and her companions barely had time to evade. Quick, take your potions. I have no potions left. Neither do I. This is it. In that critical moment, Bucky swiftly tossed a few coins into the air. Throw this. He too cast a fate coin, watching it spin through the air. At that instant, the icy spikes beneath Yelrita and her allies activated. Boom. Several bolts of silver lightning crackled into existence, and the ice spikes became the final straw that would break the camel's back. In a state of electric shock, the damage inflicted by the ice spikes intensified significantly. In this wave, aside from Buggy, everyone else fell victim to the icy spikes. How infuriating. Buggy, undeterred by the icy spears, grenades, and airborne projectiles, unleashed a torrent of attacks. Barbecue, stomp strikes, and Buggy-style spinning kicks intertwined like a whirlwind, delivering swift blows. Perish. Under the relentless assault from Buggy's hands, the Frost Claw finally succumbed, unwillingly collapsing. Congratulations to Captain Buggy and crew member Yurita for conquering the hidden map, Frosty Dark Woods, earning a reward of 100,000 gold coins and 1,000,000 berries. Congratulations, Captain Buggy. To the familiar voice broadcast echoed 3 times across the skies of the East Sea, ensuring no one missed it. Whether sailors or pirates, even ordinary citizens were astounded by this announcement. Isn't that the great pirate Buggy? He cleared the hidden dungeon What is a hidden dungeon? Fool, it's a dungeon that others cannot find. How impressive, 100,000 gold coins. How long would it take to count that? And 1,000,000 berries. The crowd buzzed with excitement, gazing at the images in the sky. There were scenes of Eureka's group being struck by lightning, pierced by ice spikes, and frozen by blocks of ice. Others showcased their unmatched skills, deftly maneuvering a blue humanoid monster between their blades. The final moment focused on those struck down by lightning. With Buggy unleashing his devastating output, his comical appearance suddenly appeared grand and formidable to the onlookers. Those pirates in the East Sea who had not been captured exclaimed in awe, "Is this the power of the great pirate, the Flying Knife King, the sharpshooter Buggy? How mighty!" As their figures reappeared at the entrance to the Glenwood dungeon, Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. He looked at Eureka and the others, and scathed, "You didn't enter a weakened state?" Eureka's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Buggy, you truly are remarkable." "Yes, indeed, Captain Buggy." The crew raised their swords and pistols, cheering in unison. With a graceful sway of her hips, Eureka approached Buggy. She felt increasingly convinced that this clownish man was favored by the goddess of fortune. She had used the fake coin before, with lightning striking 7 times out of 10. Yet, this man had not encountered a single lightning strike. Meanwhile, Fang Fan at sea, witnessing the newly unlocked email feature with the increasing number of people, acted swiftly. Without hesitation, he sent Buggy's crew their rewards. Buggy received a prompt. "You have new mail. Please check." Mail? Buggy looked at the others in confusion. "Did you all receive a mail notification?" After checking, everyone confirmed they had received it. Could there be something inside? Just as Buggy pondered, a radiant light flashed in Eureka's hand, revealing a square box. It was the Starfire magic box. Eureka cheerfully reminded him, her face beaming with joy. "What?" Buggy was initially puzzled, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, everyone, this box can yield any treasure, even true resurrection items." Buggy proudly introduced to the crew, saying, "Let's see whose luck prevails." One by one, they opened it. "You have obtained Master S contract 3 days. You have obtained Auto Repair 5 days. You have obtained Special Cake by Celia 10. Eureka, you have obtained Artifact Gift Box of the Demon Sword Master." The items they acquired appeared in their backpacks. Having read the relevant information, they knew the purpose of their items. Only Buggy stared blankly at his opening prompt, with 2 being normal. But the last one left him utterly bewildered. "Buggy, you have obtained Araj's Trickster Compendium, Volume 1 after toiling for 2 or 3 years, only to return to the state of no thieves. P.S. Come, those who have been deceived, line up and let us shout together. Scammer, orphan." At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku reviewed all the voice broadcast information collected by the Navy. By comparing, they finally realized that only by conquering a new dungeon would the Sky's Curtain actively announce it. Occasionally, there might be some exciting clip segments, but they were soundless. However, the new dungeon, the hidden dungeon, could it be that this clown Buggy truly struck gold? Hundreds of the Navy had never encountered any clues regarding hidden dungeons. Yet this clown Buggy had directly cleared one. Furthermore, judging by the number of participants who cleared it, the difficulty of such a dungeon must be considerable. Report. We have just received news that our personnel have discovered, at the entrance to Glenwood, a new dungeon entrance has appeared. After testing, this dungeon is the Frosty Dark Woods, which Buggy-S group has conquered. Sengoku, with wisdom gleaming beneath his frog-like glasses, issued a direct order. Command the Navy under the original CARP to immediately explore all relevant information and resources about the new dungeon, and report back as soon as there is news. Yes. The office doors opened and closed again. Vice Admiral Tsuru entered the newly decorated office of the Navy's Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, gently placing a stack of documents on the desk. This is the order of activation invitations for the Rear Admirals, and also, Tsuru glanced at the long plaque hanging in the office. Can't this new department's name be shorter? Sengoku replied casually, That's not a problem. We can change it next time. He took the documents. Had not read much when he suddenly asked, what is Smoker up to? Well, he is still gathering information in Hedinmer. Ahaha, you came just in time. In an inconspicuous corner of Hedinmer, a grinning goblin leaned on his cane. Here is the hardener you wanted. Smoker handed over a pile of basic hardeners to him, and in return, received a batch of novice HP potions. At the same time, completing the task granted him a small boost in experience. Puffing on a thick cigar, his well-defined muscles were prominent. Can I inquire about some information regarding Hedinmer? Of course. Adventurer, I am a kind goblin, and I'm in a very good mood today, so feel free to ask whatever you want. Sherlock Golland, clad in a yellow robe with white eyebrows and hair, remained calm and composed. He certainly didn't mind revealing some news, after all. Master Fang Fan had never said not to disclose information about Arad. I will only share a bit of basic information, and the charges are absolutely fair. No problem at all. You, a goblin, can do business in Hedinmer? Sherlock suddenly flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, angrily retorting, young demon swordsman. What is wrong with goblins? Can't goblins do business? Isn't that discrimination? Continuing on, he spoke of how even kind-hearted goblins could be accepted by humans, declaring himself a unique specimen among mutated goblins. The air was thick with smog smoke, mingled with a jovial atmosphere. Might you divulge more about the Grand Forest? Oh, certainly. Provided you offer a generous sum of gold to the benevolent goblin. Sherlock rubbed his palms together as he observed Smog produce a handful of coins. Roughly 500 or 600 in number. Oh my goodness, you humans are so miserly. Merely 563 coins. Sherlock snatched them up eagerly, clutching them tightly in his palm before swiftly stashing them in his pocket. Heaven knows how his small hand managed to grip the coins so firmly. In light of the gold, generosity, I shall share some information regarding Hurtenmar. Hurtenmar serves as the capital of the Duchy of Mar. Situated in the central region of the Arad continent. Once a barren desert, it transformed into a lush oasis, suitable for habitation due to some unknown cause. As merchants flocked to the area, a grand city gradually took shape. It stretches from the Bay of Pharaoh in the east, traversing the Stru mountain range to the west, eventually bordering the Void Ancestors. To the southeast lies the Aphalia Mountains, separating it from the Dark Elf Kingdom. Traveling east from Hurtenmar, one would encounter the vast ocean, which marks the western coastline. There stands an immense and towering edifice known as the Sky Tower. To the north, it borders the snowy mountains of the Bandit tribe. And further north and west, endless seas await. After absorbing this information, the warrior felt an unprecedented heaviness in his mind. How can this still be considered an island? Information about nations and continents has emerged, particularly regarding the so-called Mar Kingdom, of which no prior information has ever been heard. Has an entire nation truly materialized out of thin air? This is truly beyond comprehension. If nations do indeed exist, what then does the presence of Fang Fan signify? Is he an ambassador of diplomacy? A myriad of speculations flooded the mind, yet none could unravel the mystery. At present, the naval forces collaborate with them, but it remains uncertain whether this is right or wrong. The advisor, he, too, wore a furrowed brow. What if, just what if, this so-called island of Grand Forest was originally a small continent? He suddenly inquired, prompting Jean Guet to lift his head abruptly, shaking off his previous despondency. Upon realizing something, he immediately contacted the communication device, swiftly measuring the area of Grand Forest Island. Soon, the figures were relayed to him, and upon comparing them with his estimates of various underground cities, he was taken aback. The discrepancy was nearly 20-fold. This seemingly diminutive island could accommodate such a multitude. Perhaps, as you suggested, this island indeed harbors another nation within its confines. At this moment, Smoker was leisurely cruising down Hurtenmar Street on his beloved Billong amphibious tricycle. A small stack of gathered documents lay upon his vehicle. Ordinarily, such reconnaissance tasks could be executed by the soldiers of the naval headquarters. However, Smoker took it upon himself. Citing the swiftness afforded by riding his cherished Billong, he would never concede that his reluctance to return to the East Blue and face Rear Admiral Weasel prompted this decision. The young man across from him was quite handsome, and Kelly's dulcet voice caused a flush to rise to Smoker's cheeks, though he wished to feign ignorance. He couldn't help but glance at his own ruggedly handsome visage in the motorcycle's rearview mirror. He retrieved a comb from his inner pocket, one foot on the ground and the other on the tricycle, grooming himself while savoring a cigar. His shirt was open, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Hello, Kelly," he greeted. Kelly's enchanting gaze sparkled with allure. "Greetings, young swordsman. Care to enhance your weapon? My machines guarantee 100% success." Smoker suddenly recalled that Dasky had reinforced her weapon here several times. Her sword gleamed with a resplendent luster, captivating all who beheld it. Many naval soldiers referred to her as Shining Blade Dasky. "Then let me give it a try," he declared, convinced that handsome individuals are seldom cursed with ill fortune, unless, of course, he were to fall short in the looks department. The sounds of crashing waves filled his ears as Labu cleaved through the sea, sending up sprays of water. Fang Fan looked bemusedly at the system log, which indicated, "Buggy has opened the complete guide to deception from the Fiery Star magic box." What a farce. This system must be absurd. It's perplexing enough to find undergarments, let alone a guide to deception. It was utterly nonsensical. Yet, Fang Fan couldn't help but marvel at the myriad of game scammers, with the notorious toxic milk powder scam being the most prominent. Phishing sites promising prizes. A mere 1 gold coin luring unsuspecting victims. Annual subscriptions with lavish giveaways, baiting players without negotiation. Hidden zeros in trades, leaving one to lament their lack of foresight. Regulars would extort players for cash, switching channels to continue their deceit. He vividly recalled being duped once, spending an entire morning reporting those who lured others into traps. Confused as to friend or foe. Scammers, the bane of DNF. However, amidst the deceivers, some offered guidance for free. Not only did they assist without charge, but they also enlightened players on gear acquisition, mechanics, and enchantments. Fang Fan had encountered such mentors, ultimately becoming a guide himself. It was these experiences of frustration, kindness, and companionship that accompanied him through his formative years. With an intent to purify the gaming environment, Fang Fan contemplated retaining this guide to deception. But a moment's reflection led him to reconsider. After all, the legend of Venus's severed arm endures. The tenure scammers of Arad persist to this day. He was, after all, a planner who brought joy. What constitutes a joyous planner? What embodies the joys and sorrows of the people of Arad? How could a pirate overlook such a duty? Thus, Buggy, You carry the hopes of the vast populace of Arad. We eagerly anticipate your performance, just as Fang Fan mused. Laba drew him closer to an island. This is a volcanic island lush with greenery, dotted with craters everywhere. Enormous white dinosaur fossils add to the island's primal allure. As he prepared to set foot on the island, he suddenly noticed a group of masked individuals standing atop a military vessel not far away. As the ship slowly approached, Fang Fan narrowed his eyes. The artillery on deck was turning its muzzle towards him. Sensing a palpable hostility from them, curiosity stirred within Fang Fan. He glanced behind him. Seemingly alone. Was this directed at me? On the ship's deck, the leader exuded a rebellious aura, his powerful upper body resembling a mighty bear. Hand over all your invitations. Fang Fan found their arrogance amusing. These individuals were clearly accustomed to such bravado. He raised an eyebrow and replied, "Are you from the world government? Enough nonsense. Will you comply or not?" As he spoke, the leader's muscles bulged ominously, hair sprouting wildly. His features grotesquely transformed. Resembling a wolf dog, with sharp fangs and drooling jaws, emitting a low, beastly growl. A user of the hunting dog fruit. The others behind him similarly activated their powers. Their menacing visages bared. Fang Fan exhaled lightly. No one likes a barking dog. In that case, let us fight until you yield. The group leaped and moved with extraordinary agility, charging forward. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped in an aura of dominance. Glancing at his skill bar, Fang Fan removed all skills except for his invincible one, replacing them with his signature abilities. Instantly, white tendrils enveloped his black hair, and a communicator appeared on his chest. Calmly gripping a heavy firearm in his left hand, he commanded, "System, grant me a narrow time space." The cost of 399 world points was deducted. Fang Fan winced in pain as he watched half of his accumulated world points vanish. However, a massive object resembling a treasure vessel appeared in his hands, lifting his spirits. The narrow time space shone brilliantly in gold, with faint blue markings at the barrel's end. The coveted equipment was finally in his possession. And he couldn't resist glancing at its attributes. Narrow time space type. Hand cannon level, 75 rarity, epic durability, 38 physical attack, 1425 magical attack, 617 independent attack, 572 strength, 97 satellite ray skill level, 3 ancient particle cannon skill level, 3 satellite ray duration, 5 seconds satellite ray attack power, 15 satellite ray cooldown, -30 ancient particle cannon main cannon duration, 1. 5 seconds ancient particle cannon main cannon attack count, 6 ancient particle cannon attack power, 15 ancient particle cannon cooldown, -30 hello, calling the Luo Lao ship. Please respond. Khalid's former subordinate, Labu, retreat. With a flick of his tail, Labu vanished into the sea, relying on his mastery of the 6 styles in hockey. Zyke Fayez charged ahead. Just as his fist was about to strike Fang Fan's face, Fang Fan drew his laser cannon, thrusting it directly towards him. He keenly sensed the imminent danger, but it was too late to initiate a shave. A blinding beam of light pierced the sky, resembling a colossal column spanning the ocean. Shooting straight from one end to the other, the light flashed and narrowed, startling nearby birds and beasts, who raised their heads to survey the surroundings. A searing heat enveloped them, prompting the trained individuals to scatter. Fayez, empowered by the hunting dog fruit, felt pain but seized the moment to launch a fierce assault. His fists were powerful, and his kicks were swift. He believed that the relentless barrage would at least force Fang Fan to stagger back. Yet, Fang Fan stood immovable, like a steel pillar. Soon, the onslaught of strikes rained down upon him. How could this be? He appears as lean as a monkey. Where does he derive the strength to withstand our blows? In their astonishment, they suddenly noticed a peculiar yellow light membrane surrounding them. G-barrier. It's my turn. Fang Fan executed a spinning kick, striking several of them in the chest, and a grenade he had unknowingly tossed earlier suddenly exploded with a thunderous roar. The group was sent airborne, and Fang Fan seized the opportunity to leap back twice, creating distance. With a snap of his fingers, he exclaimed, "All right, baby." The once tranquil azure sky was abruptly disrupted. A beam of light shot down like divine retribution, crashing onto the southern edge of the small garden island. The terrifying laser descended like a celestial light, striking the coastline. Countless white steam clouds billowed as the sand-laden shore was swept away, leaving behind a molten residue. Fayez and his companions felt as if they had entered a fiery cage, intense burning sensations engulfing their bodies. They were pinned to the beach. And as they attempted to move, the colossal light beam split into 6 rotating laser columns, with a core of purplish-red energy at its center. The outer ring shimmered with blue energy rays. One unfortunate soul who had fallen into the sea was rendered immobile. Fayez and his companions, barely managing to stand on the beach, realized that any movement they made was mirrored by the lasers. Cursing their predicament, they reluctantly activated their devil fruit powers, reverting to human form to minimize contact with the lasers. Fayez, enduring excruciating pain, fixed a malevolent gaze on Fang Fan, wishing to tear him apart. Meanwhile, Fang Fan looked down upon them, pressing his thumb against his middle finger to produce a cracking sound. With an air of arrogance, he asked, "What is 1000-7?" Fayez, with a vicious glare, suppressed his agony and laughed maniacally. "Daring to oppose the world government, you will ultimately bow beneath its might." Another crack echoed as he pressed his ring finger. Huh. What is 1000-7? Fayez would never surrender. Droplets of saliva fell from his mouth. The once arrogant demeanor now reduced to a desperate struggle against the intense satellite rays. With a snap of his fingers, the satellite rays had not yet dissipated. And another robust beam of light cleaved through the sky, descending like a divine sword of judgment. 1000-7. What is the result? Before Faye could speak, someone beside him could not help but blurt out, 993 ha. What is 993-7? The thick beam of light to the south of the small garden compelled the two titans dueling on the island to conclude their rest. They grasped their worn weapons and heaved their massive frames into motion. The surrounding woods appeared like mere grass, and the two instinctively climbed to the mountain's peak. Gazing at the dazzling rays, they both realized that outsiders had already set foot on the small garden island. Donley donned warrior armor, a helmet atop his head, wielding a massive longsword in his right hand and a round shield in his left. With a long beard reminiscent of Guan Yu, he possessed a towering stature. What commotion was this outside? Meanwhile, Brokey, cloaked in a cape, bore a lengthy beard and a pair of towering horns atop his head. His large round eyes reminiscent of the fierce Zhang Fei, presenting a rather bulky appearance. A beam of light from the heavens? The level of human technology? The two stealthily peered, and the stout beam on the small garden island was glaringly conspicuous against the bright blue sky and the sea. Nearby pirates. Any navigator with keen eyes had spotted this spectacle. How peculiar. How could a blue beam of light appear in the sky? Some rubbed their eyes repeatedly, fearful of misperception. Was it the elusive small garden island, perhaps signaling the emergence of some treasure? Some pirates, driven by whimsical thoughts, ordered their ships to set sail towards the direction of the blue glow. Others on different routes, few able to observe the beam, pondered the unusual phenomenon but could not approach due to the vast distance and lack of a permanent compass. However, there existed an exception, the formidable users of devil fruit abilities. Ha ha ha, is this light guiding me in this direction? On a simple wooden raft made from a few logs, a burly man with a short beard sat calmly, chewing on a cherry pie. Perhaps there he would encounter intriguing companions. A certain naval branch, having observed the anomaly on the small garden island, promptly transmitted photographs back to the naval headquarters. Before long, in Marineford, the Strategic Logistics Department of the Navy received these photographs, which quickly found their way into Sengoku's hands. What is this? Did we not instruct that no documents unrelated to Green Forest should be transmitted? Sengoku frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Report. The commotion in these photographs is highly likely related to Fang Fan, the intelligence department speculated, based on the Navy's analysis of various sources of information. Both the fleeting light from the small garden island and the descending beam aligned perfectly with Fang Fan's trajectory as he departed from the East Sea. Sengoku immediately understood. Lasers could not possibly be in the hands of pirates. Aside from Vegapunk, such technology could not originate elsewhere. Thus, the truth was singular. Understood. You may leave now. Sengoku scrutinized the photographs, his gaze gradually deepening. After receiving their rewards, Buggy's group squatted on Head and Mao Street. Yarlita approached Buggy. Buggy, please help me open this box. She swayed her slender waist, handing the Demon Swordman artifact box to Buggy. Behind her, even Buggy's fiery dragon peered out, adorably gazing at Yarlita. Since you trust me so much, I shall oblige, Buggy declared with great pride, tossing the box into the air, his hands reaching out to catch it. Witness my fortune, little ones. What treasure shall emerge? The box flickered rapidly, and with a flash of light, a pink artifact appeared before them. Phantom Blade type, Great Sword level, 20 rarity, artifact durability, 50-50 physical attack, 312 magical attack, 234 independent attack, 148 strength, 19 additional skills, Demon Swordman. Male, Great Sword Mastery 2, Demon Swordman, male, Cross/2, Demon Swordman, female, Summon Demon. Serpent Blade 2, Demon Swordman, female, Mastery of the Destructive Great Sword 2, Demon Swordman, female, Serpent Blade. Break 2. Did you see my sword? The one that leaves an afterimage when swung, Shadow Swordman/Shadow. Your leader received it, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The attributes were indeed formidable, and the skill levels had risen by 2. She was no longer an inexperienced novice. The higher the skill level, the greater the damage dealt. This extraordinary artifact has been imbued with numerous skills. Although it requires a level of 20 to equip, he is already at level 15. The fortunate man, Buggy, has captured my unwavering attention. The appearance of the artifact ignited cheers from the crowd, and under the flattery of several captains, Buggy's tail was held high with pride. At that moment, however, Luffy, who was already at level 12, emerged from the frost-laden, shadowy forest. As he passed by Buggy and his companions, their conversation abruptly ceased. All eyes fixated on Luffy. Buggy paused momentarily before donning a fierce expression, his head darting towards Luffy. I've got you now, Straw Hat Kid. Buggy boasted with unrestrained arrogance, relishing in his good fortune. Oh heavens, which angelic maiden has granted me this sweet revenge? First, there was a reward for clearing the level. And now, an artifact has emerged. At last, this insufferable yellow-skinned monkey has wandered into my grasp. You are that clown Buggy who I sent flying? Luffy inquired, causing Buggy to seethe with rage. Leaning in closer to Luffy's ear, Buggy whispered, Straw Hat Kid, keep your eyes peeled. It's 8 of us against just you now. 8 against 1? Luffy surveyed the others, realizing they had formed a circle surrounding him. The tension escalated as both parties readied themselves for confrontation. However, an unexpected announcement caught them off guard. Heidemir prohibits private duels. Violators will be expelled from the Grand Forest. Buggy gnashed his teeth in frustration. He could not afford to disregard the warnings of this place. Curse it, next time you won't be so fortunate. As Buggy turned, he collided with a figure. The man, adorned in a black gothic top hat and wielding a cross-shaped sword, regarded Buggy with an impassive expression. Hawkeye. Mihawk? Buggy stammered. Your weapon, the bronze short sword 7, has been successfully enhanced, chimed Kelly, her voice cheerful amidst the mechanical rumblings. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The bronze short sword now radiated a faint glow, its attributes significantly improved. If he embarked on a quest now, he would undoubtedly progress at a swifter pace. If enhancement could hasten questing, it would be prudent to include this in a report, suggesting all Navy personnel enhance their weapons at Kelly S. Station. The thought that every soldier could wield a 7 or even better weapon filled him with ambition. Yet, he pondered. If everyone possessed a 7 weapon while he remained at that level, it would hardly align with his distinguished persona. Just a 7? I need to continue enhancing. Kelly, observing his determination, cautioned, though my machine guarantees a 100 success rate, further enhancements carry a risk of failure. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Smoker, exhaling clouds of smoke, replied, continue. With a knowing glance, Kelly activated the machine, which roared to life. Instead of producing a more radiant weapon, the once glowing blade lost its luster. Enhancement failed. Your bronze short sword is now 4. Continue, he insisted. Enhancement successful. Do not stop. Failure. Try again. Success. Your gold is insufficient. We welcome your next visit. Smoker's expression darkened. He felt a tightness in his chest. How could he run out of gold so quickly? After all, he had over 50,000 gold stored with the Navy. Kelly smiled warmly. Take care. Smoker gazed at his 6 bronze short sword, momentarily speechless. After all that effort, he had yet to achieve 7. It seemed he would need to report to the Admiral and request additional funds for weapon enhancements. Hawkeye, observing the clown Buggy, suddenly recalled that this comical man had recently cleared a hidden map. Could the Dark Thunder Ruins also be a hidden map? After searching for leads on the Dark Thunder Ruins without success, he pondered, Clown Buggy, how did you discover the hidden map? Hawkeye's indifferent inquiry, though seemingly casual, carried the weight of a ruler addressing a subject. Why would I tell you, you scoundrel? Buggy retorted, his ludicrous face inching closer to Hawkeye. Knowing that combat was restricted in town, his audacity swelled. Everyone is curious how you found the hidden map, Luffy chimed in, clapping his hands in excitement. Buggy's head suddenly returned to his body as he whispered, well, I stumbled upon a hidden map while questing, and then, his head once again floated away, darting towards Luffy. Why should I tell you, you scoundrel? But you just did. Luffy laughed heartily, thoroughly entertained by the antics of this amusing clown Buggy. Meanwhile, Hawkeye contemplated the notion of continuously questing in hopes of uncovering hidden dungeons. This is indeed a significant undertaking. Luffy? Usopp emerged from the forest of Gran, observing a throng at the entrance. Disregarding Buggy and the others, he approached Luffy's side. Leaning close to Luffy's ear, he whispered, Luffy, I have stumbled upon a peculiar stone that may lead to a bounty of gold coins. Shall we embark on an adventure together? As he spoke, he produced an irregular stone. This strange stone exuded an unusual aura. Perhaps it would be wise to consult the knowledgeable Cinda, as it might unveil unexpected adventures. Haha. Usopp, let us undertake this mission. With that, the two linked arms and vanished into the magical portal leading to the back street. Meanwhile, Mihawk's presence faded subtly from the spot, as he intended to wait for the others to discover the information regarding the Dark Thunder Ruins before making his move. In the back street, one could occasionally glimpse a few Navy soldiers, either accepting or reporting missions, or honing their skills at the GSD. Usopp, clutching the stone, had yet to pose his inquiries when Cinda, with an urgent tone in his aged voice, initiated the conversation. Adventurer, how did this come to be in your possession? Old man, I inadvertently found this in the dungeon. Usopp replied. To be honest, this is the hammer I lost years ago. Cinda abruptly turned, rummaging through a corner by the hearth and retrieving a stick. The staff is merely the length of an arm, one end thick while the other is slender. This is the handle of the hammer, young man. You have helped me recover my cherished tool, and the old man has little to offer in return. Sindar rummaged through the weapons chest behind him and unearthed a tattered roll of cowhide from a small hidden compartment. Recently, numerous adventurers have inquired about the Dark Thunder Ruins, and this map is of little use to the old man. It is better entrusted to you. Usopp reached out to take it and beheld the bold inscription, Hidden Map, Dark Thunder Ruins. How extraordinary, it is indeed a new dungeon. Does this mean we can conquer it and earn rewards that resonate throughout the heavens? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rolled up his sleeves, tugging Usopp towards the dungeon entrance, exclaiming all the while, Adventure, adventure. Haha, wait, Luffy, let go of my suspenders. They're caught in an awkward place. On the small garden island, When the towering satellite beams vanished, the entire beach appeared to be cloaked in a layer of molten rock. Scorching red sand grains mingled with the remains of innocent creatures, a chaotic blend of black and red. The companions who had initially followed FaZe had all been reduced to charred remnants, leaving only FaZe himself, clinging to life. Had it not been for his superior mastery of Haki and his profound understanding of the life-restoring technique, he too would have succumbed to the same fate as the scattered debris. At this moment, his garments had been entirely scorched away by the intense heat. Even their warship had been annihilated, obliterated in an instant by a superbomb descending from the sky. A grave miscalculation. This young man possesses strength that likely rivals the formidable creatures of the New World, far beyond the capabilities of these elite spies. He harnessed the essence of life, enduring excruciating pain, and vanished into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Fang Fan strolled leisurely through the quaint garden island. After savoring some primordial coconut juice and nibbling on a couple of ancient berries, he ambled back to the shoreline. Lab, gliding effortlessly across the serene sea, leapt from the water with astonishing grace, soaring more than 20 meters above the surface. His entry created towering waves, and he swam towards Fang Fan with delight. Fang Fan unleashed a few streams of life essence, initiating a slow healing process. His long-standing ailments began to dissipate gradually. At present, Lab's stature not only surpassed his original depiction, but also exuded an intimidating aura. Unlike his initial appearance, where his sheer size alone commanded attention, the anchor point of the celestial behemoth embedded within Lab began to subtly influence him with its power. As Fang Fan prepared to embark, he suddenly sensed a third human presence on the island, in addition to the two giants. Indeed, someone was approaching. Ah, how amusing. Marshal D. Teach paddled his bamboo raft, slowly making his way from the eastern coastline. Fang Fan recognized this figure, the infamous Blackbeard, characterized by his dark hair, chest hair, and beard, as depicted in the original narrative. How is this fellow appearing here now? He recalls that he was supposed to encounter Luffy only before reaching Sky Island. Could it be the butterfly effect? The luminous beam in the sky must have been conjured by you. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily. Venturing alone across the seas signifies that one possesses a confidence in their own strength, much like himself. Would you be interested in becoming my ally, Blackbeard? I shall lead you to conquer these vast oceans. Having obtained the dark fruit, Blackbeard is imbued with both ambition and formidable power. What he currently lacks is notoriety, which is why, in his quest for companions, he yearns to accomplish something earth-shattering. For instance, to hunt down 100 million pirates. Initially, he had heard whispers of Sky Island and intended to seek the fabled gold, but was later captivated by reports from the East Blue. As he journeyed forth, he was drawn to Fang Fan's satellite beam. That thunderous pillar of light is indeed quite conspicuous. Those endowed with such abilities are undoubtedly meant to join my Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard, you actually recognize me? Blackbeard Teach revealed a broad grin, laughing heartily. Since you are aware of my identity, why not join me? If your strength proves commendable, I could offer you the position of first mate. He noted that the ground remained searingly hot, igniting his curiosity about Fang Fan's powers. A robust beam of light. He had never heard of a devil fruit associated with such a phenomenon. Could it possibly be a newly emerged devil fruit? Fang Fan's expression turned pensive as he scrutinized the few missing teeth. Suddenly, he recalled the scar at the corner of the red-haired one's eye, a mark left by Blackbeard. Might these missing teeth have been knocked out by the red-haired one? Indeed, it seemed quite plausible. Blackbeard, perceiving Fang Fan's silence, assumed he was deep in thought. Regaining his composure, Fang Fan raised his gaze and queried, "As my captain, are you certain you can best me?" Blackbeard erupted into laughter. Confident in his physical prowess and mastery of Haki, and more importantly, as the possessor of the dark fruit, the bane of all devil fruits. His confidence had never soared so high. Ah, so that is your concern. Blackbeard leapt from the bamboo raft, leaving a bundle behind on the sandy shore. A wild smile adorned his face as he declared, "As your future captain, I deem it necessary to enlighten you." Clenching his fist, a wave of darkness enveloped it like a flowing tide. The power within him surged forth unreservedly, awakening the beast that had long slumbered within. I, Blackbeard, am not merely making claims about my capability to be your captain. With that, a formidable suction force erupted from Teach's being. This technique is specifically designed to counter the abilities of those who possess devil fruits, regardless of the type of powers one wields. Losing the capabilities bestowed by a devil fruit renders them significantly weakened. In this realm, where not everyone specializes in physical combat or Haki, the majority of individuals struggle to fully harness the potential of their devil fruits. On the vast seas, Blackbeard has surged ahead of countless pirates with a single maneuver. Unfortunately, the intense gravitational pull leaves Fang Fan's form utterly immobile. He takes a substantial step forward, preparing himself as if to lift a heavy burden. Beside him, a half-human tall machine materializes from thin air. It is shaped like a beige cylinder, with a supporting frame at the rear to sustain the entire apparatus. The top of the cylinder is recessed, resembling an antenna receiver, adorned with numerous miniature laser generators. As Fang Fan activates the button, the entire circular opening mechanism unfolds, releasing a distorted force that rapidly coalesces, a dark red vortex warping the very fabric of space, unleashing a gravitational force that rivals even that of Blackwater. Gravity, you see, is within my grasp as well. Blackbeard's smile begins to solidify. This is quite unscientific. The Great Route, the naval base of a certain division. The bustling footsteps merge into a cacophony as the base's alarm pierces the heavens. The entire division operates like a colossal machine, now in a frenzied state of activity. Hurry. Soldiers, we must mobilize all ships to encircle the villainous pirate crew. They must not be allowed to escape. The nefarious pirate crew numbers nearly 1,000. Each one a perpetrator of pillage and murder. Their captain, the notorious Babeltau, has a bounty of 180 million berries, while the other officers are also criminals with bounties exceeding 10 million, surrounded by a cadre of ruthless marauders. This gang has thrived on plunder and violence, their ranks swelling like a rolling snowball. The Navy has recognized this malignant tumor. Originally, the pursuit of the villainous pirate crew was entrusted to the Weasel, but due to a sudden reassignment to the East Sea, they narrowly evaded capture. Taking advantage of the absence of naval pursuit, this band ravaged a town. Just as they prepared to withdraw, they encountered Carp leading a contingent of adventurous Marines, allowing other naval forces to activate their missions. To ensure a comprehensive strike against the villainous pirate crew, Sengoku specifically contacted the naval personnel at the base. Warships cleave through the waves, the pristine naval flag fluttering. Emblazoned with a dove grasping a wrench, a symbol of justice dancing wildly in the gale. On the deck, Carp surveys the ravaged town through his binoculars. Before him, thick plumes of smoke and fierce flames are visible everywhere. Even before nearing the town, a metallic scent of blood permeates the salty sea breeze. Buildings lie in ruins. Bricks shattered into heaps. Corpses litter the ground, a once beautiful town reduced to utter devastation. Even Carp, seasoned and worldly, cannot help but clench his fist at the sight of such catastrophic destruction. These vile scoundrels shall not escape justice today. His aide, Bogart, is absent this time due to a promotion, replaced by a new face at his side. Admiral Carp, the personnel from the base have mobilized and sealed their escape routes. Excellent. These scoundrels deserve to descend into hell. At the town's port, a throng of pirates frantically haul away food and riches onto their ships. Beautiful women are also taken aboard, hoping to fetch a good price later. Those who struggle fiercely are ruthlessly executed. The entire port resembles a hellish scene, layered with flesh and blood. In the world of pirates, there are those who set sail for dreams, rightly termed navigators and adventurers. Yet, there are also many who venture forth to satisfy their own desires, ambitious schemers and fugitives. Hurry, lads, the Navy is coming. Several pirates urge, abandoning 5 or 6 of their comrades still on the dock. As the ship departs the harbor, it immediately enters the naval encirclement. Babel, Babel, Babel. A mere handful of dilapidated vessels dare to encircle the great Captain Babel. The leader of the villainous pirate crew sneered, surveying the naval forces around him. 3 warships? Even if all their cannons fire together, we fear them not. The Navy must be out of their minds to attempt encirclement. Several key officers joined in the raucous clamoring, vowing to slay these Marines and show them a thing or two. Though Tal Babel is ruthless, he is not foolish. He quickly notices that other ships are indeed surrounding them, with one warship charging forward alone. This is a dog-headed warship, and in terms of size, it pales in comparison to their pirate vessel. Yet, how dare they approach us directly? He grasped his monocular telescope and, with a swift motion, aimed it at the enemy's gangway. Upon spotting the figure standing above, a particular phrase immediately came to mind. Dog-headed clothes and dog-headed hats. The dog-headed warship should hastily retreat. Could it be Vice Admiral Carp of the Marine headquarters? There he was, Carp on the opposite gangway, waving his hand, signaling a throng of armed sailors brandishing pistols to charge forward. Such a distance, and he sends men with sidearms to advance. It is rumored that Vice Admiral Carp is a hero of the Marines. Could he truly be a blind commander? Does he intend to attack us with mere pistols? The surrounding pirates erupted into boisterous laughter, deeming it utterly foolish, a sheer delusion. The villainous pirate crew, emboldened by the size of their ship, reinforced with steel plating, regarded Carp and his men with disdain. Meanwhile, Carp issued a commanding order. Everyone, prepare the M137 Gatling gun, open fire. A dozen sharpshooters, moving in tandem, interweaving their positions, unleashed a torrent of furious firepower from the Gatling gun. The deafening roar of the gun's muzzle belched flames. As a relentless barrage of bullets rained down, Babeltau was momentarily taken aback. From where had the Marines procured such a thick and lengthy barrel? His reaction, however, was swift as he commanded the helmsman to steer the ship, utilizing the lateral steel plating to shield against the incoming hail of bullets. Clang, clang, clang. They were closing in, nearing the distance for boarding combat. The villainous pirate crew had never shied away from face-to-face confrontations. Kill. Why has Vice Admiral Carp sent the gunners to the front? The officers from the base expressed their confusion, while the base commander raised his telescope to observe the unfolding battle at the gangway. What could Vice Admiral Carp be plotting? A group of armed men, rather than providing cover fire from the rear, had charged to the forefront to engage in melee combat with those wielding blades. It resembles a physician abandoning their duty to heal and alleviate suffering, instead brandishing a syringe and engaging in direct confrontation. Is this appropriate? Wait, these aren't naval officers. They seem different. What? Let me take a look. The naval headquarters, under the command of Sengoku, has completed a portion of its military affairs. Some injured soldiers have already begun to recover thanks to the potions sourced from Grand Force. Over time, this not only saves a considerable sum of money but also enhances the combat effectiveness of the Navy. Everything is shifting towards a positive direction. Having served as the Grand Admiral for many years, it can be said that he has dedicated a significant part of his life to the righteous cause of the Navy. In this tumultuous era of rampant piracy, his greatest hope lay in the enhancement of naval power to bring an end to this chaotic age of marauders. In Grand Forest, he perceived a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of the Navy. Before his retirement, he wished fervently that his aging body could still shine and contribute meaningfully. Just as he relished a rare moment of tranquility, it was abruptly shattered by the report of an aide. A suggestion from Smoker had been received. He took the document, adjusting his frog-like spectacles to peruse its content. A proposal for weapon enhancement and a funding request. It detailed the enhancement process he had undergone, accompanied by some recommendations. After much contemplation, he inscribed 2 words on the report. Read. Rubbing his temples, he retrieved a bag of rice crackers from the bottom drawer. As he tore open the package, he indulged in a piece during his brief respite. It seemed he must re-establish contact with Fang Fan. It would be even better if he could exchange berries for gold coins. If Fang Fan were to overhear this, he would likely be moved to sing a tune. Fang, the iron-legged, the art of spending money, monkey ya. Fang, the iron-head, truly a monkey. You have entered the hidden map, Dark Thunder Ruins. Both Luffy and Usopp received such a prompt. The moment they entered, they found themselves ensnared within a labyrinthine encirclement of monsters. The zombies, having detected the intrusion of humans into their territory, emitted a low, guttural growl. Ugh. A horde of zombies surrounded them, posing a grave threat. With an agile stretch, Luffy grasped a branch and propelled himself and Usopp into the air. Is that a zombie? So many. Usopp's face paled, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Below, the zombies, adorned with rotting flesh and skeletal frames tinged with darkness, bore eyes filled with malice. Luffy, slapping his forehead in realization, chuckled. So many zombies. He observed the zombies attacking, scratching, clawing, and biting. Some moved with alarming speed. Luffy, have we stirred a zombie nest? What do we do now? Luffy, clad in gloves, surveyed the multitude of zombies. He noted that the creatures, when clustered together, would indiscriminately devour one another. Frowning in deep thought, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes. I've got it. Luffy secured his straw hat and leaped from the tree. He approached the periphery of the zombie horde, where one zombie stood still, seemingly oblivious. Luffy dashed to its side, seizing its arm with one hand and its ankle with the other, effortlessly capturing the sluggish creature. With a fluid motion, he spun the zombie, his arms extending as he twirled like a grand windmill. Zombie top. Usopp felt the force of the situation acutely. What began as a gentle breeze escalated into a powerful gust, culminating in a whirlwind that swept Luffy into the throng of zombies. A substantial wave of zombies was sent flying in all directions. Bolstered by newfound courage, Usopp suddenly recalled that his silver bullets had an enhanced effect against these dark, undead creatures. Sliding down from the tree, he readied his slingshot, unleashing a barrage of bullets. As he observed the lengthy health bar diminishing and the slow healing process of the zombies, a shiver ran down his spine. Why had they not waited for Zoro and Sanji? Could they handle this solely with their combined strength? Luffy gradually came to a halt, disrupting the encirclement of zombies. He assumed a combat stance, unleashing long-range energy waves and executing knee strikes in close quarters. With the skills of a fighter at his disposal, Luffy engaged the zombies in fierce combat. Usopp, observing closely, discerned that the zombies struck by the energy waves seemed to lose health at an accelerated rate. Luffy, strike each zombie first with your light sphere technique. Usopp refrained from explaining that light attributes inflict greater damage on undead creatures. Yet he instinctively noticed that monsters hit by Luffy's energy took significantly more damage from his subsequent attacks. As luck would have it, the energy wave also had a chance to inflict a state of paralysis, thereby amplifying the damage dealt. Amidst a throng of white zombies, a few red, starving zombies lurked. One such crimson creature thrust its hands forward, releasing a black energy ball that slid menacingly to the ground. Luffy, wide-eyed, anticipated that upon stepping forward, the black orb would pass harmlessly beneath him. To his dismay, he was struck directly by the orb, plunging him into darkness. Oh no, Usopp, I can't see. Luffy cried out, feeling utterly helpless. What, Usopp? He knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, oblivious to the zombies surrounding him. I'm blind. I can never see you again. Pull yourself together, Luffy. Usopp urged, feeling a twinge of emotion. His foolish captain truly cared for him. I can no longer see you, my beloved meat. How painful this is. Henceforth, the joy of eating meat is halved. Usopp. From Usopp's perspective, Luffy was merely shrouded in a veil of dark energy, reflecting on his own past experiences, being knocked out by a colossal boulder from Graka. Struck by goblin stones, frozen by ice blocks from blue goblins, gored by a minotaur, poisoned by the feline king, and burned by Pinocchio's magic, he suddenly realized Luffy was merely experiencing temporary blindness and would soon recover. Usopp launched a projectile, sending a nearby zombie flying. He then drew out his flamethrower, glancing at his backpack. Ordinarily, a level 15 adventurer would have around 40 to 50,000 gold coins in their possession. Yet Usopp had a meager sum of just over 6,000. However, rows of various potion vials were neatly arranged. 6 blood loss remedies, 7 stun remedies, 12 freeze remedies, 13 burn remedies, for poison remedies, and 30 blindness remedies. Behind the uneven assortment of potion bottles lay sorrowful tales, each one a testament to past hardships. Luffy catch. He tossed a blindness remedy. At that moment, Usopp felt immense gratitude for having meticulously studied the effects of abnormal states after suffering so many setbacks. He realized that in the mysterious battles of the Glen Forest, one need not fear permanent injury. Any wounds sustained would merely result in blood loss, depleting stamina. Excessive blood loss would lead to a weakened state, forcing a return to town. With this assurance, he quickly overcame his fear of battling zombies. Luffy instinctively caught the remedy. And upon using it, the world regained its light. I'm saved. The terrifying suction gathered into a dark red vortex that twisted ominously, and Teach's eyes widened in alarm. As Fang Fan released the switch, the energy vortex surged forth like a rolling ball towards Teach. Danger. His instincts warned him that the terrifying machine before him could inflict harm. Teach ignited his fighting spirit, bellowing, Darkness Channel. Blackbeard Teach shifted tactics as explosive blasts erupted around him, absorbing the damage from Darkness Channel. The minor damage he sustained caused a sharp pain, eliciting a grunt from him. Impressive power, Blackbeard Teach remarked, pondering whether this young adversary hailed from the future kingdom of Barkimer. With this thought in mind, he launched Darkness Channel towards Fang Fan. All attacks returned to you. Like a black flood, the darkness of the channel unleashed a torrent of gravel. Fang Fan marveled at how the dark fruit could absorb even explosions, proving itself to be an exceedingly powerful devil fruit. He expanded his energy shield, nullifying the explosive damage of the quantum cannon. Simultaneously, he retracted all skills associated with his heavy artillery, his right hand transforming grotesquely, blood vessels intertwining ominously along his arm. An aura of malevolence enveloped him. His aura had indeed altered. Damage absorbed by the dark fruit rendered his weapon's attack ineffective. Fang Fan equipped the skills of Devil May Cry. Although lacking a blade, he remained undeterred in unleashing his abilities. He raised his demonic hand, releasing intricate formations. To Teach. It appeared as if a multitude of overlapping circles, green, purple, and blue, materialized on the ground. At the center, grotesque entities, greenhorn beasts, malevolent spirits, and vengeful wraiths intermingled in a chaotic amalgamation. What is this? Cautious as ever, he immediately retreated. However, as he leaped back, a purple specter materialized behind him. What is that? The phantom-like purple entity. Intangible, yet with hands that clung to him like tendrils, rendered him immobile. Teach activated Darkness Channel, yet the ghostly figure remained unaffected. He unleashed a powerful punch, but it struck nothing but air. Before he could finish his thought, he was suddenly encased in ice. The system had promised him access to all skills, yet it also provided a skill bar. While it was one thing to have the skill bar, it was another that only the first and prior tier skills were active. Had he attained the second or third tiers, would he still be here deliberating? Enough. Ignoring Blackbeard, Fang Fan tossed an invitation and rode off on Labu towards the Sky Island. The zombie map had to be activated, and the Sky City must emerge. The sharpshooters were the first to approach the ship of the villainous pirate crew, and upon landing, they unleashed their pursuers. Armed with flamethrowers, they aimed directly at the pirates. Charge with me, let these worthless Navy scum know what it means to be a pirate. Gunfire erupted as swords clashed, and weapons were brandished as they surged toward the Navy. Die. A pirate swung at a sharpshooter, but before he could close the distance, the silver metal box beneath him collapsed. Boom. From the waist down, he vanished, leaving only a mosaic of debris scattered across the ground. The pirates behind him halted abruptly. When did the naval firepower become so ferocious? The sharpshooters surged forward, while the demon swordsmen behind them could hardly restrain themselves. A group of demon swordsmen unleashed a 3-stage slash, cutting directly from the deck of the warship to the deck of the pirate ship. Among them was a naval officer skilled in the art of shave, whose form darted like a specter, executing a horizontal slash from the bow to the stern, sending the artillerymen above flying. Those who fired from the shadows became his primary targets. The effect of the levitating shells was truly remarkable. Carp's keen eye discerned the short cooldown of the levitating shells, allowing for a continuous series of inexplicable levitations. In that fleeting moment, the airborne pirates found themselves utterly incapacitated, transforming into living targets for the Navy. Some naval officers, already adept at leg techniques, capitalized on the sharpshooter's knee strikes, spinning kicks, and rapid kicks, rendering the swordsmen incapable of countering. The knee strike's levitation effect, the horizontal push of the rapid kick, and the immobilizing impact of the spinning kick nearly drove the pirates to madness. Though they were marksmen, they exhibited the style of swordsmen. The sudden bombardment of grenades, the silvery pursuers, and the advancing naval soldiers miraculously held their ground. What weaponry did these sailors employ? Self-propelling explosive boxes, levitating bullets, and an array of flamethrowers and machine guns seemingly conjured from thin air. Were these new weapons developed by the Navy? Yet, what astonished the officers even more was yet to come. From among the Navy emerged a group of soldiers wielding blades. With a mere gesture, a crimson phantom materialized. A red circle inscribed upon the deck. The morale of the sailors within the circle surged instantaneously. One officer, gliding as if on moonlit steps, leapt into the air, his long blade aimed at the pirates below, plunging down with tremendous force. On the lower deck, over a dozen pirates were caught in a shockwave, their weapons slipping from their grasp as they were sent flying. These were ordinary naval soldiers, yet wielding their blades, they unleashed flames of yellow sword energy, striking with deep purple slashes. Babble Tarch sensed something amiss. Babble, why aren't you advancing? His subordinates immediately rushed toward the engaged combatants. One officer, brandishing a long knife, descended upon a demon swordsman with a strike powerful enough to cleave even a massive sea beast in twain. However, the demon swordsman advanced rather than retreating, seizing the moment with his blade raised. The ripple slash was unleashed. What? The purple ripples not only nullified the officer's attack but ensnared him as well. Soon, the sharpshooters behind unleashed a torrent of gunfire from their machine guns and flamethrowers, mercilessly directing their onslaught towards this direction. A horde of rabble dared to confront our officers. The swordsmen among the officers finally joined the fray. Their fierce sword energy strikes could extend beyond the blades themselves, reaching 1 or 2 meters outward. The long swords cleaved through the air, descending with deadly precision. The sharpshooters were not isolated in their battle. Behind them, 5 or 6 martial artists activated their instant steps, rushing to the side of the sharpshooters, their doppelganger skills manifesting. For translucent figures suddenly appeared, blocking a significant portion of the swordsman's strikes. Some of the strikes landed on the sharpshooters, eliciting muffled grunts. I truly believed you were invulnerable. It appears you are still flesh and blood. The pirates wielding long weapons could not suppress their glee. In the rear, over 20 hulking figures bearing crucifixes joined the fray. Identifying their comrades, they brandished what appeared to be clusters of green light, casting forth blessings and slow healing. The injuries of the wounded soldiers visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The officers screamed in madness, for everything before them defied logic. They were seasoned sailors, robust and experienced in battle. As loyal defenders and executors of justice, had they not aimed to perfect their combat formations, they would have charged in first. When it was their turn to take the stage, they focused on the formidable officers wielding swords and approached, delivering sweeping slashes with their crucifixes. The officers moved with greater speed, their fierce attacks landing upon the holy warriors, yet were first met by a barrier of red light. Berserk body. Their once unstoppable assaults failed to fell a single naval soldier. This was inconceivable. The band of pirates remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The holy warriors, clutching their crosses, soared into the air and plunged downward with ferocity. The falling phoenix hammer struck the deck, shattering it entirely. The pirate caught at the center was instantly crushed, leaving a mosaic of destruction in his wake. As the officers were struck by aerial attacks and sent tumbling through the air, they were swiftly elevated by a barrage of 7 or 8 machine guns. Their forms propelled towards the heavens. Any who found themselves suspended in the air became living targets for the martial artist energy waves, machine guns, flamethrowers, seismic wave swords, and the like. Among the Navy led by Carp were male martial artists, ghost swordsmen, sharpshooters, and holy warriors. Their coordinated efforts caught the pirates completely off guard. Babble. Since you dare to charge forward, let you all perish right here. He began to harness the powers of the devil fruit, his muscles bulged, and he planted his hands firmly on the ground. A green hue surfaced on his skin, and his limbs swelled alarmingly, particularly his massive thighs. Carp had his sights set firmly on Babble, the poisonous frog that continued to leap recklessly. He leapt into the air, the dog-headed cloak billowing behind him. The cross on his back was held aloft in one hand. The ordinary holy warrior activated the falling phoenix hammer, thrusting the cross downward. Carp unleashed his falling phoenix hammer, descending from the heavens with the cross in hand. As the formations along the beach dissipated, Blackbeard finally emerged from his frozen state. Ambitious and calculating, he gazed in the direction where Fang Fan had departed. Recalling how he had narrowly escaped death moments ago, Blackbeard's expression darkened. For over 20 years, he had bided his time to obtain the dark fruit. He had believed that with its power, he would reign supreme among the devil fruit users. Yet he had not anticipated the existence of another devil fruit that could counteract his own. This left him in doubt. Could it be that the legend was a mere fabrication, and that the dark fruit could not contend with all devil fruits? If that were indeed the case, then all those years of forbearance would have been in vain. With this thought, Blackbeard's fist clenched involuntarily. He had endured humiliation for most of his life in pursuit of the dark fruit, only to find it had betrayed his expectations. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and the angrier he grew, the more he pondered. His overwhelming haki radiated uncontrollably with his fury, causing the colossal dinosaurs on the island to flee as if confronted by a formidable foe. This haki persisted for over half a minute. Blackbeard laughed heartily, his expression suddenly turning sinister. Even if the power of the dark fruit was somewhat diminished, it could still assist me in obtaining a second devil fruit. I, Marshal D. Teach, shall never concede to fate. As long as the second devil fruit I seek is sufficiently powerful, I, Blackbeard, can still conquer these seas. I shall undoubtedly become the strongest sovereign upon this ocean. A once dreamless fish has rediscovered its aspirations. Regaining his composure, Blackbeard noticed the invitation that Fang Fan had left behind. Initially, he thought it was merely discarded refuse, but upon closer inspection of its exquisite design, he approached it. He read the words inscribed on the invitation. Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you seek true adventure? The meaning of life, adventure? Originally intending to walk past, he suddenly reached out and took the invitation. Would you like to activate your profession? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Blackbeard chose yes. Teach, you have learned the skill front kick, back kick. You have comprehended the skill poison bottle throw. Throw a poison bottle at an enemy in front of you. You have awakened the passive skill poison resistance. Through the cultivation of poison, increase your resistance to poisoning. The information that flooded his mind momentarily caused Teach's brain to short-circuit. Skills? Could it be? Ha ha ha, intriguing. So that was it. Those colorful circles earlier were indeed the effects of skills. Teach glanced at his waist, where a bottle had appeared alongside the rum. He retrieved the poison bottle and, with a swift motion, hurled it towards a nearby tree. An unsuspecting seabird was struck down. The purple venom tainted the creature, and within mere moments, its flapping wings grew still, its body gradually stiffening. Ha ha, the effect is quite impressive. Yet another method for subterfuge. As the new poison bottle reappeared beside the rum, he eagerly took it out once more. This time, he did not cast it away. Instead, he poured a small amount into the palm of his hand. A searing sensation surged through him as the potent corrosive venom began to eat away at his skin. Yet, miraculously, after merely eroding a few layers of flesh, the venom transformed into an ordinary purple liquid, leaving no discomfort in his palm. Placing the vial back beside the rum, he fixated on the invitation in his grasp, his mind sifting through information about the Glenwood Forest. In this moment, he gradually came to understand that the spectacle displayed across the azure expanse of the East Sea was none other than the battle scenes from the Grand Forest. Is this the adventure alluded to in the invitation? Blackbeard, with his large eyes, gazed into the distant sky, recalling the wondrous images reported in the newspapers. Valiant adventurers vanquishing formidable monsters, conquering challenges to attain resounding glory throughout the East Sea, along with treasures and rewards. The entirety of the East Sea, its naval forces, pirates, and citizens, would bear witness to your pinnacle moment. This is precisely what I desired. Ha ha ha. This vast ocean grows increasingly intriguing. Blackbeard reached for his waist, his thirst for liquor igniting as he extracted a bottle and poured its contents into his mouth. The agonizing cries echoed across the beach, startling the nearby birds and insects into flight. Moments later, a boisterous and unrestrained laughter erupted. Teach proclaimed, Grand Teufel, witness the might of Blackbeard. Burp. What? All the senior agents dispatched have gone silent? Junio Seals, the current chief of CP3, realized that those sent to confront Fang Fan had vanished. Understanding that the situation had taken a dire turn, the lack of communication does not necessarily indicate total annihilation. Seals speculated, then swiftly commanded, send a team to the little garden island to ascertain what transpired. A living person must be seen, and a corpse must be found. He issued his solemn directive. Yet before anyone could respond, a voice interrupted him. No need. A languid voice emerged as a figure entered Seal's office. The newcomer, with violet hair and eyes framed by dark circles, was clad in a sharp suit, wielding a long sword. Spandam, you incompetent fool of CP5. Didn't you just order the retrieval of CP9? How dare you disrupt my affairs? Spandam's face, partially obscured by a bandage-like covering, leaned arrogantly towards Seals. The command from the five elders was to extract investigators from CP to look into Fang Fan, and yet you. Spandam, with his masked visage, defiantly approached Seals. You didn't even consult me before sending people over. Seals, it seems you regard me, Spandam, with disdain. It serves you right that your dispatched agents proved utterly useless, falling victim to annihilation. What? How do you know? Seals gasped in disbelief, staring incredulously at Spandam. With a sly grin, Spandam leaned closer to Seals and whispered, because I have people tailing you. You ought to inquire, within the entire CP organization. Aside from the top brass, who else would dare to claim credit over the Spandam family? I am the dog of the celestial dragons, while you, Seals, are not but a mere insect. Seal's countenance darkened. Your Spandam family is truly shameless. The followers who trail them, should they seize the invitation, or even discover the method to procure it, would ultimately find their rewards snatched away by Spandam and his ilk. Those who labored tirelessly would see their efforts usurped by others claiming the accolades. Damn it. Thank you for the compliment. But it is truly unfortunate that the individuals you dispatched are utterly incompetent. Thus, I feel compelled to inform you that there is no need to send anyone else in search of them. Spandam, filled with unwarranted pride, retorted angrily. This is a task entrusted by the esteemed five elders. How dare you treat it so carelessly? Carelessly? I assure you, I am not trifling with this matter. The 5 elders instructed us to uncover the movements in the East Sea and to investigate that mysterious invitation. Unlike you, I have not squandered time without yielding any results. Spandam produced an invitation from his pocket, adding, "You ought to learn from me and send 2 individuals to infiltrate the Navy." With that, one could retrieve any information regarding the invitation. At that moment, the soldiers and assistants who had previously stood behind Sears had unexpectedly moved to Spandam's side. "Oh, by the way, I will be taking over the research on those potions. It would make a splendid gift for Gallus Saint." Sears clenched his teeth in rage. "You scoundrel." "Ah, thank you for the praise. It is an honor." Once again, the islands came into view. The one before me must be Gaia Island. Thanks to the dog system, I arrived at Gaia Island without a permanent pointer. All the sea creatures are aware that Gaia Island and the floating island at an altitude of 10,000 meters were originally one and the same, shaped like a skull. Due to the tumultuous currents in the surrounding waters, half of Gaia Island was thrust into the sky, along with its indigenous inhabitants, animals, and ancient relics, all transported to the floating island. The portion that ascended into the sky resembles the skull's head and face, while the remaining land is akin to the skull's teeth. Mentioning Gaia Island and the floating island, Fang Fan was reminded of the colossal stones from the pirates. The historical records declare them as indestructible. Had it not been for the dog system, Fang Fan might have genuinely sought to unravel the truth of One Piece. For he too harbored curiosity about the blank history in the original narrative. Dog system, commence operations. System, please show some respect. Is it too much to ask for you to acknowledge my capabilities? Fang Fan paused momentarily. Good dog system, let us proceed. System, locking onto the sky tower for anchor point deployment. Initiating deployment. Observing the obedient system at work, Fang Fan felt a surge of pride. On Gaia Island, the salvage king, Wimbulan Kirik, was resting in his home. The weather had shifted from cloudy to sunny, with temperatures ranging from 23 to 27 degrees Celsius. It was originally a splendid day for salvage at sea. However, prolonged exposure had rendered his body ailing, thus necessitating a day of rest at home. Reclining in a comfortable chair, sipping coffee, he was suddenly jolted as the coffee trembled and spilled. The hooks and nets hanging on the wall swayed precariously, threatening to fall. An earthquake? Just as the words left his mouth, the light fixture on the wall crashed down, shattering into pieces. The bed, windows, and the entire house shook violently. He quickly sprang to his feet and dashed towards the door. The entire island was trembling. At that moment, the residents of Gaia Island and the pirates present on the island rushed outdoors. As the crowd speculated that it was an earthquake, someone shouted, "Look up at the sky." A thunderous roar echoed across Gaia Island. The crowd could only behold a towering circular structure, resembling a mountain, materializing out of thin air to the northwest of Gaia Island. It radiated a luminous glow, obscuring the tower's walls from view. The coastline to the northwest was enveloped by a mysterious force. And just as the crowd anticipated further elaboration from the author, the tremors abruptly ceased. As the glow receded, the populace finally discerned the true form of the circular tower. Its azure body shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. Countless arched stone doorways adorned the tower, extending endlessly into the horizon. A tower descended from the heavens? Countless residents and pirates stood in stunned silence, repeatedly rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not mistaken. Is this truly the familiar world I once knew? Some daring pirates speculate that it may be the work of a certain devil fruit user. Yet, what kind of devil fruit could wield such power? Come, let us ascend this tower. Perhaps the land of gold awaits us above. A number of courageous pirates began to approach the skyward city. Suddenly, a construction fence materialized at the base of the tower. The entrance was firmly shut, and the surroundings were devoid of life. Those nearby attempted to enter the tower. But before they could reach the door, an enigmatic force repelled them. Some tried to breach the sky, yet as they soared toward the archway, a shimmering barrier halted their advance. It soon became evident that the towering edifice was enveloped in an extraordinary force. What manner of tower is this? And why has it appeared here? As the pirates and townsfolk pondered, Fang Fan surveyed his handiwork with a satisfied nod. I am indeed quite capable. His gaze shifted to Luffy and his companion, who were engaged in a relentless battle against zombies. The dark, thunderous ruins were shrouded in ominous mist, creating a chilling atmosphere, as if one were alone in a desolate graveyard. In the underground city, hordes of zombies and cursed cat demons could not impede Luffy and his companion's progress. With a flexible rubber battle axe, Luffy panted heavily as his elongated rubber leg descended from above, cleaving a bull-headed monster in two. Usopp, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, having fought his way through. At that moment, they realized that their skills were inexplicably rendered useless. Ultimate move, infinite bullets. With a single strike, Usopp dispatched the final creature. And the previously crowded room suddenly felt vast and empty. Luffy, do you still have energy? Of course. The two had fought fiercely, and during their journey, they had consumed a small fairy to regain strength. Otherwise, they would have been utterly exhausted by this point. They were about to confront the Lord, and it was imperative to be in peak condition. Usopp glanced at his backpack, the result of his habit of collecting materials along the way. Now filled with a hodgepodge of items. Seeking to restore his stamina, his gaze fell upon a peculiar coin. No, No, I can't use this unless absolutely necessary. I fear it might lead to my demise. He understood that his luck was such that using it could spell disaster. Suddenly, he noticed a special consumable in his inventory. Meat instantly restores 40% of health, but consume with caution. Aladdin warriors. Usopp muttered to himself as he retrieved the meat, barely examining it before Luffy's head darted forward. His teeth bared and biting into the flesh. This is delicious, Usopp. You were hiding meat. Luffy chewed voraciously, his expression vibrant with energy. It seems to be fine. Usopp cautiously took a piece for himself, but after only a few chews, he felt dizzy and bitter in his mouth. Luffy, why do you have 3 heads? Ha ha. Usopp, you are truly humorous. Luffy laughed heartily, swallowing the meat whole, turning to Usopp. Usopp, I want another piece. Is one enough? Enough. Usopp. Usopp? Usopp. Usopp. Why are bubbles coming from your mouth? Fang Fan looked at the scene in disbelief, unsure of what to say. The chance of meat poisoning was merely 2%, yet Usopp managed to encounter it. Nevertheless, he had never underestimated Usopp. This seemingly unlucky and despondent man had often turned the tide during the Straw Hat Crew's most challenging moments. Ignoring this, his gaze shifted to a robust stock of leaks. From the playback records, he observed Blackbeard teach, upon entering the dark forest, arrogantly rubbing his hands together, dispatching monsters without using any skills. Relying on the powers of his devil fruit, he had not utilized a single fighting skill, yet his experience skyrocketed. Soon, he adapted to this monster-slaying upgrade mode, continuously accepting tasks from the Elven defense line, rapidly reaching level 10. The moment he stepped into Hedmer, his trademark laughter attracted the attention of a nearby passerby. Hee. It seems I've stumbled upon something remarkable. So many Navy personnel here. If each of them has mastered such peculiar skills, the Navy's power would become truly terrifying. Would a formidable Navy be tolerated by the world government? Absolutely not. Just as the 5 elders admonished Akainu, the Navy is merely a dog of the world government. How could the government allow the existence of an insubordinate dog? To teach, it seemed like the dog was feasting on the meat from the dining table, which would surely infuriate the master. He could guarantee that if the 5 elders discovered that Sengoku was secretly allowing Navy soldiers to hone these extraordinary skills, they might even remove him from command. Come, let us make some money. Choose one, young adventurer. None are empty. Drawn by the peculiar call, Blackbeard approached. Selling pottery? He glanced at the jars held by the potter, and knowledge about weapon jars flooded his mind. Though he scorned the use of any weapon, it seemed that his profession might require one. Thus, he carelessly drew a weapon and tucked it into his waistband for show. Inside, you can find all sorts of wonderful items. Choose one, you won't regret it. The potter continued to entice him, as Blackbeard produced a handful of gold coins, not bothering to count, and placed them before the pot. I want to open 10. Oh, a big spender. However, the coins you have are insufficient. The potter rubbed his hands together, 10 jars lined up. Blackbeard, without blinking, pulled out all his coins. Hee, is this enough? Certainly, your jars are ready. The potter replied enthusiastically, today truly is my lucky day. I thought it would be another uneventful day, but unexpectedly, someone is willing to purchase jars. It had been days since anyone had bought from him. He had seen his neighbor Kelly accumulate enough earnings to act freely while he had barely earned anything. Reflecting on this, he looked at the imposing figure of Blackbeard, feeling increasingly fortunate. Hee, I shall open them all right now. Blackbeard smashed open the first 9 jars in one swift motion, transforming the 9 clay pots into 9 luminous orbs, within which an array of dazzling weapons flickered rapidly. You have acquired a worn-out pair of gloves. You have acquired an Eastern staff. You have acquired 9. Unfazed, Blackbeard showed no sign of dissatisfaction at the lack of valuable items. Ha. Only 1 jar remains. Let fate decide whether I, Blackbeard, shall wield a weapon. With a punch, he shattered the last jar, and the weapons within the glowing sphere shimmered until, in that final moment of brilliance, the last weapon was revealed before Blackbeard's eyes. Blood Shadow Claw type, claw level, 20 rarity, artifact durability, 39 physical attack power, 260 magical attack power, 256 independent attack power, 148 strength, 19 intelligence, 10 HP recovery rate, 5 attack speed, 1 additional skills. Fighter, female, poison application 1, fighter, female. Moon catching flame 2, fighter, male, poison bottle toss 1, fighter, male, moon catching flame 2 once. Someone toyed with me using his ghostly hand. Now, I use it to toy with others. Ha. An artifact beneath the epic tier. It seems fate has destined me, Blackbeard, to wield such a weapon. He accepted it with satisfaction, leaving the other shattered remnants behind without a backward glance. As he departed from the fire jars, he noticed that the main street was bustling with young adventurers passing by. Among them were some pirates, but the majority were naval soldiers. They hurried along, engaged in discussions regarding matters related to the Kingdom of Marl, which piqued Blackbeard's interest as a newcomer. Does the great mage Marl truly exist? A being capable of transforming deserts into verdant lands, could this grand sorcerer also be a user of devil fruit powers? After all, there is no contradiction between devil fruits and skills, Perhaps he indeed isolated the sky sea using magic. Shouldn't the ocean reside below? Is there really an ocean above? No. Perhaps there truly is an ocean in the sky. I heard from the little girl Dasky that our skill instructor Kelly fell from the sky. My goodness. How could she survive such a fall? Fool, have you never entered a weakened state? Those with skills are essentially immortal on this island. At worst, they merely enter a weakened state. As Blackbeard sought out a tavern, he gathered bits of information from the people around him. To his astonishment, after wandering around, he found not a single tavern. I am the Wind Fist style, Wind Surge. If only my energy could be infused. Come and take a look. The cacophony of greetings was automatically filtered out as Blackbeard passed through a magical doorway. He could not believe that this town lacked a single tavern. Upon reaching the back street of Heaton Marl, he finally spotted a woman in a red gown, holding a goblet, leaning against the entrance. Today, I long to indulge in a drink. Her languid voice and captivating curves drew Blackbeard's attention to the Moonlight Tavern. So it was here. Striding forward, Blackbeard pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Inside, he could see 1 or 2 pirates, but no naval soldiers. The moment he entered the Moonlight Tavern, a warm, gentle melody filled the air, enveloping one's mind and body in a serene and tranquil environment, promoting unparalleled relaxation. Bang. Boss, give me a glass of rum. He slammed his hand on the counter, shouting towards the empty liquor cabinet, his voice booming enough to make the flames in old man Sindar's hearth flicker. The response came from behind. None. Then give me a glass of Bink sake. None either. Soja, swirling her wine glass, suddenly approached Blackbeard. His eyes widened in astonishment. In addition to her alluring curves, it was her pair of pointed ears that captivated him. This is not something a normal person possesses. Ha ha ha, with pointy ears, no matter the drink, quickly bring forth a glass. Adventurer, let us indulge in a cup of wine. She retrieved a goblet from the counter, poured a glass, and handed it over. As Teach gulped it down in one go, a figure suddenly entered the doorway. Soja. My dear proprietress, do you think these materials are sufficient for brewing some new wine? Teach, after finishing the entire cup in a single breath, set it down and looked in astonishment at the female Navy officer beside her. Clad in naval attire, she wielded a longsword that shimmered with a luminous glow. So much? A smile crept upon Soja's lips as she received a substantial collection of Raimi flowers, wild strawberries, and purple grapes from Dasky. Thank you ever so much, Dasky. This is my token of appreciation. Dasky, Soja's favor towards you has increased. You have received 10,000 gold coins and a sum of experience. You have acquired Soja's special gratitude, explosive bombs, incendiary bottles, darts, boomerangs, and a frisbee. The young girl was immensely delighted, as no one else had ever bestowed upon Dasky any special tokens of appreciation. Proprietress Soja, do you require any additional materials? Not at the moment. These berries will suffice for my winemaking endeavors for a while. Soja stored the items away, while the ammunition and incendiary bottles she had given made Teep's heart race with excitement. Goodness, this pointy-eared woman is indeed a concealed arms dealer, selling drinks while trading in various munitions. A peculiar thought crossed her mind. Should I extend an invitation for her to join my crew? On second thought, the pointy-eared one appears to lack any combat prowess. If I were to invite her, once my pirate crew is assembled, she could certainly mix drinks for me. Upon reflection, Teach cast a glance at Sasha, acknowledging the utility of her pointed ears. Meanwhile, Dasky promptly documented the acquisition of this batch of explosive bombs and incendiary bottles, forwarding the information to the Naval Strategic Defense Assurance Bureau. The war nation swiftly reviewed the documents. Explosive bomb, a projectile that detonates upon being thrown. While its damage is minimal, one must exercise caution to avoid being propelled away. Guardian of the Giant Tree, Rodan incendiary bottle, a vessel filled with flammable oil, typically appearing alongside explosive bombs. I desire 1,000,000 bottles of Yon Flame. Dart, a metal cross dart with relatively low lethality. How is it that we have never utilized this? 7,000,000 Arad Warriors Frisbee 1, the first generation of Frisbees, with negligible destructive power. Who turned on the light that dazzled my eyes? Miss 1, Kage. It seems prudent to allocate a portion for testing, if suitable for the Navy. Then every naval soldier ought to be equipped with some. The war nation pondered, while also noticing additional information. Who are Rodan and Yon Flame, and what does Miss 1 Carlo signify? Perhaps within the confines of the dungeon, these items may unleash a peculiar efficacy. Contemplating this, he issued a directive for the procurement of the collection. Report. Enter. Recently, a mysterious tower had emerged on Guy Island. Although Smog's rank had been delayed due to his information-gathering endeavors in Huttonmar, he had nonetheless ascended to level 16 through his own prowess. Having just emerged from the frosty, gloomy forest, he sped towards the back streets of Huttonmar on his beloved motorcycle. As he heard the familiar honking sound, Sherlock's once composed demeanor suddenly trembled. Sherlock, here are the goblin hand bones and tattered cloth you requested. Smog presented a heap of task materials, a modest amount of experience, and a paltry reward of gold coins. Yet his expression remained inscrutable. The tasks of gathering materials are typically undertaken collectively by their naval personnel. However, in order to fulfill Sherlock's mission, he must personally collect goblin bones and shreds of cloth. Such effort is necessitated by the potential for these tasks to enhance Sherlock's favorability. Alas, the lengths to which he has ventured into the dungeon to curry favor with this cunning goblin are considerable. Yet, sometimes the endeavor yields an increase in favor, and at other times, it offers no indication of success. This particular instance has left Smaug somewhat perplexed. Why seek to enhance favor? Because only by cultivating familiarity can valuable intelligence be coaxed from Sherlock's lips. Thus far, their knowledge of the Duchy of Mal is limited. They are aware, for instance, that when allied with the Dark Elves, the latter referred to this place as Belmar, meaning the land of the good people. Furthermore, it is known that to the north of Hedinmer lies a mysterious tribe known as the Bantu, with which the Duchy of Mal appears to have engaged in conflict. These artifacts have always been held in high regard during the Warring States period. Once again, I find myself reflecting on the folly of my kin. Upon witnessing these relics, I am filled with gratitude for having arrived in this human settlement. My foolish highness. If only you could heed Sherlock's counsel and refrain from ruling the goblins with such cruelty, perhaps a magnificent goblin kingdom would flourish across our rod. What a lamentable thought. Smaug gazed at Sherlock with eyes aglow, unable to part with the goblin handbones and fragments, which he eagerly tossed into the wooden chest behind him, suddenly gripped by a pang of regret. Could this old goblin have gone mad? Once again, a fresh batch of handbones has arrived. So, adventurous smoker, what information do you seek this time? Sherlock rubbed his hands together. Any trivial information about the continent of Arad could be exchanged for heaps of shattered bones. A lucrative trade indeed. I wish to know more about the rulers of the Duchy of Mal. No geographical information this time? As you wish, adventurer. A surge of information quickly flooded his mind, and Smaug began to scrutinize it carefully. Indeed, this was truly a nation, the Duchy of Belmal, where the king and queen serve as the sovereign heads of state, possessing the authority to appoint and dismiss officials, convene, halt, approve laws, and declare war or make peace. The current queen is named Scotty Beloya Mal, the most sagacious monarch in the history of the Duchy of Belmal, once the daughter of a wealthy merchant. She later married the crown prince of the duchy and became a princess. After her frail husband ascended to the throne, she governed the state in his stead. However, her husband passed away shortly after their marriage, and Scotty, with her decisive execution and a blend of firmness and gentleness in her political maneuvers, swiftly garnered the support of the nobles who favored her, ultimately succeeding in inheriting the throne and becoming the queen of the Duchy of Belmal. During her reign, her wisdom and compassion earned her the adoration of the people, and she could often be seen throughout the duchy. Since Hedinmal is the capital of the duchy, why has the queen never appeared? Smaug found himself filled with confusion. The streets were sparsely populated, with hardly a soul in sight. Wasn't it said that there were 8 million Arad warriors? How could not a single one be found in Hedinmal? His curiosity about the tales of these 8 million warriors grew. Years later, when he explained to his grandson why their family was in such dire straits, he would reflect upon the perplexities of this day. He would fondly pat his little grandson's head and respond. All questions and answers begin with a girl rescued by an explosive man and a rubber monkey. In the ruins of Dark Thunder, the two finally completed their rest. Luffy, this is the lord of a hidden map. We must be exceedingly cautious. Usopp earnestly warned. If we fail to pass through, we forfeit our rewards. Got it? Luffy exclaimed as he picked up his straw hat and placed it upon his head. The two traversed the fiery portal and instantaneously arrived in the Lord's chamber. Upon entering, a ghastly roar of zombies echoed, and they beheld a vast throng of zombies, as terrifying as an unending tide. Luffy, this is horrifying. Usopp's cowardice resurfaced, his legs turned to jelly, trembling uncontrollably. This is indeed a den of zombies. What further perplexes Usopp is that the two individuals are facing away from him. As they entered, they did not charge at him like the previous zombies had. It was as if they had not noticed the presence of the two. Luffy's fists collided. What a chance. Ugh. Usopp quickly covered Luffy's mouth, but Luffy effortlessly broke free. Usopp, why are you covering my mouth? The entire room was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, as if time itself had been paused. The zombies froze momentarily. Yet, this was merely a precursor to the horror that was about to unfold. In the next instant, all the zombies facing away from them turned ominously to look. Their skeletal eyes were filled with dark mist, and grotesque flesh hung from their faces, rendering them terrifyingly ghastly. Even after having encountered so many zombies moments before, this sight sent chills down one's spine. Usopp felt a shiver run down his back, his body trembling as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. Luffy. Usopp was so frightened that he clung tightly to the sealed magical door, trembling as he pointed behind Luffy. Look, behind you. Huh? What? Luffy exclaimed, turning around. The horde of zombies had turned to face them, suddenly locking onto the two of them and surging forward like a tide. Several zombies charged with the ferocity of wild boars, limping yet determined. Oh no. Luffy instinctively swung his arm, grabbing a branch of a large tree and swinging himself into the air, landing on the tree's sturdy limbs. That was close. Usopp. He suddenly glanced at the encroaching horde of zombies, where the ravenous creatures were closing in. At that critical moment, Usopp recalled his skills and fired a floating bullet at the foremost zombie, causing a fiery explosion. The zombies behind immediately swarmed in, tearing and clawing. Yet they could not reach Usopp's body. Usopp, I'm coming to pull you up. Luffy extended his arm, But before he could grasp Usopp, the zombies had completely engulfed him. Usopp! Luffy shouted in terror, believing that Usopp would be lost to the relentless assault of the zombies. However, the undead horde slowly parted, revealing no trace of Usopp. Huh? Luffy looked down, stunned to see Usopp, with the grace of a sharpshooter, gliding through the circle of zombies. Ha ha ha, that's my Usopp. Luffy leaped down from the tree, but just as he landed, a deafening explosion erupted from the horde of zombies near the magical door. The pursuers had self-destructed. Luffy realized with delight that Usopp not only escaped but had also dealt a significant blow. Truly a worthy companion. A wave of zombies fell, yet they soon rose again. Their lengthy health bars indicated that one self-destructing zombie could scarcely inflict any substantial damage. Usopp panted heavily. Had he not tossed out all the meat chunks to divert the zombies' attention, he might have been utterly consumed. Luffy, you saw that, right? Luffy solemnly replied, yes. I saw that the first few zombies were moving very quickly. You idiot. I meant the human girl lying on the ground behind us. A human girl? Luffy turned his head, his jaw dropping in shock. Huh? Why is there a beautiful zombie girl on the ground? Usopp, already brandishing his machine gun, unleashed a flurry of bullets at the horde. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Luffy, listen closely, open your eyes wide and look clearly. That's a human girl on the ground. Huh? Really? Luffy dropped everything and hurried over to the girl in the green dress, helping her sit up. Only to behold a face that would haunt the dreams of countless warriors. No way. She is not a beautiful zombie. Celia, in a daze, felt herself being lifted and gradually opened her eyes. After several attempts, a smiling face adorned with a straw hat came into focus. It was the Straw Hat Boy who had saved her. Thank you for risking your life. Celia began to speak, but Luffy, having lifted her, suddenly tossed her onto the grass. Oh no, Usopp is fighting alone and is in danger. Usopp, I'm coming to help you now. Her voice faded as Celia lay on the ground, staring blankly at the darkened sky, lost in silence. Wait, this batch of warriors. It's not supposed to be like this according to the prophecy. Usopp continued to fight and retreat. Although his flamethrower and machine gun could fend off some of the approaching zombies, many more circumvented the flames and bullets, attacking from the sides. Whenever a zombie drew near, Usopp would throw grenades to send them flying. Floating bullets and silver bullets were used as soon as they cooled down. Several times he was bitten, each time driven by the temptation of the silver bullets' damage. The ordinary attacks could match the explosive damage dealt by the pursuers. Damn it. I should have realized this sooner. Silver bullets, imbued with light attribute, deal exponentially greater damage to the undead, with a series of silver bullet shots. The leading white zombies succumbed to the damage, ultimately shattering into numerous pieces. 3 black energy orbs rolled toward Usopp from the zombie horde. But his barbecue was still on cooldown. Gritting his teeth, he approached one of the zombies and, with a knee thrust, pinned it down. With his slingshot, he unleashed another volley of bullets. Kick shot. Thus far, the fellow still struggled with the handgun, making him quite an anomaly. At that moment, Luffy charged in, firing a rubber rocket to blast away the ravenous zombies closing in on Usopp. Usopp, I'm here to help. A wave of energy surged from Luffy's palms, striking 3 or 4 zombies and pushing their health bars back. Relying on energy waves and chaotic rubber blasts, several hungry zombies were kept at bay. Meanwhile, Usopp seized the opportunity, unleashing his machine gun against the electrified zombies at close range. Despite their relentless efforts, their clothes bore several tears from the zombies' claws. Continuously consuming restorative items to regain even a modicum of strength, the two persevered. Strange, where's the Lord? They traversed the map, knowing that in the final room, a formidable lord would undoubtedly be present. However, in this hidden realm, Usopp suddenly recalled the Minotaur of the gloomy forest, the thunderous Kino of the Thunder Ruins, and its neighboring Poison Cat King, whose lordly forms could be discerned at a mere glance. The distinguished lords, Gracchus Usada and the fiery Graccha alongside the frosty gloomy forest, were equally unmistakable. It was as if they had I am the boss inscribed upon their faces. Yet, this zombie lord. Luffy, be cautious. The lord may well be mingling among the throngs of zombies. Yoshi, I understand, Luffy declared, delivering a knee strike that dispatched another zombie. Warriors, you cannot vanquish these zombies this way. A melodious voice suddenly echoed in Usopp and Luffy's ears. The recovered Celia stood behind them. After lying on the ground for quite some time, she quickly rose upon realizing that the adversaries had not approached. The ground was far too cold, after all. If the Bone Reaver did not reveal itself, we would be unable to exit even a single room. Observing the duo relentlessly battling zombies, Celia cast a blessing upon them while explaining. This place was once a sanctuary for the elves, but a great fire rendered them homeless. To protect the Glen Forest, all the elves sacrificed themselves to restore the magical array that once existed. The Bone Reaver appeared unexpectedly, and his arrival has cloaked this area in sinister black mist. The remains of the elves were resurrected as zombies by the Bone Reaver. We stand upon the very ground where the elves once repaired the magical array, and the Bone Reaver intends to exploit the damaged array to incessantly revive zombies, thus creating an army of the undead. With a powerful strike, Luffy dispatched several zombies. Yoshi. So as long as we defeat all the zombies, we can leave, right Usopp? Usopp wished he could unleash a barrage of gunfire directly into Luffy's mouth. Celia, too, regarded the warrior in red with astonishment. So, after all my explanations, you haven't absorbed a single word, have you? Then pray tell. How do we locate the Bone Reaver and escape this place? Usopp unleashed a pursuer at his feet, swiftly kicking away an approaching zombie while making a small sidestep to continue his assault. All you must do is protect me while I restore the magical array here. And everything will fall into place, Celia stated with ease, at which point Usopp finally took a closer look at her. At first glance, the figure appears to be a young girl clad in a green dress. However, upon closer inspection, she is actually wearing a green top paired with red lace and a white skirt. Her well-proportioned legs are straight and rounded, adorned with a pair of tawny boots that exude a hint of charm. What astonishes him most is the girl's eyes, which gleam like two rubies. Red eyes? This provokes another question. How did this unarmed maiden manage to enter this place alone before they arrived? And why did she collapse on the ground? Strangely, the surrounding zombies merely encircle her without attacking. It cannot be that this horde of zombies hesitates to harm such a delightful young lady. Therefore, there must be only one truth. Usopp gazed at Celia. Can you truly restore the magic circle? Celia's crimson pupils sparkled with mischief as she replied with her enchanting voice. Of course, adventurer. As long as you can protect me from the zombies, especially the corpse-looting fiends, I can successfully restore the grand magic circle. Usopp's skepticism had waned significantly. Combining the facts at hand with his deductions, it appeared they had no means of escape for the time being. Luffy assumed a battle stance, fists colliding. All right, we just need to knock away all the zombies near the lovely one, and we can get out, right, Usopp? Usopp nodded while holding a flamethrower. Yes, Captain. Celia sighed, exasperated, and raised her hands. Warrior, my name is Celia Clement. I am not called the beautiful zombie. While I appreciate the compliment, referring to a vibrant young maiden as a beautiful zombie is quite absurd. Luffy replied with utmost seriousness. Then, Celia, please begin restoring the magic circle. I assure you that no male zombie will approach you. Celia responded. So, you still think of me as a female zombie? Don't you? Right? As Luffy and Usopp struggled to fend off the zombies, the battle in the East Blue was drawing to a close. With Carp's appearance, the infamous pirate crew began to falter significantly. First, the sharpshooters shone brilliantly, followed by the demon swordsmen, who, with the support of the holy warriors behind them, established a firm foothold upon boarding the pirate ship. Their invincible skills evaded a wide range of the pirates' attacks, with some residual combat waves endured through sheer resilience. Although they were part of Carp's formidable and capable navy, they still suffered injuries in battle before awakening their professional skills. Nevertheless, this group of level 17 and 18 elites, despite some injuries, had not lost a single member. Various HP potions ensured that even fatal wounds would lead to a weakened state, which could be promptly addressed by nearby Navy personnel. Previously crippling injuries sustained by the Navy now merely slowed their response time in wielding weapons. With a potion consumed, they would be ready for battle once more. Thanks to this extraordinary ability, the Navy stood on the brink of invincibility. Those naval officers who had mastered one or two techniques of the 6 styles excelled in their combat prowess. Their battles were recorded by the Den Mushi for in-depth analysis by the Navy's Strategic Defense Bureau. Carp was particularly astonished by the Navy personnel carrying crosses. They could engage in combat with their crosses while also healing wounded soldiers and restoring their stamina. That skill, known as slow healing, had nearly won Carp's heart. He vowed that even if the cross were lost, that slow healing must never be abandoned. Carp crossed his arms, his imposing figure seemingly nailed to the deck. The remaining task of apprehending pirates gradually shifted to the soldiers at the base. The Navy soldiers at the base stared wide-eyed, astonished. Is this the naval force of our department? Their combat style is truly fierce. The burly man with a beard, carrying a cross, was witnessed by all as he charged into the throng of pirates, his fist striking with tremendous force, and the cross swinging wildly with devastating impact. At this moment, how does one don a white coat and rush to the nearby medical station to tend to the wounded? Is it the doctors of the headquarters who have lost their composure, or have the pirates become too weary to wield their blades? Truly, it is a breathtaking battle. Vice Admiral Garp, the commander of the G8 Naval Base, Jonathan, draped in a naval commander-esque cloak, stood before me. This middle-aged man, with bushy eyebrows and a distinct mustache, has been a longtime friend of Admiral Akainu. Though he appears laid-back and carefree, he possesses a remarkably agile mind, adept in strategy. Having witnessed this extraordinary skirmish, he recalled a conversation he had with Akainu not long ago. The iron curtain of justice shall descend upon the vast seas at the hands of the Navy. At that moment, he thought his old friend was merely spouting the usual slogans of justice. However, it now seemed there was a deeper implication. Ha ha ha, Jonathan, this is the Adventurer Navy. Are you envious? Garp, under his dog-eared hat, humorously pinched his nose. I've heard that the strength of the Adventurer Navy is derived from their invitations. Indeed. Do you see this? Garp produced his own invitation from his pocket and handed it over with great flourish. This invitation, known as the Adventurer's Invitation, grants access to an island called Grand Forest. Garp revealed nothing secretive. According to Sengoku's strategy, everyone would have their chance in due course. He also shared some insights regarding Hutton Mar, just as someone approached from behind. Vice Admiral Garp, A call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The aide came over, clutching a snail phone. Garp took it and boomed. Moshi Moshi, Sengoku Garp, I have already received your battle report. You are now to commence a mission to replace the other Vice Admirals. Taking the Sky Island route, passing by Gaia Island. Be sure to investigate there. The details will be forwarded shortly. Sengoku paused. If you encounter Fang Fan, please convey a message. The Navy wishes to discuss a business matter with him once the call ended. Jonathan smiled at Garp. What a splendid task, Vice Admiral Garp. And you get to enjoy the scenery. Garp laughed heartily. You rascal, had it not been for you and Jessica insisting on staying at this base, the headquarters might have been keen to retain you. Suddenly, Garp glanced towards Marineford's direction. You are aware of the new department at headquarters, the Navy Strategic Defense Assurance Bureau? They're in dire need of personnel. Crane has been lamenting that she handles all the documents and data alone, with scarcely any time to rest. Indeed, Chief Crane is quite the busybody. Jonathan sighed, noting how one admiral languishes, another slumbers, and his friend regardless of Sengoku, Crane, or Garp. The age of the three admirals is evident. The Navy's generational gap is an issue they cannot evade. It is disheartening that the younger generation seems devoid of individuals with monstrous potential. Garp had long recognized this, training Luffy in the ways of a naval soldier from a young age. Had it not been for Shanks intervening, the strongest admiral of the future, the Straw Hat Vice Admiral, might have emerged right then. What? Why not an admiral? The bloody lesson of Black Zetsu's quest to save his mother warns us. Some seemingly ordinary middle-ranked officers could very well be the pinnacle of combat prowess. The fists of the monkey family have never adhered to reason. When it comes to strength, during the original Marineford War, Garp once told Sengoku, if you keep holding me back like this, I fear I might lose control and eliminate Sakazuki. The heroic Garp of the Navy has earned his reputation through sheer might. His power may not be overly displayed, yet he undoubtedly stands among the elite. You mentioned that the invitation can place a person in an extraordinary state. Why not allow Chief Crane to activate an invitation as well? The headquarters should have plenty to spare. Upon hearing this, Garp erupted in laughter. The headquarters is indeed short on them, but Crane didn't draw a winning ticket. Jonathan understood Garp's implication perfectly. Sengoku even considered having Chief Crane activate her position first, but she flatly refused with a disapproving look. You think you can take away my vacation? No way. At Marineford, within the Navy's training office, Sengoku sent over the records of this naval battle. After reviewing them, Zephyr fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he summoned his apprentices. Ein, with her ocean blue curls and piercing eyes, and long legs that were nothing short of extraordinary. Ryazaki, sporting a towering braid, was robust as an ox, embodying the typical tough guy appearance common in the Navy. Benz, with a red bandana tied atop his head, his limbs encased in snug leggings, resembled a yellow wasp with red legs. Teacher, they greeted in unison. Zephyr, donning triangular black glasses, smiled slightly. Observing Zephyr's good mood, the trio relaxed. Take a look. As instructors of the Navy, share your thoughts on Garp's Adventurer Navy. He tossed a document their way, and the three exchanged glances. Ryazaki approached the desk and began to scrutinize the information closely. In the dark ruins of the thunderous abyss, the magical fluctuations emanating from Celia began to affect the surrounding zombies. A blue magical circle materialized around her. In that moment, an oppressive dark aura surged forth, making Luffy and his companions feel a chill run down their spines. How eerie. Usopp could not help but shiver, and in a moment of distraction, he was struck by a zombie's energy orb, plunging him into darkness. He hastily drank a vial of blindness antidote. Luffy, be careful not to get hit by those zombies' magical orbs. Just as he said this, a peculiar zombie with disheveled hair caught Usopp's attention. Unlike the others, this zombie seemed unaffected by Luffy and his friend's combat provocations. The zombie clad in white approached, an icy chill enveloping the air. The temperature dropped once more. Luffy and Usopp, one harnessing a wave of energy, the other wielding a flamethrower, felt a tremor upon seeing the ominous text above the lengthy health bar. The Zombie King, Bone Prison. Beneath Bone Prison's feet, a blue crystalline ring emanated. And as he advanced, an invisible frost swept forth. Luffy, positioned in front, had no time to react before he was encased in a solid block of ice. Luffy! Usopp cried, directing the flamethrower toward Luffy's icy prison. Yet, every 2 seconds, the flames extinguished. The cooldown had arrived. Not good. Bone Prison growled, inciting a chorus of roars from the surrounding zombies, who, as if commanded by their king, surged toward the ethereal figure in the air. In a critical moment, Usopp deployed the pursuing robot, which, as if guided by an unseen hand, toppled towards Luffy. With a thunderous crash, Luffy emerged from his frozen state. His reflexes were remarkably swift. His hands intersected in a cross as he shouted, "Elastic zombie net," covering the area like a fisherman casting a net. He ensnared a multitude of approaching zombies. Luffy, splendid work, Usopp exclaimed as Luffy hurled the captured zombies far away. Understanding that they needed to immobilize the zombies to effectively utilize their skills, the duo became acutely aware of the unique effects of their abilities. Usopp employed a swift kick to repel, a floating shot to elevate, and Luffy utilized a sand throw to blind, creating a formidable synergy that prevented Bone Prison from breaching their defenses. Seizing the opportunity as Bone Prison was momentarily blinded, Luffy's arms extended wildly. As they intertwined and spun, he declared, Elastic Rocket Cannon. The rapid rotation of his arms combined with the elasticity sent Bone Prison hurtling against the room's edge. At that moment, Celia's incantation reached a critical juncture. Bone Prison, having been struck again, let out a ferocious roar, sensing that time was running out. The roar intensified, and the zombies appeared to be activated by some unseen switch, their bodies trembling. In the next instant, all the zombies surged forward as if imbibing a potion of vitality. With a booming command, Bone Prison directed the horde, and they rushed forth, an overwhelming tide of undead. Not good, Usopp thought, recalling how the previous slower pace had allowed them to alternate their skills and repel the zombies. But now, with the relentless swarm charging at lightning speed, he envisioned himself torn apart by their grasp. Time seemed to elongate as memories flooded back, recalling a past encounter with a massive boar that had relentlessly pursued him. No way. I cannot let them break through. Usopp's spirit ignited, flames enveloping him as he prepared for his impending fate. Just as he steeled himself to make the ultimate sacrifice, Luffy's arm coiled around Usopp's waist while another ensnared Celia, his head darting forth, neck stretching unnaturally. Elastic human catapult, Luffy announced, intending to latch onto a branch and propel the trio to safety. The ingenious Monkey D, Luffy bit into the branch, his teeth anchoring firmly as he attempted to lift Usopp and Celia into the air. However, Celia, still caught in her spellcasting, found herself immobilized within the magic circle. In a desperate moment, Luffy's single arm proved insufficient to lift her. Yet he clung tenaciously to the branch, feeling it strain against his grip. As the elasticity began to retract, Usopp was pulled upward, but Celia remained stubbornly anchored. Usopp, that guy. He weighs more than an elephant. I can't lift her, Luffy thought, even as Celia's incantation faltered momentarily. Fortunately, she quickly regained her focus, the magic's aura intensifying around her. In this moment, Usopp, having just been pulled onto a branch, witnessed the pitiful tool tree crumble under the weight it could no longer bear. The original trunk disintegrated into splinters that found their way into Luffy's mouth, leaving him without a means to support himself, teetering on the brink of falling. A makeshift human cart was on the verge of toppling over. Below, the zombies were perilously close to reaching Celia's ankles. Should any one of them make contact? Her incantation for the restoration spell would be abruptly interrupted. Alarmed, Luffy's eyes widened as he noticed a zombie about to succeed in its approach. In a moment of urgency, he extended his arms upward, wrapping them around the thick branch. His legs stretched downward, targeting Celia's waist, binding tightly like ropes that had a mind of their own. He shouted, Flexible Rubber Drag Queen. The Luffy Express roared back to life as he gripped the branch fiercely, pulling with all his might, while his legs clung tightly to Celia's waist, channeling every ounce of his strength. Celia had been focusing intently on her incantation for the restoration spell, nearly at its completion when suddenly, she felt a constricting force around her waist, pulling her in a way that made her figure shrink by half. Thankfully, Celia was no ordinary human maiden, otherwise, Luffy's intervention could have led to a premature conclusion to their adventure. In that crucial moment when her legs were tightly bound, her incantation was abruptly interrupted. The power of the spell dissipated, and she found herself being whisked through the air by Luffy. With the speed of the Luffy Express, she landed on the branch. Calm down. Remain composed. Our rod is so beautiful, yet I feel so agitated. This is not ideal. Celia Crumman, the beloved and gentle little sister in the hearts of Arad's warriors, struggled to maintain her image of an adorable and innocent maiden, with a sweet, melodic voice. She cheerfully remarked, Adventurer, I told you to keep the zombies away from me. Their proximity disrupts my restoration spell, and what about you? A sense of foreboding washed over Usopp as he sensed an impending argument between the two. The Bone Prison was still watching below. Upon hearing Celia's words, Luffy paused momentarily, then earnestly replied, Indeed. See? I haven't let the zombies near you. He. Luffy scratched his head sheepishly, as if to say, no need to thank me. Celia, however, suddenly recalled Luffy's prior assurance. He would not allow zombies to come near her. So, you've just taken me away from the magic circle? How am I supposed to restore the magic circle now, brave warrior? Celia felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Not long ago, she could casually request 2 goblins from Hog to stage a kidnapping, and countless warriors would gladly fight for her. And now? Not only did she have to toil herself, but she also found herself at a loss for words. Exasperated by the adventurer's antics. In this generation of adventurers, how does one truly fathom the depths? Among those sharing the same curiosity, there is another soul present. Unlike the perplexed Celia, this individual bears a glimmer of realization. The skeletal figure among the zombies raises its head. Its hollow black eye sockets fixated on the silhouette of Luffy above. High-level assistance often manifests in the most unassuming ways. The young man, who lacks magical prowess, ingeniously conceived the idea of removing the mage to thwart the restoration of the magical array. It seems he was misjudged. This individual, devoid of magical understanding, is indeed an ally. As the brief conversation concludes, Sengoku gazes at the photograph of the Sky City lying on his desk. A report from the Navy personnel dispatched reveals that the Sky City is surrounded by a repulsive force, rendering it inaccessible. Beside it lies another distant photo capturing a colossal whale, upon which stands a young man. Fang Fan, whose origins and identity remain a mystery, wields such extraordinary power. It appears that further engagement with the nation known as Belmar and Fang Fan is imperative. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Sengoku's office swings open as Zephyr strides in with his 3 prized prot-GS. Sengoku looks at Zephyr with curiosity. Zephyr, what brings you here? Zephyr, with his strikingly vibrant purple hair and a robust demeanor, enters with an air of vitality. He smiles as he takes a seat, producing a document from his coat. The title reads, Analysis and Exploration of Adventurer Navy Skills, Recommendations for Seamless Skill Integration. Behind Zephyr stand Ryoso, Binzi, and Nine. Zephyr tosses the document onto Sengoku's desk. Casting a disdainful glance at him, Zephyr, present an invitation. The Navy's paperwork is always precise and succinct. As Sengoku peruses the concise content of the Analysis and Exploration of Adventurer Navy Skills, he arrives at the concluding recommendations. The document details unique career combos, such as the Demon Swordsman's upward thrust, followed by a flurry of slashes, a cross slash, a ghostly cut, and the ground-shattering wave sword. Each profession is distinctly represented. Though the skill connections are brief, the ability to extract such a plethora of skill combos from existing abilities is undeniably professional. It also highlights synergies between 2 professions, such as the Holy Knight's aerial slash in combination with the gunslinger's floating shot, allowing adversaries to experience the exhilarating weightlessness of being airborne. Zephyr even proposes categorizing these skills into control skills, offensive skills, and so forth. Additionally, there are multi-skill combinations, as the Demon Swordsman S-Wave slash controls the enemy, the Martial Artist S-Energy Wave, and the Gunslinger S rapid-fire mechanism, alongside the Holy Knight S Demonic Grasp, all converge on their target. The synergy of this collaborative skill has been validated in Karp's recent battle. It is indeed a testament to the prowess of the Navy's Grand Instructor. If the naval soldiers can precisely grasp the timing of their coordination, the demise of countless pirate lackeys shall soon be upon them. This is an analytical exploration of the skill levels of adventurers and naval soldiers, and the content within holds the potential to elevate the combat capabilities of the naval ranks to a formidable degree. In the realm of piracy, battles are waged soldier against soldier, general against general, with lower-tier fighters unable to intervene in high-level confrontations. The disparity between the lower and upper echelons is akin to the difference between Paradise and the New World. However, this gap is now narrowing. If all lower-tier soldiers can coordinate effectively, they may at least earn the right to survive in the battles of the strong, gradually enhancing their skills. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for many ants to overwhelm an elephant. Adventurers at the officer level have already mastered 1 or 2 techniques from the 6 styles. If the synergy among lower-tier soldiers requires quantitative enhancement to bolster the overall strength of the Navy, the skill integration at the officer level signifies a qualitative transformation. It is well understood among the seafarers that the Navy's ability to dominate the vast seas is partly due to its monopoly on the 6 styles techniques. The offensive techniques include the gale foot and the finger pistol. Defensive techniques encompass the paper drawing and iron block, and movement techniques comprise the shave and moonwalk. Zephyr particularly noted that officers who have mastered the shave and moonwalk possess greater possibilities when executing their skills, as they tread upon the moonwalk. Retrieving a grease gun or a cross, the silver flash technique descends from the skies. The effect of the silver flash will be striking, generating a tremendous shockwave. To exaggerate, if your moonwalk is sufficiently advanced, the falling phoenix hammer could descend with the force of a nuclear bomb, coupled with the rapid movement of the shave. Advancing behind the enemy, techniques such as the split wave slash, barbecue, or knee strike become godly moves that are exceedingly difficult to anticipate or counter, even for top-tier fighters during their initial encounter. Zephyr provided numerous examples, and Sengoku observed attentively. After reviewing, he turned to Zephyr. Do you wish to activate the invitation letter? He noted the 3 individuals standing behind him and added, for them, including myself, he mused, their potential is quite decent. After a moment of deliberation, Sengoku recognized the significance of this research report. Zephyr had initially presented this information to him before proposing any conditions, setting aside his status as the chief instructor. The analysis and summary alone were worth several invitation letters. However, at present, the resources were scarce. Currently, only 1 invitation letter remains, originally intended for Rear Admiral Crane. Zephyr was somewhat surprised. Is there truly only 1? Was it not said that Sengoku had collaborations in place? Sengoku replied with resignation, there is indeed only 1. The others have already been activated. Therefore, you must consider whom among the 3 to allocate it to. Zephyr fixed his gaze on Sengoku for a moment. 1 letter could suffice. As for whom to consider it for, he smiled and turned to the 3 individuals behind him. Zayuza, do you desire this adventurer's invitation? Teacher Zephyr, I absolutely do. Will you grant it to me? Zayuza exclaimed, somewhat excited, realizing that he was indeed the favored student in the teacher's heart. So happy, are you? Zephyr replied, you are celebrating too soon. I intend to activate this invitation for myself. Zayuza, Binz and Ein puffed their cheeks, suppressing their expressions. Managing not to laugh, Sengoku gazed at Zephyr in exasperation, realizing that this teacher-student interaction had turned into a familial affair. Yet, he refrained from commenting, as he initially believed all four would benefit. However, he found himself somewhat astonished. Is this still the Zephyr he once knew? Has he taken to jesting? As a young woman, Ain too sensed the changes within her teacher. Ever since Edward Weevil's assault on the Navy's training vessel, Zephyr had been engulfed in guilt, remorse, and regret. That incident loomed over him like a shadow, casting a pall over the bond shared between teacher and student. Subsequently, Zephyr had adopted a demeanor of silence. His spirit dimmed and his enthusiasm extinguished. According to the original narrative, he should have established a new navy, transforming from an admiral who refrained from taking lives into a pirate bent on world destruction. However, perhaps witnessing the resurgence of hope within the navy rekindled a flicker of determination within him. As I gazed at Zephyr's silhouette seated before her, an indescribable joy surged within her heart. Teacher Zephyr, I shall surely follow in your footsteps. The adventurer's invitation awaits me on the Grand Line at Baldy Go Island. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. A special envelope was delivered by the newsbird to the reception desk. Days later, Kila arrived to collect the message. There was a letter, addressed to Sabo, personally. Clutching the letter, she approached the office door of the Revolutionary Army headquarters and pushed it open. Sabo, the leader has sent you a letter, Kila announced, raising the correspondence, her large, bright eyes sparkling, her adorable short hair framing her face. A rare sight amidst a throng of burly men. Sabo looked up. A letter from the leader? Where has it come from? Kila glanced at the envelope. From the East Blue. Sabo paused his work, accepting the letter and beginning to read. Soon, he picked up a newspaper from not long ago, murmuring, The East Blue, is it? This invitation bore an extraordinary power, devoid of side effects. Designed for a comrade to activate it and set foot upon an astonishing island. This is the original statement of the leader. His judgment is still trustworthy. However, arranging for someone to activate the invitation is certainly beyond his capabilities. The four captains are currently out on missions and cannot be recalled. Sabo surveyed the entire office. After a week of observation, it seemed there was no one suitable. Sabo, has the leader said anything? Sabo gazed at Kila for a moment without responding. What is the matter, Sabo? Is there something on my face? Kila, feeling miffed, touched her face, and Sabo smiled. You're still smiling. Kila pinched Sabo's cheek, fuming. Sabo quickly explained, There's a mysterious invitation, and I wish to assign you this task. Is that so? Sabo briefly mentioned the East Sea in the invitation. Kila took the invitation, and the prompt to activate it resonated directly in her mind. Sabo, are you certain you want me to go? Kila squeezed his face even harder in frustration. I finally made it to your side, and now you want to send me off on a mission. You big oaf. You big oaf. You big oaf. Important matters deserve repetition. Sabo, rubbing his cheek, expressed some regret. Unfortunately, there is no one else available. And Hack still needs to train the soldiers. Kila understood that plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. What more could she say? Very well. You have learned the skill Heavenly Strike and the Magical Star Bullet. You have awakened the innate skill. Contract Summon, Mecha Heater. Kila's face, once puzzled, began to light up with excitement as more information flooded her mind. Sabo, it seems I've learned something remarkable. In the Dark Thunder Ruins, the power of the magic circle was about to be activated, and the rapidly advancing zombies rushed forward. Now, with the magic circle's power dissipating, they abruptly found themselves unable to stop, piling upon one another in layers. Bone Yushi paid no heed to this chaos. He looked up at the three individuals in the tree. Logically, if Bone Yushi hadn't disrupted the repair of the magic circle, the horde of zombies would have overwhelmed and torn the adventurers apart, or the adventurers would have repaired the magic circle, allowing Bone Yushi to clock out. What was happening now? Moreover, are you all going to repair it, or not? The zombies are getting anxious. What do we do now? We can't stay here indefinitely. Usopp expressed his concern. What if they really couldn't get out? Would he have to spend those days of survival in the wilderness with the captain and the beautiful girl? Celia also grew anxious. The hidden map had hit a snag during its inaugural exploration. With someone in this map, others could not enter this dungeon. After several days had passed, she was filled with anxiety as she gazed upon the densely packed zombies below, each capable of disrupting her magic with a mere swipe. She found herself in a predicament. Although lying on the ground rendered her safe from the zombies, they would certainly thwart her attempts to repair the magic circle. Without the restoration of the magic circle, her escape from this place was impossible. She longed for the comfort of her Grand Tree home, bright and spacious, filled with considerate warriors whose words were melodious and who were all exceptionally talented. Luffy turned to Celia and inquired, Hey, can't you restore the magic circle? If you continue, the zombies below won't be able to approach you at all. Just as Celia was about to respond that it was impossible, since the restoration spell could not be interrupted, she glanced at the bone-like creatures below, and then at Luffy. Suddenly, a realization struck her, who said that the incantation for the restoration spell must be performed on the ground. It could certainly be done in midair. In the sky, it would be completely uninterruptible. With this thought, Celia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Adventurers, could you help me hover in the air? As long as I can chant the restoration spell above the magic circle, it can be done up there. In the air? Usopp instinctively considered that there were numerous ways to elevate someone, such as knee strikes, levitation shots, and barbecue. However, none of these methods provided lasting support in the air. Luffy scratched his cheek, surveying the surroundings, and suddenly clapped his hands. I've got it. Celia's crimson eyes sparkled as she watched Luffy leap from the branch. During his descent, he took a deep breath, inflating his belly like a balloon. The elastic rubber balloon stretched as he reached out to grasp the branches with both hands, his legs similarly elongating to wrap around them. He transformed into a springy mass, with his belly resembling a soccer ball and his limbs tangled in the branches. His cheeks puffed out, creating a comical sight. Usopp, he exclaimed, hurry, push her up. Celia's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the scene unfolding before her. This current group of warriors is indeed quite unique. However, I find myself in a predicament. Usopp approached Celia, advising her with a sense of urgency, be cautious. I shall escort you now. With a forceful knee thrust, he propelled Celia from the branch, and a floating orb connected with her, allowing her to drift forward for a brief distance. Celia gazed at Usopp in alarm, exclaiming, warrior, is this what you call an escort? As she observed him reaching for the gremlin machine gun, Celia swiftly shifted her body, subtly leveraging the momentum. She traced a flawless arc through the air, landing gracefully upon Luffy's abdomen. Once she steadied herself, she immediately began to chant a restoration spell. These two faces, I, Celia, shall remember. Meanwhile, the bone abyss below appeared utterly bewildered. What sorcery is this? Is it possible to mend the magical array in such a manner? Once the incantation for repairing the magical array was activated, the horde of zombies seemed to be under the influence of some potent elixir, moving restlessly in place. The zombies pondered, where is the one who repairs the magical array? Below, the zombies clawed and gnawed at the air, while the power of the magical array intensified above. The bone abyss found itself at a loss. This high-end operation is indeed beyond their reach. A mysterious circular tower has emerged on Gaia Island, soaring into the clouds, seemingly endless. Its pale blue luminescence casts an enchanting glow, and each tier is adorned with a series of tightly shut arched doors, presenting an extraordinary sight. Those outside are utterly incapable of glimpsing the interior, and the throng of onlookers continues to swell. Some speculate that the legends of the Sky Island are true, and this tower serves as a gateway to that ethereal realm. Others propose that the tower has risen from the depths of the sea, a remnant expelled by some colossal sea creature. Surely, it conceals treasures within. Numerous pirates have commenced their quest to discover a means of entering the tower, and the entirety of Gaia Island has come alive with excitement. Some have attempted to blast it with cannons, yet no trace was left behind. What astounding news this is. The newsbird Morgans has personally flown to the scene, his camera capturing incessantly. First, the appearance of a mysterious island in the East Sea. And now this tower on Gaia Island. There must be some connection between the two. It surely bears the mark of that formidable figure behind Grand Forest. One wonders whether the Navy will place a bounty on him. This news is bound to create another sensational wave. Who will be the one to ascend this tower? Ha ha ha. What headline should I use? The mysterious, soaring tower reappears. That title sounds splendid. Morgans eagerly predicts that this time, the news will surely sell like hotcakes. Meanwhile, in the divine realm of Sky Island, Apaya, 400 years ago, it was once part of Gaia Island's golden country. Due to a surge of ascending currents, it was elevated to the White Sea, becoming the island of the gods. The so-called golden country refers to the ancient civilization of Mandra, which vanished 800 years ago. Today, this place is a sanctuary forbidden to commoners, an island inhabited by deities, referred to by all as the sacred domain. From the moment the Sky City appeared, the god Enel sensed the stirrings in this vicinity. When his attempts to strike with lightning yielded no results, and his subordinates reported their inability to approach, he personally ventured forth to investigate. The tower rises majestically into the heavens, and even from its lofty pinnacle, one cannot behold the summit of the circular spire. Is this truly the power of humanity? After realizing that he too could not approach the tower, he commanded everyone to keep their distance. Will the emergence of this circular tower disrupt the progress of constructing one's arc phrases? Enel languidly reclined within his temple, gazing at the sky tower. Suddenly, his heart network detected several warriors from Sandia approaching. The battle demon Weber, with a hefty burning cannon slung over his shoulder, sped forth, creating a billowing cloud of dust. Behind him, the long-haired Loki, hair dancing in the breeze, cautioned, Weber, Aisha mentioned that even the deity Enel merely glanced at this tower before departing. Our presence here may serve no purpose. Aisha, among the Sandian warriors, was a remarkable girl endowed with formidable observation haki from birth. Weber's expression grew serious. I understand. Yet witnessing such matters firsthand is paramount. After examining their surroundings, they discovered they could not advance even a step closer, nor discern anything of significance. Who was the descendant of the great warrior Karlgra, the battle demon Weber? Weber steadied his burning cannon, instantly on alert. There is no need to be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. At that moment, an archway of the sky tower unexpectedly opened, and Fang Fan emerged from within. Observing the rugged, primal warriors, each wielding rocket-like heavy weaponry, he felt a surge of delight. A band of innate firepower warriors, truly a ripe harvest. Fang Fan regarded these heavily armed warriors with newfound warmth. Do you wish to enter this tower? The battle demon Weber frowned, the tattoos at the corners of his eyes intensifying his warrior aura. Do you know me? Of course I do, Fang Fan replied, the man who endured multiple lightning strikes and yet remained unscathed. The genetic makeup of the pirate world is indeed peculiar. Typically, anyone not severely injured, such as losing an arm or a leg, can miraculously heal. Apart from Zeph who lost an arm and Zep who sacrificed a leg, there were few others with disabilities. With the vast number of pirates, simple medicinal dressing could not explain such rapid recovery. Not every ship boasted a talking reindeer proficient in medicine. The sole plausible explanation lies within the unique food chain of the pirate world. Whether it be the flesh of colossal sea kings or ordinary meats, the nourishment provided to individuals is often absorbed within their bodies. This remains inconspicuous until battles, where the effects become markedly evident. In the original narrative, Usopp and Zoro faced near-disabling injuries, yet with mere medicinal bandaging, they managed to survive. Luffy's recuperation relied heavily on consuming vast quantities of meat, making it difficult to rationalize the miraculous recovery abilities of every pirate. Fang Fan speculated that the systems binding to the pirate world likely stemmed from these reasons. The battle demon Weber scrutinized the newcomer, his burning cannon poised for action. There is no need for such tension. If I truly intended to strike, neither you nor that thunder-wielding deity Enel would stand a chance against me. Enel, who had a formidable hand of 2 kings and 4 twos, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. That fellow, Fang Fan mused, is nothing but a brute. Merely skimming the surface of his powers, electricity, heat, and martial arts are but trifles to him. He possesses only one technique that can be deemed an actual development of his fruit, the Thunder God. Other techniques, such as thunder metallurgy, leave much to be desired. The magnetic induction of lightning and its tremendous power remain untapped. The more I ponder about Enel, the more I find myself rambling. The narrative of the Sky Island arc in the Pirate Saga is indeed captivating, though Enel's downfall can be attributed to Luffy's protagonist Halo, intertwined with his own hubristic nature. Armed with the mightiest fruit and adorned in ostentatious attire, he epitomizes a rebellious youth, deluding himself into divine status. Learning that rubber insulates against electricity left him utterly astonished. This is no different from a child brandishing an AK-47 before a group of adults, flaunting their bravado. And yet, they indulge in unrealistic dreams of lunar expeditions? While pirates should indeed harbor aspirations, it is folly to entertain mere illusions. As Fang Fan uttered these words, the vigilant warrior Weber and Lachi immediately grew alert. Lachi promptly cautioned, Weber, step back, divine retribution is about to. Before she could finish, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. A blinding white lightning bolt striking down upon Fang Fan as if it were a heavenly punishment. The terrifying discharge of electricity radiated an overwhelming brilliance, compelling Lachi and the warrior Weber to shield their eyes while retreating simultaneously. I had almost forgotten. Your observation haki, or rather, your ability to perceive the world, enveloped the entire Sky Island. Fang Fan narrowed his eyes, fixating on the dazzling lightning. The tall and robust figure of Enel materialized, his long earlobes cascading down to his shoulders, adorned with square-shaped golden earrings. A scarf cradled his light-colored hair, and upon its removal, it revealed a rather matronly hairstyle. Although he hailed from the Burka tribe, he bore no wings on his back. Instead, he carried a large drum, to epitomize his divine persona. He donned golden armlets and anklets, with rings adorning his big toes, often preferring to go barefoot, discussing the deity behind his back. Such audacity. Enel lounged languidly atop a tree, appearing as though he had just awakened, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. By the way, did you construct this towering edifice? Fang Fan remained silent. Is it not unbecoming for a child to be so arrogant? Most likely, it stems from idleness. What to do? A good thrashing should suffice. He seamlessly activated his stainless steel abilities, closing his eyes. Dare to strike me with lightning? You may be electricity, you may be light. But today, allow me to demonstrate that I am the true legend. A surge of murderous intent enveloped him. Fang Fan's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, a palpable, frenzied aura of lethal intent poured forth, cascading around him like a tangible blade. The fierce winds howled, the grass swayed violently in response. It resembled the release of Conqueror's haki, as the storm of murderous intent unfurled, and Fang Fan's presence became unparalleled. While it is true that skills may only be deployed up to a certain threshold, the power coursing through Fang Fan's veins was indeed the genuine strength of a third awakening. Enel's languid expression abruptly stiffened as his observation haki detected the extraordinary energy pulsating within Fang Fan. This surge of power caused the lightning within him to spiral into chaos. Considering the opponent's mysterious origins, it was evident that their strength was formidable. He hastily drew his weapon to engage, simultaneously unleashing his most powerful technique, the Thunder God. Enveloping himself in crackling electricity, Enel's form swelled, rendering him akin to the god of thunder, with hair dancing like lightning and his body aglow with electric brilliance. Bolts of lightning snaked around him like serpents, dazzlingly radiant. Nearby, the intense light overwhelmed the surroundings, the thunder blindingly bright. The warlords, Luffy and his companion, quickly shielded their eyes. Fang Fan smirked, his lips curling in a wry grin, the Thunder God, is it? Darkwave Eye. Suddenly, a vast portion of the Sky Island was shrouded in darkness, an endless void engulfing everything, causing the trees and grass to vanish entirely. The onlookers could only perceive each other amidst the profound obscurity. Although engulfed in darkness, their forms remained visible to one another, a peculiar phenomenon indeed. Enel heightened his vigilance, while Luffy, astonished, could not help but exclaim, "Is this truly a power that a human can wield?" Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Fang Fan brandished a short sword, slashing with remarkable speed. His strikes flowed like wind and lightning, akin to the swift energy of a blade, while arcs of light surged forward, viciously targeting Enel. The newly transformed Thunder God unleashed a staggering 100 million volts, an attack Fang Fan could not hope to counter. As the Emperor of Thunder, how could he be harmed by lightning? He allowed Enel's electric assault to unfold, his own lightning wings fanning out with swift grace, darting like the wind and flickering like fire. On the ground, bolts of lightning erupted in a cacophony of thunder. Before him, electric light sliced through the air with ferocity, creating a blinding spectacle that was nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow. Stainless steel? You dare not call me Thunder Emperor. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. A whirlwind of wind, thunder, and fire illuminating the scene. Initially, one could still glimpse the flickering arcs of light and the fluttering electric wings. But eventually, the dazzling display of lightning became overwhelming, leaving only the swirling energy darting around, relentlessly pursuing Enel. He gasped in horror. How can this be? Unable to initiate elemental transformation, he suddenly found himself ensnared by a circle of white light, the crackling sounds of electricity reverberating through the darkened veil. The unparalleled wave continued to pull him in, and Enel struggled in vain. Just as that sensation of being ensnared faded, his entire body was abruptly bound by an overwhelming force. In the arena, a circular formation of purple-black energy slowly ascended, centered on Fang Fan. The immutable King formation. Purple-black flame orbs ascended, and Enel's entire Thunder God form was similarly drawn into the air. The orb spun, causing Enel's eyes to bulge and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Beside them, Weber's gaze was intense, his eyes fixed on Fang Fan and the battle with fervor. His demeanor was stern, as if to convey that he was a warrior devoid of emotion. Yet, when Fang Fan's transcendent technique rendered Enel utterly defenseless, Weber could no longer maintain his composure. He was well aware of Enel's formidable power. Yet this enigmatic youth had managed to render Enel nearly unrecognizable. Luffy, narrating with palpable tension, pondered whether the Sky Island was on the verge of a new ruler. One even more powerful than before. In the East Sea, Buggy was living quite comfortably, swaggering back to Herdenmer with Alrita and the other pirates. Following days of exploration, they had become acquainted with most of the inhabitants of Herdenmer. Recently, they had visited the fighting arena of Wind. And although his subordinates were ultimately defeated, they had witnessed the prowess of various skills, combos, counters, and invincible techniques, all lethal in their execution. Having recognized the might of these skills, they learned of methods to enhance their equipment. You must enter the dungeons. Your levels are far too low, they were advised. Yes, Captain Alrita, we will certainly gather more gold coins. Wishing you and Captain Buggy great success in weapon enhancement. Among this group, the highest-ranked individuals were undoubtedly Baki and Yalada, both at level 17, effortlessly on the verge of class change. The others mostly hovered around levels 12 and 13. Upon Yalada's command, each ventured into the dungeon to slay monsters. Meanwhile, Yalada and Baki approached Kelly, the enhancer. Ah, brave warrior, have you come for enhancement as well? Kelly beamed, her smile radiating warmth as she noticed the abundance of gold glistening before her. Enhance my pistol, Baki declared, producing his Jennings J22, which Kelly accepted with a knowing glance. As the master of marksmanship, she instantly recognized the origin of the firearm. It was crafted by that individual, though unimpressive. It was still a decent weapon, albeit far inferior to her own psychic revolver. Nevertheless, as a guest, she warmly welcomed him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh, I remember you. You're that clumsy dagger gunner, aren't you? So, have you decided to switch to handguns? Under normal circumstances, Baki would have indignantly confronted her, questioning her audacity to challenge him. The esteemed Baki. However, in the presence of Kelly, his skill mentor, he chose to remain composed. Beside them, Yalada, with one hand resting on her slender waist and the other gripping a massive sword, chimed in with a charming smile. Miss Kelly, let us commence the enhancement without delay. Kelly, exuding charm, appraised Yalada with a captivating smile. In their hearts, both women echoed the same sentiment. Let us see how this unfolds. Yalada cast a penetrating gaze at Kelly, having already learned of the weapon enhancement machine in Heddenmer, overseen by the master of marksmanship. To her knowledge, a member of the Navy had successfully enhanced a weapon to 9 after several attempts. It was widely acknowledged that the probability of successful weapon enhancement diminished with each subsequent attempt. This incident transpired on Hutton Mall Street, later inadvertently disseminated by the fire cupping technique. It is said that this 9 weapon also cost the Navy a considerable amount of gold coins. In other words, the enhancement of weapons in the later stages relies heavily on fortune, and luck, as it happens, is something that Baki possesses in abundance. Kelly, operating the machine with unhurried precision, reminded, please hand over the furnace rock carbon and gold coins first. Any excess will be refunded. She activated the enhancer, and a resonant hum filled the air. Once the switch was flipped, a plethora of gold coins would flow into the pockets. What could be swifter than this influx of wealth? Moreover, this enhancer was salvaged by Kelly from the vicinity of the Island of Oblivion, and even she, hailing from the celestial realm, has yet to decipher the machine's operational principles. This is not merely an enhancer, it is an entire treasure trove. Due to the antiquity of the machine, as the enhancement progresses, she will particularly caution the warriors about the peril of weapon shattering. However, some obstinate individuals choose to disregard this warning. Amidst the thunderous roar of the machine, the announcement of a successful enhancement to one resounds. Shortly thereafter, Jennings J22-2 success. Jennings J22-6 success. Kelly remained silent, continuing her enhancements. Jennings J22-7 success. A flicker of surprise crossed Kelly's face as she mused to herself about the remarkable fortune of this red-nosed character. Jennings J22-8 success. Stealing a glance at the operational interface, Kelly noted that the success rate parameters appeared accurate. Logically, there should have been a failure by now. Jennings J22-9 success. Kelly's expression shifted slightly. This luck seemed rather extraordinary. Surely, a 10 weapon would not manifest so swiftly. Weapons 7, 10, and 13 represent 3 critical thresholds. 7 is a fundamental achievement, where luck is irrelevant, as one can typically reach 7. Achieving 10 requires a modicum of fortune, at least not something easily attained at this stage. 13 transcends mere luck. It necessitates a perfect confluence of time, place, and circumstance. Aha. We are now on par with the Navy's weaponry, yet our ambition is to surpass them. The red-nosed Baki exclaimed with exuberance. For this enhancement endeavor, they have pooled a considerable amount of gold coins. Let us proceed. The machine whirred to life, and the sound of its operation filled the air. Jennings J22-10 failure. A smirk crept across Kelly's lips as she cast a triumphant glance at Yalida. This is indeed the sound of properly reinforced weaponry. Your leader remained impassive, unaffected by Kelly's gaze. She placed her trust in Bucky. At the Sashia Moonlight Tavern, Blackbeard Teach had taken to visiting for a drink after every expedition these past few days. This was not solely due to the allure of the tavern's enchanting proprietress. Another reason lay in the fact that a diverse array of pirates and naval officers frequented the establishment, providing an opportunity to gather tidbits of information. Currently, the Moonlight Tavern was noticeably more crowded than before. It is unclear when exactly it began, but the streets had seen an influx of adventurers who were neither pirates nor Navy personnel. These individuals appear to be the indigenous people of this land. One can even observe 1 or 2 soldiers in uniform passing through Hutton Mall Street. Sosha holds 2 glasses of fine wine. Blackbeard, with his chest bared and sleeves rolled up, approaches a corner of the tavern while balancing the glasses. Sosha, with her crimson lips slightly pursed around the rim of her glass, gazes intently in the direction Blackbeard has taken. That corner has always been the favored spot of Agonzwa. Although Blackbeard Teach possesses average discernment skills, he does have a keen eye for identifying the formidable. Since entering the Moonlight Tavern, the silent man dressed entirely in black, who consistently drinks alone in the corner, has captured Blackbeard's attention immediately. This can largely be attributed to Aganzo's formidable, oversized sword. It is uncommon for an ordinary individual to wield such an extravagant weapon. Conversely, those who do are certainly extraordinary. With a clink, 2 goblets were placed down as the despondent Aganzo lifted his gaze to meet another's. A burly figure, adorned with a black beard and a protruding belly, sat across from him, 2 claws sheathed at his waist. A swordsman, drinking alone? At first glance, one might mistakenly assume that a barmaid was initiating a conversation. Aganzo remained silent, his forehead obscured by bangs that concealed his profound gaze, while the stubble on his cheeks told tales of weariness. Naturally cautious, he cherished tranquility and solitude, always maintaining a wary distance from strangers. An innate adventurer, he frequently frequented desolate and serene locales to investigate the extraordinary. The incident at the Whaling Cave had transpired after he received a commission to probe into anomalies. The death of Luxie weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him in a state of lingering sorrow, which he sought to dull with spirits at the Moonlight Tavern. Thus, Blackbeard's drink lay before him, untouched. A mere glance at Blackbeard was all Aganzo afforded before retreating into silence. Ha ha ha, what a callous fellow, Blackbeard remarked, unperturbed. For he had no need for a despondent wretch among his crew. Rising, he swaggered out of the tavern with an air of confidence. No sooner had he departed than Dasky entered, having been captivated by Aganzo's formidable sword since she first caught sight of it. Each time she passed the Moonlight Tavern, she found herself irresistibly drawn inside, compelled to gaze once more upon the uniquely crafted blade. Sasha observed with clarity, noting how Dasky's gaze invariably flickered towards Aganzo's magnificent sword upon entering. One might easily misconstrue her interest as affection for Aganzo himself. Amused by this thought, Sasha couldn't help but smile subtly. The allure of Aganzo extends beyond his captivating persona. Even his sword possesses the power to enchant young maidens. The adage that a man is like a flower at the age of 41 holds true. If one is so enamored with that sword, why not venture closer to inspect it? Sasha suggested. Suddenly, Dasky blushed profoundly, caught off guard by the revelation of her secret admiration, leaving her momentarily embarrassed. Is it really that obvious? Be confident. Just remove the butt. Daski's cheeks flushed even more, as her peculiar interest had often been a source of jest from Smock. In previous times, she would have eagerly approached to inquire about the magnificent weapon. However, after facing reprimand from the elder of GSD, she resolved to refrain from impolitely asking others to display their blades. Since you are so curious, merely approach and take a look. No one will reproach you, Sasha reasoned, swirling her glass with a composed demeanor. Then, I shall go closer to take a look without uttering a word. Dasky, with little hesitation, decided to step forward slowly. Arriving beside Aganzo's colossal sword, she adjusted her glasses and began to scrutinize it earnestly. The hilt of the grand sword was as long as half of her forearm, with 2 sets of thick, pointed teeth near the blade. She couldn't comprehend the reasoning behind such a design. The blade itself was thicker than any colossal sword she had ever encountered, gleaming silver beneath the light, while the entire sword emanated an aura of rustic and substantial gray texture. The imposing presence of this colossal sword is truly extraordinary. It seems that an ordinary person would struggle to lift it even with both hands. However, Dasky has witnessed a rather despondent swordsman effortlessly wielding this blade with a single hand. It is as if she is drawn to it. Her body, unable to restrain itself, inches closer and closer. Are you admiring my sword? Suddenly, the voice of Aganzo beside her jolted Dasky from her reverie. Startled, she tumbled from her chair. I'm so sorry, I just couldn't help but be captivated by your magnificent sword. Dasky instinctively apologized, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Aganzo cast a nonchalant glance at his great sword, seemingly unfazed. Instead, he casually placed the sword upon the table, uttering not a word, and drained his drink in one swift motion. At this moment, Dasky observed with greater clarity. The delicate textures and the sharpness emanating from the blade created an illusion of taut skin as one approached. It seemed that drawing nearer would unleash a chilling presence from the sword. May I make a rather impudent request? Dasky adjusted her glasses, mustering her courage to speak. May I touch it? As Celia's incantation grew increasingly obscure and challenging, the magical array within the Dark Thunder ruins gradually revealed intricate magical sigils. Arcane energies swirled in the air, with luminous orbs coalescing within the array. On the ground, substantial hexagram magical markings began to manifest, while the sky was enveloped by a colossal hexagram. The previously absent segment was now slowly reconstituting. From the Dark Thunder ruins, a grand magical array ascended, gradually expanding as countless wisps of dark energy dispersed towards a singular direction. When the hexagram aligned with the one above the entire forest of Gran, the magical array was finally restored. Simultaneously, the previously bewildered zombies in the vicinity became immobilized. As the brilliance intensified, the Bone-Eater zombies dissipated into white smoke, vanishing into thin air. The dissipated dark energy would then regenerate a realm of Bone-Eater zombies, destined to become the haunted underground dungeon where many a brave warrior would subsequently meet their demise. In the air, capitalizing on the residual power of the magical array, Celia descended gracefully. Luffy, with an extended rubber arm, ensnared Usopp, and the two plummeted together. In the East Sea, the sky screamed, which had long been silent without the resonant voice that typically echoed across the heavens and seas, finally sprang to life at this moment. The inhabitants of the East Sea, accustomed to various battle scenes, who had previously ignored the sky screen, simultaneously looked up. Luffy and Usopp have successfully uncovered the hidden map of the Dark Thunder ruins, earning a reward of 300,000 gold coins and 3,000,000 berry. Another hidden map? Luffy? That straw-hatted kid? The sky screen began broadcasting the duo's triumph, displaying scenes of Luffy and Usopp besieged by a horde of zombies as they leapt and maneuvered, deftly evading and engaging the undead. The emergence of these zombies instilled a profound sense of dread among countless citizens, causing many to seek refuge in any available hiding spot. In this world, zombies truly exist, and their numbers are alarmingly vast. The populace is engulfed in shock and fear. The two individuals who successfully navigated the perilous situation find themselves locked in a relentless struggle against the horde of the undead. What if the zombies break free? As the scene shifts, we witness the dynamic duo of Luffy and Usopp working in perfect harmony. Luffy unleashes his energy wave punch, radiating with electric brilliance, while Usopp wields his green gun, its muzzle emanating a fiery wrath akin to a dragon. Beneath them, a silver robot stands with imposing grandeur, and an array of peculiar fighting styles and close combat techniques captivates the onlooking pirates and spectators alike. That is the explosive Usopp, and there stands the Straw Hat Luffy. Recognizing the two engaged in battle with the zombies, the crowd realizes they are among the rare elite pirates of the East Blue. Those familiar with Luffy fixate on the unfolding drama, anxious for any news of his potential injury. The scene shifts once more, this time revealing the chilling presence of the Bone Prison. An unmistakable wave of frost spreads through the air, and as Luffy becomes encased in ice, the hearts of those who know him from the East Blue leap into their throats. Fortunately, Luffy swiftly breaks free from the frozen confinement, allowing their hearts to settle once again. This time, Celia captured the attention of the people of the East Sea. Her fresh and delicate appearance, combined with her enchanting and serene countenance, particularly shone as she sang independently, causing the magical array on the ground to gradually come to fruition. Mending the peculiar formations in the sky, countless individuals, young and old alike, were irresistibly drawn to this charming young lady. It became evident from the scene that it was Celia's power that enabled Usopp and Luffy to navigate through this strange realm. Dayton, perched on the mountain behind Windmill Village, expressed her lingering fear and concern, remarking, "It seems Luffy must be grateful to that lovely girl." At the tavern entrance, Makino lowered her hands from prayer. Fixated on Celia's gem-like red eyes and her captivating face, she resolved to remember this girl and vowed that should the opportunity arise, she would extend her warmest hospitality. Those acquainted with Luffy have all secretly noted the girl who saved him. The reactions to this scene in the sky vary greatly. Upon receiving the news, the Navy promptly transmitted the footage to the Strategic Defense Bureau. Upon learning of the information regarding the job transfer, Sengoku immediately connected the image snail to his office. Carp's grandson. He has even activated a hidden map? A hidden map, no less, and the first completion at that. The rewards are indeed quite substantial. Sengoku has not forgotten that Fang Fan once distributed an item to adventurers known as the Blazing Star Magic Box. Buggy has summoned a living pet. He believes that soon Fang Fan will issue another wave of rewards. This is the conjecture put forth by their Naval Strategic Defense Bureau in order to activate this enigmatic power for a greater number of individuals. Fang Fan and those behind him are implementing certain incentivizing measures. Currently, the underlying purpose of Fang Fan's actions remains unclear. However, as previously analyzed, this enticing trap is one that their navy will undoubtedly fall into. With the unveiling of the map of the Dark Thunder Ruins, it signifies that job transitions are now possible. What does a job transition entail? The Naval Strategic Defense Bureau has also examined this matter. In terms of various skills belonging to a particular profession, there are often one or two skills that fall under the same faction or category. A job transition entails relinquishing skills from other factions, but also denotes a mastery of a specific category of skills. Specialization signifies enhanced power, especially for those adventurers who have awakened their innate skills. A job transition likely marks the commencement of their adventurous journey. The astute Sengoku promptly dispatched a directive to Kizaru. He ordered a suspension of ongoing tasks and instructed the immediate return to the Forest of Glen via invitation to complete his job transition. Simultaneously, he contemplated that the first individual to accomplish a specific task would be granted an opportunity to resonate across the skies of the East Sea. Could it be that the first to transition would also enjoy such a privilege? Sengoku mused that it was indeed a possibility. He picked up the phone in his office and called Kizaru. On the warship where Kizaru was stationed, a phone snail resembling Sengoku with bulging eyes suddenly vibrated. BRR BRR BRR. Upon hearing the sound of the phone snail, Kizaru rummaged through his belongings and discovered several phone snails of the wrong color. Borsellino, my phone snail. Borsellino cast a disdainful glance at Kizaru, exclaiming, "Really? Old man, isn't it on the table?" Kizaru lazily glanced over, slowly picking up the phone snail. Ah, so it was on the table. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened. For someone of his stature, misplacing a phone snail was truly embarrassing for an admiral. Kizaru, unhurried, held the phone snail in one hand while leisurely grooming his nails in the other. Moshi Moshi, Commander Sengoku, is there a task at hand? Please hurry. If there's a task, Commander, please assign it quickly, as I will be off duty in half an hour. I really don't want to talk to you. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end. After 3 seconds, Sengoku finally spoke. Your job transition task can commence now. Immediately, go and complete it. Oh, is there news regarding the Dark Thunder Ruins? If my conjecture is correct, the first individual to complete the class transition quest will be granted an opportunity to receive a Sky Bulletin announcement. Sengoku paused for a moment. Securing a Sky Bulletin implies a substantial reward. Thus, you comprehend the implications of my words, do you not? Kizaru's body trembled as he tossed aside the nail clippers onto the table, glancing at the time with a wry smile. Commodore, before the end of your shift, you may hear the sound of the Sky Bulletin. In the main office, Sengoku stared at the Din Mushi in silence for an extended period. He truly wished to smash the phone. A new map signifies fresh experiences and new loot. This notion is not only comprehended by the adventurers of the Navy, but also well understood by the adventurous pirates. At this moment, both the pirates and the Navy still present in Heddenmer are converging towards the Dark Thunder Ruins, seeking greater experience and superior equipment. Moreover, the materials they acquire can be sold for profit. Alas, the young pirates remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Deep within the Forest of Gran, the king is not easily vanquished. The Bone Prison's essence suggests that, barring exceptional skill, I can engage with you all. In the sky island of Apaya, Fang Fan moved like a flash of lightning, his strikes leaving only a blur of flickering blades, enshrouded in the tempest of lightning. Inaru appeared tattered, with numerous wounds revealing themselves. His once formidable figure had diminished by half, his nose askew, and 2 teeth missing. The headscarf that had once adorned him was long gone, his hair cascading wildly. The dignity he once possessed had vanished, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. As countless peculiar eyes emerged from the inky darkness, Raki and Weber felt a chilling dread prickling their skin, an overwhelming sense of peril engulfing them. They yearned to retreat. Yet beneath the oppressive dark veil, where could they possibly flee? The multitude of eyes, akin to the dark gaze of the underworld, seemed to judge them with a blinding light of righteousness. With a resounding crack, the shroud of darkness shattered, mirroring the explosion of the pulsating eyes. The terrifying blast caused Inaru, who lay lifeless on the ground, to spew blood once more. Even the original Inaru had not suffered such humiliation at the hands of Luffy. Hey, wake up. I know you're not dead yet. Fang Fan retracted his murderous intent, delivering a swift kick to Inaru. Lightning flickered across his chest as Inaru shocked his own heart. Observing this scene, Weber and Raki nearly succumbed to the impulse to fire another shot. How is it that you are still alive? Upon regaining consciousness, Fang Fan no longer exhibited the arrogance he once possessed. Fists are the sole arbiters of truth. Do you claim ignorance of lightning? Enel recalled the flashes of thunder he had just unleashed, falling into a contemplative silence. Facts surpass eloquence. Defeat is simply defeat. Fang Fan feigned an air of mystery and chuckled. Since we are both harnessing lightning, would you care to know why I can showcase it so effortlessly? Enel lifted his gaze, his despondent eyes betraying a hint of confusion as he inquired, why? I refuse to divulge that information, Fang Fan replied. Enel sighed. Perhaps I should just remain lying here. Fang Fan then turned his attention to the two warriors beside him, speaking with utmost seriousness. So, do you both now believe what I have asserted? Lockie regarded Fang Fan with an inscrutable expression. This enigmatic man left her utterly perplexed. Was it truly necessary for her to pummel Enel just to compel herself to accept his claims? This is truly extraordinary. Come now, trust in my words. And activate the power above. I hope you both may become competent gunners. He spoke directly, and 2 invitation letters fluttered before the two of them. Oh, by the way, there are still a few people in the village. 10 more invitation letters soared forth. Amidst the astonished and perplexed gazes of Weber and Raki, Fang Fan's figure soared into the air. Activate your profession early and strive for an early awakening. Fang Fan teasingly reminded them, his lips curling with a smirk. I have sown a seed, and it has finally borne fruit. Today is a momentous day. On the ground, Enel, who had thought he could stealthily slip away, raised his golden spear, preparing to depart. However, unexpectedly, a portal at the top of the sky tower swung open, and Fang Fan's voice resonated from within. Enel, why don't you come in? Must I invite you? Enel gripped his golden spear tightly, feeling a mix of reluctance and indignation. Yet his body immediately transformed into lightning and entered the sky tower. Only Weber and Raki remained, bewildered and at a loss. Weber, shall we return to the village first, and then deliberate further? Raki cautiously suggested, but Weber dismissed it. No, you should return first, taking these mysterious invitation letters with you. I have resolved to activate this power. From the intentions of that young man earlier, it seems he is indifferent to his own strength. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot surpass him. The terrifying man's aim was merely to activate this enigmatic invitation letter. Weber received the letters, and information flooded his mind. Soon, a skill notification appeared. You have learned knee strike and floating bullet. You have awakened the talent skill, green machine gun. Would you like to enter the dark forest? Yes. Do you wish to continue strengthening? Continue strengthening. The risk of failure is worth the reward, Kelly kindly advised, but Buggy did not hesitate. A failure in strengthening was merely a setback. He could continue strengthening. Let us proceed. In a fragmented state, Buggy pressed the confirmation button with one hand. The machine buzzed ominously, and this time the wait felt interminable. Buzz. A brilliant light erupted, and the entire Grand Forest reverberated with an announcement. Buggy's weapon, Jennings J2210 successful. The first 10 weapon enhancement is a success, rewarding 200,000 gold coins and 2,000,000 berries. The sky screen showcased Buggy's enhancement in place of the usual scenes featuring Luffy and others, the announcement echoing across the East Sea. Weapons. Enhancement? What is this? Can weapons be enhanced? The multitude, unfamiliar with dungeon weaponry, was filled with bewilderment, and the outside world could not help but focus more intently on the clown Buggy. The successful enhancement yielded such a wealth of berries and gold? I have heard that the Navy is already gathering gold coins. It seems these coins will become a coveted commodity. There were also whispers regarding some clandestine movements within the Navy. Sengoku, upon learning of Buggy S10 enhancement, felt even more convinced. The first to change classes would certainly have the opportunity for an announcement. Haraha. Who would have thought not only would there be no loss of gold coins, but there would also be a profit? Kelly, equally astonished, gazed at the red-nosed, bubbling gunslinger before her. Upon witnessing the scene, Yalada wore an expression of realization, capturing the astonishment etched upon Kelly's face. Ah, so it has come to this, she mused. A hint of amusement in her voice. Surprising, isn't it? However, with the prospect of rewards still lingering, how could the esteemed Buggy let such an opportunity slip away? Let us continue to enhance. Yet, the enhancement of weapons carries the inherent risk of shattering. Buggy, undeterred, extracted all the gold coins that had been sent to him. For he was never one to fear the destruction of his weapon. Onward with the enhancements. Kelly, a mix of astonishment and exasperation, thought to herself, young man. You truly know nothing of me, Kelly? Yalida discerned the underlying meaning in Kelly's expression. The likelihood of success in further enhancing her machine appeared dishearteningly slim. However, Gunner Minter, you are oblivious to the fortune that Bucky possesses. Buzzing sounds accompanied the attempts. 11 enhancement failed. 10 enhancement failed. Failures continued to accumulate. After several attempts without any shattering, even Bucky found himself momentarily stunned. His palms dampened with sweat. Anxiety gripped his heart as he faced the failures. Fast forward 8. Fast forward 20. After enduring multiple enhancement failures, Bucky's weapon had dropped in quality 3 times, yet it had never dipped below 9. Ultimately, just before his gold was entirely depleted, he achieved 12. A weapon radiating a vibrant red light emerged from the machine, drawing even Kelly's envious gaze. What an extraordinary enhancement. Indeed, to elevate a low-tier weapon to such heights. However, this low-tier classification was relative, particularly for the well-traveled Kelly. Bucky paid little heed to such distinctions. Holding the highly enhanced Jennings transformed his very presence. It was the sole 12 weapon in the entire pirate realm. Haha. Now, in the vast expanse of the pirate world, who can surpass the weapon enhancements of Bucky? He boasted loudly, brimming with pride, as he surveyed the remarkable attributes of his enhanced weapon. He seized Yalida's arm and exclaimed, Yalida, let us test my newfound firearm. How could Bucky possibly have enhanced his weapon to 12? Is there no justice in this world? Nami lamented, delivering a swift strike that felled a bull-headed guard. With a 6th weapon, Sanji's damage had already exceeded normal limits. What then could be achieved with 12? Were these maps not mere trifles to be gathered at will? The more Nami contemplated, the more her frustration mounted. How could that Renault's Bucky possess such extraordinary luck? If I cannot enhance to 11, I at least must secure a 10 for myself. With unwavering determination, Nami, upon entering the arena, cast a glance at Sanji and sweetly implored, Sanji, could you lend me your gold coins for a moment? Of course, Miss Nami, feel free to take whatever you need. He replied, still dazed, with remnants of blood yet to be wiped from his nose. Nami clenched her fists, recalling the recent peril they faced amidst the flames of Graka, where they nearly met their demise. You fool. If you continue to stumble in front of that monster, I swear I will turn you into a pig's head. Miss Nami, I am a man who adheres strictly to the chivalric code. I would never lay a hand on any lady, especially not one clad in such revealing or alluring attire. His eyes remained shut, obscured by the narrow fabric, yet upon opening them, the same scant material greeted him. He shook his head vigorously, striving to regain clarity. However, that persistent fabric seemed to linger before his eyes. Adhering to the chivalric code? You indeed refrained from striking, yet during the encounter with Pinocchio, you practically pressed your entire body against him. It is one thing to avoid attacking the boss, but to run headlong into certain doom, only to be incinerated by a meteor. How embarrassing. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, Nami pondered the situation. On High Dummel Street, many individuals found themselves stalled on their class transition tasks. It was rumored that they were stuck in the Dark Thunder ruins. However, upon witnessing Luffy and the others clear the challenge, an influx of individuals would surely attempt to transition. In her eyes, the skills they possessed prior to transitioning were already formidable. Post-transition, they would undoubtedly acquire even more powerful abilities. All right, time to level up. Her gaze fell upon white stone pillars, tapering from narrow bases to broad tops, their off-white hue harmonizing with the irregular blue stones scattered across the ground, creating a spacious and luminous environment. Despite the seemingly slender tower, the interior space was surprisingly vast. Beyond the archways lay a canvas of white clouds and blue skies, revealing breathtaking vistas stretching far beyond. To her astonishment, this tower offered glimpses of the outside world, while remaining impervious to any sight from without. Enel marveled at this peculiar tower, while Fang Fan busied himself with system messages, exchanging for more invitation letters. He arranged for these invitations to be packaged by the system for automatic random distribution. Simultaneously, he prepared the collective rewards and blazing star boxes, ready to send them out via email with a single click. After a quick glance, he noted that nearly 2,000 individuals had activated their classes. This quantity is neither excessive nor insufficient. After a while, we shall nearly be ready to commence the first event. From this moment forth, you, Inalu, shall labor for me. Fang Fan paused briefly and added, do not claim that I am denying you an opportunity. Whenever you feel prepared or believe that your abilities have improved sufficiently, I shall release you. He tossed an invitation toward him, commanding, activate it, complete your class transition, and then return to me. Inalu. A character whose potential was squandered by the protagonist, could only lament his premature entrance. Fang Fan intentionally aimed to train him as a subordinate, dispatching him to resolve matters that he himself could not attend to. Direct involvement often leads to an unfavorable outcome, does it not, Zhuge Liang? Under a shared roof, one must bow their head. Inola clutched the invitation in his hand, vowing, once I become a true deity, you shall pay dearly. The resolute Inola silently gritted his teeth, swearing that one who dares to command a god must face the consequences. A surge of information flooded his mind. Upon reading, he chose affirmatively. Subsequently, a notification resonated. You have acquired the skill, Gun Poke, Stab. Gun Poke, an upward thrust that sends the enemy airborne. Stab, A straightforward thrust with the gun's tip. You have awakened the innate skill, magic gun launch, channeling your essence into the tip of the gun and then hurling the magic spear. At the moment of activating his profession, an unusual power surged through the golden spear he held. It was neither thunder nor lightning, yet it undeniably existed. His mind filled with numerous fixed gun techniques, leaving him pleasantly astonished. What means are at play here? Inaru, akin to a youthful lad who has just acquired a cherished toy, feels the surge of battle instincts within him. With a flourish, he brandishes his spear, cutting through the air with elegance. The dance of gunfire erupts, thunderous and vibrant, his techniques both resplendent and dazzling, unmistakably of formidable power. Combat? Indeed. It is only through battle that one can ceaselessly transcend oneself. In due time, he shall vanquish this scoundrel. How utterly disgraceful! How could I have been so beguiled by his power? No, it is not enchantment. I merely momentarily harness his strength. Indeed, I, the divine Inaru, shall never be subjugated. Life on the Sky Island is irrevocably lost to me. However, he remains unaware of the doctrines I have secretly constructed. Await my return. When the time comes, the deity shall cleanse all dishonor with a deluge of thunder. Ha 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 ha. With this thought in mind, Inal's lips curled into a confident smile, his plans firmly in place. Fang Fan observed this individual, who alternated between gritting his teeth and smirking, now exuding an air of self-assurance. He sighed, cursing the childishness of his behavior. Fortunately, the time ahead was ample for this youthful dreamer. The future lay wide open. System. Is it necessary to expand the White Sea 1,000-fold to accommodate the Sky Pillar Beast? Affirmative. Isn't the Sky Pillar Beast capable of floating? Fang Fan inquired curiously, recalling that the Sky Pillar Beast traversed the Sky Sea while airborne. Although under the control of Rotes, its innate ability to float was undeniable. You have selected this small whale, which requires water. Fang Fan quickly grasped the plan. It was intended to nurture it in water before releasing it. The true Sky Pillar Beast could not be summoned instantaneously. For the time being, Laba would serve as a placeholder. Once the conditions were favorable, Laba could be dismissed. Indeed, Labu was not a creation of Terra technology and could not possess the ability to float immediately. The Sky Pillar Beast, dwelling in the Sky Sea, would find the meager expanse of the White Sea insufficient for its grandeur. Only by expanding the Sky Sea to a considerable extent could the immense form of the Sky Pillar Beast be accommodated. Fang Fan surmised that at that time, a significant portion of the Grand Line's sky would be enveloped by the White Sea. In the world of Arad, the Sky Sea resembled the White Sea. Suspended in the heavens, it was partitioned by the great sorcerer Mal, with the celestial realm above and Arad below. The intricacies of this arrangement were beyond exploration. But the ocean of the celestial realm mirrored Arad's Sky Sea, from which Kelly and the sharpshooter had once fallen, summoning Labu. Its size had now exceeded that of large marine creatures. Upon its arrival, it filled the room entirely. Ah, Labu, you've grown. Labu, remain here for now. When the time is right, I will introduce you to Brook. Ugh, Brook is likely still in a spiritual state. Once he has found his body, we will seek him out. At this moment, Brook should have located his skeleton. However, his shadow had been taken, leaving him trapped with Moria. In order to summon the Sky Pillar Beast promptly, Fang Fan told a small fib. Once again, he glanced at the planning interface, noting that Celia and Luffy had also emerged. Well, it is time to showcase genuine skill. At the entrance of the Hedon Malgran forest, they emerged from the ruins of Dark Thunder and finally reached the street. As Celia appeared, an unusual magical glow began to emanate from her form. She cradled her hands, gathering the light into her palms. Luffy, startled, widened his eyes. Wah. He quickly covered his mouth, nearly calling her by the wrong name again. Celia, your light is shining. Celia was taken aback by Luffy's words. You call my magical glow a light? Luffy, that is magic, like what Nami uses. Usopp corrected Luffy, who became even more excited. How amazing. I want to learn. Usopp, exasperated, slapped his forehead. Don't you already know how to channel energy? Luffy pouted. Well, can I want to learn magic too? Then go to Fang Fan. Fine, then you go. I won't go. It's not like I want to learn magic. Celia watched the two bicker. Am I, Celia, to be left out again? With countless heroes around. If it comes to the worst, we can always switch. I, Celia Crewman, shall not be disheartened by a peculiar adventurer. She smiled, her aura growing ever more radiant. As the light continued to expand, Hedon Mal was enveloped in its brilliance. What was once a mysterious island in the eyes of outsiders now glimmered with a light that spread like a canopy. The magical power emanating from the system swiftly surged forth, manifesting as an array of densely packed, shimmering specks. Adventurers, fate shall inevitably unite us. Beneath the celestial canopy, a charming and exquisite visage emerged, characterized by a refined nose and alluring cherry lips, her sweet smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. The silver-gray bangs accentuated her pure and enchanting appearance, imbuing it with a unique allure. Her bright, ruby-like eyes sparkled with clarity, captivating all who gazed upon her. Across the vast expanse of the East Sea, countless citizens, pirates, and sailors felt a delightful aura brushing against them, a blend of grandeur and solemnity, embodying the essence of love. Simultaneously, they beheld a scene where, behind the girl in the celestial expanse, a civilian was struck by a descending invitation letter, causing him to tremble. A blood-red glow flickered upon his right hand. As dark and green lights intertwined, the sanguine hue vanished, revealing a wooden staff in his grasp. To his astonishment, he had mastered the coveted skill of Ghost Slash. It is a technique of the Celestial Navy. He looked up, catching sight of his own reflection in the sky, and waved with exhilaration. This is indeed an opportunity to make a grand appearance across the East Sea. There are even pirates who have captured enigmatic black flying objects. Upon contact, they are immediately enveloped by a mysterious force. Some individuals find themselves wielding pistols. Others brandish long rifles, while some discover nimble daggers in their hands. A wave of invitation letters, accompanied by the radiant figure of Celia, ascends into the sky, scattering across various locales. Greetings, I am Celia. The once blanketed skies of the East Sea transform as Celia's visage morphs into an ethereal projection, soaring with the invitation letters throughout the vast Grand Line, though her presence gradually fades. The pirates in the initial segment of the Grand Line vaguely hear these two phrases, I await you here. The further one drifts from the East Sea, the fainter the voice becomes. In the Grand Line, many begin to doubt their senses, suspecting they are merely experiencing auditory hallucinations. Yet, upon realizing those around them are simultaneously enthralled by the same whispers, they cannot help but entertain the notion that someone truly speaks in their ear. Captain, there's a mysterious invitation letter aboard. It even emits a glow. What? Let me see similar scenes unfold on countless pirate ships and within coastal towns. Some individuals activate the power of the invitation letter the moment they touch it, while others, receiving it from their companions, find no such response. Pirates who do not comprehend the letter's significance, realizing its futility, carelessly discard it into the sea. However, those with even a modest understanding of the East Sea's movements, even if they or their companions fail to activate the letter, discreetly preserve it. Throughout the initial segment of the Grand Line, a greater number of individuals inadvertently activate their underground profession, catching the Navy completely off guard and unprepared. The individuals primarily consist of ordinary citizens and the lower-tier pirate minions, resulting in a significant influx of novice adventurers into the shadowy forest. Within this dark expanse, those who successfully navigate its challenges are filled with exuberance. This newfound power resembles the fabled devil fruits, proving to be remarkably convenient. The invitations activated by common individuals allow for a diverse array of latent combat talents, with demon swordsmen and marksmen emerging as the predominant classes. Following closely are fighters and magic gunmen, while night stalkers and sorcerers remain exceedingly rare. At the Elven defense line, adventurers emerging from the shadowy forest can hardly contain their emotions. They are ordinary people, oppressed by pirates, bullied by tyrants, and discriminated against by nobles. Having endured various injustices solely due to their perceived weakness, everything transforms the moment they activate the power of the invitation. Although Fang Fan's distribution of invitations is random, not everyone possesses the opportunity to harness this newfound strength. Those lacking a fervent desire for battle, accustomed to a life of complacency, find their invitations to be mere scraps of paper. At last, I possess the strength to rise. Black Blade pirates, await my ascendance. I vow to plunder you all. For some, the gift of fate ignites long-simmering vengeance. The power of destiny circulating in the East Sea, I too can wield the skills of countless naval soldiers. What a magnificent boon. Some perceive their acquisition as a fortuitous encounter, quietly nurturing their ambitions. To grow stronger, to set sail, to claim treasures, to become the pirate king. Others deem it a free gift from destiny. No, it is more accurately described as a present from a girl named Celia. Countless pirates begin to dream of intertwining fates with the girl who grants them the chance to access extraordinary powers. To them, she embodies hope for these otherwise unarmed, ordinary people. Celia, I shall not squander the strength you have bestowed upon me. Celia, await me. Our reunion is imminent. After leveling up, numerous individuals silently pledge, I shall quietly elevate my prowess and astonish all. Some, after gaining their strength, choose to return to their original ships or towns to flaunt their newfound abilities. Yet, more seize the opportunity to fervently advance their skills. One skill has proven so formidable. Who would desire to learn even greater and more powerful techniques? In the blink of an eye, the Elven defense line becomes a bustling hub, brimming with new faces. Following their emergence from the shadowy forest, Linus's guidance leads to various collection and training tasks, each intricately linked. The citizens and pirates of the East Sea exhibit the most enthusiasm, having witnessed the might of adventurers, their thirst for skill surpassing that of all others. Comparable to the capabilities of the devil fruits, I must cultivate my skills to profound heights. Devil fruits are rare and costly, intangible and elusive, akin to legendary artifacts. However, skills and invitations are visible and attainable to all. Having glimpsed the vast and boundless sea, who would still yearn for an unattainable lake? Today, even a naval admiral cannot hinder our ascension. Countless newsbirds traverse the Grand Line, carrying fresh headlines to every corner of the world. The populace is astonished by the revelations contained within. Is the Grand Line's new shift truly impermissible near the Sky Tower? The image captured from afar portrays the Sky Tower as a colossal pillar, standing majestically amidst the sea and sky. The people marvel. The first half of the Grand Line, dubbed Paradise, has undergone such bizarre transformations. Could the unpredictable climate and environment of the new world be encroaching upon paradise? Free power? A gift of fate? A mysterious invitation? If the previous reports about the Sky Tower satisfied the curiosity of many pirates, the current coverage of the invitations incites a frenzy among countless pirates. Power that does not conflict with the abilities of devil fruits, a free strength accessible to anyone. Many viewers of the report expressed disbelief. How could such power exist? Yet, as images of numerous naval officers and pirates wielding skills appear, alongside detailed accounts of naval forces combating pirates, the populace begins to ponder, could such swift and effortless power truly be real? Have we not observed many naval personnel already utilizing it? Is the girl named Celia in the sky responsible for this? The public's initial reaction is one of astonished curiosity, akin to bystanders witnessing a spectacle. However, the response from the world government and the Navy differs markedly. The five elders, each holding a CP0 investigation report, meticulously document the extensive training of naval adventurers conducted by Sengoku behind their backs. The report outlines the number of naval adventurers, their professions, and levels, as well as the newly established Naval Strategic Defense Bureau, among various other details. Aside from the information regarding Admiral, which remains undisclosed, all other naval intelligence is thoroughly recorded. Elders, look at this Sengoku. His actions are utterly outrageous. Spandam of CP5, using a Den Mushi, seizes the opportunity to reveal the Navy's various transgressions to the five elders. Having failed to extort the Navy previously, he seizes the moment as Morgans publicly exposes the Navy, choosing to strike back at them. Spandam's initial attempts to bribe the Navy exposed the fact that the main fleet's ideological commitment was not particularly high. Under the strict discipline of the Navy, few dared to engage in clandestine dealings. After failing to secure bribes, he resorted to coercion and inducement, but soon found himself exposed by hawkish commanders. His intent to secretly procure additional invitations from the Navy backfired, resulting in his capture. In a fit of rage, Spandam seizes the chance to uncover evidence of the Navy's rebellion. The investigation reveals shocking truths. The Navy has indeed been secretly mobilizing soldiers to activate invitation skills without the knowledge of the five elders. Unbeknownst to him, the Navy possesses a staggering quantity of invitation codes, igniting Spandam's envy and ambition. What is the quantity of potions and gold involved? Their Navy has not informed the five elders and has unilaterally enhanced its military strength, completely disregarding the authority of the five elders. Spandam continues to stoke the flames, while the five stars remain silent, sharing a tacit understanding of their quietude. The representatives of CP0 also refrain from speaking. Suddenly, the atmosphere becomes tense. Spandam realizes something is amiss. Should not the five elders be commending him at this moment? The elder with the sword finally speaks. Spandam, should you not be executing your covert mission with CP9? Stammering, Spandam finds himself at a loss for words. He cannot possibly disclose to the five elders that he has come to seek accolades. In truth, they are keenly aware of Spandam's true capabilities. Sengoku's unilateral activation of the Navy soldier skills constitutes a severe act of rebellion. It is utterly outrageous that a naval admiral would fail to report such a significant enhancement of military power. But is Sengoku afraid? Not in the slightest. The Navy's funding diminishes year by year, yet military operations continue to proliferate. The Celestial Dragons cannot consistently collect their annual tribute. If the amount falls short, so too does their financial support for the Navy. They conveniently justify this by claiming, it is your Navy's inefficiency that has resulted in this year's meager tribute. On one hand, they demand the suppression of this chaotic era, while on the other, they withhold funds. Are the five elders merely freeloading off our Navy? Sengoku is well aware that even if the Navy grows in strength without authorization, the five elders will not take any action against them. For the five elders, their own loyal hounds are far more valuable, and as long as they hold the reins, no issue is insurmountable. At most, the five elders will reprimand Sengoku, after which he can simply clean his ears and proceed with his plans. Given the current trend and the mysterious power of the invitation letters, it is likely that in the future, a multitude of citizens and pirates will seize control. Before the citizens and pirates can take charge, the Navy has already taken the lead. Moreover, they possess a wealth of detailed information. This time, the Navy is not only blameless but has even performed admirably. Spandam, the troublemaker, is utterly clueless. He should focus on his own responsibilities. Others will handle the rest. Yes, my lord. Spandam begrudgingly ends the call. Although he gained nothing, fortunately, the five elders did not pursue the matter further. He continues to have Sears send someone to make contact with the other party. Hiranuma Masato, clad in a black suit with a mane of white curls and a voluminous white beard, acknowledges that due to Spandam's interference, Sears has not received feedback from the assassination team. However, given the displayed strength of the other party, the chances of a successful assassination appear exceedingly slim. The only individual who has encountered that man thus far is the Navy's Carb. There is no need to send anyone for an assassination. Instead, they should invite him for a discussion. Nagatsuki Yusuke, with his long, straight white hair and equally straight beard, is unwavering in his resolve, regardless of the cost. That mysterious power must remain under the control of the five elders. How to manage the situation in the East Sea is now a topic of discussion. particularly regarding a woman named Celia. This woman is likely an accomplice of Fang Fan. Are you suggesting they work for the same organization? It is abundantly clear. Both are issuing invitations. What difference does it make? There is indeed a distinction. Fang Fan has provided the Navy with a substantial number of invitations, which could be construed as assistance. As long as they can connect with Fang Fan and find a way to reach the individuals behind him, this presents a viable path. That woman, Celia, brazenly distributed invitations without permission, not only slapping the world government and the five elders in the face, but also reaping no benefits whatsoever. This is akin to a small advertisement. Fang Fan first ensured that his subordinates were pleased before distributing them one by one. And what of Celia? She indiscriminately disseminated information without permission, spreading it far and wide. Thus, let the Navy issue a bounty on Celia, starting at 300 million. Agreed. Agreed. The sum of 300 million serves as a signal, revealing to those behind Fang Fan a pivotal choice, to ally with him or to heed Celia's chaotic insurrection. They have rendered their decision. Now it rests upon the opposing side to choose. When the Navy received Celia's bounty notice, they were utterly perplexed. And warring states nearly succumbed to the temptation of inquiring with the elders about their motives. However, the thought of incurring their ire deterred him. The Navy's zealous activation of invitations could not remain concealed from the elders. Thus, he resolved to ignore the matter, allowing Celia to proceed with the bounty as she wished. His primary concern now lay in the sudden proliferation of invitations scattered across the first half of the Grand Line, even if they wished to gather them. Time was not on their side. It was all too abrupt. Initially, they believed that only Fang Fan would issue such invitations, yet unexpectedly, another individual emerged, capable of distributing them freely and in abundance. Logically, the Fang Fan he encountered was the true master of Grand Forest. What is the sudden emergence of Celia all about? Could it be that the individuals behind the invitations are divided into factions? If this is indeed the case, then while their Navy has gained an advantage in this current wave, a moment's carelessness may lead to being swiftly surpassed, much like the devil fruits. If someone activates formidable power through an invitation, then their Navy. A sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Sengoku. His meticulously orchestrated plans were now thrown into disarray. He opened a drawer and retrieved an unopened invitation letter, which he now held in his hand. Smoker, your actions must be expedited. In the rain-soaked Alabasta, Crocodile, with his slick-back hair, scrutinized the contents of a newspaper. Celia, an invitation? Miss All Sunday, what is your opinion on today's news? In the shadows, Robin, adorned with a white evening hat and draped in a white fur-trimmed coat, matched the coolness of her purple skirt and topped to the desert's drastic temperature fluctuations. Boss. Someone under Baroque Works has already activated this invitation, she remarked, extending an invitation letter toward Crocodile with a graceful gesture. With a stoic face marred by a prominent scar and lifeless eyes, he held a luxurious cigar in his mouth, draped in a black coat. Upon receiving the invitation, the information contained within ignited a glimmer of interest in his gaze. Adventure? What true adventure? This is merely child's play. I, Crocodile, have traversed much of the Grand Line. What adventures have I not experienced? Once I locate Pluton, whether Navy or pirate, they shall tremble beneath my feet. Boss, should we continue to monitor this? Robin, ever the diligent secretary, inquired. No need. Inform everyone that if any adventurers wish to accept the invitation, they should continue to fulfill the tasks assigned by the organization without obstruction. He was not entirely dismissive of such power, for even the Navy was employing it on a large scale. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit to this nation. Crocodile seemed to admonish Robin, while simultaneously reminding himself. As countless novice adventurers congregated at the Elven Line, Fang felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing a scene reminiscent of the past, where the line was once crowded with people, now mirrored on the pirate side. In those days, myriad swordsmen and sharpshooters overlapped, intermixed with fighters and clerics. Without their costumes, they appeared as though they were all cast from the same mold, indistinguishable from one another. The current Elven Line, however, displayed a diverse array of outfits among the adventurers, yet the wooden sticks and pistols they wielded were remarkably uniform, making it hard to believe that such a large crowd belonged to the same profession. One pirate, exhilarated after traversing the dark forest, exclaimed, "The power of the mysterious invitation is indeed extraordinary. If I train here successfully, can I not return and defeat my original captain? Then the treasures and the ship shall all be mine." Even more audacious pirates contemplated taking action against the nearby adventurers at the Elven Line. After all, every individual now possessed gold coins. This is far more valuable than berries. However, as of now, no pirate dares to cause a ruckus upon entering. Opportunities for growth are rare. As long as one remains patient and continues to develop, there will eventually be chances to outmaneuver others. Does anyone possess a pistol or a rifle? I am willing to offer 120 gold coins for one. I have a level 5 katana and am willing to exchange it for a pair of usable brass knuckles. Skytree prayer beads. Holy weapons, are there any holy warriors among us? I will trade 100 gold coins for them. Amidst the throngs of ghost swordsmen and sharpshooters, someone shouted to the crowd. As unwanted equipment was cast aside, it became impossible to control the surge of people once the first voice raised a call. A practice spear, claimed to be for magic spearmen, was offered. Who wants it? Some, upon acquiring strange weapons, were expressions of bewilderment. What manner of weapon is this? A broom? Can a broom even be wielded as a weapon? Should one sweep people into the refuse? A sickle? Is this not an agricultural tool? Do holy warriors wield sickles? Will they carry them to harvest wheat? What? Is this not merely a stout rolling pin? And you dare to deceive me, claiming it's a blunt instrument used by ghost swordsmen? This is even more absurd. Do not think you can simply pick up a twig and brandish it as a club. Ghost swordsmen never resort to wooden sticks. Debates erupted, each point of contention varying widely. Moments ago, someone had traded with my blue-clad ghost swordsman, and I mistakenly offered a wooden stick intended for a magician, not for your ghost swordsman. Is the trader still present? Who mistook a dagger for a short sword in our transaction? For heaven's sake, I am a ghost swordsman. Is the one who traded with me still here? I seek 3 cat demon claws for a quest. Are there any spare? Amidst the cacophony of voices, a strange order emerged from the chaos. Traders congregated in one area while teams assembled in another. Some were merely a few items short for their quests, while others had just the right items to spare. In this mutual willingness, the simplest and most genuine exchanges took place. How delightful are these individuals, how sincere and pure their dealings, no schemes, no deception, each fulfilling their needs. Form a team, form a team. Seeking obedient ghost swordsmen for the thunderous ruins, newcomers with HP potions can join. Common adventurers are preferred. And the Navy is here to assist you. The Navy brothers gathered, ready to explore the ruins together and acquire equipment. Holy warriors from the Navy, bestowing weapon blessings, joined in the expedition through the treacherous, thunderous ruins. Adventurers clad in Navy uniforms, some bearing crosses or wielding katanas, merged into the clamor of team formations. Following the directives of the warring states, they sought to win over common adventurers, thereby elevating their goodwill. What could be better than providing timely assistance in dire times? As increasing numbers of ordinary adventurers aligned themselves with the Navy, bolstered by the influence of the sky's expanse, the Navy's might and power would reach unprecedented heights. For ordinary adventurers, the Navy's timely and thoughtful support proved invaluable. Meanwhile, the world government operated in the shadows, quietly courting any adventurers they could, promising them a place within the CP organization. For pirate adventurers, this presented yet another avenue and choice. What's not to gain from it? In no time, all newly activated adventurers became coveted prospects in the eyes of the Navy and the world government. 300 gold coins for new HP potions. Summon ghost swordsmen to raid the thunderous ruins. Come forth, ghost hand warriors. Gun users are welcome too. The ghost swordsman remains one of the most populous classes among novice adventurers. In the thunderous ruins, where lightning strikes from Akainu roam freely, ghost swordsmen can approach and deal damage, unlike sharpshooters who struggle to hit the swiftly moving lord. Any adventurer who has engaged in combat a couple of times will quickly realize that melee output is more suited to confronting Akainu. Thus, most sharpshooters tend to form teams with ghost swordsmen or martial artists to conquer this area. Meanwhile, in the toxic thunderous ruins, the toxic Cat King often lurks within the marshes, where sharpshooters become the favored long-range damage dealers against the lord. The two teams, being good neighbors, have become the quintessential partners in facilitating pirate formations. Only through mutual collaboration and close coordination can they successfully navigate the two dungeons. The atmosphere was chaotic and tumultuous, teeming with throngs of adventurers. Emerging from the venomous thunder ruins, Kilo was astonished to discover that, in the brief span of time it took to complete a dungeon run, the elven defense line had transformed into a bustling crowd. With her large, round eyes, Kilo appeared remarkably endearing, her delicate face puffed with indignation. The pace of change was astonishingly swift. As she gazed ahead at the multitude of adventurers, her attention was suddenly drawn to the entrance, where several individuals were slumped on the ground, their eyes dull and bodies drained, resembling limp fish. Thunder, the sky rumbled without warning. A terrifying spectacle that had sent me back with a jolt. Lacking formidable weaponry, how could one hope to contend with Akainu? How infuriating to see Celia. I must defeat the thunderstruck Akainu. I vow it. Some were disheartened, others voiced complaints, while a few, undeterred by failure, began to scrutinize the instructions on the invitation for ways to strengthen themselves. There were numerous methods to enhance their abilities, such as leveling up, changing equipment, and learning skills. However, at this stage, whether in a team or solo, the only option was to push through with fervor to grind for equipment. Reaching level 10 would enable their escape from this place. Fate will surely bring us together. Celia, await my arrival. I am grateful for the strength Celia has bestowed upon me. I shall come to find you. Level 10 is merely a stepping stone, with my demon slayer in hand. I shall ascend. Listening to the adventurers rushing toward the forest of Gran, Keela's small head was filled with great perplexity. Celia, who is she? Earlier, while engrossed in her dungeon run, she thought she had heard someone say, "Hello, my name is Celia." At the time, she had dismissed it as mere fancy. No, I must swiftly complete my tasks and reach level 10. I need to deliver the latest information to Sabo. Finally, she could be rid of that peculiar adventurer. A smile graced her lips as she withdrew her magical powers. The outer barrier of the forest of Gran, which had previously kept intruders at bay, had suddenly vanished. The once inaccessible forest of Gran had now become an island open to all. However, it would take several days for anyone to notice this change. Celia returned to her fairy tree hollow, her earlier performance concluded. And it was time to seek Fang Fan for a chicken leg. Meanwhile, Dasky, having savored the sword of Aganzo with satisfaction, was left speechless upon hearing the news of a successful enhancement to level 12 that had echoed from the sky. This is 12, just one step away from 13. Previously, I couldn't even reach 10, and I had a weapon shatter, although the Navy's gold reimbursed me. The thought of such a fine weapon reduced to mere shards pains me deeply. Pirate Buggy, with a 12 weapon, how many weapons have you broken? Alas, if only Sister Kelly could enhance for free. Upon exiting the Moonlight Tavern and turning onto Hertenmer Street, she was astonished to find a sturdy tree had appeared beside her. The tree hollow was enveloped in a blue hexagram, exuding an air of mystery. Was it not here before? Should I take a closer look? Just as Dasky was preparing to set up her stall, she first spotted the elven tree where Celia resided, when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure. At the entrance of the Forest of Gran, a man with purple hair, sunglasses, and a mechanical arm on his right side stood. That person. Dasky recalled Smoker mentioning the chief instructor of the naval headquarters, the teacher of countless naval officers, Zephyr. Has this illustrious figure also arrived at Herton Mall? Zephyr, clad in a naval uniform, with his cloak billowing behind him as if stirred by an unseen wind, commands a formidable presence that draws the attention of all surrounding pirates. This navy is extraordinary. These little pirates are utterly incapable of discerning the identity of Zifa. Upon his first arrival in Hedden Mall, he surveyed the surroundings through his inverted triangular black sunglasses. The majority of the passers-by were, in fact, naval soldiers. This brought him great comfort. It was indeed rare for even pirates to obediently adhere to the order here. Although they were merely low-tier pirates, the thought of each possessing exceedingly peculiar and extraordinary skills made him ponder the potential upheaval that could ensue. However, he felt powerless. Initially, upon learning that he could not take action against pirates here, Zephyr remained silent. Yet, as he began to acquire one miraculous skill after another, he started to grasp the significance of Sengoku's compromise. What drove the naval soldiers to train tirelessly, day and night, under the relentless sun and wind? Was it not the aspiration for every naval soldier to overpower pirates? Now, that batch of adventurous naval personnel could effortlessly suppress the pirate lackeys plaguing the first half of the Grand Line. As for these groups of adventurous pirates, he cast a glance at the inconspicuous rogues nearby. Their rate of advancement would surely pale in comparison to that of the Navy. He believed that, under Sengoku's strategic foresight, these were trivial matters that did not require the concern of an instructor like him. Fengjun, the skill instructor for fighters. Zephyr approached a naval soldier to inquire about Fengjun's whereabouts. Dasky noticed Zephyr passing by and quickly bowed in greeting. Senior Zephyr. Zephyr paid her no mind and proceeded directly towards Fengjun, leaving her standing there, watching the two. When a master makes a move, none can rival it. Zephyr had spent his life in battle, possessing a keen eye. He observed the monk-like man before him, a seemingly ordinary bald head. Yet his body was cloaked in a peculiar force. The energy known as ki was utterly terrifying. His observation haki sensed the air surrounding the man, sending a shiver down his spine. My combat power is only 5,000, while this fellow Fengjun possesses at least 20,000. It was not that Zephyr underestimated himself. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. He believed that there were few in the world who could surpass him in training. However, when it came to compatibility at his current age, he felt utterly incapable. He had a fleeting illusion that this man could see through his techniques. No wonder. This bald man had become a skill instructor at such a young age. I am Fengjun of the Wind Fist style. Fengjun scrutinized Zephyr from head to toe and said earnestly, an elderly fighter with a resilient spirit, have you come to learn combat? Zephyr merely raised an eyebrow, his mechanical arm buzzing and emitting steam. Learn combat? A smile unexpectedly crept onto Zephyr's lips. He had always been the one to instruct others, and now someone was coming to guide him. At his age, he had indeed gained clarity. Without further contemplation, he replied, yes, I am here to learn combat, as you wish. Fengjun did not underestimate Zephyr. The man whose right arm nearly matched the thickness of his entire torso exuded an undeniable aura. Clearly, he was no ordinary adventurer. Zephyr, you have mastered knee strikes, throws, and sliding grabs. Throws, execute a kick on a foe, and when the thrown enemy collides with a wall or the ground, it releases a shockwave. Sliding grabs, dash forward to stealthily grab an enemy, using specific skills while in a forward state to slide and seize the foe. Zephyr carefully pondered over this information, then glanced at his mechanical arm. Grabbing an enemy. With this mechanical arm of mine, would there be a need to grab? He raised his arm, and suddenly a prompt appeared. Abnormality detected in arm. You have comprehended the skill steel muscles. Fortify your body to be as robust as steel, enhancing physical defense and vitality. Isn't this akin to the armament haki? Zephyr, puzzled, activated his armament haki while simultaneously utilizing steel muscles. In an instant, the distinction between the two became apparent. Armament haki enveloped the body in an impenetrable layer of hardened skin, while steel muscles enhanced the active strength of the muscles themselves. The two were not in conflict. In fact, they could mutually enhance one another's defenses. Impressive. After testing his skills, He turned his gaze toward the training grounds behind Fengshan. According to intelligence from naval battles, many formidable masters trained within. The training ground for fighters was a special venue where other adventurers had to pay. Perhaps within lay the training methods of their Hedmer people. One of Zephyr's purposes for coming to Hedmer was this very training ground. Alas, what could he do? He was, by nature, a combat instructor. As he peered inside, the door to the training ground swung open. Blackbeard, with his chest exposed and clad in a long white robe, swaggered out, wearing a carefree yet domineering smile. Ha ha ha. He had just emerged from an intense bout inside, having matched his opponent in an exhilarating contest. Isn't this Zephyr, the Grand Navy's chief instructor? Quite a rarity. Zephyr was not well acquainted with Blackbeard, as the latter's reputation was still obscure at this time. However, Blackbeard recognized Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Navy, who had once stood toe-to-toe with Whitebeard, renowned for his formidable strength. Unfortunately, after losing half an arm, his prowess began to wane. Zephyr, utilizing his observation haki, assessed the man's strength, at least of rear admiral caliber. Zephyr furrowed his brow. A pirate adventurer? He observed as Blackbeard passed by him and Fengshan. When he reached Fengshan, he paused momentarily. With a toothy grin, he spoke distinctly. Fengshan. A person's dreams should not be confined to a mere training ground. Should you come to your senses, seek me out. There is a place for you as the vice-captain on my ship. Blackbeard, undeterred by his failed invitation to Fengshan, continued to extend offers to the powerful adventurers within. Yet, each one seemed disinterested. Blackbeard remained undaunted. A satisfactory and capable partner was not easily found. He had patience in abundance. However, the constant rejections served as a reminder that his fame was still insufficient. Zephyr paid little heed to this peculiar man and strode directly into the training ground. As he walked down the street, Blackbeard suddenly gazed up at the sky. A thought struck him. If he could be announced once on the sky curtain, his fame would gradually ascend, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. What a splendid idea. Just as this thought emerged, the sky curtain above the Grand Forest displayed, Borsellino has completed his sword soul job change, becoming the first to do so, rewarded with 500,000 gold coins and 5,000,000 berries. Blackbeard. Ha ha ha. Truly capable, the Navy. He clenched his fists, his imposing aura barely contained. But in an instant, he reverted to his previous defiant demeanor. Just you wait. The sky curtain continued to broadcast the speed of the yellow ape, leaving many puzzled about what this job change entailed. Could one truly transition from wielding a sword to using a gun? Some are perplexed, while others are filled with curiosity. Baji was initially engrossed in the thrill of firing his weapon. The resounding announcement echoing through the sky caught the attention of both him and Yalida. A class change? He glanced at his information, level 18, on the verge of ascending to level 19. He vaguely recalled that a class change could occur at level 18. Is it truly at level 18, Yalida? With a Grin machine gun in hand, Baji unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the zombies. Rows of bullets cascaded forth, overwhelming the undead as their health plummeted. The 12 weapon was indeed fearsome. Yalida executed a series of swift slashes, dispatching 2 zombies in quick succession. Indeed, a class change signified an increase in skills. Baji, once they completed this round, they would embark on a quest. Yalida smiled confidently, affirming that they would undoubtedly grow stronger after the class change. However, she wondered if new maps would emerge. More skills? Baji's limited imagination struggled to conceive of what skills might manifest in the future. He decided to cast aside such thoughts and focus on completing the class change task promptly. With silver bullets, his pistol attacks rendered the Bone Yushi immobile. The combination of Baji's silver bullets and his own immense damage was simply insurmountable. After swiftly clearing the stage, they tidied up the battlefield and returned to Hedden Mall. Meanwhile, the emergence of the first class changer heightened many people's understanding of the Navy's might. In the footage, those formidable zombies, known for their extensive health bars and swift movements, stood no chance against the yellow ape. Rarely had anyone witnessed the yellow ape being captured by any of the zombies. Before the boss, the yellow ape harnessed the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, effortlessly evading a Dark Swordmaster's attack while launching relentless laser assaults from the air. The concentrated beams resembled a hail of bullets, and the zombies below collapsed swiftly. Thus, the Bone Yushi was annihilated by the yellow ape's masterful maneuvers. Many recognized the advantage of aerial attacks. However, for the majority of ordinary adventurers, flight remained a distant dream. In the Dark Thunder ruins, swarms of level 15 and 16 adventurers rushed in, only to retreat in droves. The sole distinction was that they entered upright and exited prone. At the entrance of the Hedden Mall Grand Forest, numerous adventurers were left with a plethora of questions. Why were so many lying at the entrance today? What was the matter with them? Had they all succumbed to weakness after failing to conquer the Dark Thunder ruins? One individual, spotting a large group sprawled together in despair, could not help but inquire aloud. Exhaustion often follows excessive adventuring. Their bodies ached, drained of vitality, as if they had been hollowed out. Were they truly that inept? Nonsense. Did you not notice the 2 Navy personnel still lying there? Could the Dark Thunder ruins be that formidable? Some expressed skepticism, for from the battle of the Navy Admiral, it did not appear particularly challenging. The Navy Admiral unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the Bone Yushi. In the end, the yellow ape effortlessly amassed 500,000 gold coins and 5 million berries. You see, it's quite simple, isn't it? The feeble adventurers on the ground cast sympathetic glances at this self-important fool. Underestimating the Bone Yushi? Just wait until you feel the effects of your weakness. At that moment, a man with fair skin, bare-chested and adorned with a headscarf, whose earlobes cascaded to his shoulders, yawned as he sauntered past an adventurer. He ambled lazily, exuding an air of lethargy, hoisting a golden spear. He strode directly toward the entrance of the Dark Thunder ruins. Wow, yet another fool courting death. Enel suddenly halted, his gaze shifting to the side, his eyes narrowing in disdain. How could mere mortals comprehend the might of a deity? An electric arc of thunder crackled around him. Had he been in the Sky Island, the heavens would have rumbled with fury. Yet, this was the domain of that scoundrel, and he dared not unleash his full power. He resembled a thunderclap on flat ground, transforming into an unparalleled bolt of lightning as he surged toward the Dark Thunder ruins. Ah, I, the god Enel, disdain to mingle with you ants. A voice echoed from afar, leaving the onlookers stunned as they exchanged bewildered glances. A god? What madness! However, the spectacle of that electric arc and the dazzling sparks was indeed captivating. How remarkable that he managed to pull that off. Meanwhile, in the back streets, Smoker approached Sherlock once more to gather intelligence. Through these days of interaction, he discerned that this astute goblin merchant had a penchant for collecting various miscellaneous materials. Yet, what he truly cherished were the golden jewels of humanity. Upon witnessing the gleaming gold upon Smoker's model ship, Sherlock's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cigarette boy. I never anticipated you would bring me this, he exclaimed, nearly rubbing his hands together in anticipation, his heart racing at the prospect of a newfound treasure. The golden adornments you possess, I shall gladly accept. However, this time, I shall not exchange them for information. Sherlock rested his hands atop his cane, donning an expression of utmost sincerity. Seated atop the ship, Smoker rose, lifting his leg as he disembarked. Ah, so you possess something even more remarkable to show me? The astute analysis of the maritime conflict revealed its brilliance. It was only when avaricious merchants were presented with sufficient incentives that they would contemplate their next course of action. Allow me to present to you the unparalleled point vouchers, more precious than gold coins. Let the clever old Sherlock elucidate the remarkable utility of these vouchers. As he retrieved a box from behind him, he continued, Are you aware of the Starfire magic box? This is something that can indeed be procured with point vouchers. Smoker was well aware of the Starfire magic box, having just heard the Grand Marshal speak of it moments ago. This time, Admiral Kizaru received a reward email containing a total of 20 Radiant Star magic boxes. The utility of the point vouchers extends beyond mere transactions. Let us take a glimpse into the goblin's treasure chest. As he opened the box, he remarked, What can be purchased with point vouchers is not necessarily obtainable with gold, such as this. Sherlock produced a vial of a mysterious elixir, its red hue captivating the eye. Smoker gazed intently. Ancient elven secret potion, upon consumption. The dungeon experience gained by adventurers is doubled for 1 hour, usable once a day. An essential potion for leveling up. Those who have used it know its worth. Smoker was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a potion. Does this imply that with this upgrade, the speed surpasses that of others by a factor of 2? Truly remarkable. For their navy, this was akin to a timely gift amidst a snowstorm. The general of the warring states would undoubtedly have his eyes gleaming with excitement upon witnessing it. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted once more to the enigmatic chest that Sherlock had never opened. Costumes for the demon swordsman, both male and female. The gunslinger, both male and female. The brawler, both male and female. The mage, both male and female. The gun mage, the night stalker, and the guardian. High-grade costumes for the demon swordsman, both male and female. The gunslinger, both male and female. And high-grade costumes for the guardian. Revival coins, upon use. A deceased character will be resurrected on the spot, fully healed. How could revival be deemed cheating in Arad? Warehouse upgrade voucher LV1. Elevate your storage capacity. I shall ensure its safekeeping. Brave warrior Celia crewman. Horn of the Glen Forest. A trumpet used to address all, vanishing after a single use. In the background, Remy's assistants. The stall trading permit left Smog in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, could Sherlock's goblin have plundered Fang Fan's little treasury? Wasn't Fang Fan the master of the Glen Forest? Could all of this be available for sale? Sherlock chuckled, sensing Smog's confusion. Of course, my smoky friend. Without Lord Fang Fan's permission, how could I dare to sell these exquisite items? Moreover, Lord Fang Fan has proclaimed that once the first individual purchases from my general goods chest, the contents will immediately manifest a new function, a marketplace. At that time, everyone will be able to make purchases. And you, as the one who unlocks it, shall receive a special discount coupon and a premium costume gift box, perpetual. Smog felt an irresistible urge, his attention captivated by the gift box. Demon Swordsman costume. Includes upper garment, lower garment, headpiece, skin, hat, facial adornment, neckpiece, belt, and footwear. Upon wearing, the character will receive attribute or skill enhancements based on the parts worn. Without set attributes, the usage period offers 3 choices, 7 days, 30 days, or unlimited, perpetual. As he scrutinized this costume set, an image of the demon swordsman materialized in his mind, with white hair and a resolute visage. The upper body clad in a white-gray vest, exuding strength and muscularity, while the lower body was adorned with matching baggy trousers and rounded boots, the thighs thoroughly concealed. A cross-patterned belt encircled the waist, and a wooden staff was gripped firmly in hand. This was the quintessential appearance of the demon swordsman. Isn't this precisely my style of attire? Smoker was taken aback, his breath quickening. Truly dashing. 999 points. I shall first procure an ensemble for myself. He dismounted from the bilge, thoroughly emptying his pockets, exchanging 80,000 berries for 8,000 points. Simultaneously, he glanced at the resurrection coins. 20 points each? Let us acquire 100 of those. With Remy's assistance, he instantly restored 1/3 of his health, purchasing 100 at 10 points each. With the remaining points, he acquired a myriad of Ember Star magic boxes. In his pack, Smoker eagerly opened the fashion gift box and donned the attire at once. His entire appearance transformed dramatically. The former Smoker, clad in an old jacket, black trousers, and leather boots, now looked far more stylish, surpassing mere practicality. Upon donning the equipment of the ghost swordsman, a remarkable transformation enveloped him, enhancing his demeanor with an air of nobility. The previously apparent roguish bravado seemed to have diminished somewhat. It appeared that he would need to petition the warring states marshal for a modest allocation of funds once more. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the blazing star magic box nestled within his backpack. Let the trial of my character commence, Smog. Shall I open the blazing star magic box? Yes. You have acquired 10 special cool drinks from Celia. You have obtained a tattered item. You have received X7. Congratulations. You have earned a 10 enhancement voucher. The 10 enhancement voucher allows you to elevate a weapon's strength to level 10 without any adverse effects. Merely a 10 enhancement. Rather mediocre, I suppose. In the realm of Arad, the Red 10 heroes, Smog pondered, this item must be worth a significant amount of military merit. Weber, with the burning cannon slung over his shoulder, garnered both awe and trepidation from the onlookers due to the imposing cannon barrel. Many, especially fellow sharpshooters, found themselves intrigued yet distant, contemplating why they lacked such formidable weaponry. Additionally, they noticed his short, white wings. Was their method of harnessing power flawed? Some gazed curiously at Weber, who was bare-chested, utterly perplexed by his appearance. Hey, big-chested lad, what else with that attire? Quite unique, don't you think? At least wear something, right? Initially, upon descending from Qinghai, Weber felt an awkwardness under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. However, as he acclimated, he began to view the Qinghai denizens with equal bewilderment. Were all Qinghai individuals so exceptionally robust? At level 10, witnessing the spectacle of skilled warriors dispatching monsters in the sky was truly eye-opening. The naval forces, in particular, exhibited an overwhelming strength. Yet, despite their formidable combat prowess, inter-faction rivalries were equally fierce. The navy, pirates, and adventurers, these Qinghai inhabitants were embroiled in continuous strife, even amidst the abundance of resources. Simultaneously, he discerned that the locale he had arrived in, even within Qinghai, was a distinct and extraordinary territory, rife with conflict and suited for warriors. As a valiant fighter from Sandia, he resolved to elevate his strength for the safety of his homeland. He silently vowed to strengthen his resolve. Both level and equipment were paramount considerations at this juncture. Previously, upon overhearing discussions about 12 weapons, he had scrutinized the arsenal of the sharpshooters. Rifles, automatic pistols, revolvers, crossbows, and hand cannons. What caught his eye was the hand cannon. Spotting a surprise goblin cannon at the Navy's stall, he promptly spent his hard-earned coins. Once I acquire a rare hand cannon, I shall proceed to enhance it. After Weber repaired his weapon and was about to depart from Sindar, the burning cannon behind him was unexpectedly jostled. He turned to discover a swordsman clad in a belly-bearing outfit, adorned with 3 swords at his waist, had collided with him. Wasn't I supposed to seek out GSD? How did I end up at the Moonlight Tavern? Zaro, the most directionally challenged among the Golden Mary crew. A level 18 ghost swordsman who had yet to locate GSD, muttered to himself. Utilizing his swordsmanship and the ghostly/skill card, he had ascended to level 18. Did I bump into you? My apologies. Zaro turned to Weber and politely offered his apology. Weber paid little heed, merely hearing Zaro mumble. Where on earth is that old man GSD? Wasn't he supposed to be near the Moonlight Tavern? Is this swordsman truly blind? The venerable GSD is right there in the corner, is he not? At this moment, Zoro became aware of his own inability to locate him and decided to seek assistance. He turned to the Elder Cinda and inquired, "Do you know where the venerable GSD is?" "He is just to your right," the Elder replied. Zaro expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you, before turning to proceed to the left. The young man, often lost, caught Cinda's attention several times. And this time he could not help but peek over. Zoran walked to the left, only to be met by a wall blocking his path. After glancing around in various directions, he returned to Hutton Mall Street through the magical portal beside Weber. Before long, he reappeared in the back street. HM? Still no sign of GSD. Zoran, one hand resting on his sword and the other scratching his head in frustration, lamented. Indeed, one should not readily trust the words of unfamiliar old men. After searching for so long without finding GSD, he regretted asking him in the first place. Cinda remarked, "Is it my fault then?" She turned to GSD, who sat quietly nearby, and could not resist saying, "Old friend, this young swordsman requires some guidance." Without lifting his head, GSD, bearing 5 weapons on his back, unleashed a katana that shot forth like lightning. The katana emitted an unparalleled aura of sword intent. And in an instant, Zoran, sensing the wave, tensed his body like a leopard, instinctively placing both hands on the hilt of his sword. Simultaneously, the ghostly hand on his weapon suddenly glimmered with a strange purple light. There was no murderous intent. Zoran stared at the distant weapon, furrowing his brow. Then he noticed an elderly man, blindfolded and adorned with 5 different weapons, approaching step by step, clad in tattered cloth like an ascetic. "You are GSD," Zoran mused. GSD slowly raised his head, the cloth covering his eyes failing to obscure his sight. In a mystical sense, Zoran felt another pair of eyes observing him. "Young swordsman, you carry the essence of the spectral realm." Zoran, unsure if it was merely his imagination, felt the other's gaze scrutinizing the 3 swords at his waist twice. 3 identical katana weapons. Quite rare indeed. GSD continued, "Young swordsman, you have reached the threshold of a class change. It is time to embrace your destined profession. Will you accept the quest for the Phantom Knight?" Without hesitation, Zoran affirmed his choice and seized the opportunity to say, "I wish to learn skills." "As you wish." He learned the skills: Wave Splitter, Triple Slash, Moonlight Slash, Silver Blade Fall, and Cross Slash. Zoran's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the descriptions of these techniques, truly exquisite skills. Far more refined and fierce than his own swordplay. They were not merely fluctuations of sword intent or slashing techniques, but rather agile combinations and extraordinary magical moves. Is it possible that the techniques of great swordsmen are this vibrant and diverse? Just as Zoran was about to embark on the class change quest in the Dark Thunder Ruins, Luffy and Usopp were also preparing for their own class change tasks. Zombie arms. Usopp glanced at the quest description. Collect 50 zombie arms to exchange for a mechanical shell with Cinda. The thought of facing that terrifying horde of zombies made Usopp tremble in fear. After accepting the quest, he approached Windwhisper, hoping to team up with Luffy. However, at that moment, Luffy's presence was nowhere to be found. Having received his class change task, he dashed toward the zombie dungeon like the wind. Am I really to undertake this quest alone? He pondered, doubting whether he would be the one collecting zombie arms or if the zombies would be collecting his. Shortly after, Buck and Alita emerged from the Dark Thunder Ruins, only to be startled by the sight outside. Buck's eyes widened in shock. Why are there so many lying on the ground? Have you all failed the dungeon and entered a weakened state? A pirate recognized Buck's identity and exclaimed, "You are the infamous pirate Buck with a 12 weapon. The crowd, initially indifferent to the newcomer, turned their attention at the mention of this name. The great pirate, Buck. Buck was immediately astonished to be recognized. Is it possible that I have become this famous? He then erupted into laughter, his red nose bobbing. Indeed, I am the great pirate Captain Buck. Ha! Buck was immensely proud. Such was the pinnacle of his life. However, he did not anticipate that the crowd would surge toward him, nearly overwhelming him. Captain Buck, help me. I want to level up. I wish to join your pirate crew. Reinforcement Master Buck, please teach me how to enhance my weapons. Captain Buck, save the child. I cannot defeat the Dark Thunder Ruins and have entered a weakened state twice. I have already been warned not to enter the dungeon today. Captain Buck, help us. Our old sow is in labor and has fainted. The crowd pressed in on Buck, each hoping to catch his attention and be heard. The first adventurer to enhance a weapon to 12 in the hidden map could occasionally be seen soaring through the skies. To the pirates, Buck was akin to a beacon of hope in the Grand Forest. With the real person standing before them, how could they let such an opportunity slip away? Meanwhile, Buck was surrounded, his head involuntarily tilting back in disbelief, activating his disintegration ability, causing his head to fly out from the crowd. The fervor of this group of fans is undeniably overwhelming. Have they perhaps become a tad too enthusiastic? The cacophony of voices melded together, causing a palpable disarray. Captain Buggy. Buggy, his head oversized like a massive bowl. In this critical moment, Yalita resembled an elegant and beautiful Tyrannosaurus, deftly extracting adventurers one by one from the throng. As she carved out a path towards Buggy, she abruptly tossed 1,000 gold coins into the air. Gold coins. It's raining coins. At the entrance to the Forest of Gran, the sky was enveloped in a cascade of golden light, as a multitude of coins descended from above. The sound of clinking coins filled the air, overwhelming the senses with both sight and sound. The pirates hurriedly bowed their heads to catch the falling coins, stashing them into their pockets and bags. Yalita swiftly grasped Buggy's hand, and together they surged through the crowd. Buggy, we must hurry. Thankfully, this story is a proper novel. Otherwise, one could have imagined Yalita holding Buggy's hand, followed closely by his body, head, and legs, while the melody of You Are My Destiny played in the background. They ran all the way to the training ground of Windchime before finally halting. That was close. We almost got surrounded, Yalita remarked, elegantly adjusting her sun hat from behind. Captain Buggy, let us not forget our purpose for coming out here. She cast a suggestive glance at Buggy. implying that advancing their careers should take precedence. Buggy, stroking his chin with a contemplative expression, acknowledged her wisdom. Indeed, I cannot be distracted by them. As he made his way to Kelly to accept a quest, he added, you should also take on a career quest. Let us regroup here shortly. Instructing thus. He gazed as Kelly floated away. At that moment, a figure clad in blue trousers and a yellow belt, riding on a lion named Ricky, came rushing towards him. Captain Buggy. Buggy turned and, upon seeing Machi, exclaimed with astonishment, did you not go to recruit? Have you gathered the crew? The Buggy pirates had not completely disbanded. He intended to continue his quest for treasure aboard the pirate ship. After acquiring the power of the invitation, he had persistently utilized his advantages to assemble pirates. He was determined to recruit any who possessed even a modicum of strength. I vow to become the man who discovers the colossal treasure, he declared. He dispatched Machi to the East Sea to enlist more crew members, aspiring to one day return triumphantly to the Grand Line. We have recruited, but our gold is insufficient. What? Have we spent it all? Indeed, not a single coin remains. Machi, perched atop the lion, curiously surveyed the surroundings. In that case, take this gold for now. Buggy reluctantly extracted the majority of his coins, contemplating his next move. It seems the time has come to acquire some gold. Just as Buggy pondered how to procure more coins, he received a notification in his inbox, indicating a new email. Upon opening it, he discovered it was the reward for his earlier ascent to the Sky Curtain, 20 blazing star magic boxes. What a splendid treasure this is. With a mere thought, should I open the Celestial Star Box 10? No, the esteemed Captain Buggy desires to open them all at once. Your request has been denied. Each individual may open only 10 Celestial Star Boxes per day. What? The expression on Buggy the Clown's face was one of utter disbelief, yet he conceded. 10 it is then, let us proceed. You have received a colorless crystal 635. You have received a blue crystal 341. You have received an Aradstall license 1. You have received a red crystal 236. TCH, all of these are rather useless, Buggy lamented, brushing aside his disappointment. Instead, he noticed nearby the complete compendium of Arad's tricks. How marvelous. His smile gradually twisted into something more sinister. You have received a white crystal 253. You have received a Demon Swordman's Artifact Weapon Box 2. You have received a Cleric's Artifact Weapon Box. Congratulations. You have received a Rare Pet Box. Rare Pet Box. Within it lies a seal of a most extraordinary pet. The yellow ape gasped in astonishment. So terrifying. There are so many boxes, usually indifferent and lethargic. The yellow ape felt a surge of excitement at this moment. Life is like a box of chocolates. One never knows what flavor awaits next. He set the weapon boxes aside, focusing intently on the Rare Pet Box. Shall I open the Rare Pet Box? Yellow ape. Yes. A radiant light enveloped the entire naval vessel, casting a divine golden hue upon the sky despite it being daytime. Congratulations, you have obtained the Celestial Spirit Beast. The radiant Holy Chelan. As the brilliance receded, a diminutive creature appeared on the yellow ape's desk. It was no larger than a fist. Its body cloaked in golden fur, its forelegs shimmering with electric light, and its back adorned with flames that soared like stars. With the head of a deer and the tail of a lion, its mane danced without the whisper of wind, revealing sharp teeth that showcased its majestic ferocity. Upon its emergence, a breath of light and electricity surged forth, igniting 2 nearby naval documents. Oh. The yellow ape scrutinized the pet's information through his yellow-tinted glasses. Radiant Holy Chelan type. Rare pet level. 1 pet attributes. Strength 30, Stamina 30, Intelligence 30, Spirit 30, Attack Speed 3, Casting Speed 3, Movement Speed 3. HP Max 15, Physical Attack Power 10, Magical Attack Power 10, Independent Attack Power 25, Physical Critical 7, Magical Critical 7. Critical Damage 10, Dual Arena 5. Pet Skill. Blessing of the Chelan when casting skills. One can receive a blessing effect, increasing attack speed and movement speed by 10 for 20 seconds. Holy Light. The Holy Chelan, freed from its bindings, unleashes divine power. It randomly strikes nearby enemies with lightning, inflicting a binding effect while granting the character a holy aura, enhancing strength, intelligence, stamina, and spirit by 50, and increasing attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 3. With an attack power boost of 10 fixed damage, percentage effective for 20 seconds. Have you seen my brother? The radiant Holy Chelan questioned, as the yellow ape lovingly regarded his adorable creature. How astonishing. How could my pet be so diminutive? He pondered. He recalled Buggy's pet, which resembled a serpent and was at least as thick as a human calf. But here, he gazed at his pet's description and discovered the rarity of a rare pet lies in the fact that a pet at level 1 and level 50 exists in 2 distinct states, mature and juvenile. The difference between a juvenile and a mature form is akin to that between a robust orange tiger and a small orange kitten. The yellow ape stared at his pet, murmuring softly, "A Chelan, is it? Reader, I am D-Gang." Thus, the question arises, what shall I feed you? Perhaps I should consult Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a golden transponder snail, remarking, "How peculiar, the color is off." He searched his trousers for another, only to find it was also incorrect. Where on earth did my communication transponder snail vanish to? Just as the yellow ape was about to abandon his call and prepare to open another artifact weapon box, the second transponder snail on the table suddenly rang. The telepathic snail wore spectacles, its expression mirroring that of Sengoku. Kizaru languidly picked up the receiver. Moshi Moshi. Kizaru, your performance this time was commendable. As the leader, Sengoku promptly acknowledged his subordinate's efforts. Has the reward dispatched by Fang Fan been received? Kizaru crossed his legs. The holy light Kirin cub on his palm nuzzling and licking his thumb. Received, Fleet Admiral. Kizaru's fingers curled, cradling the Kirin. Its tiny front paws pressed against his thumb. Its small teeth playfully gnawing. And the reward? The reward consists of a box, several boxes. Glimmers of light erupted from its mouth, showering Kizaru's thumb. Kizaru's mouth formed an inquisitive O. This Kirin's abilities seem akin to my glint fruit. Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk, bellowing, Borsalino. Answer me with utmost seriousness, you imbecile. A fleet admiral engaging in such futile communication. Kizaru, startled by the sudden roar, slowly distanced the receiver. How frightful, Sengoku. After a brief pause, Moshi Moshi, are you still there, Sengoku? Sengoku squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Speak. The reward was a celestial demon box, from which emerged a pet gift box, 2 weapon gift boxes, and various small crystals. Kizaru pursed his lips in a tactical grimace. I've already opened the pet box, and the pet that emerged was quite startling. He flicked his finger, launching the holy light Kirin cub from his hand. Contrary to expectations, the cub did not plummet to the ground. The airborne Kirin halted its momentum, treading on air, golden radiance coalescing beneath its feet. With several bounds, golden light manifested into ephemeral golden clouds, supporting its form. It fixed its gaze upon Kizaru, standing regally. Holy light Kirin, Fleet Admiral. I shall dispatch someone with the divine weapon boxes. Furthermore, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what sustenance do you typically provide for your goat? Sengoku immediately grasped the inquiry. A query regarding pet nourishment. Is there any compendium pertaining to these pets? One moment, I shall transmit it forthwith. Upon receiving the pet information from Kizaru, the Marine Headquarters Naval Warfare Department also received information regarding class advancement in Sword Saint. Class advancement, a pivotal choice of skill direction confronting all adventurers. They discerned 4 paths for the swordsman class: bloodlust manipulation, swordsmanship specialization, wave magic, and dimensional fiend. Kizaru's chosen path, based on the Sword Saint's description, appeared to be swordsmanship specialization. Sword Saint, also known as Weapon Master, completely rectifies the power of the demon hand, relying on exquisite swordsmanship and diverse weaponry to unleash lethal strikes. Simultaneously, they wielded another enigmatic weapon, the lightsaber. Lightsaber? Could it be akin to Borsalino's Ama no Murakumo? Sengoku pondered, perplexed. If that were the case, the lightsaber would be exceedingly formidable. Sword Saint, adept at overwhelming opponents with lightning-fast combos, capable of awakening into Sword God. He scrutinized the skill panel. Talent, Swift Shadow Hand, a unique Sword Saint skill that reduces weapon switching cooldown. Talent, Lightsaber Mastery, enables the use of lightsaber-type weapons to attack enemies. Talent, Lightsaber Expertise, when attacking enemies with lightsaber-type weapons, increases the lightsaber's physical attack, magical attack, and physical hit rate. If lightsaber expertise reaches a certain level, additional effects may occur. Upon reading this, Sengoku picked up the telepathic snail, only to hear Kizaru's voice after a considerable delay. Borsalino, could you procure several lightsabers and deliver them to the Naval Warfare Department? Kizaru, occupied with playing with the Kirin, nonchalantly glanced at his watch. Sengoku, I've concluded my shift. We can discuss this tomorrow. Puffed Sengoku. I have an immense desire to smash this telepathic snail. Nami and Sanji emerged from the entrance of the Grand Forest, observing the desolate scene before them, their faces etched with bewilderment. Are these individuals all in a weakened state? Had Luffy and the others just cleared a hidden map, and had these people fallen in that dark thunderous ruins? Before the discovery of the dark thunderous ruins, they rarely witnessed anyone entering a weakened state. The astute Nami swiftly deduced the key, a sense of trepidation arising within her regarding this new map. We must exercise caution later. In critical moments, let Sanji take the lead. The duo traversed the magic gate from Norton, Sanji proceeding to Fuelin to accept the class advancement quest, while Nami hastened to Sharon of the Mage Association. Oh, I never anticipated you would mature into a formidable mage so swiftly. Such talent is a rarity. Sharon gracefully held a wine glass, containing an unknown magical concoction, its rich and sweet aroma permeating the air whenever Nami approached. She fixed her gaze upon the first mage to undergo class advancement. Mentor Sharon. I am here for class advancement. I am aware. Allow me to discern the latent mage talents within you. Sharon closed her eyes, a gentle stream of magic entering through Nami's brow. Nami's lips pursed slightly, a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. After a brief pause, it appears you possess the Elementalist talent. Do you accept the Elementalist class advancement quest? Nami curiously inquired. Elementalist? Mentor, what sort of class is that? Sharon smiled enigmatically. After all, she was the first mage to arrive here, and this question deserved an answer. She manipulated her magic, transmitting a sequence of images into Nami's mind. A charming elementalist, casting spells with astonishing speed, erecting 6 ice walls in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the explosive power of jack-o'-lantern bombs, the mobile dark cat, the explosive flame impactor, the unyielding ice crystal shower, meteors descending from the heavens, a magical black hole materializing from thin air, directly dazzling and mesmerizing her. So powerful. Silver lightning, fierce orange flames, profound blue black holes, and azure ice, evoking a chilling sensation. A convergence of colors and attributes, a fusion of various magical elements, creating a spectacle of thunder and fire, flames and ice, truly formidable. Observing the elementalist's skills, Nami realized that upon advancing to elementalist, her magical prowess would likely ascend several levels. Concurrently, she noticed her class information. Elementalist, originating from the earliest elementalist organization in Terrastone, the Orthodox Mage. What does Orthodox signify? Nami pondered, perplexed, but refrained from further inquiry. The adventurers of Arad all understood that other mage advancements involved summoning hordes of monsters or transforming when outmatched. Some resorted to driving vehicles and hurling objects haphazardly, while others clutched dolls and screamed. Can those even be called mages? Compared to those heretics, Elementalist was the true mage, believing in the power of the elements, wielding the power of various elements to cast spells. Nami silently recited these words, although she did not fully comprehend their meaning. They seemed to possess a certain gravitas. It was said by Herder, who appeared to be a remarkable elemental master. Nami accepted the task and bid farewell to Shalon. Upon her return to her Tamil Street, she was astonished to discover that Usopp and Sanji were standing together. When did these two become a pair? Wasn't Usopp accompanying Luffy on a mission? After greeting them, Nami looked at the two. Have you both accepted your job transfer tasks? Indeed, I have transitioned to a mechanic. While Sanji specializes in free fighting, Usopp's confidence surged at the mention of job transfer. Fang Fan had once told him that even he envied Usopp's profession. Highlighting the strength of a mechanic, Usopp had witnessed the remarkable skills acquired after becoming a mechanic, with various peculiar robots boasting formidable capabilities and astonishing destructive power. However, having seen the might of an elemental mage, Nami was confident that a mage wielding elemental powers was not inferior to anyone. Since they were all grinding in the Dark Thunder ruins, why not go together? Nami's suggestion was wholeheartedly endorsed by Sanji. This dungeon is challenging. It's best to tackle it as a team. Usopp nodded but noticed Nami's lips curve into a sudden smile. However, before we enter, there's one more matter to attend to. What? Nami turned towards Kelly, confidently declaring, I want to enhance my equipment to level 12. What? Are you insane, Nami? Do you possess divine gear? If it's ordinary equipment, there's no need for such an enhancement. Usopp hurriedly cautioned, fearing Nami's impulsiveness. Sanji, meanwhile, was deeply absorbed in his smoke. Indeed, Nami-san, once I assist you in obtaining a divine item, we can enhance it to level 12. Usopp hesitated momentarily but eventually spoke up. Nami, if you require it, I have 10 blazing star demons. He thought to himself that his luck had been abysmal, as he could never procure anything worthwhile from the blazing star demon boxes. Perhaps he could give them to Nami and see if she could obtain a divine gift box. However, Nami merely smiled mischievously, seemingly unconcerned. Her large eyes sparkled, her delicate face exuding charm and innocence. Who says I lack divine gear? She lifted her garment, revealing a staff. Moonfire 1 type, staff level, 15 rarity, Lord's artifact durability, 28 physical attack, 209 magical attack, 263 independent attack, 112 intelligence, 16 mage, female. Jack Bomb 2 mage, male, Flame Shield 2 when casting skills. There is a 5 chance to unleash a meteor attack on the nearest enemy within a 300 px range. Die beneath my meteor, blazing Pinocchio. Sanji was taken aback, forgetting to smoke his pipe. When did you acquire this staff behind my back? Nami giggled. While you were entranced by Pinocchio, I casually swiped it from her. Swiped it? Sanji sighed deeply, contemplating how fortunate it would have been had he been the one to acquire it. Little did he know, had it been him, this narrative would have unfolded entirely differently. Nami, prepared to enhance her staff, approached Kelly while Usopp and Sanji quickly followed suit. With an air of determination, she proclaimed, I wish to enhance my staff. The imposing atmosphere conveyed a distinct sense of disdain, as if to say, if you do not enhance my abilities, you must think little of me. Kelly observed Nami sprinting towards her, instantly recognizing the enchantress who sought to haggle over enhancements. I assure you, there are no discounts here, Kelly remarked. Upon hearing this, Nami felt slighted but responded with confidence. This time, it's unnecessary. Kelly replied, as long as you are content. Meanwhile, as the others busied themselves with their class transitions, Dasky, having completed her market stall, was taken aback by an unexpected sight. A colossal forest tree had appeared to the right of the magical portal descending from the back streets. Dasky, who had been meticulously monitoring the transformations along her Tamil Street, was left astounded by this sudden alteration. When did this change occur? How could I have overlooked it? As her eyes fluttered open and closed, a magnificent tree materialized before her. Was it magic? She observed intently. This enchanting tree was adorned with a hollow, the entrance of which shimmered with a cluster of azure, magical hexagrams. What could be inside? Was anyone there? Dasky called out into the hollow, but silence lingered in response. So, it seemed, there was no one. Dasky found herself in a quandary. Should she linger outside, or boldly venture within? With newfound courage, she stepped into the elfin giant tree, and what she beheld rendered her utterly astonished. Contrary to her expectations of darkness and dampness, she discovered an expansive and luminous space. Greetings, I am Celia. A gentle voice greeted her as a figure named Celia stood gracefully, offering a warm welcome. Her smile crinkled her eyes, yet words eluded her. A beautiful existence begins with a smile. Was she the sovereign of this enchanting tree? Dasky was overwhelmed by the exquisite decor within the hollow. It was not only vast and radiant, but also adorned with immaculate, delicate carpets. The walls, painted in soft pink and azure hues, were complemented by simple yet grand upright arches. Is this truly within a tree? It seems illogical. Is it a luxurious room growing from a tree? Or is there a room nestled within the tree? Upon entering, to the left stands a rusted iron storage box, while to the right lies a mail receptacle. Hello, my name is Dashki. I apologize for my rudeness. I was so captivated by the room that I forgot to greet you. Dashki's cheeks flushed slightly, and Celia, with her sweet voice, said, This is my room. Whenever you are weary from your adventures, feel free to come in and see me. You may also use the storage and mailbox beside it. Celia moved to the storage and opened it, explaining, Every adventurer can utilize this storage. The items you place inside can only be seen and retrieved by you. Isn't it quite convenient for adventurers? She bore the demeanor of a seasoned salesperson, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Dashki stammered, Why yes, it is convenient. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. This storage was incredibly timely. Finally, there was a place to store the excess materials and various consumables from her adventures. How wonderful. The burden of carrying too much equipment can be quite troublesome. Sometimes, one even has to bring along a companion just to carry extra gear. Look, it can currently hold 10 items. If you purchase a storage upgrade tool from the mall, you can have even more slots. This way, you can store more items, making it even more convenient, don't you think? Dashki adjusted her glasses and inquired, Celia, where's the mall? For small transactions, you can simply call the mall. For larger purchases or physical transactions, you must find Old Sherlock in the back street to access the mall. To buy items in the mall, you will need point coupons. Celia elaborated on the origin of the point coupons, while also hinting, Let me share a secret with you. Today, adventurers who purchase recharge coupons will receive an additional 300 coupons. Oh, Dashki was taken aback. Recharge? It only costs a small amount of berries. Celia puffed up her cheeks adorably. Would you like to have your own resting room? Look over here. She guided Dashki to the left wall, where a magical door unexpectedly appeared. Standing at the entrance, Celia introduced, For just 999 coupons, you can acquire your very own independent resting room. Inside, you can recover from exhaustion more swiftly, gain 10 experience when clearing dungeons, and 5 to stamina and strength during regular activities. In summary, with it, your adventures will be free of worries, making everything much more efficient. If you recharge now, you'll also receive a storage upgrade tool. Having departed from Sherlock, Smog donned the attire of a ghost swordsman. Beneath his cool exterior lay a sculpted physique, his weapon secured in a cart, while a finely forged katana rested on his back. Simultaneously, he noticed he possessed a high-grade costume gift box, leaving him in a state of hesitation. To open it or not to open it, that is the question. This predicament did not trouble him for long. Soon, he was riding his cherished bicycle, producing a rhythmic hum as he pedaled along. Suddenly, a troop of soldiers materialized on Hutton Mall Street, seemingly out of nowhere, clad in a predominantly white uniform. Their attire was accentuated with striking red embellishments at the arrows and on their arms. Adorned with splendid hats, their black military boots struck the ground with a resounding authority. Smog halted his motorcycle, his gaze fixated on the commanding figure at the forefront of the soldiers. This individual was donned in a white cloak, his entire head and face enveloped, revealing only his piercing eyes. With a weapon slung across his back, he exuded an air of mystery and formidable power, radiating an imposing presence. A contingent of soldiers on Hutton Mall captured the attention of numerous pirate adventurers and naval explorers, all of whom were witnessing the local inhabitants of this enigmatic island for the very first time. The appearance of an organized military force raised questions. Could it be that the Grand Forest is not a mere nation? Such a regimented patrol had never been witnessed in any other country. Oh, look at the captain at the forefront, his entire head swathed in cloth. Might it be that he is too unsightly to show his face? Boken Neff. What an impudent adventurer. As Boken approached the bulletin board to the right of the magical portal, with a casual gesture, the soldiers beside him vanished from sight as if cloaked in optical invisibility. The pirates were left utterly astonished. What is this skill? The art of vanishing into thin air. The soldiers have disappeared, yet their leader, Boken, remains. He affixes a notice to the bulletin board and then stands quietly beside it. What news has been posted? The crowd quickly gathers around, and Smog descends from Byland to take a closer look. One might remain oblivious until they take a glance, only to be startled by what they discover. What is inscribed here? Not a single word is comprehensible. What is that? You two find it incomprehensible? Had I known earlier, I would not have feigned understanding for so long, merely wishing to discern the true essence of the text above. Alas, is there anyone capable of deciphering the message inscribed above? How is it that even this naval officer cannot grasp it? Is the content merely a haphazard collection of words? Boken also sensed a hint of dissonance. This is not correct. I have posted the language version of this world. Boken peeked out to check again. Ah, I see. I made a mistake. Let us try again. He promptly affixed the notice in his arms anew, and now everyone could comprehend it. The Dark Thunder ruins stirred with activity, and at the foot of the forest of Gran, terrifying zombie howls echoed through the night. Today, the Adventurers Guild issued an announcement seeking formidable adventurers to gather and defeat zombies. Collect zombie skulls and arms, and the guild shall reward adventurers with a suitable class-changing weapon. No limit on numbers. Class-changing weapon. Enlightened series weapons. At the bottom of the bulletin board, the first standard weapon for each profession after class change was displayed. Enlightened lightsword type. Lightsword level. 18 rarity. Rare class-changing standard weapon durability. 35-25 physical attack power. 225 magical attack power. 187 independent attack power. 100 hit rate. 1. 0 additional skill. Demon Swordmaster's upward strike when attacking, there is a 2 chance to stun the enemy for 2 seconds. However, in the duel arena, it lasts only 1 second. Although this is a work from my youth, its power remains impressive. Shindao was astonished that we were tasked with defeating zombies. A rare weapon as a reward. This is indeed a valuable prize. But one must be capable of defeating zombies. After failing once or twice, many choose not to challenge again. Now, seeing that defeating zombies not only grants more experience, but also offers a weapon reward, is enticing. Smog took on this task next. He did not rush into battling, but reported all the information to the Naval Combat Bureau after completing his class change quest at GSD. Just as he was about to attempt the Dark Thunder ruins on his own, he suddenly noticed the entrance to the Forest of Gran was exceedingly noisy. Among the clamor, one voice stood out distinctly. Captain Baki, the 12-weapon master, is here to assist you. Join us for a zombie hunt, only 3,000 per person. Hurry to join the group. At the entrance of the Forest of Gran, numerous adventurers were drawn in by the shouts of a sharpshooter clad in a clown outfit. Captain Baki, taking on zombies? That renowned pirate, enhanced to 12, is leading a zombie hunt. The young adventurers, barely 16 or 17, were taken aback by the bold shout. They had already struggled immensely just to traverse the map, and now they discovered that a pirate could actually recruit others. Aside from the Navy, it was unheard of for pirates to gather followers. The weary adventurers on the ground, upon realizing it was Captain Buggy calling for recruits, were suddenly invigorated, springing to their feet as if electrified. Captain Buggy, take me with you. They clamored, rushing toward him in a fervent desire not to be left behind. The great pirate Buggy, take me along. I too am a pirate of the East Sea. Oh, mighty Buggy, I offer you 4,000 gold coins. Take me to slay some zombies. I seek vengeance. In their eagerness to join the crew, some appealed to camaraderie, others increased their offers, while yet others expressed their indignation. Yes, I too seek revenge. That horde of zombies has gone too far. One of them grabbed and clawed at my foot mercilessly. The adventurer recalled his previous harrowing experiences, his fists clenched with immense fury. After all, one could at least die in peace. But I was besieged by a horde of zombies, their hands reaching into my very soul. I truly could not rest in death. Let us not even mention the cat demon of the Dark Thunder ruins, which I can attest is entirely devoid of venom. Yet its claws are sharper than those of the Poison Cat King. Damn, caught and tormented by a pack of ravenous zombies. I vow to avenge this grievance before I am labeled a scoundrel. Seeing this, Buggy sensed something amiss. What was once a scene of camaraderie had devolved into a lamentation gathering. He quickly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, with me, the great pirate Buggy of the East Sea. You can rest assured, the indignities you suffered at the hands of those zombies shall be repaid tenfold. Come, let us form a team." Buggy urged the crowd. Upon hearing this, the people hastily sought to join his group. "Great Buggy, I have joined you. I too have applied. Please approve my request." At the entrance, Smoker, riding on his trusty steed, gazed at the throng of people surrounding Buggy. He took a drag from his cigar, exhaling a long plume of white smoke. "This red-nosed fellow seems nothing like the Buggy I know. What is this overwhelming aura of garish makeup about him? The red makeup on his face surely hasn't been applied long ago." Smoker chose to remain silent. After all, they were merely a band of pirates. And if they were deceived, so be it. In this place, after the completion of gold transactions, the adventurers eagerly rubbed their fists in anticipation of revenge against their foes. Zombies, brace yourselves. The group meticulously checked their potions and weapons, preparing for departure. Let us follow the mighty Captain Buggy. With great fervor, Buggy charged toward the entrance of the Dark Thunder ruins. However, midway, he invoked the power of the invitation, causing his form to vanish from sight. Unbeknownst to the others, who were engrossed in the adventure, a notification of his departure went unnoticed. Thus, a party of 19 ventured into the ominous ruins, surrounded by a dim, ominous aura. A throng of zombies clustered tightly in the eerie, frigid jungle. Some could even be seen hanging lifelessly from the branches nearby. Go forth, Pikachu. Let us witness the prowess of Captain Buggy. Driven by their thirst for vengeance, the adventurers wasted no time confronting the zombies. Foolish undead, I, Huan San, have returned. Taste my gremlin machine gun. Savor my grenades. The sharpshooters initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of fire. They were blissfully unaware of the missing member. Emboldened by Buggy's presence, feeling invincible, the zombies quickly sensed the adventurers' movement, turning with menacing growls. Slow as the undead from Dave Smith's household, yet quicker than the titans from Eren Yeager's lineage. The mutated zombies were indeed terrifying. The fate of the adventurers was all but sealed. According to the recollections of the zombies, the air was pleasant that day, and the flavor of adventurers was rather palatable. Two famished zombies, while picking their teeth, welcomed, "We look forward to your next visit." At the entrance of the Grand Forest, the pirate adventurers who had joined Buggy's crew took less than 30 seconds to enter and exit. The forms of the 19 adventurers transformed into wisps of white light. Expelled from the Grand Forest threshold, as the white light settled, a series of forlorn faces lay sprawled on the ground. Wait, weren't they just part of the great pirate Buggy's crew? Why did they appear so weakened upon exit? Could it be that even with Buggy's 12 weapon, they couldn't withstand the zombies? That seems implausible. After Buggy acquired the 12 weapon, the skies had witnessed several instances of him dispatching zombies with ease. It was no longer mere combat with zombies. It was akin to slaying corpses. Minimal skill was required. A silver bullet combined with a standard attack would see the zombies' health plummet dramatically. The damage inflicted was of an entirely different caliber. Even the swiftest of zombies could not endure a floating attack followed by a barrage of strikes, supplemented by grenades and machine gun fire. Curiosity stirred among the onlookers as they observed the 19, all silent, prompting questions. What transpired within? Why did you exit so swiftly? Where is Buggy? Why hasn't he emerged? Among these 19 individuals, one person meticulously glanced at the team formation details. At this moment, he was shockingly aware that the entire team's personnel information did not contain the name Bucky at all. They had been deceived. The Bucky they had just encountered was an imposter. What? The crowd turned towards the audacious pirate, incredulous. Check the team information. Wo Nima has exited the team. Sam Tuahidi and 19 others have entered the Dark Thunder ruins. The 19 individuals stood there, dumbfounded. The Bucky they had just met was actually a pirate in disguise. Cursed be he. Let me get my hands on you, Wo Nima. You scoundrel, don't let me catch you. The pirates glared with fury, fists clenched and feet stomping, wishing to devour him alive. At that moment, having accepted a task, Bucky and Yalada strolled slowly from Hedmer. He was preparing to employ the tricks from the Grand Compendium of Deception from Arad. If successful, he could amass a fortune in gold coins. With that wealth, he could acquire more pirate ships, assemble a grand pirate crew, and ascend as the captain of this illustrious band, reigning over the new world and sweeping away treasures across the globe, thus achieving the pinnacle of his life. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Haha. Bucky walked with a swagger, a smile gracing his lips, yet the anticipated frenzy of the crowd upon his arrival was conspicuously absent. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, and before he could proclaim, zombies for 5,000 each, 20,000 for a single carry, SSSS scammer. He was immediately surrounded by 19 gone adventurers. Despite their apparent frailty, they firmly grasped Bucky's arms, thighs, and shoulders. Their eyes burned with fervor as they shouted, "Wo Nima, refund us." Bucky found himself in utter disarray amidst the crowd. This script is all wrong. I haven't even begun my deception. Your weapon 10 failed. Please try again. Nami clenched her fists and slammed them onto Kelly's enhancer. Bang bang bang. What kind of broken machine is this? Why can't my staff reach 10? Kelly, hands on her hips, stood unfazed. It's entirely understandable for it to fail occasionally. There is no risk of breaking weapons below 10. You can always try again. Young mage. Nami, seething with anger, nearly erupted into a confrontation with Kelly. This is the third time I've heard this. The third time. Sanji and Usopp intervened. Trying to calm her down, Nami-san, please, stay calm. Do not act impulsively. We have no gold left. That's right, Nami. If you break it, we'll have to pay for it. The thought of paying instantly transformed Nami from a raging tempest back into a composed and obedient girl. This wretched machine has ruined my youth and wasted my coins. I bid you farewell. She vowed that once they set sail, she would seize the treasures of pirates without mercy. I, the thieving cat Nami, declare it. When the time came, not only would her weapon reach 12, but she would ensure that Luffy and the others' weapons would too. With a decisive turn, she strode away, and the two sighed in relief. If they lingered any longer, they would be drained of every last coin. The two followed her, regrouping as they entered the Dark Thunder ruins. Completing their job transition had become their consensus after reaching level 18. Usopp pondered that the experience required for everyone to level up was increasingly vast, indicating they were nearing a bottleneck in their training here. It was about time to remind Luffy to prepare for their departure. The Golden Mary had also gone several days without cleaning. Meanwhile, as the adventurers frantically leveled up, outside, a naval bounty notice sent ripples through the Grand Line. The image of the mysterious girl had become well known throughout the first half of the Grand Line. The enigmatic invitation, the vanishing pirates and civilians, and the fleeting silhouettes of battles occasionally seen in the skies above the East Sea stirred much intrigue. This dreamlike event continuously reminds them that the mysterious island in the East Sea truly exists. Nowadays, people from distant seas have come here, eager to catch a glimpse of the genuine images reflected in the enigmatic sky. Awe, confusion, and astonishment abound upon witnessing it with their own eyes. They exclaim in wonder at the multitude of strange creatures inhabiting the mysterious island, gazing longingly towards the direction of Grand Forest. How delightful it would be to approach the island. Among those drawn to the spectacle are the pirates, unaware that the barriers surrounding Grand Forest has already vanished, and the navy stationed outside has been withdrawn. In this context, the pirates without invitation boldly venture closer to Grand Forest Island. As some attempt to approach and find themselves successfully landing on the island, the pirates are filled with immense joy, eagerly sharing the news. Haha! We can access this island now. Quickly, tell the captain, we shall be rich. They exclaim. Charge forth. The gold within is all mine. Mine, mine, all mine. Amidst the throng of pirates, a particularly striking figure captures attention. With her long blue hair tied in a high ponytail, clad in a green jacket paired with ultra-short shorts. Her long, fair legs are undeniably eye-catching. She is Miss Wednesday, an agent of the Baroque Works, whose true identity is Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. At this moment, she dons the guise of a rebellious socialite. For the sake of her nation, she bravely infiltrates the enemy's inner circle, willingly relinquishing her pampered lifestyle. She prioritizes the greater good, remaining composed and adaptable, resilient and astute. Nefertari Vivi stands as a paragon of emotional intelligence among Luffy's princess fan club. Is this the island? The land where the strong ascend. Vivi gazes intently at the pirates entering the island ahead. News has reached the Baroque Works that Grand Forest Island in the East Sea can be accessed without an invitation. As long as one can pass the tests upon entry, they will be granted a mysterious invitation comparable to a devil fruit. This point has already been validated in the East Sea. The individuals at the front need to hasten their movements. Their sluggishness is exasperating. What? You dare to rush me? It seems you are living on borrowed time. Expecting pirates to queue is an exercise in futility, as the surrounding pirates soon engage in conflict. Tension escalates at the front, while Vivi brandishes her weapon, concealing her peacock chain within her mouth. The Baroque Works has no patience for idlers. Vivi pulls on the chain, exuding an air of haughty arrogance as she gazes defiantly at the assembled pirates. Beside her, the adorable yet comical Karu Duck glares fiercely at the other pirates. Upon hearing that Baroque Works is present, the unruly pirates are momentarily intimidated. Crocodile's organization still commands a degree of respect in the small East Sea. Now, be gone. After driving off a few, Vivi mounts Karu Duck and leaps over the ships, bounding onto the Grand Forest. Before her stands towering trees, with a narrow path leading deeper into the woods. After traversing a stretch on Karu, she spots a sign, caution, Lolan entrance ahead. With no one else around, Vivi suppresses her previous brash demeanor. Although she retains her attire, her aura has transformed entirely. It is said that those who wish to set foot on Grand Forest Island must pass through a place known as Lolan. As a diligent princess, meticulous and thorough in her endeavors, her preparations for this undertaking are exceptionally comprehensive. I must conquer Lolan and obtain an invitation from a formidable being. For my kingdom. For my father. Vivi silently vows as she steps into the Lolan entrance. In the first room of Lolan, 6 goblins, each no taller than her thigh, stand vacantly in place. This is Vivi's first encounter with these creatures known as goblins. In the realm above, such beings are typically faced only by adventurers wielding swords and guns. Let us take them on together, swift as the wind. Karu. Vivi's combat prowess is well known, only slightly surpassing that of Karu Duck. Nevertheless, with their constant maneuvering and attacks, one by one, the goblins fall behind them. What sort of place is Lolan? Though the goblins here deal minimal damage, the throwing goblins are notoriously formidable. The later legends of adventurers like Antoon the Slayer, Luke the Conqueror, and the time-traveling Walker, each of them has faced the projectiles of the throwing goblins. 8 million are odd warriors. I have traversed volcanoes. I slayed Antoon, leaving his body to cool into an island. Throwing goblin. I have struck you with my stones. 8 million are odd warriors. I wield the light of Luke to extinguish darkness. Resolving the crisis of the nightmarish darkness, I saved Arad. Throwing goblin. I have struck you with my stones. 8 million are odd warriors. My evasion kept me from your grasp. Throwing goblin. You have been struck by my big brother, the Minotaur, and my elder brother, the mechanical Minotaur. 8 million are odd warriors. So you all are a family of monsters in Lolan. Though Vivi's movements are somewhat slow, she ultimately secures the adventurer's invitation. You have learned the skills, Sky Slash. Judgment Smash Sky Slash. Strike enemies with a giant weapon, sending them airborne. Judgment Smash. Gather divine power within the giant weapon to strike foes ahead. You have awakened the innate skill. Healing Prayer. Pray to the divine to restore health to yourself and nearby allies. A look of delight spreads across Vivi's face as she finally gains this extraordinary power. However, upon noticing the sudden appearance of a wooden cross behind her, doubts arise. This isn't right. Why is there a cross? Shouldn't there be swords or guns instead? In the midst of naval warfare, as the warring states increasingly prioritizes this sector, The handover of tasks among the vice admirals occurs here. The entrance is bustling with activity, footsteps growing ever more frequent. Advisor Crane, accompanied by the clever Tontoko, serves as the strategist for the warring states. What exactly does the adventurer's invitation bestow upon us? In recent days, the strategist Crane has been contemplating a perplexing issue. Beyond the myriad of peculiar abilities, one particular phenomenon stands out. Upon death within the dungeon, one's essence transitions into a spectral state. The individual transforms into a luminous white spirit, floating in the air, witnessing their corporeal form being mercilessly torn apart by monsters. Unless one's companions fail to complete their quest, or one fails in solitude, the spirit lingers, with their gaze perpetually fixed upon the dungeon. In a certain light, it can be said that within the enigmatic realms of Hethenmar and the Forest of Glen, all adventurers who have awakened their latent powers possess an almost immortal capability. This is truly astonishing. Who could possess such audacity to bestow such perverse abilities upon everyone? They have yet to ascertain whether death awaits beyond the confines of the Forest of Gran. She had previously deliberated this matter with the warring states, arriving at a preliminary conclusion. Beyond the Forest of Gran, the power of immortality is likely to wane. As of now, they have not captured any adventurers outside the Forest of Gran, leaving them unable to reach a definitive conclusion. The warring states had once tasked Bijapank with analyzing the wild strawberries, ramy leaves, purple grapes, and various meat portions that had fallen from the Forest of Gran. These are merely thirst-quenching fruits and snacks, yet they possess a miraculous capability for restoring vitality. Dr. Vegapunk has extracted an unknown energy component from them, which, upon analysis, reveals itself to be a unique form of natural energy. It is precisely this extraordinary natural energy that endows these foods with the power to rejuvenate. The HP potions designed for vitality restoration similarly contain this energy. Upon capturing this energy and infusing it into other fruits, those fruits too acquire the ability to restore vitality. Realizing this, Vegapunk named the mysterious substance contained within this energy the healing factor. He endeavored to study the healing factor but encountered failure. The realms of the pirate world and DNF are entirely distinct energy fields. For instance, pyrobroin, a high-energy particle found in sea prism stone, induces gigantism in living beings. The colossal size of the Sea Kings is attributed to the abundant pyrobroin energy particles residing in the depths of the ocean. Upon discovering this substance, Vegapunk extracted and transferred it from the sea prism stone for practical application. For example, the Navy Sea Prism Stone handcuffs and weapons. Despite his remarkable expertise, he could only extract this healing factor from existing potions for rudimentary analysis. The challenge of actualizing this energy's potential is exceedingly formidable. Firstly, the source of the healing factor has only been identified on that particular island, specifically within those potions and consumables. Secondly, the technology for harnessing the healing factor remains in its infancy. Of course, had Vegapunk possessed knowledge of alchemy and magic, the analysis might have yielded different results. Furthermore, the weaponry of Gran Tesoro is equally astonishing, meticulously crafted and imbued with peculiar attribute enhancements. One can only imagine the extent of weapon manufacturing prowess possessed by the nation behind Gran Tesoro. Firearms, swords, and gauntlets are understandable. Yet even wooden crosses can be wielded as weapons. Admiral Sengoku harbors considerable skepticism, wondering if even branches from trees and flowers from the ground could be utilized as weapons. Moreover, these weapons can be enhanced. This is indeed quite absurd. The lightsaber from Kazara has arrived. Peach Rabbit entered the room, carrying a long weapon case. Their navy has become remarkably astute, utilizing the invitation letter's transmission function to transform Grand Forest into a transfer hub. To send any item, they first activate the invitation letter to deliver it to Hetton Mall, then have adventurers, who frequently travel between the Navy headquarters and Hetton Mall, bring it back to the headquarters. She placed the case on the table, and Aide Crane signaled for her to open it directly. Upon opening, a longsword radiating a pale yellow light came into view. The blade extended from the hilt, tapering elegantly to a point. A light sword. Peach Rabbit, also a swordsman, couldn't help but feel exhilarated upon seeing it, and she picked it up immediately. It felt light in her grasp, with a fierce cutting edge, and shadows danced around it. As she swung it, the blade whistled through the air, leaving visible afterimages. The fluorescent sword, a weapon for level 18 usage. Aide Crane inquired about its feel. For me, it's too light, Peach Rabbit remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. It is a fine sword, but simply not suited for me. Suddenly, Sengoku entered, tossing a stack of documents onto the table. Let us put the weapon matter on hold for now. He sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and casually retrieved some snacks from the drawer, beginning to munch on them. Oh, Aide Crane glanced at Sengoku. Didn't you previously state that weaponry is crucial to the Navy's strength and must be taken seriously? As he chewed, Sengoku replied, when I say to set it aside, I do not imply it lacks importance. Rather, there are matters of greater urgency at hand. Aide Crane then realized that something unexpected must have occurred. She picked up the materials he had discarded and began to read through them meticulously. Shopping mall, point currency. Dion is involved as well. You should take a look, Sengoku added, not wanting to bear the burden alone. Revival coins, costumes, top-ups. Soon, both of them had perused the information, struggling to calm their racing hearts. Guillaume, what do you make of this? In the absence of others in the office, Peach Rabbit pondered for a moment. My perspective is that we should not overthink it, especially when faced with such sweet temptations. We must summon the courage we once had. This document is a compilation of information regarding the marketplace and warehouses, meticulously organized by Dashkey. Resurrection coins and attire represent the most formidable assets in this endeavor, particularly the resurrection coins. It is astonishing that such a precious item can be procured with berries. Possessing these coins instills the warring states with the confidence to confront the four emperors. Advisor Crane's brow occasionally relaxes, only to furrow again, as she grapples with whether this development is beneficial or detrimental. A dilemma has arisen. It is unexpected that monetary expenditure could resolve such issues. Is it truly possible that such fortune exists in this world? If that is the case, why must they endure hardships for training? Would it not be more advantageous to simply purchase attire, acquire a multitude of resurrection coins, and enlist several powerful allies for assistance? What indeed do Fang Fan and those behind him seek? Advisor Crane finds herself perplexed, while warring state seems to guide her thoughts. I no longer ponder the reasons behind his actions. Instead, I contemplate how our Navy shall generate funds henceforth. The Navy's budget has long been a blade wielded by the world government, rendering them immobile. They cannot generate funds at will. They are bound to rely on imperial provisions. This is the bottom line of the five elders. However, the Navy's military budget cannot be excessively increased. This is also an unspoken rule among the five elders. Presently, it seems that if they wish to grow stronger, a considerable amount of wealth is imperative. Ultimately, it all boils down to increasing the number of adventurers, enhancing military strength, suppressing pirates, and amassing riches. Sengoku believes that it will not be long before the pirates across the seas face their doom. Currently, the number of activated adventurers within the Navy is less than 20%, and the journey ahead is fraught with challenges. Guillaume, you should be about ready to activate the invitation, Sengoku suddenly reminded. Indeed, what is it? The professions we have identified include demon swordsman, marksman, brawler, and cleric. The strategist, Crane, interjected. This indicates that there are still guardians, spearmasters, and mages not under our control. Ah, I understand now. I will be vigilant in gathering information on those possessing rare professions. Well then, you may leave. Sengoku meticulously pondered various details of his plans, and before long, he picked up the Den Den Mushi to contact his old comrade. Carp, have you located Fang Fan? The legend of the Golden Land has long been whispered about on Gaia Island, a place where pirates have continually sought the fabled riches. There will always be those among the pirates who consider themselves the children of fortune, eager to test their luck here. What if they happen to discover it? Yet, if it weren't for the destiny-bound Luffy triggering the storyline, who knows how long it would take for the majority of pirates to uncover Sky Island. And now, with the emergence of the Sky Tower, everyone's gaze is suddenly drawn upward. Nearby pirates have linked this towering structure to the Golden Land. If it weren't for the presence of a doghead warship anchored near Gaia Island, they would have surged forward in droves. Sengoku, what brings you to call me? Carp reclined comfortably in a deck chair aboard the warship, leisurely and in high spirits. Originally, he was substituting for the Navy Vice Admirals, carrying out their tasks. However, it just so happened that it was Guillaume's turn to activate the profession, and he found himself on Gaia Island. On the other end of the line, Sengoku was nearly exasperated by Carp's casual tone. Carp, return to my question. These old scoundrels are utterly exasperating. Ha ha ha. Carp laughed heartily, then became serious. No? The sea breeze wafted gently, the sun casting a perfect warmth. What are you doing, if not taking a break? Of course I am. Puff, puff. Moments later, Garp awakened, suddenly seizing the transponder snail. Yet, the receiver was silent. Shortly after, on the deck, the expressionless Vice Admiral Bogart approached, holding a document. Vice Admiral Garp. We have found someone to help us board the knockup stream. Garp rose and took the document. Well done, Bogart. Bogart turned, and within mere breaths, Mont Blanc Calico was brought aboard the naval vessel. He sported a chestnut atop his head, with short yellow hair, and was bare-chested. In fact, I have heard of your exploits. Descendant of Rolando. Garp initiated the conversation upon seeing Kalika, tossing the document aside. Kalika, unperturbed, replied, Iron Fist Garp, if you have summoned me merely to mock, it is entirely unnecessary. Garp recognized the misunderstanding but chose not to clarify. Ha ha ha. The people of the sea have all heard of Gold Country, believing it to lie beneath some great ocean. Has no one ever speculated it might also exist above the waves? Kalika's demeanor shifted, his heart racing. They had once whimsically pondered if Gold Country could be situated in the sky. However, do not all things above eventually fall? He found Garp's intentions perplexing. Garp suddenly gazed toward the Sky Island, grinning. Do you think it impossible? Allow me to share a naval secret. Kalika was skeptical. Would the Navy divulge secrets to pirates? Others cannot speak freely, but you are different, and times have changed. Garp turned, offering no further explanation, and directly addressed Kalika. Indeed, there exists an island in the sky, though few have set foot upon it. What? Kalika stood dumbfounded, frozen in place. An island in the sky, would it not fall? Then he recalled Gold Country, allowing a self-deprecating smile to emerge. Even if an island existed above, what of it? it could not prove that Gold Country resided there. Rolando had speculated that gold lay within the sea. His entire life had been dedicated to the pursuit of Gold Country, spending most of it submerged in the ocean. He could not easily alter half a lifetime of conviction based on a few words from another. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it cannot prove it is above. Garp laughed heartily, then asserted with unwavering certainty. But it cannot prove it is not above. I speak plainly, Mont Blanc Kalika. Garp's face bore an indubitable smile. A composure that seemed to reflect his former self. It is said that the men of the monkey family possess an irresistible charm, drawing admiration, not merely recognition from their peers. The finest attire a man can wear is poise and confidence. The neighboring character, who clamors about always speaking his mind and staying true to his word, similarly exudes a resolute confidence. Ultimately, he married a wealthy beauty, ascended to the role of CEO, and reached the pinnacle of life, though he subsequently faced a relentless descent. I wish to ascend. Kalika furrowed his brow, then realized. You want me to help you locate a knock-up stream? Precisely. Garp looked skyward, revealing his objective. Before the appearance of this mysterious invitation, the Navy had been unable to investigate the islands above. Their records indicated that only a handful of individuals had journeyed to the Sky Island. Legend spoke of a realm inhabited by winged beings, where a sea known as the White Sea existed. There lay an island called Baika, home to a temple venerating divine artifacts. Such information was long outdated. Garp intended to seize this opportunity to investigate the Sky Tower and visit the Sky Island. Firstly, he wished to see the places traversed by Roger and his crew. Secondly, he hoped to encounter the elusive Fang Fan. I refuse. Kalika declared with resolute conviction, his expression serious. I will not assist the Navy. A pirate must possess integrity. Although his bounty was modest, and he was merely a minor pirate, why should he aid the Navy, especially after how they had treated him? Imagine it. You and your comrades, leaving home, enjoying hot pot by the sea, singing songs, only to be suddenly ambushed by the Navy. Garp paid no heed to Kalika's grievances, merely smirking as he commanded Bogart, escort him to the sea. Bogart, puzzled, thought, what sort of threat is being sent to the sea? To find the knock-up stream, one must spend days submerged. Bogart, Kalika. If they truly linger here for 10 days or half a month, could he still indulge in hot pot and sing with the allied forces of the Monkey Mountain? No. How could Garp possibly know? Suddenly, he caught sight of a document beside him. Bogart remained motionless, and Garp did not urge him. Kaliki remained silent. Ultimately, someone had to make a compromise, and that person would certainly not be Garp. The atmosphere remained tense for a moment, before Kaliki spoke. Tomorrow, a great tide will erupt. But it certainly won't deliver this warship. Garp chuckled slyly, revealing a triumphant smile. Bogart, prepare a sturdy small boat. You will accompany me. Understood. Vivian, who activated the invitation, swiftly dispelled the disappointment within her heart. As she ventured into the realm of piracy, she had no time to lament whether her newfound powers were swords or blades. Even though this strength offered her little assistance at present, it was still preferable to having none. At the very least, with the healing prayer she acquired, she need not fret over minor injuries. Vivian reassured herself as, after departing from Lauren, many pirates akin to her did not hastily leave. Instead, they boldly embarked on their adventurous paths. Whether emerging from the shadowy thickets or departing Lauren, they ultimately arrived at the Elven defense line. As the number of adventurers steadily increased, the pirates, navy, and civilians here harmoniously divided into 3 distinct groups. The Navy's personnel were unmistakable, each donned in white uniforms adorned with seagull insignias. The pirates were equally evident, comprising muscle-bound men wielding firearms and clubs, with an occasional sighting of female pirates among them. Vivian cast her gaze towards the third group, which consisted of civilians and ordinary folk. They were caught between the pirates and the Navy, with most inclined towards the latter. Which side should I choose? She pondered, when suddenly, the Navy quickly took notice of the ill-fated girl with the grotesque large duck and a cross on her back. Are there those bearing the righteous cross among the pirates? How peculiar. After analysis, the naval battlefront concluded, generally speaking, those wielding swords, clubs, or bludgeons would inevitably awaken as demon swordsmen. Those proficient in firearms would undoubtedly become sharpshooters, while those skilled in combat and physical techniques would evolve into fighters. Yet, there was one profession that stood apart, the cleric. Garp took the opportunity to change his profession, acquiring insights about clerics through Galantis. Unlike the enigmatic demon hands of the demon swordsman, the fists and colossal arms of clerics existed solely to combat evil. This is a profession that can only be activated by those who possess unwavering faith and uphold justice. The Naval Combat Bureau specifically allowed the soldiers of the Elven Defense Line to observe. Among the pirates, there was not a single priestly adventurer to be found. Only a couple were seen among the civilian adventurers. Therefore, based on the information they currently possess, it can be deduced that this pirate priestess is certainly formidable. Gathering at the thunderous ruins, there is a call to dodge the lightning strikes. A deadly sharpshooter is expected to emerge, one capable of utilizing floating projectiles to counter moves. The shouts for team formation echo continuously, occasionally accompanied by the sound of firearms being drawn. Collecting cat demon toes together, alongside the greatsword-wielding ghost swordsman, who employs upward thrusts in conjunction with floating projectiles. Those who wish to undertake training tasks are advised to avoid teaming up with pirates. Generally, those who utter this sentiment are civilians reluctant to join forces with the Navy. They prefer the freedom of embarking on adventures alone. Magic wands are priced at 500 gold coins apiece. Will they sell? Alternatively, 2 daggers are offered at a bargain price. In a time when the Dark Knight Envoy has yet to be activated, and there are few mages around, magic wands and daggers are hardly sought after. These equipments are likely to be sold to the Navy at a considerably lower price. However, despite the reduced cost, it remains higher than the price offered to Linus. In the course of trading these items, civilians navigate the process with relative ease, while pirates cunningly exploit their shrewdness. When it comes to unwanted equipment, if sold to the Navy, the price often doubles. Naturally, they are not foolish enough to sell directly to the Navy, rather. They only contemplate this option when all else fails. The Navy, eager to expedite their upgrades, has been stockpiling equipment and consistently acquiring it with gold coins. A portion of the gold coins rewarded by Kizaru has been discreetly diverted for this purpose. The pirates remain oblivious to the fact that new faces will soon emerge among the Navy personnel surrounding them. Having arrived from the dark, dense forest, they are already equipped with weapons. A Skytree cross with a level 5 and a physical attack boost of 53 piques my interest. This marks the first time Vivi has witnessed such a scene. She notices that the cross in the pirate's hand can indeed augment physical attacks. Approaching the pirate selling the cross with an air of bravado, she remarks, "Show me the cross first." The pirate's eyes light up at her words. Realizing that her weapon is indeed a cross, his eyes gleam with excitement as he rubs his hands together, exclaiming, "Little girl, this is a remarkable weapon, suitable for use up to level 10 without needing to be replaced." Unbeknownst to them, a watchful gaze has also fallen upon Vivi. Is one so young already engaged in such endeavors? The trend of youthful adventurers setting sail as pirates is indeed on the rise. Vivi examined the Skytree cross, which displayed enhancements to various offensive capabilities, defensive strength, and even an increase in casting speed. Can it be that this wooden cross possesses the ability to augment both attack and defense? She suddenly glanced at her own cross, perplexed as to why it lacked such attributes. How many gold coins does this cost? She was acutely aware that transactions on this island were conducted using gold coins. 2,000. How dare you sell a mere cross for such an exorbitant price? Vivi muttered through clenched teeth. At present, she possessed only a few hundred coins, which were utterly insufficient. The pirate, noticing the distress etched on Vivi's face, chuckled slyly. Short on funds? If that's the case, you could sell that mutated duck beside you to me. It would make for a fine addition to my meal. The duck, startled, quickly took 2 large steps and sought refuge behind Vivi, casting a wary gaze at the pirate. This individual poses a significant threat. Weiwei furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Leave. It is not for sale." As the captain of the Karu duck, who had grown alongside her, the swift creature held a unique place in her heart. Just as she found herself in a predicament, a cheerful voice startled both her and the pirate selling crucifixes nearby. "The funds for this young lady's weaponry will be provided by our Navy." Taotsu Sherdwan, draped in a naval cloak and adorned in a pink short dress, approached with grace. As a female major, the cuffs of her cloak and her epaulets were tinted a delicate pink, with her hair styled in a traditional manner. The beauty mark at the corner of her mouth added an enchanting allure, complemented by a figure that was both voluptuous and striking. Yet, it was her long, pristine legs that captivated the gaze of nearly half the pirates along the elven defense line upon her entrance. Who exactly is Sherdwan? She is a rare prodigy in the world of pirates, an idol of the renowned swordswoman, Daski, mastering all the arts of the geisha. She possesses the ability to entice various pirates, specializing in capturing those involved in illicit activities. Her exceptional swordsmanship exudes an air of superiority, imbuing her with an aura of aloofness and valor. The blend of her refined skills and sweetly seductive charm renders her both delicate and alluring, tender yet passionate. Paired with her exquisite features and impressive stature, she rivals the height of the 3 other admirals. If the lights were on, even the Empress would not be able to resist. When the eyes of the pirates were drawn to the black spider tattoo on the outer side of Guillaume's left thigh, Vivi was immediately captivated by the enchanting figure of the female officer before her. What a beautiful person, being so close. She suddenly found herself pondering the peculiar thought of why she was not a man. The Navy's prices had doubled. The pirate grinned with a crooked smile, reveling in his own mischief. Such a person, it seemed, could only be a pirate. Peach Rabbit settled the payment for Vivi, handed over the crucifix, and then fluttered her charming pink eyes. "Shall we chat? Guillaume extended a party invitation to you. Accept or decline." Vivi thought for a moment. She should still be safe from revealing her identity, right? What does this female Navy officer want with me? Upon her agreement, the information about Vivi was instantly relayed back to the other side. She pursed her crimson lips and, in a moment of surprise, turned to Vivi, whispering as she approached. "Nefertari Vivi." Vivi felt as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. How had she been exposed? That name sounds vaguely familiar. Though she could not recall where she had encountered the name Nefertari, the surname certainly held significance. Where could it be? Without lingering on it for long, she shifted her gaze to Vivi. "Well then, let us go to that blacksmith uncle to take on a quest. I will accompany you." With an air of confidence, she rested her hand on her golden sword, exuding an undeniable aura of power. "I will lead you," she stated as if it were a trivial matter. Perhaps the like should be omitted. Still reeling from the revelation of her name, Vivi seemed to have grasped something. In the forest of Gran, once you form a party, your personal information becomes visible to others. She urged Vivi to check the party details, and indeed, there was her name. Although she had not encountered a magician or any other profession, based on her instincts, she suspected that this peculiar priestess pirate must have a compelling story to tell. After taking a small sip of her sake, she encouraged, "Accept the training quest. It will hasten your progression." Suddenly, Vivi reacted, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she glared at the Navy officer. "A Navy officer? You wish to team up with me only to capture me? Is it reasonable for a pirate to have a Navy officer approach and offer help?" It was indeed unreasonable. In the forest of Gran, capturing adventurers is strictly prohibited. Vivi reminded quickly, recalling her astonishment upon learning this. A place where even the Navy dared not act recklessly must possess immense power. With this thought, a newfound confidence surged within her. Surely, she had not revealed her identity. Observing Vivi's composure in the face of danger, the Navy officer was further convinced that she was no ordinary person. "I will not capture you, rest assured. But if you do not take on the quest." She placed her delicate hand on her sword, a formidable presence emanating from her. The swift runner was so intimidated by this force that her legs trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. The surrounding pirates were equally awed by this aura, murmuring in admiration, "What a beautiful swordmaster." If the Navy officer brought meat to the Straw Hat crew, the 3 formidable fighters aboard would surely be annihilated. "All right, I will take on the quest right away." Thus, Vivi learned that when it comes to reasoning, one should refrain from excessive chatter. As Vivi accepted the quest, the Navy officer's gaze shifted to her own skills. Dark slash, floating slash, chain slash. She realized she, too, could unleash the kind of slashing attack found in dark slash, albeit without the dark power. The floating slash was particularly intriguing. According to the naval combat analysis, it seemed every profession possessed a skill that lifted opponents off the ground. Did the warriors of Arad simply relish in sending their foes airborne? The chain slash, however, caught her attention. It allowed for multiple consecutive slashes against an enemy while moving forward, reminiscent of the techniques of drawing a sword. After a brief moment of fixation on the cursed blade on her left hand, Vivi rode over on her swift mount. The Navy officer suddenly regarded Vivi's extravagant attire and appearance, softly remarking, "I hope the next time you stand before me, you will be adorned in your true form." With that, she pressed her hand against her sword and swiftly made her way toward Raijin Kino. Vivi paused momentarily, lips pressed together, before following closely behind. At the entrance of the forest of Gran, Buggy, having clarified his identity, found that the crowd no longer surged forward. To put it bluntly, if he had been deceived, who was to blame? Obviously, the swindler. How outrageous that someone would impersonate Captain Buggy. The pirates collectively expressed their astonishment, remarking that they had never witnessed such a thing before. Amidst the crowd, Buggy, donning a small round hat and an orange cloak, revealed a red and white striped bodysuit beneath, paired with light blue trousers and pointed clown boots. Though not particularly tall, he was now the center of attention, surrounded by onlookers. Buggy declared, "My fellow pirates, zombies must be slain at all times. As long as Captain Buggy is here, I will never abandon you." Yarlita, wielding a sword as wide as her waist, chimed in with a grin. "Surely, some of you have seen the notice on the bulletin board regarding the zombie hand bones collected from the Dark Thunder ruins, which can be exchanged for a weapon suited to you." "Indeed, I saw that as well," Buggy interjected, eager to praise Yarlita, initially at a loss for words. He suddenly grasped the moment. "Ah, yes. That's right." Buggy grinned. "Captain Buggy will not take just anyone. If you desire to join my crew." Before he could finish, someone interjected, "We understand, Captain Buggy. It's all about the gold, right? We get it." But then, another voice rang out, "Captain Buggy. You wouldn't deceive us, would you?" Having been duped once, they were wary for years. Buggy's heart sank at the question. His initial intention had been to collect the money and flee. How should he respond? Yet, the individual laughed heartily, assuring everyone, "Captain Buggy's ship is docked at Brilly Island in the East Sea. If he were to deceive us, we could easily find him." Buggy thought, "Are you here to act as my supporting cast?" Furthermore, Buggy was a notorious pirate in the East Sea, capable of wielding weapons with a 12 rating. Why would he set his sights on mere thousands of gold coins? No, no, no. I most certainly value that, you rascal." Buggy wrestled internally, but outwardly, he had to maintain a cheerful demeanor toward this pirate. "Yes, indeed, that is correct." Buggy's lips twitched, his body stiff as if he were about to crumble to the ground. Yarlita, standing beside him, felt helpless. She couldn't destroy her own reputation. Thus, Buggy assembled a crew of 6, charging each individual 5,000 gold coins, thereby initiating the first golden crew in the pirate world. Meanwhile, Kizaru, unable to ascertain how to care for or nurture his pet amidst naval combat, found himself fumbling through his office and the ship's mess halls, discovering nothing that the Chilin would consume. This poses quite the conundrum. The pet's persistent hunger is indeed troubling. What is to be done? It is likely that the owner is rather inept. A change would be beneficial. The radiant holy Qilin lies lethargically, its limbs sprawled, too apathetic to even lift its head. So, what exactly do you wish to consume? The yellow ape gazes intently at the radiant holy Qilin in his palm, noting its diminished vivacity, now appearing drowsy and listless. Suddenly, he casts his eyes upon his invitation, activating his teleportation power. In the absence of a solution here, one might as well inquire in Hedon Mall. I had anticipated appearing on the streets of Hedon Mall, for I believed I would materialize where I had previously vanished. However, as I surveyed my surroundings, I realized I was no longer on the bustling avenue of Hedon Mall but instead found myself in a bright and spacious room. Curiously, just as I was pondering this, a youthful voice interrupted my thoughts. Greetings, brave warrior. Today is yet another day brimming with hope. Donning my yellow sunglasses, I turned to face Celia. Forming a peculiar shape with my lips as I uncertainly queried, a day filled with 70,000? Celia beamed and replied, it is filled with hope. My confusion deepened. 17,000? Her smile began to wane. Not 17,000, but hope. Furrowing my brow, I pressed on, 27,000. How has it increased? Celia's smile now vanished entirely. Please, take a moment to rest, good sir. Clad in a general's cloak and a striking yellow suit, I began to scrutinize the opulent decor of the room. Wait a moment, could this young girl be the fabled Celia? How did I end up in her chamber? Has this invitation faltered? Did it not arrive at Hedon Street as intended? No need to dwell on this issue. What has transpired. He noticed a nearby warehouse and, unable to quell his curiosity, approached to open it. Inside were precisely 10 compartments, neither more nor less. Suddenly, he recalled the latest intelligence from the Naval Warfare Bureau. What a dismal warehouse it is. Muttering to himself, he turned his gaze once more towards the petite figure of Celia. My dear girl, I beseech you to enlighten me on a matter. What should one feed this pet? He delicately held forth the radiant holy Kirin. Upon seeing it, Celia was taken aback, realizing that this gentleman was indeed a fortunate one. Typically, pets require nourishment in the form of small crystal shards, with the colorless ones serving as their ordinary sustenance. Celia patiently advised to enhance their loyalty. You must provide them with colored crystal shards that they particularly enjoy. Ideally, these should correspond to their attributes. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. Yet, as he glanced into his backpack, he found it devoid of any crystal shards. Then, allow me to pose another question. Where might one procure these crystal shards? Celia hesitated. Judging by the warrior's attire, he appeared to belong to the naval faction. It was well known that they possessed a staggering quantity of colorless crystal shards, with approximately 80% currently held by the naval personnel clad in white uniforms. The individual audaciously claimed ignorance of the colorless small crystals. Surely, you must be a counterfeit naval officer. One can effortlessly obtain small crystal fragments merely by dismantling weaponry. She provided a lucid response, without a doubt. Kazara nodded. Realizing that the key lay in disassembling weapons, he presented a useless dagger before Celia, unleashing his formidable power. With a decisive force, the dagger shattered into 2 pieces. The disassembly complete, he scrutinized the broken dagger attentively, perplexed. Oh, how strange. I do not see the small crystal fragments, young lady. Celia was utterly petrified. Dear sir, I suggest you delete your account and start anew. No. How did you ascend to this level? Did you simply discard your weapons at the shop? In truth, one cannot entirely fault Borsellino. With his remarkable speed, his ascent was nothing short of light speed. All the various weapons he collected were entrusted to Dasky and her team for processing. Upon emerging from the underground city, he returned directly to the Navy to fulfill his duties, leaving no time for aimless wandering. For ordinary pirates and naval officers, this place served as a venue for training and enhancement. For Kizaru, it was merely a break from his duties to indulge in leisurely pursuits. Such fundamental information would not be separately compiled into documents for Kizaru's benefit by the Naval Command. To disassemble equipment, one must seek the alchemist, Norton. Oh, so where is Norton? Celia lamented. Who will escort this esteemed gentleman away? She was utterly exasperated. This current iteration of the warriors is truly the most peculiar she has ever encountered. Unlike the previous dashing gentlemen, clad in suits, each one youthful and vigorous, their combat prowess was unmatched. Do not misconstrue this. It is their monetary combat strength. Oh, you did not misconstrue it, did you? Norton is located at the position of the magical portal beneath Hedon Mall Street. She patiently reminded him, and Huang Yuan immediately grasped the situation. He placed the radiant holy Qilin upon his shoulder, his palms facing each other, conjuring a luminous mirror-like light. A beam of yellow radiance shot forth. As the teleportation commenced, he maneuvered, and then he was abruptly discomfited. The beam refracted around 2 corners, directing towards the magical gate, only to vanish without a trace. This technique utilized the surrounding objects to create a refracted light path, allowing for movement at the speed of light along this trajectory. With this ability, Huang Yuan was undoubtedly the swiftest man in this pirate world. However, within Celia's chamber, the entrance bore a unique magical array. There were no surfaces to refract light within. Oh, the teleportation failed. Huang Yuan stepped out of the room slowly, muttering about the prowess of the magical array. He returned to the familiar surroundings of Hedon Mall Street and swiftly located a naval officer. He procured several small crystal blocks from the officer and subsequently fed them to the Qilin. Upon consuming the sustenance, the radiant holy Qilin immediately regained vitality, its entire form leaping and shaking its tail, stepping through the air. In the void, golden lightning converged, arcs of electricity crackling. It turns out it genuinely consumed such hard crystal blocks. Huang Yuan was profoundly astonished. The Qilin bounded and frolicked, reaching for his fingers, scratching and nibbling, as if seeking retribution for Huang Yuan's prior treatment. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan gazed at this diminutive creature, pondering the resolution of its nourishment issue, yet questioning its growth. General Huang Yuan, your pet is truly formidable. Why not upgrade it? Casually suggested the naval soldier who had provided the crystal blocks. Those words jolted him from his reverie. He suddenly turned to the sailor beside him. What did you just say? The Marine, initially speaking offhandedly, was surprised that Admiral Kizaru took notice. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, why not promote him? No, the previous statement. He was concerned he had misspoke, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Your pet is truly magnificent. Kizaru pursed his lips, forming an odd shape. Now, what's your name? I'm Dong Fangyu, though they call me the Crimson Bullet. Kizaru turned, his cloak billowing, and placed his hands in his pockets. Come, the Admiral will take you soaring today. He believed that these few trips to the dungeons should resolve the pet's growth issues. At the entrance to Grand Flores, a constant stream of people passed by. The number of adventurers continued to increase. Those invitation letters Celia had sent out were beginning to draw people into Hut and Mar and places like Gracchus, grinding away. Those completing quests hurried to turn them in, while the weary and those engrossed in their tasks moved in and out of the entrance with frequency. With a flash of light, Luffy, in his red vest, materialized. Stretching languidly, Yash finally became an master, hee. Leveling up through the Grand Flores adventure was almost over for him. However, a dilemma arose. Should he wait for Zoro and Sanji to return together? As he pondered, Kizaru happened to stroll over, his leather shoes clicking. The familiar straw hat allowed Kizaru to recognize Luffy instantly. Oh, isn't this the young master? Kizaru was surprised to encounter Garp's grandson here. What a pity. I can't apprehend him. Kizaru muttered quietly, but who was he? A Marine Admiral. Upon his arrival, the surrounding pirates and Marines automatically cleared a path for him. A meaningful gaze settled upon Luffy. This drew the attention of the surrounding pirates, who also fixed their gazes upon Luffy, with some quickly recognizing him. Is that not the Straw Hat Kid? The one who vanquished the fishmen in the East Blue? Who would have thought even the admirals are keeping an eye on him? Is there a plan to apprehend him? As curiosity swelled among the crowd, Luffy too sensed the formidable aura emanating from the Navy. The peculiar atmosphere of the scene made him tense, his body alert as he observed Kizaru. Hey, Navy. Why are you staring at me? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide open, his expression grave and earnest, devoid of any fear. As Kizaru passed by Luffy, he remarked, that hat is quite nice. He certainly had no intention of seeking trouble for himself. Of course, this was entrusted to me by Shanks, Luffy replied. I was merely speaking casually. Why take it so seriously, young master? With little further engagement, Kizaru, accompanied by that fortunate Navy soldier, ventured into the zombie map. This is not a rod. There are no 6-character mantras here, and Kizaru has directly activated his hacks in the zombie map. Upon noticing the general entering the dungeon, a collective sigh of relief escaped the gathered crowd. Kizaru's aura was overwhelmingly potent. Merely passing through this area instilled a sense of tension among them. Waiting alone here felt incredibly tedious. Luffy pondered whether he should retrace his steps to the Dark Thunder ruins in search of some jerky, when suddenly, an announcement resonated across the sky. Marshal D. Teach became the first to reach level 20, earning a reward of 600,000 gold and 6,000,000 berries. On the celestial screen, Blackbeard Teach unleashed a dark technique that ensnared all the zombies in shadows, and then, with a tremor, a beam of light signifying his upgrade flickered. Adventurers from the East Sea and the Grand Forest beheld Teach's dark visage. Despite his rugged and toothless grin, coupled with a fierce expression, the pirates could not help but feel an extraordinary sense of might emanating from him. The entire East Sea was momentarily stunned by the announcement of yet another first reward. It had long been noted that the celestial broadcast would only appear when a record was broken for the first time. How impressive! Another pirate previously unheard of. One could only wonder how he compared to the Navy. Undoubtedly, the admirals were more formidable. Kizaru transformed into a golden flash, dispatching monsters with ease. Yet this pirate was no trivial opponent. The very ground beneath him morphed into a dark lake. Ordinary citizens gazing up at the celestial screen engaged in discussions, while the Navy observed the scene with calm demeanor. Teach's emergence dealt a significant blow to the robust image the Navy had cultivated. His presence seemed to declare that there were indeed newcomers among the pirates capable of making their mark. In the naval battle theater, upon receiving this news, many nearly doubted their own eyes. After level 18, even grinding in the Dark Thunder ruins resulted in painfully slow experience gains. They had come to believe that investing considerable time in leveling up by defeating zombies was unworthy. To their astonishment, a pirate had managed to ascend. It was a miscalculation. Sengoku too wore a frown. Another D? What is Teach's origin? Some marveled at his power, while others were curious about his identity. Was yet another super newcomer emerging from the East Sea? One must note, Is the East Sea not the weakest of all? Undoubtedly. Those who rise above the multitude of pirates and naval adventurers are anything but ordinary. This teach undoubtedly possesses certain extraordinary qualities. Let us investigate the details surrounding this teach. In a flash of brilliance, Blackbeard Teach materialized at the entrance of Grand Forest. The gathered pirate adventurers couldn't help but gaze at Blackbeard with palpable excitement. To their astonishment, his appearance was even more grotesque than depicted in the celestial realm, a true representation of the pirate world. Yet, despite his undeniably unappealing visage, he seemed particularly extraordinary in the eyes of the crowd. Another pirate who had ascended to the celestial realm. Upon his arrival, Teach wore a broad smile, his heart brimming with satisfaction, striding with an energy surpassing his usual vigor. Immediately, a bold pirate inquired, "Marshal Teach, now that you've reached level 20, will you lead us in defeating zombies? We can offer you gold." Another chimed in, "Indeed, with your prowess, guiding us would be effortless." Blackbeard, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of inner gratification, his speech imbued with grandiosity. "Ha ha ha. Led you? Only the strong deserve to be my companions. You pitiful novices are not worthy." The audacious pirates who had spoken were left speechless. Was the arrogant Blackbeard the type to form teams? Clearly not. Those who leveled slowly were beneath his disdain, akin to a certain Ultraman transformation. Yet, Teach's gaze fell upon a familiar hat in the crowd. Instantly recalling the pain of his shattered teeth, he approached Luffy, whose stout form loomed before him. Standing over 3 meters tall, he gazed down with an imposing presence. "Ha ha ha. You must be the Straw Hat Kid, right?" With a bounty of 40,000,000 to Teach, Luffy represented a prime opportunity to validate his own strength. How he yearned to slay him for the bounty. Luffy sensed the hostility emanating from Blackbeard, his body taut with readiness, unyielding and poised for action. "Indeed, I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King." Upon hearing these words, an irrepressible urge surged within Blackbeard. His imposing aura could no longer be contained, erupting forth like a torrent. The formidable conqueror's haki manifested, a fierce energy sweeping through the air like a raging tempest, causing the surroundings to tremble. Nearby pirates and naval adventurers felt their consciousness teetering on the brink of obliteration. In that critical moment, the glow of their invitations shimmered, alleviating much of the overwhelming pressure. However, they still found themselves kneeling, crushed by the sheer force. What immense power! Is this the true might of a great pirate? Those adventurers, unaccustomed to such haki, widened their eyes in astonishment. What kind of strength is this? Ha ha ha. You, the Pirate King? Blackbeard seemingly found this notion amusing, yet sensed that this Straw Hat Kid might indeed be an intriguing pirate. In this vast ocean, it is indeed rare to find a newcomer steadfastly determined to become the Pirate King. "Straw Hat Lad, I, Blackbeard Teach, am the true man destined to seize the title of Pirate King." As the stirring declaration resonated with those around, a colossal sword, half a person's width, materialized from the heavens. Accompanied by a crimson whirlwind, it descended with tremendous force, striking the ground precisely between Luffy and Teach. The tempest swirled, lifting both men into the air. On Heidemar Street, a voice, teetering between inebriation and clarity, echoed, "Regardless of whom you aspire to be, fighting is strictly prohibited in Heidemar." The surrounding pirates and adventurers, who had never even witnessed such formidable power, felt their bodies grow numb. Is this a technique employed by the masters? Blackbeard was swept away by the hurricane, yet upon landing, he regained his composure and steadied himself, casting a keen gaze around. This colossal sword, towering at half the height of a person, appears strikingly familiar. Isn't that the weapon of the man who had once rebuffed him in the corner of the Moonlight Tavern? The rogue chuckled, clearly impressed by the prowess of the individual he had chosen. Blackbeard laughed heartily, uncertain whether he was amused by his own keen judgment or merely masking his earlier embarrassment. "Just wait and see. Straw Hat." Blackbeard delivered a menacing remark before vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Such strength. It seems one cannot act recklessly here. A colossal sword descending from the heavens. Does the ghost swordsman possess such a skill? How remarkable. I yearn to learn it as well. The onlookers were captivated, their aspirations ignited by the skills of the newly transitioned class. Among the throng, Luffy, though also sent reeling, found his gaze fixated upon the enormous sword, which was slightly thicker than his waist. How immense! In the toxic wasteland of thunderous ruins, noxious bubbles surged from the poisonous mire beneath. All the feline spirits in the room transformed into experience points for Guion and Vivi. Such peculiar creatures indeed. Guion effortlessly vanquished all the monsters, leading Vivi directly to level 10. It seems it is time to venture to Hertenmar. Throughout this journey, Vivi had spoken little, leaving her uncertain about what this naval officer truly sought to uncover from her. She felt it was inappropriate to disclose any matters pertaining to Alabasta. The relationship between the world government and its allied nations resembles that of a domineering elder brother and a submissive younger sibling. The elder brother collects protection fees from the younger sibling, using a portion for his own indulgence, while only a small fraction is allocated for the Navy's protective endeavors on behalf of the younger sibling. Should the younger sibling and the Navy engage in clandestine dealings or illicit transactions, it would be deemed a grave transgression. Naturally, Vivi, Possessing a deep understanding of the broader implications would never commit such an error. Furthermore, in the absence of concrete evidence, the Navy could not arbitrarily intervene. This is precisely the reason why Vivi felt compelled to investigate personally. The young girl, truly composed. Ji Yuan could plainly perceive the weight of concern etched on Vivi's face, yet she refrained from speaking or inquiring further. After all, what ill intent could lie within one who awakens as a holy practitioner? Ji Yuan, may I place my trust in you? Vivi could not restrain herself from speaking. Her gaze lowered, while the swift-footed companion stood silently beside her. Having encountered the Navy, she thought it worthwhile to pose her query, for inaction bore no merit. Ji Yuan was taken aback. Was she about to share her tale? Of course, if you were willing. Ji Yuan, poised with one hand resting on her sword and the other on her hip, exuded a striking elegance. If possible, might I request the Navy's assistance at a critical juncture? Just once. Vivi withheld any information regarding her nation, fully aware that even if she divulged it, it would be illogical to expect the Navy to investigate the 7 warlords. They were, after all, allies. It was inherently unreasonable for a Navy officer to investigate pirates, which epitomized the absurdity of the pirate world. To reveal nothing yet demand aid from the Navy? Ji Yuan furrowed her brow slightly, a delicate movement accentuating the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Initially, she intended to uncover information about this female holy practitioner and the young girl's exploits. However, it seemed that the other party was somewhat resistant to the Navy. To seek assistance from the Navy necessitated the exclusion of pirates. The elegance in her speech and demeanor suggested that her identity was far from ordinary. She was neither a commoner nor merely a noble engaged in some covert state mission. Ji Yuan doubted any noble would foolishly abandon their status to undertake such a task here. Thus, the truth could only be one. She was on a mission for some nation. This is the most challenging aspect. For the Navy cannot arbitrarily intervene in the domestic affairs of allied nations. She was momentarily at a loss for words. The officers of the Navy are not free to roam at will. Each vice admiral is burdened with numerous responsibilities. The only individual who might go to great lengths to assist in such circumstances is the earnest young gentleman, Monkey D. Luffy. Vivi remained silent, and a heavy stillness enveloped the room. My apologies. I overthought things. She swiftly mounted her steed, expressing her gratitude for the advancement. Dion stood in place, rendered speechless for an extended period. As a force for justice, the Navy finds itself in the predicament of encountering those in need of assistance and potential acts of righteousness, yet being unable to enact justice. Such justice. What significance does it hold? If one were to speak of the individual most affected by Blackbeard's ascension to the heavens, it would undoubtedly be Ace, who has relentlessly pursued him. Throughout his journey, Ace has kept himself informed of the remarkable transformations occurring in the East Sea through the newspapers, mysterious invitations, the enhanced might of the Navy, and the arrival of formidable individuals upon various islands. Reports regarding Gran Zhi Sen have emerged almost every few days. When Ace beheld Luffy's bounty and that of their companions, his expression shifted from overcast to radiant. As he continued his search for Blackbeard, he became increasingly attentive to the information surrounding Gran Zhi Sen. On that day, the latest newspaper was delivered to the town where Ace resided. Upon extracting a copy, he was pleasantly astonished to discover an article featuring Luffy. The report introduced the 3 notorious pirates who had ascended to the skies of the East Sea: the Frosty Shadow Forest first conqueror, the mighty Bazooka, and the Straw Hat Luffy, who rescued Celia from the clutches of the undead. So, you're here. As he perused the descriptions, he realized he had located his companion. This fellow. Each time he thought of his impolite younger brother, a smile involuntarily graced Ace's lips. After partaking in this bowl of brotherhood wine, they would henceforth be bound as brothers for life. He gazed at Luffy's portrait, memories flooding back, as if everything had transpired just yesterday. With such a high bounty right after setting sail, it seemed this lad had diligently trained since his departure. Yet, he pondered whether this ill-mannered individual might be scorned by his crew. Speaking of which, they were all on that enigmatic island. Ace mused to himself, retrieving an adventurer's invitation from his backpack. Not long ago, he inadvertently acquired this power, yet he refrained from hastily teleporting. Should he venture to the island of Grand Forest in search of fortune? Ace found himself in a quandary, having already traced Teach's whereabouts while simultaneously receiving information about Luffy. However, as he flipped the report over, his indecision dissipated instantly. The reverse side of the newspaper proclaimed, Marshal Teach, the first pirate to attain level 20. Teach, at last, I have found you. A fierce intent to kill surged in Ace's eyes, and with the flickering glow of the invitation, he vanished from his location. In the dimly lit forest, as he effortlessly dispatched the first room's monsters, he recalled the miraculous force known as skills. Fire Elementalist. Passive due to an exceptionally high affinity for fire elements within his body, certain skill attributes will undergo transformation. Magical Whirlwind. Unleashes a fire elemental, modified, whirlwind upon enemies, causing them to levitate. Magical Fireball. Modified launches a magical fireball forward. The potency of these skills, to be frank, does not impress Ace. His Marinomi, although not yet awakened, is utilized effectively in various aspects. In the original narrative, had it not been for the fruit's inherent weaknesses, Blackbeard might not have triumphed over Ace. His focus is primarily directed towards one particular ability. Immortality, passive upon death, revives at the same location with a modicum of stamina, gradually recovering vitality. Is such a power still present in this world? In a mortal body, can one truly attain immortality? It is well known that there is no wife within a wife cake. The ability of immortality is so extraordinary that Ace found it almost surreal upon its activation. Instead of lingering on the details of the skill, he chose to focus on leveling up. If he did not hurry to upgrade, he would be unable to even enter that street. Teach, do not let me catch you. At the entrance of the forest of Gran, when Zoro emerged first, he discovered that Luffy was already waiting for them. After exchanging greetings, he sought a place to sit. Luffy, feeling bored, glanced at Zoro and remarked, "Zoro, your arm seems different." Zoro grunted in acknowledgement, removing the chains and inscribing the incantation to summon the demon god. Upon hearing the term demon god, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. How impressive. So, can you summon a demon god for me to see? Zoro responded with a hint of annoyance. Don't be so cold, Zoro. Let us see it. As Luffy leaned closer to Zoro's arm, he could not resist reaching out to touch the incantation on the demon hand. Zoro cast a disdainful glance at Luffy. Haven't you seen it before? The red one is the demon god Kazan. Oh, is that the demon god? Will you be able to summon other demon gods? After the job change, I will be able to summon another. Hiss, got it. Oh, by the way, Zoro, here, take this. Suddenly, Luffy pulled a remarkably peculiar weapon from his backpack. Look, isn't it a splendid weapon? I found it while opening a box. Luffy cheerfully tossed it to Zoro, who caught it and was immediately captivated by its appearance. Inheritance, water magic verdant leaf blade type, katana level, 18 rarity, rare durability, 35 physical attack, 179 magical attack, 191 independent attack, 89 strength, 12 intelligence, 29 attack speed, 8 casting speed. For ice attribute attack, it is said that when a withered leaf butterfly rests upon a branch, it transforms into a withered leaf. Thus, when the withered leaf blade strikes an enemy, could it transform into the nameless swordsman of Arad? Truly a remarkable weapon. Zoro stood up, immediately equipped the weapon, and swung it a few times in the air. The blade left behind a cascade of purple afterimages, capturing the attention of those around him. What weapon is this? And why does it have a shadow? Haha, it perfectly suits you, Zoro. Ah. Zoro placed his original sword back into the backpack. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Nami, Sanji, and Usopp simultaneously emerged. They were pleasantly surprised to find their goofy captain waiting for them outside. Luffy. Luffy grinned at everyone. Hey, everyone. Without moving his body, he stretched out his neck. A serpent coiled around, resting on Usopp's shoulder, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the small robot. How fascinating. What is this? A mechanical flying device. Usopp immediately felt proud. This is Captain Usopp's mechanical pet. After transitioning to a mechanic, Usopp had acquired this gadget perched on his shoulder. The emblematic pet of a mechanic was originally supposed to be crafted before the transition, but in the pirate world, it manifested directly after the transition had occurred. Similarly, Nami's transition, which should have involved collecting elemental items from the Thunder Ruins, Flame Glaciers, Frost Glaciers, and Dark Thunder Ruins, had instead transformed into defeating the Bone Abyss Breath in the pirate world. Such high-level planning often employs a straightforward transition approach. Truly remarkable. Sanji couldn't help but exclaim. Zoro also gazed at the mechanical pet, silently marveling at the power of the invitation. It seemed everyone had grown significantly stronger. Luffy smiled contentedly. So, comrades, are you ready for our adventure at sea? We've been waiting for those words. Captain, then let us return to the Mary. As the saying spread among pirate adventurers that one should not act recklessly in the Grand Forest, the squirrel deeply admired the strategies of Sengoku. Their navy had always adhered to regulations, even deliberately avoiding the capture of pirates near the Grand Forest Island. According to information from the naval battlefield, even those naval adventurers who had not transitioned saw a considerable increase in combat capability. In the East Sea, as the squirrel conducted a cleanup, more and more pirates were apprehended. The entire East Sea was swiftly plowed through by the resolute actions of the adventure-seeking navy. The small fry were essentially finished. The remaining ones either hid well or could only stay atop the Grand Forest. Information from Hertomo indicated that the Straw Hat pirates had already departed from the Grand Forest. Additionally, after appearing at the entrance of the Grand Forest, Pirates Buggy and Arlita vanished, likely returning to the East Sea. The squirrel instantly grew serious, issuing orders to return to Rogue Town. Regardless of who set sail, they would have to pass through Rogue Town. At that time, they could capture them all in one fell swoop. On Brilly Island, after finishing off a wave of zombies, Buggy reluctantly returned to his base. The 8-man difficulty zombies posed little challenge for him, yet it still required considerable effort. After all the trouble, Buggy realized he had expended time and energy, yet the gold coins were scarce. How frustrating. Bringing people along was simply not worthwhile. The earnings were far too slow. He glanced at the complete guide to deception in his arms, feeling it was both unsatisfying to consume and too precious to discard. He had initially thought he could trick pirates, but perhaps he could deceive the people on Hertomo Street instead. However, after hearing about a colossal sword that fell from the sky, his heart sank. Without dwelling on the gold coins any longer, he asked, Machi, how many members do we have in our pirate crew? Captain Buggy, quite a few have joined us. We currently have 354 capable crew members. Arlita inquired further, how many have activated their invitation letters? Just about half. Arlita smiled gently. Buggy. It seems we are ready to enter the Grand Line. With over 100 adventurers, they could even contend with the Navy. Entering her tunnel, the Peach Rabbit scrutinized the crowd on the street. Pirates, civilians, and Navy personnel miraculously coexisted without interfering with one another. Amidst the ever-moving throng, some individuals, despite their excellent concealment, could not escape the keen eyes of Guion. CP organization personnel. These individuals, after seizing the naval invitation, have remained conspicuously silent. Previously, Sengoku clandestinely collaborated with Fang Fan, leading to the covert surveillance of the CP organization as spies embedded within the Navy. The last time CP operatives acted on their own accord, they faced rebuke from the 5 Elder Stars, which provided the Navy an opportunity to eliminate those overreaching CP personnel, who were subsequently dealt with and stripped of their devil fruit powers, a process that many have deemed favorable. However, it appears that these individuals remain undeterred, lurking in Hertun Mall with uncertain intentions. Nevertheless, such matters are no longer of her concern, as they are ultimately a group of ineffectual individuals. Based on the intelligence from the Naval Combat Department, she has scoured Hertun Mall. The site is dominated by demon swordsmen and gunslingers, making the quest for a rare class quite challenging. It seems she must adopt a reverse approach. Guion has resolved to first seek out the skill mentors for each class. The identities and locations of the mentors for fighters, gunslingers, demon swordsmen, and clerics are quite clear. As for the mage mentor, she appears to be an elf in a blue gown, situated somewhat away from the main street, though direct evidence of her presence remains elusive. The other professions are both challenging to find and difficult to discern. It is better to first acquire some skills. Emerging from the entrance of the Moonlight Tavern, she cast her gaze towards the corner where GSD stood. Your footsteps were measured and unhurried, exuding a restrained aura of swordsmanship. GSD looked up, although his eyes were concealed. His senses remained keen. Such remarkable hearing, my mentor. Shizuka offered a slight bow. A swordsman who selflessly imparts his skills deserves the utmost respect from all swordsmen. I have come to learn skills. As you wish. You have mastered the techniques of parrying, counterattack, and wave slash. Parrying, absorbing damage from the front. Counterattack, when struck by an enemy, you leap behind them to deliver a strike, generating a shockwave. Wave slash, projecting a certain number of sword energy waves forward. Before she could thoroughly examine these skills, her attention was suddenly drawn to a young man bearing a long spear. When did this individual appear on the back street of Hedinmer? The intelligence from the Naval Combat Bureau indicated that only 2 elderly men resided on the street. Shizuka frowned, attributing it to outdated information from the Naval Combat Bureau, and then stepped closer. Reino, the Spearmaster mentor, immediately remarked upon sensing her approach, I intended to enjoy some peace and quiet, yet I fell asleep. Shizuka was taken aback. Your weapon is a spear? She recalled the existence of a profession known as the Spearmaster. Could this person be the mentor of spear mastery? Indeed, my marksmanship is precise and swift. You may inquire around Hedinmer. Everyone calls me the Flash of Reino. Perhaps it was due to her frequent encounters with unscrupulous pirates that this statement took on an unintended connotation in her ears. Shizuka placed her hands on her slender waist. You are a spear master? Reino replied, certainly. Care for a friendly spar, young and beautiful ghost swordsman? Spar? If you were a swordsman, I would not mind indulging in a playful bout with you. Shizuka declined. No, thank you. Reino, however, earnestly suggested, is this place unsuitable? Shall we find another location for our sparring? As a spearmaster mentor, Reino resembled a youthful spirit. He felt a strong urge to join the adventurers battling monsters, contemplating whether to dive into the fray and slay a few minor creatures. Yet, he bore the responsibility of a mentor and could not leave. Before she could respond, a figure wielding a long spear suddenly emerged from the magical portal and approached them. His earlobes grazed his shoulders, his skin was fair, and he was bare-chested, clad in loose-fitting trousers. He appeared utterly languid, seemingly disinterested in everything around him. This is Enelu, who has just reached level 18 and is preparing to seek his skill mentor for a job transition. Leno also gazes at his only disciple, praising Shi Yuan. Look at this remarkable magic gunslinger. He has ascended to level 18 in such a short span of time, truly astonishing. Isn't it? Perhaps after his transition, you might engage in a friendly spar with him? He then turned to Enelu, calling out, You have done exceptionally well, young magic gunslinger. Should you encounter other adventurers, do share the tales of our magic gunslingers. He assigned the job transition task to Enelu, who accepted it with an indifferent expression, his face betraying no emotion. As he turned to leave, shouldering his long spear, Ji Yuan did not even spare him a glance. However, after taking a few steps, Ji Yuan halted and called out to Enelu. It was not out of infatuation over why others were not captivated by her charm, but rather because this man possessed a profession that even the Navy had yet to activate at this stage. Enelu paused, turned, and his listless eyes met Ji Yuan's gaze. He remained silent. Ji Yuan tentatively inquired, Are you a pirate? If he were indeed a pirate, their conversation would come to an abrupt end. Enelu replied coolly. I am no pirate. Ji Yuan's brow relaxed slightly, relieved. Perhaps she could extract some information. I am a god. Ji Yuan? She scanned Enelu from head to toe, confirming that this spear-wielding young man was not lacking in intellect. Call me God Enelu. Ji Yuan hesitated before continuing with her inquiry. So, Enelu, do you practice with your spear often? According to preliminary analyses of naval combat, individuals who frequently wield a specific weapon are prone to activating particular professions. This notion has already been substantiated by the demon swordman and the gunner. However, it remains unproven for other yet-to-be-revealed professions. Enelu remained silent, continuing his approach towards the entrance of the Grand Forest. Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Had the youth of today become so aloof? Was it possible that even a beautiful woman's attempts at conversation were met with indifference? She suddenly recalled the whispers among the Navy soldiers, claiming that women could only hinder a man's speed in drawing his sword. Could it be that this young man, too, feared that a woman's presence would impede his speed in drawing his gun? Women, keep your distance from the divine, Enelu warned, his body crackling with arcs of electricity as lightning danced along the golden gun, revealing the form of a thunderous serpent. The insignificant ants here possessed no understanding of reverence towards the divine. My island of gods is far more pleasant, where the inhabitants speak with charm, each one a person of remarkable talent. Thunder? Ji Yuan instantly recognized the storm that surrounded Enel. Could it be that this fellow has consumed the legendary natural fruit known as the thunder fruit, reputed to possess unparalleled destructive power? If that is indeed the case, this young man may be excessively formidable. A seldom activated profession, coupled with a potent natural devil fruit. How is it that the sound of the thunder fruit had never before reached my ears, only to manifest so suddenly now? On Gaia Island, as Carp soared above the sky islands aboard the soaring sea currents, he was immediately struck by the breathtaking scenery before him. As far as the eye could see, an endless expanse of cloud sea stretched towards the horizon. Their small vessel appeared diminutive and fragile upon the vast wide ocean. Gazing upward, he beheld the blue sky adorned with white clouds, while in the distance, the clouds rolled tumultuously. Noticing his aide, Bogart, fixated on the sky, Carp inquired, Bogart, what are you gazing at? I am looking up, at the heavens above. Ha. Is that so? Carp responded, lifting his gaze as well, yet saw nothing of note. We must quickly search for any land. He surveyed the surroundings through his telescope and finally spotted the sky tower and nearby islands to his left. Bogart, this direction. Let us proceed. Navigating the naval mechanical ship, Carp and his companion advanced towards Angel Island. Before long, they beheld the sights of Angel Island. Enormous vines reached skyward, while uniquely styled houses and structures nestled atop artificial clouds. The captivating scenery evoked a sense of vacation in Carp. Soon, the two set foot on Angel Island, ready to gather information about the place. However, before they could engage with the residents, a group of beret-clad guards suddenly appeared, encircling them. You too, having failed to pay the 100 million entrance fee, are guilty of illegal entry, declared McKinley, captain of the White Beret Brigade, as he perused his notes. Pay the entrance fee, or you will be in violation of the Angel Island security regulations. His eyes remained watchful, fixated on Carp and his companion. Money, you say? I have none. Carp grinned, prompting McKinley to issue a swift command. Seize these two illegal entrants and take them to the forbidden grounds, where the priest shall mete out punishment. Seeing Carp make no move to resist, Bogart sighed inwardly, lamenting the misfortune of being under such a commander. Yet, perhaps it was fortuitous. Engaging with the local enforcement could lead them closer to the centers of power. The two complied obediently as McKinley handcuffed them and led them away. Meanwhile, the priests of the Forbidden Palace had grown increasingly perplexed in recent days. Their deity had vanished without a trace for several days now. This was once a rarity. Had it not been for the knowledge of their divine prowess, they would have been prepared to venture out in search of him. Divine Lord, someone has been sent to the Forbidden Zone. Several priests simultaneously opened their eyes from their meditative states. O.M., bareheaded and clad in a sleeveless shirt that showcased his muscular physique, regarded the messenger from his position as the chief priest. How many individuals have been sent, and to which trials? 2. Dispatched to the trial of iron and the trial of spheres. As the priest of the trial of iron, K, the shepherd, smirked. The priest of the trial of spheres, Shadeli, spun his spherical form in place. Om grasped his long blade. Assessing his cloud bell, allow me to show those who dare offend divine authority a taste of their folly. He patted the dog at his feet. Holy. We shall set forth. Woof. Meanwhile, the priest of the trial of strings, the celestial knight Shura, gazed enviously at the two, addressing Shadeli, Daiwu. Would you like me to lend a hand? Among the 4 divine priests, who symbolized joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, Shura represented anger, relishing in creating a stir. Their routine was significantly enlivened when challengers appeared for trial. The most enthusiastic among them was Shura, always eager to engage. What a heartless affair, Shura lamented. Next to him, Daiwu balanced on one foot, channeling magic in a circular motion. Shura, for today's amusement, I shall take the lead myself. You all may observe, but do not intervene. Watch how OM and I dispatch those 2 illegal entrants. As Ace progressed in battle and leveled up, He gradually began to uncover the wonders of life as an adventurer. Among the myriad of discoveries, he particularly cherished the restorative potions. Their effects were undeniably profound. It seemed that this outing would allow him to bring back something valuable for his father. A smile, imbued with healing warmth, unconsciously grazed Ace's lips, captivating the gaze of the nearby female pirate. He resolved to acquire some HP potions to present to his father. At that moment, he had already reached level 10, and after completing his task with Linus, he promptly entered Hedinmer. The streets were alive with the constant ebb and flow of pirates and Navy personnel, with naval officers even setting up stalls to sell materials and goods. Not far from the Navy, there was also a pirate stall. This scene is quite rare. Ace, carrying his small bag, strolled over to take a look and discovered that the Navy stall was replete with a variety of items. In stark contrast, the pirate stall was filled only with scraps. The disparity was unmistakable. Pirates merely sold what they no longer needed, while the Navy proudly displayed an abundance of goods. They even sell zombie hands? Ace inquired in astonishment, recalling that he had spotted goblin bones on the ground earlier. Aside from completing quests, could they also be sold for money? Unbeknownst to him, the task of gathering goblin bones was not universally accepted among adventurers, especially as their numbers increased. When someone was assigned the task but happened to lack the materials, the Navy could strike a deal. However, most of the materials the Navy collected were intended for upgrading their officers' missions. Do you Navy collect all sorts of materials? Ace could not help but voice his curiosity, feeling a peculiar sensation at the prospect of soliciting information from the Navy. We accept all quest materials, came the response, prompting Ace to frown. He gazed into the bustling crowd, noting that many of the Navy personnel were quite young. Was Sengoku concocting yet another scheme? Could it possibly be aimed at Dad? He casually inquired about the buying price, only to realize that Sengoku was truly unscrupulous. Goblin bones bought for 50 gold coins were being sold for 120 at the stall. Moreover, the Ghost Swordsman's weapon gift box was exorbitantly priced, with the zeros behind the figure leaving him bewildered. Is this a sale? This is blatant ostentation. Turning away from the stall, he continued onward. I am the Wind Fist style, Windjun. Ace cheerfully introduced himself. Hey, I'm Ace, a pirate. Dressed in a monk's robe, Windjun replied, you're welcome to visit my training ground anytime. I will surely do so next time. Not far away, Kelly. Hands on her hips, fixed her gaze on Ace and enthusiastically called out, that young man passing by is rather handsome. Ace approached with a broad smile, scratching his head innocently. Is that so? How handsome am I? Kelly responded. What an intriguing magician you are. Supporting herself against the enhancement machine, she eagerly suggested, would you like to enhance your weapon? It's a guaranteed success. Ace politely declined. Thank you for the recommendation, but I merely wish to purchase some stamina-restoring potions. She looked off to the side. We don't have any here. You might want to check with the little girl, Karina. Ace bowed in gratitude and then made his way to Karina's general store. Take a look, brave warrior. Karina chirped, her big eyes sparkling as Ace approached. His gaze swept over the items in the store, ultimately landing on Karina's homemade bread. I'll take several of those loaves. With the goal of finding Blackbeard Teach, Ace transformed into a dutiful son, preparing medicine for Whitebeard. In Herdenmer, Ace's identity was seldom recognized. The Navy personnel currently activated were mainly from the first half of the Grand Line. The pirates were even less likely to identify the Whitebeard mark on Ace's back. However, there was one exception. Zifa emerged from the training ground, accompanied by several Navy adventurers. Teacher Zifa, that combo was incredibly powerful. Absolutely, it's simply invincible. Cool, just by skillfully linking moves, we can leave our opponents defenseless. And that move, the 3-hit slash combined with shave, was utterly elusive, leaving opponents unable to defend. A group of ghost swordsmen excitedly discussed the techniques they had just witnessed, their words flowing like a river. Though Zifa donned sunglasses, the confident smile on his face could not be concealed. Once we refine the other classes, we can send them to Sengoku. He was convinced that as more Navy personnel mastered the combos, an increasing number would be disinterested in venturing out to sea. At the entrance of the Herdenmer Windjun training ground, Zifa casually glanced and spotted a familiar figure entering his line of sight. This fellow is the 2nd Division captain of Whitebeard. Zifa clenched his fist, resisting the impulse to act. As the saying goes, a debt must be repaid. And according to the Navy's intelligence, that brat had little connection with Whitebeard, having always been under Miss Backen's command. Zifa's rationality incessantly warned him against alarming the enemy. Once he calmed down, he began to wonder why Fire Fist Ace had ventured to this side of the Grand Line, although newspapers circulated worldwide. For the pirates of the New World, no matter how bizarre the stories were, they paled in comparison to the territory where they fought. Was Ace's arrival mere coincidence? Or had he truly discovered something extraordinary about the invitation? If the monsters of the New World truly understood the power of the invitation, perhaps some would even return. Zifa fell silent for a moment before activating the invitation and returning to Marineford. In the Naval Operations Office, the staff had increased 5- or 6-fold, with various confidential documents and reports circulating more frequently among the personnel. Zifa did not interrupt them. He entered the room and was about to speak when he realized Sengoku was on a call. I can't think of any solutions. Can't we replicate it? Sengoku clad in a Navy uniform, with his long beard braided and a familiar seagull perched on his military cap, held a microphone in one hand while resting his arm with the other. Yes, Dr. Vegapunk has tried all the weapons, and none of the replicas produced any actual enhancement effects. All right, I understand. After hanging up, he turned to Zifa. What brings you here? Aren't you busy with your class change? Zifa found a seat for himself and poured a glass of water. There has been a bit of a situation. What was happening just now? It's about the weapons. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, looking fatigued. Oh, we had someone attempt to replicate the adventurer's weapons, but all efforts have failed. Witnessing the immense power of various weapon attributes, they are particularly eager to uncover the secret of how such weapons can enhance their users. However, even Vegapunk is at a loss. In Vegapunk's concluding remarks from his experiments, there was a line stating, perhaps these weapons, like those skills, belong to the realm of the inexplicable. Reality told Sengoku that if they wished to equip their navy en masse, the weapons would have to be sourced from Grand Forest. Sengoku remained silent, and Zifa, wearing his black inverted triangle sunglasses, could sense Sengoku's thoughts. He directly advised Sengoku. The power of this invitation has become as enigmatic as the devil fruit. There is no need to expend further effort in deciphering its origins. Just as our sea stone resources are confined to the depths of the ocean, only Wano possesses the sea stone deposits above the surface. In such circumstances, is the Navy still scouring for the elusive sea stone veins? Should they not instead contend with those aspiring to become the Pirate King? Moreover, the five elders believe that their research pales in comparison to the expediency of purchasing directly from Kaido. Sengoku gently closed his eyes, appearing resigned to fate. I am aware, yet merely wish to experiment and see if it could yield success. The freedom to wield weaponry is indeed a crucial step for the Navy in enhancing its military might. Furthermore, I have learned of an individual on Hertamel Street, seemingly with official connections, by the name of Boken. Sengoku let out a soft sigh. Are you referring to the Enlightener's mission? This weapon is commendable, yet the success rate for navigating the zombie map is rather dismal. Even within the Navy, without the guidance of a vice admiral, the success rate plummets to 80%, without the leadership of commissioned officers. It further declines to 60%. Although acquiring skills can instantaneously elevate a soldier's combat prowess, such skills come with cooldowns, and the techniques vary in proficiency, encompassing combo break techniques and special attack judgments for rear assaults. Not to mention, there are occasions when some skills are misdirected, resulting in attacks against mere. Especially in the bone prison, where rapid healing and movement are possible, soldiers find themselves dodging amidst hordes of zombies once their skills are expended. At this juncture, the Navy faces considerable challenges in upgrading within the zombie map, and the pirates are in an even graver situation. At the entrance of Grand Forest, many have begun to bully the ill-clad Pinocchio. It seems prudent for me to connect the skills of various professions, merging them with the Navy's 6 styles, and compile a comprehensive and professional report. Zifa smirked, exuding confidence as he spoke of his strengths, casting a knowing glance at Sengoku. Ah, this is indeed one of the few pieces of good news I've heard today. Upon catching the undertone in Zifa's words, Sengoku could not help but inquire, what else has transpired? Sengoku was taken aback, as Zifa, who typically focused solely on training soldiers, showed unexpected interest in the Navy's miscellaneous affairs. It appears that the activation of the invitation has brought about significant changes in him. Who else could it be but the one donned in a dog-headed hoodie? I sent him to seek Fang Fan, and he, accompanied by his aide, ascended to Sky Island for a romantic getaway. Sengoku, in a fit of indignation, pounded the table and stuffed his mouth with snacks, mumbling incoherently. I hardly have time to rest, the scoundrel. Nearby, Tsuru, who was analyzing data, suddenly looked up and shot Sengoku an exasperated glance. What is there to envy about a male-on-male vacation? She completed organizing the documents in her hands and tossed them in front of Sengoku before striding towards the door. Zifa smirked slightly and remarked, perhaps Carp seeks to uncover clues about Fang Fan on Sky Island? That would be ideal. He took a sip of water, secretly wanting to critique a certain someone for neglecting their duties under the pretense of leveling a pet while engaging in leisurely strolls. However, after perusing the documents Tsuru had meticulously compiled, he promptly dismissed that thought. This is the expenditure budget for the naval store based on the prices provided by the serious side and the actual military expenses of the Navy. Unbeknownst to many, upon calculation, it becomes evident that if each person is to recharge for a set of high-level clothing with attributes, the Navy's budget is woefully insufficient. Sengoku inwardly cursed, lamenting how fortuitous it would be if gold rained from the heavens. Without funds, progress is stymied. It appears that the naval attire can only cater to a select few for the time being. At this juncture, Zephyr seized the opportunity to add, by the way, there is another matter I wish to discuss. He briefly mentioned having caught sight of Ace. Without lifting his gaze, Sengoku replied, you need not concern yourself too much with this matter. Upon hearing this, Zephyr instantly comprehended. Sengoku must possess some internal news from Whitebeard, and he refrained from pressing further. He stood, his demeanor hinting at words unspoken, momentarily pausing before making his way towards the door of the Naval Combat Bureau. However, just as he reached the threshold, Sengoku's voice echoed from within. Rest assured, the invitations for Ein, Binz, and Zashu have already been dispatched. Zephyr halted. A smile tugging at his lips. An unspoken understanding lingered between them. Shortly after his departure from the Naval Combat Bureau office, a distinctive figure entered, prompting Sengoku to look on in surprise. Akainu, clad in a dark red suit, adorned with a navy cap, black leather gloves, and draped in the coat of an admiral. Akainu entered, closed the door, and took a seat. Lowering the brim of his hat obscured his visage. Observing Akainu, Sengoku remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. Akainu slowly raised his head, revealing his chiseled, resolute features. Surely, no one is more suited than us to activate this profession. The power of the invitations was no longer a secret. In discussions among the vice admirals yet to activate their professions, the numerous ghost swordsmen and marksmen had become commonplace. Conversely, fighters and clerics, due to their scarcity, were regarded as rare professions, particularly the clerics. Among the naval soldiers, the old sailors bearing crosses had become highly coveted. In critical moments, they could save lives, enhance weaponry, and alleviate afflictions. Who would dare underestimate them? Who would dare offend them? Unbeknownst to many, the cross-bearing profession had ascended in status within the Navy. What piqued Akainu's interest most was the condition for activating the cleric, a heart filled with justice. Within the Navy, none understood justice better than he, Akainu. Thus, do you seek to activate your profession? Indeed, I am determined to uphold my ironclad justice. Upon hearing this, Sengoku fell into contemplation. It seemed as if Akainu had drawn the short straw only to seek to jump the queue. Without confronting him directly, Sengoku gazed sternly at Akainu. Akainu, remember your words. He then produced the invitation he had prepared for himself and handed it to Akainu. Without hesitation, Akainu accepted the invitation and activated its powers. You have learned the skills, Air Slash and Tiger Strike. You have awakened the innate skill, Exorcism Intimidation. When attacking undead, demons, elves, and heinous pirates, you gain an additional 8 attack power. You have awakened the innate skill, Ascension Array. Establish an Ascension Array ahead, inflicting array damage on enemies within while rendering them weightless. Upon activation, a wooden cross materialized behind Akainu as he shared his skill information. Even Sengoku regarded him with newfound respect. 2 innate skills, Sakazuki, you truly are the most competent admiral in the Navy, particularly upon witnessing the Exorcism Intimidation skill. It became apparent that he was indeed the representative of the hawkish faction, capable of imposing his will through sheer presence while also enhancing his attack power. Sengoku felt a swell of pride. Though Akainu could be somewhat ruthless, at least his attitude was earnest, and he charged into battle with fervor. However, he suddenly noticed the skill description regarding undead, demons, and elves. The following introduction is indeed intriguing. In the future, there will be undead, and perhaps even elves and demons. Various pieces of information seem to indicate that the power behind this invitation is extraordinary, and the foes associated with it are equally formidable. The situation is becoming increasingly complex. Sakazuki, now that you have activated your profession, you should promptly transfer your class. I will wrap up my current tasks and head over immediately. With the cross he carries on his back, Akainu carefully stored the invitation and turned to leave the Naval Battle Bureau's office. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Grand Forest, Smoker, having completed his class transfer task, fortuitously encountered Kizaru. Kizaru was immediately captivated by Smoker's attire. Rather than donning the high-level outfit that enhances attributes, Smoker wore the Ghost Swordsman ensemble. Smoker, what is that outfit you are wearing? Smoker removed the cigar from his mouth and replied, this is a costume available in the mall for purchase with points. He explained the origin of the points and added, Kizaru, you should also take a stroll through the mall. There are many costumes available. Oh? Kizaru began to browse the mall's information, and after a while, Smoker observed Kizaru swapping outfits one after another, none of which were repeated. He sighed. The world of the affluent is truly incomprehensible. In the Sky Tower, he finally succeeded. Fang Fan looked at the 2 adult-sized yellow machines and clapped his hands. Simultaneously, sensing that Enel had also completed his class transfer, he utilized his authority to summon him to his side. Enel, just in time, I have some tasks for you. Fang Fan leaned against a special machine acquired with a substantial amount of world points, introducing it to Enel. These 2 machines have the same function. Enel looked at Fang Fan with a blank expression, appearing rather disinterested. What function? Fang Fan smiled mysteriously, gesturing for Enel to approach the machine. Inside this cabinet-like machine, there lay a rectangular patch of sand. The sand featured 3 miniature racetracks, each starting point occupied by a frog. The largest was named Lewis, a pale yellow creature that towered over the others. The middle one, Napoleon, was diminutive and entirely purple. The last one, Tsar, was a normal-sized frog, vibrant green in color. 3 frogs? Quite interesting. Let's gamble on the frogs, Fang Fan explained. You input a certain amount of gold coins into the machine, 100 coins per bet, with a maximum of 10 bets at a time. If you place all 10 bets on one frog and it reaches the finish line first, you will receive a reward in gold coins based on that frog's odds. Of course, you can also diversify your bets among different frogs to mitigate risks. Is this a way to earn gold coins? Enel frowned, having always felt that these coins were of little use to him. Buying potions? I have no need for them. Buying equipment? Nothing surpasses the power of my thunder damage. What good is earning coins? My family still has a golden airship yet to be launched. Upon noticing Enel's lack of interest in gold coins, Fang Fan suddenly recalled, this young man has indeed set foot in the land of gold. How could a mere 100 coins possibly capture his attention? He immediately declared, youngster, what you see before you is the standard version. After casting a penetrating glance at Enelu, he continued, behold, this is the opulent version, 10,000 coins per bet, with a maximum of 10 bets. Should fortune smile upon you? You could amass millions in mere moments. Fang Fan leaned closer, whispering in a tone reminiscent of a demon, do you not consider yourself a deity? Why not test your own luck? Is there any need for me to test my luck? Encountering you has already brought me an eternity of misfortune. He retorted lightly, yet questioned, isn't the frog inside under your control? Fang Fan scoffed, do you truly believe I would expend such effort to manipulate a few frogs? Enel hesitated momentarily. After all, he had an abundance of gold at his disposal, and if necessary, he could always sell some. Earlier, on the bustling streets of Hidamar, he had utilized his formidable mind network to glean information from a vendor. Before long, pirates' treasures and berries could be exchanged for gold coins. In the event that gold became scarce, he could always convert some. If I am to try, then let it be all in betting 8 on Lewis. He noted that Lewis was marked with threefold odds and was of the largest stature. Thus, he resolutely wagered all his coins. Should victory be achieved, it would amount to a staggering 240,000 gold coins. Although he held it in disdain, winning would nevertheless compel that insufferable Fang Fan to recompense. The machines were to life. Within the cabinet, 3 frogs launched into action simultaneously. The 2 larger frogs propelled themselves forward with powerful hind legs, while the one dubbed Napoleon crawled forward with lizard-like agility. Lewis leapt impressively far, yet upon landing, remained motionless for an extended period. The Tsar made energetic jumps, though they lacked distance. In contrast, the most unassuming Napoleon, utilizing his swift, lizard-like crawling, surged ahead to claim victory at the finish line. Regrettably, your wager did not pay off this time, croaked the machine. Ainalu, this Lewis is utterly useless. Having grown so large yet losing to such a diminutive frog as Napoleon. Simultaneously, he could not help but ponder, just how dull must one be to conceive such an utterly trivial pursuit as guessing frogs. Why did I heed his suggestion to give it a try? Fang Fan, observing the scene, chuckled, Ainalu, it seems your luck is rather ordinary as well. He promptly commanded, these 2 machines will be placed between Kelly and Kan Aina on the street, one to the left and one to the right. Thus, this individual summoned me to witness these 2 cabinet machines. Ainalu gripped his spear tightly, arcs of electricity crackling and shimmering around him. I am the divine Ainalu. Oh, after relocating, you must not depart immediately. You will need to guard for a while. The arcs coalesced into a tempest of thunder, lightning flashing as the storm surged forth. As Fang Fan spoke, he opened a portal. Surely, it will require at least 10 adventurers to partake in a game before they can depart. The sooner it is completed, the sooner it concludes. Good luck, Ainalu. With a wave of his hand, Fang Fan teleported the wretched source of the frog gambling and the lightning-bound Ainalu away together. TSK, the lightning user is indeed convenient for teleportation. Once the premium access pathways are fully established, the Sky Tower shall be nearly ready for opening. In East Sea Road Town, as the Navy relentlessly conducted sweeping operations in recent days, it has become increasingly difficult to spot pirate ships on the surface. However, unbeknownst to many, 2 pirate vessels were stealthily approaching Road Town. The narrative here is well known to most. Upon arriving at Road Town, Luffy and his companions each gather the necessary supplies, preparing for their final rendezvous aboard the Going Merry. However, they encounter Buggy, leading to a fierce confrontation. The Weasel observes that 2 factions have entered Road Town, one of which is Buggy's group, intent on attacking Luffy and his friends. He contemplates a strategy of ambush, akin to a mantis stalking its prey. At the execution platform, Luffy calmly displays a smile as he faces his fate, leaving the entire square, men, women, and children alike, in a state of astonishment. He actually smiled. This straw hat lad, when confronted with death, surprisingly, smiled. Never has anyone faced death with such composure. Could it be that he, upon setting sail, had already cast aside the notions of life and death? Is this the resolve of the great pirate? The sky churned with ominous clouds as Buggy brandished a long blade. Before he could strike, a bolt of lightning descended along the length of the sword. Below, the pirates gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Is it possible that even the heavens conspire to aid this straw hat lad? As the execution platform collapsed, Luffy was liberated. A certain big-mouthed creature with sharp teeth gleamed with excitement. Luffy-senpai. How wonderful, Luffy. Usopp, in pursuit, dashed forward to confront the encroaching assailants, detonating an explosion that thwarted the marksman's attacks. Ever since Luffy's capture, they had been engaged in perilous combat against Buggy's crew. Zoro, adorned with a headscarf, stood resolute amidst a throng of sword-wielding adversaries, unbeaten against their onslaught. A green formation materialized on the ground. He and Sanji were besieged by Yorita and a cadre of fighters and marksmen, unable to dispatch their foes while also finding it challenging to breach the encirclement. The standoff persisted until Luffy broke free. Just as expected of you, Luffy. Zoro's anxious heart eased. and he unleashed his sword technique with both hands, executing a dual strike that left the nearby swordsman wide-eyed in disbelief. Is the demon slash capable of such execution? Sanji's lower body kick skills expanded in range compared to before his reclassification, and his legwork became swifter and more precise. Luffy, it's time for us to set sail. Nami, relying on her mech heater, maneuvered on the ground while engaging the remaining pirates, levitating as she launched jack bombs towards Luffy. Captain, you were incredibly cool just now. As she moved, she charged her Shadow Cat demon technique, unleashing a dark, fleeting shadow that struck rows of swordsmen. Luffy grinned, picking up his fallen straw hat and placing it back atop his head. Ha ha ha, I almost thought I was going to meet my end here. He gathered his energy in his palm and thrust it forward, sending forth a massive wave of energy that carved a path through the chaos. Friends, let us embark on this adventure together. However, before they could venture far from the square, the sound of numerous footsteps thundered around them as a swarm of Navy soldiers, led by the Weasel, burst forth from the alleys. Straw Hat Brat, Buggy, none of you shall escape. In Roachtown, the sky was shrouded in darkness, with thunder rumbling ominously. Amidst the flashes of lightning, rows of Navy soldiers poured out like ants from their nest, encircling the entire square in layers. The Navy, Zoro and the others hastily moved closer to Luffy, forming a united front. Buggy, too, was surrounded by his crew, surveying the encroaching Navy. Damn it. What a time to show up. The Weasel charged forward, blade in hand, executing the six-form shave and moonwalk simultaneously as he rushed towards Luffy and Buggy. Forget about the Straw Hat Brat for now. The swordsman must hold him off. Several pirate swordsmen confronted the Weasel with their demon slash. The Weasel, fully utilizing his observation haki, deftly dodged and struck down the pirate's weapon with a single blow. Buggy momentarily lost his focus, exclaiming, "What? Is this the strength of the general?" In an instant, two individuals were incapacitated. The Weasel's countenance was stern as it lunged forward, swiftly striking at the adjacent pirate. This group of adventurous pirates, even he dared not underestimate. It was imperative to strike before they could react, catching them off guard. Buggy drew his Jennings, enhanced with silver bullets, and unleashed a flurry of shots at the Weasel. However, before the Vice Admiral's observation haki, all these attacks fell short. Cursed be it. Eureka quickly commanded, sword wielders, find a way to restrain him with the rending slash. The rest of you, seize the opportunity to attack together. In an instant, the battle erupted. As the Weasel's officers confronted Zoro and his companions, he wielded his sword with lightning speed, leaving a cascade of sword shadows in his wake. Sanji's kicks were swift and fierce, incapacitating the Marines who were struck. The Marines, shield in hand, evaded Usopp's pursuers, only to be hit by Nami's automatically leaping frost snowballs. The entire square devolved into chaos as the Marines and pirates clashed. Hee-ha-ha. The swordsman did not seek us out. What a relief. Luffy, while unleashing a wave of mental energy, activated his mental clones, as four duplicates electrified the soldiers surrounding him. Nami quickly cautioned, "Luffy, we must retreat." After her class change, Nami discovered that while running, her form hovered above the ground, her feet no longer touching the earth. Now, even if she wished to run with her feet planted, it was impossible. Everyone, back to the Mary. Just as Luffy shouted this, the Weasel, who was rampaging through the pirates, cast a piercing gaze upon them. The formidable aura made both Nami and Usopp tremble. Oh my, he's so strong. We must not be caught by this Marine. Their pace quickened simultaneously. Before long, Luffy and his companions broke through the Marines' encirclement. Luffy led the charge, with Zoro and Sanji flanking him, swiftly clearing the path of Marine soldiers. Nami and Usopp, running in the center, occasionally glanced back to fend off the approaching soldiers. As for Buggy, aside from a handful of pirates activating their skills, the ordinary pirates had already fallen under the Weasel's sword. Just as the Weasel prepared to annihilate Buggy's crew, a gang of pirates surged into the once deserted street. "Captain Buggy, we have come to assist you." Beside Buggy, Eureka smiled gracefully. Previously, when the lightning strike caused a disturbance, she had discreetly signaled for the people on the ship to come over. Little did she expect that her contingency plan would now prove effective. Nearly 200 pirates charged into the square, causing the Weasel's heart to sink, sensing impending doom. A multitude of adventurers, now empowered with skills, surged forth, overwhelming even the most seasoned naval soldiers. Their unexpected presence invigorated the pirates, leaving them to ponder whether their endeavors would culminate in failure today. General Weasel noted with alarm that the Straw Hat crew was making their escape. Indeed, he had underestimated these adventurous pirates. He had anticipated reaping the benefits of their strife. But fate had other plans. Moreover, Buggy, having consumed the chop-chop fruit, rendered Weasel's attacks utterly ineffective against him. With a steely gaze, Weasel dispatched one pirate adventurer with a swift strike before utilizing the moonwalk technique to close the distance toward Luffy's group. "You shall not escape," he declared. Nami and Usopp, upon realizing that the fearsome Marine general was in pursuit, were struck with terror, wishing they could sprout wheels upon their legs. "Stay away from me," they cried. The billowing cape of General Weasel soon brought him upon Nami, who found herself on the brink of peril. In a moment of desperation, Zoro leaped in, executing a three-sword style to intercept the lethal blow. Is this the extent of a Marine general's prowess? Preying upon young maidens? Zoro's earrings swayed as he unleashed a crescent moon slash, pushing Weasel back with its peculiar force. In my eyes, there are only pirates, not defenseless girls. Weasel, having soared over Zoro's head, resumed his pursuit of the fleeing Nami. Another fierce strike was unleashed, but it was effortlessly deflected by Sanji, who declared, "A gentleman does not stand idly by while a lovely lady is harassed." With a powerful kick, Sanji met Weasel's blade. Undeterred, Weasel employed his moonwalk and shave techniques. Convinced that he could slay even the most insignificant pirate, a deadly slash surged forth, and Nami had no time to evade. Even Usopp was too late to shield her. The blow landed upon Nami, yet with a sudden thud, she transformed into a straw doll, while her true form advanced several paces forward. Weasel squinted, perplexed by this mysterious ability. Luffy, noticing Nami had darted past him, swiftly turned to face the approaching Weasel. "This is bad," a man wielding a sword. He urged, "Get back to the ship. I'll hold him off." "Luffy, be careful," echoed the voices of Zoro and Sanji as they sprinted past him, nearing the shoreline. Weasel, seeing Luffy remain, regarded the young captain with newfound respect. Yet, he questioned whether a pirate with a bounty under 100 million could truly withstand him. Luffy unleashed a flurry of erratic attacks, but they were futile. Seizing the opportunity, Weasel aimed a deadly strike at Luffy's arm. Luffy dodged and activated his haki, unleashing a powerful wave. The Marine General, a seasoned fighter, realized that this small golden shield could not be breached. Weasel took to the air, his long sword enveloped in armament haki, silently vowing that if this boy could evade his blade, it would be a testament to his fate. Sword dance, blue serpent. Weasel unleashed his technique amidst a tempest of wind and lightning, only to have his assault thwarted by a sudden figure. With the crackle of electricity, a face adorned with red tribal tattoos appeared. A young man chasing his dream should not be hindered by an elder, the figure remarked, his expression grim. Weasel's brow furrowed. Today was proving to be full of unexpected twists. "Who are you?" Dragon did not respond, his icy gaze fixed on Luffy. "You should set sail." "You are?" Luffy questioned, confusion evident in his eyes. Dragon, wary of revealing his identity before the Marines, urged, "Go now." With a wave of his hand, a fierce wind whipped up, lifting Luffy and sending him toward the Going Merry. On Head and Mall Street, when two peculiar machines appeared beside her, Kelly and Kanina approached with surprise. Kelly gazed at the cabinet, which resembled a diamond coin machine. "Is this a new invention by Lord Fang Fan?" Kanina, with her hands on her hips, looked adorable in her white apron. "It seems to replace the diamond silver coin machine. It's called Dream Frog." Kanina pouted as she read the engraved words. "Adventurer, do you have a dream?" Kelly found the phrase oddly familiar. In Arad, a nearly apostle adventurer often encouraged others. "Young man, do you have a dream?" But what connection did this machine have with dreams? As Enel's form stabilized and emerged from the machine, his expression was cold. "Damn it, I will rebel against him one day." Kelly recognized the text and the gameplay description. It turned out to be a gambling machine for earning coins. "Perfect for me. I'm short on coins. Let us gamble with frogs." She couldn't resist giving Fang Fan a thumbs up, eager to try it herself. However, when Kelly attempted to input her coins, she was met with the message, "Dream Frog is for adventurers only." "What? Can't a mentor have dreams too?" Kelly protested. Kanina blinked her large eyes as the future queen of commerce, who mastered the Dark City-esque trade, stepped up to the Dream Frog machine. She inserted her coins and placed 10 bets. "This works." Kelly, frustrated, pounded on the Dream Frog machine. "Didn't it say it's for adventurers only?" "What does Lord Fang Fan mean?" "Can't I, Kelly, just gamble away my coins?" "How about trust between people?" Kanina remarked, gazing at the 3 adorable frogs within, especially the small purple one. If this were skewered with bamboo sticks, it would undoubtedly be crispy and fragrant. She placed all her bets on Napoleon. And soon the results of the frog competition were announced. "Congratulations. Your bet on Napoleon has earned you the championship, and you are awarded 2,000 gold coins." Kelly felt a pang of envy. This was certainly more profitable than her incessant attempts to persuade adventurers for enhancements, although the sum was not substantial. The thrill of participating was undeniable. Karina refrained from placing further bets and blinked her large eyes at Kelly, saying, "Sister Kelly, if your machine isn't working, you might want to try mine over here. Would that be all right?" Only then did Kelly notice that the machine beside her was labeled Advanced Dream Frog Machine, while the one Karina was using lacked the word advanced. Could it be that Lord Fang Fan feared I might become addicted to gambling and win excessively, thus preventing me from playing with such stakes? Indeed, but you might discover, she pointed to a small line of text on the side of the frog machine, that you still cannot use this one. Kelly responded, "Karina, you have changed." Nevertheless, she leaned closer to inspect, and the small print read, "Cornet. Kelly is prohibited from using." "Oh, how disheartening. I need to hear the roar of the enhancement machine to lift my spirits." However, as Kelly glanced at her accumulated gold coins, she realized that in just a few days, she would become the first skill instructor to leave her Tonmol. Then she would travel far and wide, gathering countless talented sharpshooters, and in this world known as Pirate King, she would restore the glory of the divine marksman. When the apostles arrive, Lord Fang Fan will discover that we sharpshooters are the main force against them. The previous warriors spoke of dungeons and demon swordsmen, dungeons and berserkers. Perhaps this time it should be dungeons and sharpshooters, dungeons and roaming gunners? As Kelly indulged in these fantasies, her excitement grew as she observed the passing adventurers. These young men were exceptionally handsome. In Roguetown, the plan to besiege the great pirate of the East Sea had been declared a failure. Buggy and Alrita managed to escape the encirclement of the Flying Squirrel during subsequent reinforcements. Although they lost some subordinates, the adventurer navy suffered few casualties. After being blocked by the dragon, Luffy boarded the Going Merry amidst the storm. Yay! Friends, we set sail for the Grand Line. On the small ship, everyone cheered in unison. Zoro stood atop the mainmast lookout. Nami steered the ship, while Sanji and Usopp managed the main and secondary sails, respectively, harnessing the fierce winds. The Going Merry swiftly departed from Roguetown, making its way towards Reverse Mountain. After a period of sailing, Luffy called out, "Everyone, maintain the current sail positions." Thanks to Nami's exceptional navigation skills, the Going Merry reached its maximum speed. Luffy sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, one hand pressed down on his straw hat to keep it from blowing away and the other resting on the ram's horn. He gazed at the sea ahead, where fierce winds and rain prevailed, but not far off lay a clear sky, much like their adventure, which had begun under ominous clouds. They were now approaching a horizon of brilliant sunshine. Luffy grinned, and soon the Going Merry sailed into the sunlit waters. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the bow of the ship as they emerged from the gloomy storm. "Friends, the sky is clear. The rain has stopped. Look ahead," Luffy called out, pointing towards the eagerly anticipated entrance to the Grand Line. Zoro and the others hurried back to the deck, but just as they were about to admire the view, the cabin door suddenly swung open. "Huh?" Usopp, startled by the noise, turned around and cautiously drew his pistol, aiming it towards the cabin. "Who is it? Are the Navy onto us?" A girl dressed as a punk slowly emerged from the cabin, with her blue hair tied in a high ponytail. Her striped bodysuit accentuated her slim waist, and her short shorts revealed long, shapely legs. "Hello, pirates of the East Sea." Vivi, or rather Miss Wednesday, arrogantly regarded Luffy and the others. "This ship is fortunate to be graced by a high-ranking member of Baroque Works. You should feel honored." Miss Wednesday scanned the crew with unwavering confidence. The scrawny straw hat boy in red looks like he lacks combat prowess. The swordsman with green hair, who knows if he can withstand my attacks? And then there's the short-haired, big-chested girl, the timid fool, and the yellow-haired, yellow-eyed suit-wearing man. It was as though she was saying, "You dare embark on the Grand Line with such a ragtag team?" In Miss Wednesday's eyes, Luffy and his crew appeared utterly clueless. Luffy and Zoro exchanged curious glances, both seemingly questioning, where did this fool come from? Nami was equally taken aback by Miss Wednesday's audacity. Entering our cabin without permission? She can't be an ally, can she? Drawing her staff, a faint blue magic circle appeared on the deck, summoning the mech heater. "Hey, attack that girl." Miss Wednesday, having never encountered such a technique, quickly activated her weapon, launching her ring blade toward them. Heater absorbed the impact of Miss Wednesday's assault and charged forward. Wielding a wooden spiked club, Miss Wednesday hastily retreated, swinging a nearby cross to knock the goblin into the air. "You dare strike me? Run fast. Teach this goblin a lesson." After landing, Heater sprang up and charged again. "Run fast." It swung down, knocking the goblin senseless. On Nami's side, a line of frost snowmen was formed, and Jack launched several explosive bombs forward. Miss Wednesday was overwhelmed in mere moments, raising her hands in surrender. "I give up." The swift figure on the ground sprang to its feet, adjusting its hat and raising its wings in unison with its master. As the ranks of activated adventurers and those ascending in level grew, the bustling thoroughfare of Hertomel thrummed with activity. Ordinary pirates paid no heed to the presence of two machines in the street. History has a remarkable tendency to repeat itself, with some individuals blissfully ignorant of their surroundings, singularly focused on leveling up. Much like the warriors of Arad, there are always those who neglect to analyze damage and statistics, eschewing the study of strategies and mechanics, finding fault with every setback. However, this demographic did not include the naval forces. Enel, suspected to be the possessor of the most formidable Logia-type Thunderfruit, attracted the attention of naval scouts upon his arrival. His status as the strongest Logia was sufficient to command their focus, especially given his rare profession. Shortly after Enel's emergence, the Naval Command received word and prepared to dispatch Dasky to make contact. On Hertomel Street, Enel languidly leaned in place, eyes closed in serene contemplation. He had no interest in the comings and goings of adventurers. After all, the passage of time was not but a blink for him. He had ample time to reacquaint himself with the newly acquired skills of his profession, known as the Hunter. He discovered that if his abilities could synergize with his lightning, their destructive potential would escalate significantly. Once he mastered even greater skills, he would surely vanquish that adversary. Enel consistently reminded himself to remain true to his original intent and to uphold his mission. He noted that the weapon he had mastered appeared to be a type of light gun. Despite his long tenure, he had yet to encounter such a weapon. While lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by a voice calling out his name. "Is it you?" Enel inquired, turning to face Weber, who brandished a black cannon, its imposing form radiating an extraordinary aura, with a large spear slung across his back, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Weber had recently completed his own class transition and, amidst the crowd, recognized his former rival Enel with a single glance. His eyes gleamed with cold fury, fixated on Enel, eager to unleash his firepower upon him. Yet, he understood that this was not the place for recklessness. With a tone laced with disdain, Enel taunted, "What is this, Sandia? Do you seek vengeance against me?" He scrutinized Weber with keen interest, bemused by the notion that the power of an invitation would embolden him to provoke a deity. Huh. Even with your transition, you cannot hope to rival a god. Weber tightened his grip on his cannon. One day, I, Weber, shall personally defeat you. How could a mere wretch like you ever triumph over me, the god Enel? His gaze was icy, dripping with contempt. Do not revel too soon, Enel. With your current state, returning to your sanctum is no longer an option. But I can. I shall lead my kin to annihilate your divine palace. Enel's expression darkened. Is that so? Just based on your words? Had he not witnessed the skills activated by the invitation, he might have dismissed Weber's words as mere bravado. However, he could not deny the intricacy and strength of those abilities. The few under his command might find themselves at a distinct disadvantage against such skills. Yet, there was no longer a need for Weber to rally his allies to topple Enel's stronghold. On Sky Island, within the iron trial of the Forbidden Grounds, the priest Ohm lay motionless, blood at his lips, having succumbed to unconsciousness. The formidable hound, Sanctity, lay twitching on the ground, eyes glazed, as though subjected to some peculiar treatment. The trials of the sphere had left its participants battered, their glasses shattered, their bodies marred with wounds. Neither of them had time to call for help before they fell victim to Carp and Bogart's lessons in humility. Back at the Divine Palace, the absence of Ohm and his comrades went unnoticed by the Celestial Knight Shura and the Sky Guardian Gatus, who assumed the duo had merely encountered formidable adversaries, prolonging their trial. Only a handful sensed that something was amiss. Surely, even during a trial, some news would have surfaced? Could it be that someone succeeded in overcoming the trials set by Priest Ohm? How could that be? The survival rate of the Iron Trial was 0. A sense of absurdity crept into their minds. Within the palace, Shura, filled with martial fervor, eagerly anticipated the outcome, caressing his pet, a 3-meter bird. That Ohm fellow. He hasn't been taken down, has he? He boasts of a 0 pass rate. Yet perhaps this time, he met his match. He grasped his weapon, a fire spear. Gatus, shall we investigate? Gatus, with hair reminiscent of a spider and clad in a flamboyant purple suit, sporting uniquely shaped lips, replied, though I would like to. The absence of the divine means the palace cannot be left unguarded. Shura grinned. You speak true, then I shall go take a look. He departed, taking his pet along, leaving the others to ponder the implications of divine absence. At that moment, outside Enel's palace, Carp ambled leisurely towards the grand entrance, idly pinching his nostrils. Alongside him, Bogart, adorned with his round top hat, arrived at the palace's threshold. Ah, Bogart, you're not too slow yourself, Carp remarked, pausing to admire the efficiency of his aide, whose capabilities had reached the level of a mid-admiral over their 2 decades together. He handled administrative matters with remarkable speed. Do not underestimate him. His combat prowess was commendable. In his earlier encounters with Roger and Rox, Carp relied solely on his fists, while Bogart, wielding a sword, often found himself at odds with top-tier swordsmen like Rayleigh. While he may not have surpassed Rayleigh, he could certainly hold his own. Yet, Carp wondered about Fang Fan's whereabouts. Bogart, draped in his officer's cloak, revealed the results of his examination of Shadeli. Carp, seemingly nonchalant yet in agreement, mused, indeed. If all goes as expected, that lad should still be within that tower. However, that tower seems rather inaccessible. As he recounted his previous skirmish with the Hound and the Priest, he gleaned no vital information regarding Fang Fan. They were even unaware of the invitation's details. In that case, before he could finish, a brash voice echoed from the nearby woods. Oh, I never thought Ohm would truly fail. You two appear to possess considerable strength. Shura, donning a cap with small wings and goggles, his beard shaped like a fist, faced Carp and Bogart, the earlier arrogance dissipating at the sight of them. Even Ohm had faltered. Though he boasts of outshining Ohm, he is acutely aware of his own limitations. With Lord Enel absent, the prospect of defeating Ohm is daunting. These two adversaries do not come with good intentions. In the holy land of Mariehua, a seagull perches atop Sengoku's head, who is adorned in a pristine admiral's uniform, embellished with numerous medals. He clutches a document folder in his hand. As he strides into the room, the door closes slowly behind him. Within the chamber, only the 5 elders and Sengoku are present. Sengoku, I trust you understand the gravity of this summons, remarks Masaru Hirano, his flat cap perched atop a head of curly white hair, a scar gracing his left cheek, and a bushy white beard adorning his chin. The others either meditate in silence or polish their swords. Sengoku responds with measured composure, No. I would appreciate it if the 5 elders would speak plainly. We do not hold it against you for not consulting us before employing such power. Enhancing the Navy's strength is indeed essential. However, the maritime operations you have established have not been forthcoming with reports. Do you intend to incite a rebellion? Sengoku realizes that the 5 elders are displeased with his withholding of information regarding Huttenmar, and he has already devised a justification. The Maritime Bureau is collating vast amounts of data daily. Due to the sheer volume, It has yet to be reported. There is an abundance of incomplete information, and many investigations require further time. It is a mere reprimand. Both the five elders and Sengoku are astute enough to understand that, for now, no one is genuinely concerned about the Navy's potential insurrection. Masaru Hirano pauses for a moment. Have you made contact with Fang Fan? Not in person, but I have conversed briefly via Den Mushi. What do you perceive to be his intentions? Sengoku furrows his brow slightly, sensing that the CP agency has also failed to locate Fang Fan, thus turning to him for insight. We are currently investigating this matter and are in the process of engaging with the forces behind that island. Present all the information you possess, Hirano commands. He tosses the document folder before Masaru Hirano, stating, everything is contained within. Upon extracting the documents, Masaru Hirano peruses the contents meticulously before passing them to the other five elders for review. With each revelation, their astonishment only deepens. Although the power of this invitation carries a certain semblance of unity, its potential for growth and intensity appears to far surpass that of the devil fruits. For ordinary individuals and the lower-tier pirates, powerful knowledge such as devil fruits, the six styles, and haki remains entirely unattainable. It is precisely for this reason that the world favors the dominion and oppression exerted by the celestial dragons. However, if every individual were granted the opportunity to acquire formidable power, there is no doubt that the era of rampant piracy ignited by Roger would descend into even greater chaos. This does not align with their interests. The sole piece of good news is that the power of such invitations lies predominantly in the hands of the Navy, which controls the majority of the invitation shares. Do you receive a fixed number of invitations daily in the Navy? Indeed. But ever since the emergence of a woman named Celia, invitations seem to have started appearing throughout the first half of the Grand Line. Upon the utterance of these words, the other members of the five elders turned their gazes towards Sengoku. As individuals of high stature, they are particularly astute when confronted with uncontrollable variables. The bald, bespectacled Kaku, clad in a pristine white robe, set aside the meticulously polished blade. The question loomed, could they draw her out of Hedenmer and subsequently erase her existence from this world? Upon hearing this, Sengoku pondered, sensing an underlying discord. The dialogue is laced with underlying meanings. It is evident that you all intend to lure Celia out to eliminate her. Could it be that you previously attempted to dispose of her in her tonmal? Surely not. What clandestine actions have the CP organization undertaken? Naturally, Imbu Kaido would not disclose to Sengoku that CP3's attempt to assassinate Celia ended in the loss of several of their members. Furthermore, the information gathered by the CP organization is a chaotic jumble. Methods for opening the soil jar, teaching one to extract the pink epic weapon, the secrets of high enhancement, which one would not share with the ordinary folk. 3 phrases that would compel you to spin 180,000, instantly augmenting your combat prowess. Along with the gift of an invincible skill, Celia, 8 ways to consume rum, with the 8th method known to few certain underlings of the Moonlight Tavern S. Nagasawa. Additionally, there are claims that wielding a weapon with insufficient durability results in lesser damage. If you harbor animosity towards someone, throw explosive bombs and Molotov cocktails at them while they are busy slaying zombies. The 5 elders were nearly driven to exasperation by the incompetence of the CP organization. They promptly dispatched agents to gather more information and also sought intelligence related to naval operations. A slight comfort emerged as the naval intelligence was relatively comprehensive. Sengoku remarked calmly, the strategy to draw her out can be deliberated upon, yet the crux of the matter lies with the nation behind her tonmal. He suddenly turned to Imbu Kaido, recalling that it was you who initially instructed me to pay attention to that island. Sengoku pondered. Should not the 5 elders be the first to comprehend the situation in Arad? The 5 elders fell silent, and after Sengoku's inquiry, no further words were exchanged. After a considerable pause, the elegantly attired Masaki Zakaku, with his flowing white hair and long beard, spoke. Sengoku, you are not an outsider. It is permissible to share this with you. After reviewing the report, they resolved that certain matters should indeed be disclosed to Sengoku. The stirrings in the East China Sea had alerted our superior, prompting orders for us to focus on that island. Sengoku exclaimed. What? Such matters exist. Therefore, Sengoku, it is imperative that you take this seriously. Sengoku's expression turned grave, astonished by this newfound truth. If this is indeed the case, the forces behind Celia are more influential than any of the 4 emperors of the New World. I understand now. They further inquired about the authenticity of the invincible skill, the occupational tendencies for activating skills, and the effectiveness of the skill combos developed by the Navy, expressing doubts, awareness, and affirmation respectively. Does this skill truly possess invincibility? Sengoku nodded, having witnessed it firsthand. For instance, the sharpshooter's barbecue and stomp shot, where all attacks directed at him become nullified during the execution of this move. Imbu Kaido's gaze sharpened. All attacks? Have you all tested this? It is no wonder the 5 elders exercise such caution, with the emergence of an invincible skill. Who knows what apocalyptic skills may surface in the future? Zifa has personally tested it. Upon learning that the invincibility skill has a very brief duration, the 5 elders chose not to pursue further inquiries. Gradually, the 5 elders fell silent. Sengoku recognized that this session of admonition was nearing its conclusion. He turned and walked slowly towards the door. Behind him, he heard the voice of Masamune Hiranuma, saying, "Goku, you managed the invitation matter exceptionally well, yet there is one point. You may take larger strides, but do not veer off course." Sengoku understood that the Navy's crackdown on pirates in the East China Sea, generating significant public support, might encroach upon the sensitivities of the world government. The Navy's formidable presence certainly intimidated the pirates. Yet which ruler would remain indifferent to the rapid expansion of their own forces? The potency of the invitation had already transcended the control of all involved. The five elders are not foolish, and Sengoku is no simpleton either. Certain tendencies must be nipped in the bud. Justice is never wrong. The error lies in whose justice it is. In this world, only one form of justice is permitted to exist. The warring states turned their backs on the five old stars, having come to an understanding. Hertimer, satisfied after exchanging for an insight blade from Boken, took a moment to admire it before recalling her mission. She equipped her blade, her large, bright eyes gleaming behind her pink glasses. The title of Sword Master truly suited her, for magical swords nearly left her grappling with indecision. It is worth noting that she had already gathered several blades in her backpack. With the sudden emergence of these four new ones, happiness arrived unexpectedly. As the number of individuals undergoing class changes continued to rise, the information collected by their naval forces became increasingly comprehensive. Among the male ghost swordsmen, the sword symbolizes the sword soul, while the ghost signifies the weeping specter. The female ghost sword